Chapter 1, 3 Words to Make the Schoolgirl My Girlfriend. Midsummer Night. Jinling University's opening season. The new students were all familiarizing themselves with the campus after packing their bags. Especially many girls, just experienced the baptism of the college entrance examination. From a plain face to heavy makeup, dress is also more daring. Even in the dim light, a pair of jade slender legs is also catching people's eyes. With hot pants and short skirts, as well as chest-tight fabric. Do not know how much reverie attracted people. Over here, several gazes were also looking at these warblers. Old for, few don't you usually roam around? Why do you have time to accompany a few brothers today to raise your eyes? 4 figures walked under the streetlight, chatting, then the 3 of them looked at the youth next to them with smiles on their lips. When Sui saw the crowd saying this, he also laughed bitterly for a few moments. This is not today idle, can not properly stroll. Besides, this newcomer just came. These warblers and swallows and then do not see. In a few days into the fall will wrap up. The crowd haha happy. Then the boss sighed. Alas, this can only look at it. I'm this female fetus solo. I do not know when I can find a girlfriend. My mom has urged me a few times. By the way, we brothers agreed to share the same suffering. No one is allowed to get off single first the boss said. Sui also nodded. He used to be the most unafraid of this within these people. Sui grew up with both parents dead. The family property left behind inside the family is just enough to live a few years. The back is still relying on relatives and their own part-time work to come to the university. This wave is considered to be God is stirrups whip leg left jab well-trained lesson a turn. He had problems getting enough to eat before, and still have the heart to talk about love, but the sky is the limit. When he enrolled in his freshman year, he opened the divine sign-in system. As long as the completion of the task, within the time to the appropriate place to sign in, will be able to obtain the corresponding rewards. However, the rewards are sealed. The specific opening time is to be determined. Rarely to be determined. This university 3 years of time. Early in the morning before the chicken woke up Suhi is to come to the library to sign in. Or in the middle of the night from the window to flip out to the playground to sign in. Even once to flip out of the window was also the boss held tightly, begging him not to jump off the building. There is something good to say. These brothers also took turns to keep watch for a few days in a row, fearing that something might happen to him. Suhi thought of these, also looked at a few people. Only, then is froze. Just now the words of the boss. Is not only he responded, he looked at the oldest 2 and the oldest 3, only to see the 2 people's eyes dodging, looking to the other side. You guys see, that's the student president's office right? It's still lit up this late. TSK, President Bai. Schoolflower Bai is also graduating in a year, right? There's no chance of eye candy in the future. The oldest 2 also nodded. I also don't know which asshole will be cheaper for Schoolflower Bai. Hey, I don't think it's necessarily so. White Schoolflower has always been known for her high coldness, known as the iceberg beauty. How many people have confessed to her, and one of them has not succeeded? Doesn't necessarily mean, maybe she's just high and cold to people she doesn't like, and doesn't necessarily have to be very passionate about people she likes. Crowd, killing and executing Over here, Sula looked at the reaction of the 2 men and listened to their words, feeling that something was wrong. Just ready to inquire. Please ask the host to complete the sign-in. Sign-in location. Student President Office. Stay 5 minutes will be able to complete the sign-in. Limited to 10 minutes. Sign-in is not completed. Will be unbound system. Sua. What the hell? Go to the office of the high and cold school beauty? Stay for 5 minutes? You want me to leave? Then I go? The corner of Suhi's mouth was twitching, but he also gritted his teeth. Your sister. If this task can't be completed, then won't my efforts for such a long time be in vain? Suhi looked at a few roommates, then covered his stomach. My stomach is not feeling well. I will go back first brothers. You guys sneak around first. After Suhi finished speaking, he ran towards the back. A few people called out a few times but didn't stop. Then they also spat a few times, then headed towards the front. Over here, Suhi was looking at the office of the white schoolgirl from afar. His thoughts were running fast. Then he clapped his hands. There it was. He went to the store and bought a postcard, then wrote and drew on it. After a while, he was heading towards the schoolgirl's office, then knocked and opened it. In front of her, a girl looked up and looked over. The girl's skin was like condensed snow. A pair of eyes were incomparably animated, skillful as if the flower shone in the water, and acted as if the wind was holding up the willow. You are? Bai Jishi looked at Suhi in front of her. This person she had seen a few times, sometimes watching him rush to the library. She had also read books with him. She heard that his grades were also among the top in the academy. However, what was he doing in her office at this late hour? Classmate, do you have something to do? Bai Jishi looked at Suhi and asked. President. Suhi looked at the countdown on the light screen in front of him, then slowly sat down opposite Bai Jishi. Actually, I've always had some things I wanted to say to you. If I don't say them, I might not have the chance to do so in the future, and it might become my lifelong regret, Suha said. Bai Jishi was also stunned. What words? It was so serious to such a point. Afterward, Suhi looked at Bai Jishi, with perseverance and firmness in his eyes, then he handed over the postcard. Senior sister, what I want to say is all written here. Bai Jishi took the postcard and looked at what was on it were 3 lines. What thumps my heart is not just the moment I first saw you, but everything about you. I walk in a faraway place, thinking about you nightly. Your likeness, love, unending. Finally, I will write you 12 more love letters. After writing spring, summer, fall and winter, I may no longer see you who I like. Bai Jishi looked at the words. Her heart also trembled, then looked at Suha. Suha sat on the opposite side, looking at Bai Jishi, also looking at the countdown. There are still 2 minutes left. My embarrassment cancer is going to break. My toes are going to pick my shoes. Hurry up and get to the time. No, what if she rejects me later? I have to make the first move. It would be a shame if she rejects me. Think of something cool to say. I've got it. It's coming. The next moment, Suhi stood up, gaze 45 degrees upward, slowly said, Sister, I gathered enough courage today. I just don't want to watch you graduate and leave with regrets. I said it today, but I was also just thinking that life is short, so why not give it a try? I already have no regrets. I only have one last request. Senior sister, I want you to leave a deep memory in my college days. Bai Jishi was puzzled. How to leave? Suhi gazed at Bai Jishi. His eyes were full of purity. School sister, can I kiss you? Chapter 2. The schoolgirl brings me an umbrella. In an instant, Bai Jishi was ducking towards the back. Rascal, rascal, alas. Suhi sighed. His face was full of loss. Then he looked at Bai Jishi. Sister, I'm sorry, my request may be too much. Then can you give me a hug? One is fine. After all, usually after making a request that was difficult to reach, switching to a lower request, the other party would not refuse. This was also a truth that Suwa had gotten from his expositions. Subsequently, Sui also walked towards Bai Jishi, his hands open. Bai Jishi looked at Suhi. Her face was also with some blush, stood up, looked at his pure eyes, opened her hands, and hugged Suhi. Suhi felt the beauty in his arms, and his heart was simply bursting with joy. This fluffy feeling, and the softness of the chest, tsk, except that Suhi did not close his hand to hold Bai Jishi, nor did he move more excessively. After all, see good to end, or White School Flower, shouted a hooligan. According to the influence of White School Flower in the Golden University, tomorrow he may be hung up to swim school. Bai Jishi let go of Suha. Suha looked at the countdown. Just completed. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewarded with absolute face value, divided into 1 year gradual change. Sui looked at the reward and also walked towards the outside. Bai Jishi looked at Sua's back, thinking about the feeling of her heart fluttering just now. To say that Su-hee, long handsome, usually she also noticed that he is a progressive boy. More mainly, this greeting card. Bai Jishi looked at the greeting card. To be honest, the usual pursuit of her people is not quite a lot, but exudes such a sincere, and just want to say what is in the heart of the people. No regrets. Really never have. What touched her more was Suhi's words. Life is short. Why not give it a try? Suhi returned to the dormitory. A few other housemates were playing games. Seeing him open the door and come in, suddenly looked over in unison. Lao Si, what's going on with you, kid? Didn't you say you're back? How come there's still no one when we come back? Or we went to the hostel and to get the key. Yeah, too ungrateful. Where the hell did you go after you left us behind? Sui shrugged his shoulders, an innocent smile on his face, and casually found a reason to put it off. You guys are overthinking it. After I came back, I just went for a casual walk. But after saying this, the few roommates didn't say anything more, and Suhi was sort of relieved in her heart. Lying on the bed, Suhi looked at the temporary storage rewards obtained, and in her heart, she didn't know whether she should be happy or not. Although this absolute beauty is quite tempting, but this thing actually has to be divided into 1 year gradual change. This makes Suhi have to lament. This has already stored so many rewards temporarily. When will it be able to be issued? Thinking about all this, Sui laid down on the bed and just slowly entered the dreamland. After class the next day, the crowd walked to the entrance of the teaching building. Suhi and the others looked at the rain that was pattering down outside, drifting to their feet with a breeze. Now that this rain was coming down in bursts, although it wasn't exactly a downpour, it could be said that it wasn't small either. Frowning, Sui took out his cell phone and looked at it. His heart still holds the hope. It is not possible that this rain won't take long to stop, but this look doesn't matter. The weather forecast on the cell phone also proves that this rain is indeed considered to be small now, because it will rain even more in a while. Is this good news or bad news? Suha muttered under her breath and patted the 3 roommates beside her. You guys look at this rain right now. What should we do? It's going to rain even harder later. It's going to get even bigger. A few people exclaimed, looking out at the rain and gulping as well. No, didn't I tell you guys when I came out that there was a chance of rain? How come none of you brought an umbrella? The boss indignantly looked at Sua's several people, talking about the things that had just gone out in the morning. But unfortunately at that time there was really no one to pay attention to these, so sleepy that they couldn't even open their eyes. Come on, you didn't bring it yourself. Don't be a horse's ass. Can we think about it first? This rain is about to get heavier. How are we going to get back? The oldest 2 blankly glanced at the oldest and muttered to think of a way to go back. Looking at this increasingly huge rain, the oldest smashed his mouth, thinking that if this damn thing doesn't get drenched into a soup chicken, it's really a manifestation of the old ancestors. Why don't we do this? There's nothing we can do about it anyway. Why don't we just drape our clothes and run back together? Saying that, Old Big smiled and looked towards Sui several people. Now this is also indeed no good way. In his heart, Sui secretly shook his head. He just preferred to stay here for a little while longer. He didn't want to be drenched all over. However, when he saw the boss say this, the second's face was a bit constricted, and he awkwardly looked at the boss and weakly said, Boss, you guys go first, I'll forget about it. Just now my girlfriend has already called me and will come over to pick me up later. Boss. What? Girlfriend? Boss sniffing then widened his eyes. His eyes were suddenly like he was looking at a traitor. He said without good humor, No lao air. What is this? Is this your way of cutting yourself off from the organization? Are you really going to turn your back on us and go far away with that woman? Besides, when the hell did you have a girlfriend? Boss, the reason I understand. But, my girlfriend must come to pick me up. I said no need cannot help. I really do not want to go with the brothers. Alas, this is not the body cannot help it. The oldest 2 is helplessly spread his hands, although the tone is aggrieved Baba, but the face is smiling. Heart this is good. His problem is considered to be solved. Crowd, the body can't help it. What a body, sort of an evolution of Versailles to the extreme. Well then, in that case, Lao San, Lao Si, it's just the 3 of us fighting the storm together. Looking at the way Lao Air was immersed inside happiness and unable to extricate himself, the boss could only look at Lao San and Su was sadly again. However, just as the oldest was still thinking about how to pour out the grandiose aspirations in his heart, the oldest 3 scratched his head as well. This is embarrassing to say the least. Brothers, my girlfriend is also coming to pick me up in a while. This does not matter. With the words of the oldest 3 just finished, the heart still with some excitement to fight against this heavy rain of the oldest on the spot to the petrified. The boss was unable to say a word right now. Looking at the 2 of them, his heart couldn't help but flutter. Good guy, is this really an awkward expression? Isn't this a living Versailles? And, when did this old 3 have a girlfriend? Sui was also filled with righteous indignation in his heart at this time, looking at the oldest 2 and the oldest 3 who had pulled out their cell phones to send messages to their girlfriends, and angrily spat out a few words. Not me. You 2 elder brothers are from the Secret Service, right? When exactly did you guys find your girlfriends? We're brothers. You guys actually didn't tell us about such a thing, so we're the only bachelors left, right? You guys just left like this. What should we do then? Listening to Su's spitting voice, the boss also looked at the 2 with the same hatred, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly with a bitter and hateful look. Alas, it's faded. Looks like it's still faded. You guys damn fine girlfriend even if it is. Also do not say to me an old 4 open up. This is one person to eat the whole family does not care about it. Immediately, Suhi and the oldest 2 spat at the 2 people with one sentence after another, while the oldest 2 and the oldest 3 didn't feel ashamed of their behavior at all, but instead, they were still holding back their laughter. Looking at the 2 of them with this look of complacency, but also a bit owed, the oldest heart is even more suffocated. This rain even if, but also have to look at their own brothers with umbrellas and girlfriends to go back together. This rain is not here to drench people simply come to kill the dog said a while later, the 2 are also dry mouth up, looking at the rain more and more big, also did not bother next to the 2 people nothing. This has to think of ways ahem, the old 2 old 3, in fact, you can find a home I do this big brother's heart is still very happy. By now, the oldest heart was not a little bit of fire, completely doused by this heavy rain, simply clenched his teeth, and looked to the oldest 2 old 3 in a serious manner. As the saying goes, solo joy is not as good as crowd joy. Anyway, an umbrella is not unable to squeeze 3 people. You guys don't want to go along with me and the oldest 4. Wait, stop. Not yet. Waiting for the boss to finish, the oldest 3 hastily interrupted the boss, face a little difficult to say. Boss, this is not a brother is not righteous this is not happy crowd fun Besides, How big can the umbrella that a girl carries be? The two of us are cramped. How can 3 people squeeze in? Upon hearing this, the oldest 2 also nodded heavily. It seems that the attitude of the 2 is also very determined. At this time, not far from the entrance of the teaching building, 2 girls happened to come, with an umbrella in their hands, walking towards this side in a hurry. Seeing Lao Air and Lao San, the 2 girls waved and hurriedly walked over. In a flash, many single men around them cast envious gazes. Not only did they not have girlfriends, but the most crucial thing was that they didn't even have umbrellas. Although these 2 girls were average looking, but dressed up is also very eye-catching, belongs to the type of more durable type. But this is already enough to let a lot of boys' heart envy to the extreme. After all, they still have a lot of is the mother single over. Even the girl's hand have not held. Most importantly, people at least when it rains there are people holding umbrellas to pick up. They can only look at the gloomy sky dry eyes. And the 2 girls at this time also noticed this standing in front of the school building crowd, especially still come to pick up their boyfriends, but also a small face red, busy beckoning the oldest 3 down. The 2 saw the situation proudly waved their hands towards Suwa and the oldest, and in their mouths they did not forget to continue Versailles a few sentences. Good brothers, it's getting late now, so we'll leave first, although we've already gone ashore. We believe that you won't be too far away from us. Yeah, we'll be waiting for you guys on the shore. You guys should hurry up too. With those words, the 2 of them got inside their little girlfriend's umbrella, and that little expression simply flew with smugness, making the boss and Suwa look at them with itchy teeth. But a few people hadn't even left yet, when a noisy sound came from the distance. Suwa suddenly froze. A look around, the boys all looked in one direction in unison. It is in his girlfriend's side of the oldest 3 also followed along and looked over. The more he looked, the more curious he was. Suwa thought for a moment that something had happened, and hurriedly followed and looked over. However, he saw that in the misty rain, a silhouette was holding an umbrella, elegantly walking towards the crowd. The surrounding boys' eyes all looked straight, so he also recognized it in an instant. Where is this someone else? Ah, this is clearly Bai Jishi. Bai Jishi was wearing an ink-colored sarong. Her figure was tall and pretty, her skin was fair and tender, and even in this rain, she still maintained her elegant posture. There was not a single blemish, like a piece of jade general swan neck above, like an angel's face is facing the front, although only light makeup. But this kind of Bai Jishi, but gives a person a kind of dust, pure, blasphemous beauty. Chapter 3. The feeling of hugging the schoolgirl is so nice and soft. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Jishi, as if the whole world had gone quiet. Only the sound of water snapping under Bai Jishi's feet could be heard. As Bai Jishi walked straight to the boys, many of them greeted her with fawning smiles. So it's Sister Bai. How are you? School sister. Schoolgirl Bai. You're simply too good looking, especially in this outfit today. It's like a fairy descending to earth. Sister Bai Jishi, you're my idol. As a crowd of people flocked to Bai Jishi, there were also quite a few senior boys looking at fellow senior Bai Jishi with attentive faces. President Bai, don't we all have no classes? Right, President Bai. You should be qualified for graduate school. Are you still working so hard to come here in the rain? As he spoke, one of the somewhat chubby boys slapped his head, looked at Bai Jishi with admiration, and said with praise in his mouth, "Oh, I see President Bai. You've come over to study to supplement your extracurricular knowledge, right? Truly a model for my generation. Heavens, school sister Bai is also too diligent. I have to learn from senior sister too. That's right, compared to that, we're simply too lazy." Hearing this, the surrounding bystanders were also praising Bai Jishi, and the scene became a mess for a while. And next, quite a few boys also started to offer their attentions, gathering around and looking at Bai Jishi with a concerned face. President Bai, let me help you collect your umbrella. It's drizzling outside, so hurry up and come inside some. Senior sister, I have paper towels here. Have you gotten wet anywhere? Wipe it off. Is Mrs. White here to move something? Do you need our help? Looking at the flustered yet enthusiastic appearance of the crowd in front of her, Bai Jishi pursed her lips and gently shook her head. Thank you guys, no need. You guys are really good people. Bai Jishi's voice was like immortal music at the moment, echoing in the crowd's minds. In an instant, the crowd was as excited as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, almost jumping up and down, feeling like the deer in their chests were banging around everywhere, almost knocking out of the Milky Way galaxy. Who is this? This is the #1 high school flower of Jinling University, and she even said that they were good people. The crowd's hearts were all as excited as a storm, and some even felt that their bodies were light and airy, and the whole person was sublimated. However, at this moment, Bai Jishi's eyes swept, and after seeing Sui standing aside, her eyes fixed. Then she slowly walked towards Sui's side step by step. Sui immediately had his mind exploded, and as he watched Bai Jishi walk towards him, the corners of his mouth also jerked. Misty grass, This Baizishi wouldn't be reacting today to the fact that he was a hooligan yesterday. Looking at the situation, this is to take revenge on him. Otherwise it would not be so heavy rain or rushing over. This have come a sentence last night. This Dennis and son hugged me a little bit. That oneself will absolutely be these around these tigers and wolves to split the body? Thinking of this, Suhee's body has a cold shiver. Sure enough, yesterday a moment of pleasure. Afraid of the whole family crematorium. But the boss beside him was a burst of excitement. Looking at the school flower coming towards him. This is something that can only be seen in a dream. Immediately, the boss looked at Suha body involuntarily back toward the back. Hurriedly poked Suha, said with a smile, "Oldest four, look. School beauty Bai has come over. Why are you still retreating back?" Because of the oldest's loud voice, the crowd also looked over. Suhee's heart was crying, and he wanted to slap the oldest on the spot. "Chairman Bai, what are you doing?" The rest of the people were looking at Baizishi walking towards Suhee. They were also confused. A boy from the same level rushed up to ask with concern. The others were also puzzled. Baizishi just looked at Suha, ruffled that slender hair, guffawed and said, "It's nothing, it's raining. I came to pick up my boyfriend." Boom! With Baizishi's words, the crowd's feet sank, and they froze on the spot, feeling their hearts dripping blood. Not to mention the hard feelings in the hearts of these boys around them. It was the same for the oldest two and the oldest three on the side. Angry oldest two oldest three girlfriend is also have a small temper. The hand is also pinched two people's waist. People are slightly a little angry up. The heart of the doubt this in the end who, actually without a word on the school flower to such to remove. This is their heart of the white moonlight. Do not know how many people's dream lover, at this time actually has been spent on another family. Who is the school beauty talking about? Do you know? Definitely don't know. We've never heard of this. Humph, don't let me know who it is. I'm not going to be able to get along with him now anyway. The boys present muttered in whispers, their chests burning with anger. Just as the atmosphere of the scene became more and more delicate, Baizishi grinned and waved her hand towards Suhee. "Suha, what are you waiting for? Go, Suhee." With these words, Suhee instantly became a target. He could feel that a pair of angry eyes were staring at him, itching to want to skin him. The oldest two and the oldest three were also confused, and when they reacted, there was also a burst of cursing in their hearts. "Good guy, it's you, old four. You've grown up, and you've actually picked up the schoolgirl." However, on second thought, the two immediately felt wrong. "You're damn old four, this guy has a girlfriend, or the school flower. Then you just scolded us so vigorously. This is what kind of thing. In an instant, the oldest two and the oldest three looked at each other face to face. Simply feel that this is the first time to recognize Suhee. Really didn't think that a good end. The oldest four actually and the school flower Baizishi together. If it wasn't for them seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it was true. On the contrary, the boss, at this moment, the whole person is looking stupid, looking straight at Suhee, his eyes are wide open. "Good guy, he himself here tiger, get half a day. The original clown is actually my own. Originally also thought that there are Lao Cian himself with the same disease. This is good. Messed up half a day is only his own no girlfriend. It is Suhee. At this time is also confused. Himself this really do not know what is going on. This he went to confess last night just to complete a task of expediency only. This is fishing a school flower? Between the confusion, the system temporarily stored rewards at this time also officially issued. Absolute beauty, points a year gradual change. Breathing is rewarded. Breathing once is rewarded with 10 cents. Goddess tenfold rebate, 10 times the rebate for girls with 95 points or more. Heavenly physique, physical enhancement. Knowing that the rewards were issued, Suhee's heart was sort of relieved that this was finally here, and Baizishi looked at Suha still froze in place, covered her mouth and smiled gently. It seems that Suha was startled by herself. At that moment, Baizishi waved her little hand towards Suha and said with a sweet smile, "Suha, let's go." "Oh, good." Seeing Baizishi call out again, Suha also didn't care so much, slipped into the umbrella and left together with Baizishi, gazing at the backs of the two people who were gradually moving away. The people present finally couldn't help themselves and let out bursts of curses. "Misty grass, who the hell is this kid? He actually picked up my favorite goddess. Can't bear it. Who can bear this? No. One school beauty has been captured just like this. My goodness, so much rain has come. Looks like this isn't a joke." In a trance, even this huge sound of rain seemed to be unable to withstand the curses of the crowd. This envy and jealousy in their hearts. On this side, the two people who have already drifted away from each other are squeezed under the umbrella, and this atmosphere can't help but become a little ambiguous. Baizishi footsteps slightly messy, face also hung a slight red. Walking in silence like this, neither of them spoke first, but they could feel each other's breathing becoming rapid. Taking a deep breath, Suhee noticed that Baizishi deliberately hit the umbrella a little more towards his side, and her soft shoulders were slightly dampened. Sui then wrapped his arms around Bai Jishi and leaned towards his side. Bai Jishi's body was tightened, and then it was soft, crashing into Suhi's embrace. Feeling the muscular feeling of this collision, and the smell of Suhi's body, Bai Jishi's face, which was already slightly reddened, was like a ripe peach all of a sudden, and her cheeks were also burning hot. The moment they saw this scene, the crowd behind them who were still watching from the entrance of the school building exploded completely. What is this? Why is this person moving his hands? Goddess! Quickly break free! This guy is not a good person. I want to cry. This guy is not human. Chapter 4, Schoolgirl's Secret Tool. Amidst the crowd's prolonged and unceasing shouts of curses, the boss's few people also stared wide-eyed, and in their hearts, they also cursed Suwa. This has only been good for a short while, and they're just making love like this. If this were to develop further, there's no telling how mushy it would be. See here, the old 2 old 3 can't help but stand in awe. After half a day old 4 is not a wood. This is a love saint. Behind the continuous shouting and cursing, the two have been out of a long distance. In this rainwash, are still able to vaguely hear, although it is not possible to hear what exactly is being cursed, but Suhi also knows that after entering this umbrella, it will be the public enemy of most of the boys in the whole school. Laughing bitterly for a while, Suhi suddenly looked at Bai Jishi in his arms, his eyes still full of doubts. My chairman Bai, why did you suddenly agree to me? You don't even know me. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Bai Jishi felt Suwa's warm embrace and remembered the words Suwa gave herself last night. For so many years, it was the first time someone had said such words to her. From childhood to adulthood, she had countless suitors, but only a few words from Suhi, but far exceeded those boring love words she had heard in the past. Thinking of this, Bai Jishi reddened her little face, smiled playfully towards Suhi, and learned the last words that Suhi had said to her yesterday. Life is short, why not give it a try? Suhi was a little surprised. This didn't think that this casual remark of his, Bai Jishi actually remembered it so clearly. At this time, Suhi also remembered that both of them were now together, but they still didn't even have a WeChat to add. So he smiled towards Bai Jishi and pulled out his cell phone. Alright my chairman Bai, let's add a WeChat. Aha! Bai Jishi nodded with a smile and also took out her cell phone to add WeChat with Suhi. Right, which dorm room do you live in? I live off campus. Let's do it this way. I'll send you back first, then I'll just go back. Bai Jishi held her umbrella, and immediately wanted to send Suhi back. Suhi, however, shook his head and gently grabbed Bai Jishi's hand, saying in a serious manner, I'll send you back, then won't you just give me the umbrella? Or else I don't feel at ease. Gazing at Suhi's firm eyes, Bai Jishi felt warm in her heart and immediately agreed. Good. Well, that's right. Suhi smiled softly, pulled up Bai Jishi's hand, and the two of them walked towards the school entrance. The rain gradually fell, but Suhi still sent Bai Jishi all the way downstairs. Zeishi, go back quickly. Standing at the entrance of the building, Suhi waved his hand towards Bai Jishi. Aha, you go back early too. Bai Jishi grinned, looking at Suhi's back. She also waved her hand quietly, and then walked towards the upper floors. After sending Bai Jishi, Suhi immediately returned to the dormitory, and just after walking in, he found that the 3 roommates were waiting for him, each with a cold smile on their faces. Lao Si, it's been hard work. Come sit down. Lao Er smiled skinlessly and moved a stool, placing it in front of the 3. Thanks. Thank you, second brother. After sitting down tremblingly, Suhi witnessed the older 2 and older 3's increasingly gloomy smiles and also gulped. Oldest 4, when did you start this? How come we didn't know? You're the one who's in the secret service, right? Suhi rolled his eyes. He knew that these guys were inquiring about this. Now it's good. It's directly a case of treating others the way they treat others. It's not even necessary to say anything to return their words. The oldest, on the other hand, waved his hand and looked at the oldest 2 and the oldest 3 with contempt, and said without a trace of humor, Come on, you two still have the nerve to talk about oldest 4? You two aren't much better, are you? It's still not like you fed your whole family and don't care. Hearing the oldest's words, the second and third were also defeated for a while and closed their mouths. With the help of the oldest, Suhi, who was also unable to speak, also had to step down, and looked at the 2 with a turn of offense. That's right, boss is right. You guys are no better than me. The oldest 2 and the oldest 3 were all confused at this moment. Before at the entrance of the school building, after waiting for Suhi and the others to leave, it was the oldest guy who yelled the loudest. Now how did he change his temper all of a sudden? On this side, the boss came over cordially, took Sui's shoulder and said with a smile, That, Lao Si tell me, all of us in the dormitory are brothers, right? That's right. Suhi nodded vigorously, but there was some ominous premonition in his heart. Boss, this guy, this look, shouldn't be too. Then what? Lao Si you and that white school flower say a bit. See if she has any pretty-looking girlfriends. Help introduce me to Lao Air, Lao San, Sua. Suhi blinked his eyes, looking at the appearance of the oldest rubbing his hands together. His eyelids couldn't help but jump slightly. Good guy, so this is waiting for him. Alright, I'll ask for you when I have the chance. Good, enough brother. Just when a few people in Sui's dormitory were still bragging and nagging, Bai Jishi returned home, and after taking a shower, she laid down on her own bed and took out her cell phone. Open WeChat. Bai Jishi saw Sui's WeChat at the first glance, then looked at Sui's WeChat note, thought about it, or changed it to Mr. Su. Of course, the meaning of this Mr. Not the meaning of the honorific Mr. Turned over, Bai Jishi mind but still thinking, now the two people relationship has been determined. Want to go to buy couples clothing or go to buy some things, shopping and eating, this is also possible. Soon, Bai Jishi made up her mind, so she picked up her cell phone and started to launch a message. On this side, Sui several people have also been washed up lying on the bed, just slept down. Suhi will hear the WeChat message alert sound, picking it up and taking a look. This is exactly the message sent by Bai Jishi. Suha, do you have time tomorrow? Accompany me to go shopping. Pursing her lips, Suha quickly replied to the message, while a few other people quietly came over and said with a hefty smile, he, is this a message from schoolgirl Bai? TSK. What happiness, old four, the two of you are progressing too fast. Is it true that it was all an underground romance before? How exciting. Suhi was just concentrating on replying to the message, being startled by the suddenness of a few people. He also couldn't stand them anymore, simply turned off his cell phone and lay on the bed. I say, why are you few so boring? Hurry up and go to sleep. Well. Brothers, this is not to share your sweet moment. The three of them made a fool of themselves and had to return to their own beds resentfully. By the way brothers, tomorrow is a day off. Why don't we go out and play? Boss suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the weekend, rolled over from the bed and sat up, asking a few people. Boss, forget about tomorrow. I've got a date with my family, want to go out and watch a movie. Hey, my girlfriend is also asking me to go out, so I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany my brothers. The second and third shook their heads, stating that they were going to accompany their girlfriends. I've also only just promised Bai Jishi that I'll accompany her out shopping tomorrow. Suhi yawned and said helplessly towards the oldest. Alas, lonely man, a loner. Seeing that all three of them were going out to accompany their girlfriends, the boss sighed helplessly and could only roll over and fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, Suhi was ready to go to find Bai Jishi to go. A look at the oldest two and the oldest three, even more do not know when to go out. Shaking his head, at this time in the dormitory, in addition to the whole set of himself, only the oldest is left in the huffing and puffing sleep. Sui looked at the boss sleeping on all fours, also a burst of emotion. Alas, it's still good to not have a girlfriend. Is this the freedom that belongs to single dogs? Too bad, now I'm bound. While lamenting, Suhi walked out of the dormitory, and if this was heard by the boss, Sui's heart is also clear, not to mention going out and shopping with Bai Jishi. Whether he can walk out of the dormitory door is a problem. After leaving the dormitory, Sui came straight to the downstairs of Bai Jishi's rented house. Taking out his cell phone, Sui sent her a message, indicating that he had arrived. Not long after, Bai Jishi replied with a message, telling Suhi to just come up, followed by the door number and a smiling emoji. Sui pursed her lips and smiled, then walked towards the upstairs. After knocking a few times, Bai Jishi opened the door for Suhi. Suha, come on in. Aha! Agreeing, Suhi walked in, and looking at Bai Jishi's rental house, he was also slightly surprised. Everything inside this house is full of the youthful atmosphere belonging to a young girl. It simply can't be seen as a room of a high and cold schoolgirl. Well, Suha, you hold the bag for me first. I still have to go get some things. Bai Jishi handed the bag in her hand to Suha, and after dragging him to sit on the sofa, she went back to the room to pack up her things. Right, Suha, can you help me see if I have lipstick in my bag? After a while, Bai Jishi's voice came from inside. Suha agreed and casually opened the bag. However, the next moment, only heard a bang. A cylindrical black object fell out. Bai Jishi heard the sound inside and hurriedly jogged all the way out, only to see Suha looking at the object that fell on the ground, her eyebrows raised. This? Squatting down and looking at this thing, Suha's face darkened. Then, Suha picked up this wolf-proof electric baton. This is a wolf-proof electric baton. Looking towards Bai Jishi who had just walked out, Sui pointed at the electric stick in his hand. What is this? Bai Jishi's face tightened. Then she revealed a harmless smile, smiling as she walked to Suha's side. Suha, don't be nervous. You know, I'm a girl, so it's reasonable to bring this out mistakenly as lipstick, right? Yeah, yes. Suha let out a light laugh, and in her heart, she probably knew what it was because of, but she didn't poke at her either. Puff! Only the next second, inside the bag but once again fell out a can of anti-wolf spray, directly breaking the atmosphere that had only slowed down a drop. Suwa! Bai Jishi. Sui picked it up and once again looked at Bai Jishi beside her. As I just said, I'm a girl, so it's logical to carry this around mistakenly as a perfume, right Suha? Alright, I should already know about your style. I totally get it and I completely understand, Suwa said while putting the anti-wolf electric baton along with the anti-wolf spray inside his pants pocket without a trace. When Bai Jishi saw this scene, she also couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile and gently poke Sui's head. Fool, do you really think that I have these things to deal with you? I'm carrying these things because I often walk at night, and the house I rented is off campus. As she said this, Bai Jishi blinked towards Suhi and exhaled softly. But I think, I shouldn't need to bring them in the future. These things are also troublesome to bring, taking up space in the bag not to mention, but also weirdly heavy. Afterwards, Bai Jishi stood to Suhi's side, pulling out the things he had packed in only before, and casually threw them aside. Alright, I've got my stuff too, let's go. Chapter 5 Schoolgirl stunned by Suwa's skills. Aha! Suhi nodded with a smile and didn't forget to pick up Bai Jishi's bag, so the two of them walked down the stairs together. Because Century City wasn't too far from the school, the two didn't take a car and walked directly. On the way, because it was a day off, they also saw quite a few students from Jinling University. Of course, they also saw Suhi and Bai Jishi. Although they didn't hold hands, Suhi took the initiative to help Bai Jishi carry her bag. This relationship was also obvious to everyone. I didn't see it wrong. School sister Bai already has a name flower? Oh, yes, many people saw it yesterday, and this kid doesn't know where it came from. Why did you let us see it? I'm so sad now. The students murmured and felt a pang of envy and jealousy in their hearts. Although Suwa, Bai Jishi and the two of them heard some of it, they didn't bother and walked directly to the mall. Suha, let me buy you some clothes. Bai Jishi smiled at Suwa, wanting to go and personally pick some clothes for him. Good, it just so happens that I also want to buy clothes for you today. Sui hurriedly expressed that he also wanted to buy some clothes for Bai Jishi. As soon as he came to the mall, he should also take Bai Jishi to go shopping, just so that he could also go and try out this goddess tenfold rebate. Well, let's go see you first. Bai Jishi nodded and prioritized going to look at the men's clothing. After shopping for a while, Bai Jishi brought Suhi into a men's clothing store, and when the guide saw the two of them walk in, she also hurriedly came forward and enthusiastically introduced them. It's fine, we'll just pick it out ourselves. After thanking the guide, Bai Jishi started to match up the clothes for Suhi, and Suhi followed at the side. Looking at Bai Jishi's meticulous appearance, Sui's heart warmed up at the same time, but also felt that the serious Bai Jishi was extraordinarily beautiful. Alright, go and try it on. Not long after, Bai Jishi chose a set of clothes, so she let Sui go in to change and try it on. Good. Sui nodded and held the clothes and walked in. Not long before she walked out, what Bai Jishi matched Suhi with was a simple white shirt, matched with these 7-minute pants that were dark in color but didn't look old-fashioned. It was a perfect match on Suhi, and underneath the clothes, Sui's muscles are also hidden. The standard belongs to the figure of wearing clothes to be thin and taking off clothes to have meat. Although the clothes are a little slimmer, but at this time it is also just the right time to set off the strong muscles and perfect proportion of Sui. Bai Jishi looked at Suwa wearing this outfit, looked around a few times. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Although she knew that Suwa had a good figure, she didn't think that it was good enough to such a degree. Just this one. Very good. At that moment, Bai Jishi nodded her head in satisfaction and directly bought this outfit. Sir, your girlfriend is really good to you. After settling the bill, the guide looked at the two. Suhi was handsome and Bai Jishi was pretty. In her heart, she also felt that it was a good match and couldn't help but compliment one more time. Okay, let's go look at your clothes. Carrying the clothes that Bai Jishi bought for herself, Suhi then pulled Bai Jishi, wanting to go look at her clothes. No way. Bai Jishi smiled and shook her head, playfully smiling at Suhi. Tell you what, just treat me to a milk tea, and forget about buying clothes. That won't do. Sui firmly shook his head. Look. His eyes looked straight at Bai Jishi with a non-negotiable look. What for? How do your eyes give me a bad feeling? Looking at Su's current appearance, Bai Jishi skimmed her eyes and clasped her hands suspiciously. Say it, what exactly do you want here? Suhi was instantly amused, thinking that this look at tool people was indeed no better. Zeishi, you're overthinking it. What? Can only you buy clothes for me? I can't buy for you? Are you worried that your boyfriend's vision is poor? Okay, let's go then. Seeing Su's serious eyes, Bai Jishi had no choice but to agree, and the two of them turned around and walked towards the outside. The two walked into a women's clothing store side by side. Looking at the wide variety of clothing inside, Bai Jishi looked at Suwa beside her with some disbelief. Really you're picking for me? Ha ha, just don't worry. Suwa smiled faintly and pulled Bai Jishi towards the inside. Bai Jishi didn't say anything either, just followed Suwa around, waiting for him to pick out clothes for herself. But not to mention, what surprised Bai Jishi was that Sui's clothing inside was really good, and the clothes he picked for her were all very suitable. After a short while, the two of them carried a lot of clothes to the front desk to check out. Before and after also bought several pieces of clothing. Bai Jishi also quite like. With Sui's payment, the tenfold rebate also arrived instantly. Detecting that the host consumed $4,300 for the goddess above 95 points, triggering the 10 times rebate. The rebate is $43,000. Sui quietly smiled. It seems that this thing is really quite good. This few $1,000s spent is really worth it. Let's go Jishi. Let's go somewhere else to buy some more. Carrying the clothes packed by the clerk, Sui turned to look at Bai Jishi, ready to go to another place to take a look. But this time Bai Jishi was unwilling, looking at Suwa seriously and shaking her head. Suwa, I don't want it. Really, the clothes you bought me today are already enough. And these clothes are really expensive. Looking at Bai Jishi's appearance, Suwa also knew that it was too much, and today could only be like this first. Alright, then you guys get ready to go eat. Promising, Sui then thought that he would still be able to get a rebate wave for lunch, and then he prepared to take Bai Jishi to eat together. That's right, Bai Jishi is also kind of relieved. This if continue to buy. Don't know how much money to spend today. After all, we are still college students, and the first time out on a date. This is too extravagant. After walking out of the mall, the light screen popped up in front of Suwa. Please host finish signing in. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Acquired divine level cooking skill. Divine level cooking skill? This is something that is rather practical. After arriving at the food street, the two of them turned around for a while, not knowing what it was because of. Both of them didn't know what to eat for a while. Zeishi, it's up to you. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you today. Suhi was also out of ideas, and then handed over the initiative to Bai Jishi. Well, why don't we do this? Let's eat at my place for lunch. Let's go buy some dishes now. I'll make it for you. Bai Jishi thought about it and suddenly brightened up, proposing that the two of them could go back and cook and eat by themselves. In fact, this is because Bai Jishi is not too hungry right now. Plus looking at Suwa also spent a lot of money today, thinking that if she goes back to cook for herself, how can she save more money than outside? You'll do it? Suwa looked at Bai Jishi with some consternation, while Bai Jishi thought that Suwa doubted her craftsmanship, then said confidently, don't look at me like this. I'm still very capable. Alright then, listen to you. Suhi nodded, and also had to follow Bai Jishi's to come. The two of them then walked together to a nearby supermarket, and after buying the food, returned to Bai Jishi's rental house with a big bag. You play here first, I'm going to cook. Returning home, Bai Jishi smiled and first let Suwa rest inside the living room, while she herself carried the dishes towards the kitchen. Why don't I come? Sui slapped his head and also followed into the kitchen. This is just the right time to try out the divine cooking skills that he just got from signing in. No need. I'll do it. Don't worry. When Bai Jishi saw Sui follow her in, her little mouth puffed out and stubbornly pushed Sui out. Alright, you do it. Helplessly exiting the kitchen, Sui was also happy to be free, pulling out his cell phone and playing with it. Inside the kitchen, Bai Jishi was about to start cooking, when she saw the fruits that she just bought back. She first washed and cleaned the fruits and sent them out for Suwa to eat first, then returned to the kitchen again. Turning her beautiful eyes, Bai Jishi touched her chin and stood on tiptoe, starting to think about what Suwa might like to eat, considering what exactly should be done for this lunch. Then looking at the fresh chicken legs that she had just bought back, Bai Jishi thought about it and decided to make a fried chicken leg first. Boys should all quite like to eat it. Thinking about the fact that she always saw a lot of boys loving chicken leg rice in the school cafeteria before, Bai Jishi immediately made up her mind and started to cook it up. However, after a while, Bai Jishi suddenly let out an sound in the kitchen. Suhi was originally sitting on top of the sofa. When he heard this sound, he ran in with big steps. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Sui saw Bai Jishi was frying something inside the frying pan. At this moment, being avalanched by the oil, she was covering her earlobe. A painful look but especially lovely. Just now, maybe because she didn't deal with the moisture on top of the chicken thighs, or maybe because the oil was too hot, so Bai Jishi just put in the chicken thighs, and then she was splashed by the oil inside the frying pan and got into this state. Be careful. Sui didn't have time to say anything else and hurriedly pulled Bai Jishi's hand and put it under the cool water to wash it off. Bai Jishi for a moment but forgot about the pain, suddenly had a strange feeling, the feeling of being pampered. How is it? Does it still hurt? After rinsing for a while, Sui looked at Bai Jishi worriedly. Bai Jishi's face was slightly flushed, her heart was warm, compared to the previous high cool and mature senior sister in front of outsiders. Now she looked only playful and cute, which was also mixed with some shyness. You wait. Drawing out Sua's hand that grabbed her, Bai Jishi had an idea in her mind at this time. Found the headgear and put it on. Then together with the gloves and sleeve apron, the whole person was fully armed and confidently returned to Sua. Okay, now I'm not afraid of oil splashing out. Suhi looked at Bai Jishi's look at this time, couldn't help but wipe the sweat. Good guy. This headgear isn't the same kind that other people's bank robbers carry. Although this can prevent being splashed by oil. But how to look how strange it's alright, you just go out and wait. Don't look at me like this, but as long as I put on the equipment, these things are still handy. Looking at Sua staring blankly at her, Bai Jishi pouted and hurriedly told Sua to go out and wait, saying that she was going to continue frying the chicken legs. Get. It's better if I do it. Suhi gulped, resolved that this meal should be done by herself, or else Bai Jishi would blow up the kitchen, not to mention that it would be bad if she really got hurt. Ha! You'll do it. You still know this? Bai Jishi covered her mouth and laughed, confidently straightened her body and looked at Sua then said, it's better to let me do it. You're a boy. Do you still know how to make this? Besides, I still have cooking skills. I just careless la. Oh, there's no discussion. However, Suhi shook his head, directly wrapped his hands around Bai Jishi, carried her out, put her on the sofa, and then walked into the departure, closing the kitchen. Bai Jishi's entire body was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the kitchen that was shut to death. Inside the kitchen, Suha tied on her apron, looked at the scene that Bai Jishi made a mess, sighed, and began to recook it. In the living room, however, Bai Jishi was worried, and she still maintained doubts in her mind about whether Sua could cook. If this was even more careless than herself, this meal today would say nothing. No, I have to go over and take a look. Thinking about this, Bai Jishi hurriedly came over and walked to the kitchen door, and just as she was about to knock on the door and speak, she heard a sound of chopping vegetables coming from inside. Day. Bai Jishi stopped her footsteps, listening to this burst of extremely rhythmic and loud chopping sound. Her heart was vaguely surprised. This kind of chopping sound, she had only seen it on top of food programs. It was the craftsmanship of those top chefs but this is not scientific The one who went in there is not a chef. It is clearly Sua Could it be that Sua really knows how to cook? Or is he an expert? Bai Jishi's heart began to be a little shaken up. To Suhi in the end can be made into what appearance? Also suddenly some expectations up. After a while, as the gas stove in the kitchen opened, a sound of stir-frying came out, and the dishes also followed one by one on the table. Bai Jishi came to the dining room, and when she saw what was in front of her, she immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, rubbed her eyes, and couldn't believe what she was seeing was real. The dishes in front of her were no longer able to be described as colorful and fragrant. They could simply be said to be astounding. No way, this is really made by Suhi. The countless delicacies placed on the table in front of her, perhaps even the top celebrity chefs from those first-tier restaurants would have to sweat when they saw them. Whether it is the color of the dishes and the plating, are not in the least bit worse than those top Michelin restaurants. Simply not able to use the dishes to describe these things, can be said to be a piece of art. And in the air, there was also a tantalizing aroma floating around, making Bai Jishi instantly feel an appetite. Inside the many dishes, one of the fresh fish slices caught Bai Jishi's attention. Fixing her eyes on it, she immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This is fake. In the middle of this dish of fresh fish fillet, at this moment, there was a tree carved with ice. Lifelike. Every detail was so clear. Above the crystal clear ice, there were even folds of bark carved on it. However, on top of the tree branches, there was also a slice of fish that was cut just right. Crystal clear and as thin as a cicada's wing. The slices of fish hanging above it, each piece was not even remotely different, with a uniform thickness and a consistent shape, just like a blade, giving people a shocking sense of dreaminess. Such knifework made Bai Jishi feel staggered. Thinking back to the sound of that cutting before, it seemed like it was still constantly echoing inside her mind at this moment. Even if you put aside this dish and look at the other dishes, they are all meticulously plated and knifed, so you don't know how to be picky at all. Bai Jishi looked at all of this. At this moment, she also felt shocked. Just now she actually doubted whether Suhi would cook or not. Now looking at it again, this is no longer a question of whether she can cook or not. Bai Jishi even feels that this table of dishes, if it is placed in those really high-class restaurants, I am afraid that I don't know how much money I have to spend to be able to eat it. But let her doubt is, Suhi according to reason, is impossible to have such professional cooking skills. This is not a vacation to go to the hotel inside. The odd jobs can steal from the teacher to learn the art of learning. Is Suhi also go to Michelin 5-star restaurant part-time job? Just like this, Bai Jishi stood in front of the table and froze for a long time. until Suwa walked out of the kitchen with the last dish. Bai Jishi was only able to react, as if she was looking at a monster looking at Suwa. These are all made by you? Chapter 6, School Flower. Should have D, right? Looking at the dishes held in Sui's hands, Bai Jishi's speech was a bit stuttered at the moment, and her eyes were even filled with incredulity. Yeah, is there anyone else in this kitchen? Sui pursed her lips and glanced towards the already empty kitchen, jokingly smiling at Bai Jishi. You're also too good. You actually have this hand. Bai Jishi's tone was obviously a little excited, her eyes growing more and more incredulous, but inevitably, this was the fact that was in front of her. Alright, eat quickly. Hurry up and sit. After Sui pulled out the chair and let Bai Jishi sit down, he pointed at these fish and meat and handed Bai Jishi a pair of chopsticks. Let's eat this first. Otherwise this won't taste good in a while. Good. Receiving the chopsticks, Bai Jishi nodded, and at this moment, she was also a little impatient, wanting to taste what the flavor of the dishes made by Sui was. It's so delicious. As the first piece of fish fillet was clamped into her mouth, Bai Jishi immediately erupted into a gasp, feeling a sweet and savory scent explode beside her taste buds. Whether it was the flavor or the texture, this fish fillet brought Bai Jishi the ultimate experience. While melting in her mouth, she also recalled the rich aroma, and then dipped in the mustard sauce made from the seafood soy sauce on the side. This feeling was simply divine. How is it? Is it delicious? Sui smiled and casually picked up a piece of a slice, and asked towards Bai Jishi who was sitting on the opposite side. Aha! It's too delicious. Suha, you're too good. For a while, Bai Jishi had already been completely conquered by Sui's cooking, and while praising it incessantly, she didn't care about anything else anymore and started to enjoy it to her heart's content. At this time, she also no longer think about why Sui has such superb cooking skills. Anyway, this is what her boyfriend did for her to eat, and she doesn't worry about anything. In this world, the only thing that can't be lived up to is good food. Bai Jishi's heart understands this very well. Soon, after the two finished eating, Bai Jishi rubbed her slightly bulging stomach, secretly said that this meal today is really too much to eat, but this can't be helped. After all, the dishes made by Suwa are really too tantalizing. Suwa simply feels that this is the best meal she has ever eaten. Prompt: the host has used divine cooking skills for the first time, and has gained a chance to sign in. At this time, Sui also obtained a sign-in opportunity once again, and without delay, then immediately carried out the sign-in. Sign-in successfully. Received a McLaren 720S, issued in the parking lot below Uaya Hotel. Learned that actually signed in to get a sports car. Suhi is also stunned, just busy pulling out the cell phone query. The corner of the mouth showed a smile. This is a $4 or $5 million of luxury cars and then a check this parking lot, at this time is also in the vicinity. From Bai Jishi this rented house is not much far. Just as Suhi is checking at the same time, Bai Jishi who is sitting on the opposite side of the table has eaten almost enough at this time, and is also looking at her phone, and then her eyebrows slightly frowned. Looking at Suhi, apologetically said, Suha, I'm sorry there's an emergency in the student council. I have to make a trip to the school now. Why don't you take a nap here? As she said this, Bai Jishi's face was also slightly constricted, and a faint, yet very charming blush spread over it. Thinking back, right now, her own personal clothes have not had time to put them away, and the inside of the room has not been cleaned up. It's fine, I'll go with you. Just so happens that I'm going out for some things too. When Suhi heard this, thinking that he could just go and pick up the car, he offered to go out with Bai Jishi. Good. Bai Jishi also counted on being relieved. Then after the two of them packed up their things, they hurriedly walked towards the outside. After sending Bai Jishi to the entrance of the school, the two of them then said their goodbyes. Bai Jishi was busy rushing to the side of the student union, while Suhi went to the parking lot of Uaya Hotel to pick up his car. Soon, Suhi found the place. On the corner of the parking lot, a brand new McLaren 720S was parked in place, as if it was waiting for its owner. Ooh, worthy of being a McLaren. This texture is different. Suhi let out a low cry. Looking at the car, his heart was also very satisfied. The overall design of the car body is fitting the streamline of the sports car. Looks full of sense of technology and design. The black body is rich in luster at the same time, but also gives people a deep and introverted feeling. The more Suha looked, the more satisfied he was. Then he took out the key and pressed it, unlocked the McLaren, and then he couldn't wait to sit on it. Feeling the ergonomic leather seats, Suhi immediately felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, thinking that the leather seats are just comfortable. Looking at the interior inside, also feels refreshing, although it is a sports car, but the space inside the car does not feel crowded at all. Instead, this wide view makes people feel that there is a lot of space. The materials of the interior are also using the top materials, also reveals the details of the designer's ingenuity. Suhi was sitting in the car at this time, gently holding the steering wheel. His heart was suddenly a burst of great pleasure. Sure enough, no man can resist the temptation of this sports car. Even he, Soo-hee, is not an exception at all. At the same time when Soo-hee was still enjoying himself, on the other side, there were a few youths and ladies who were talking. These few people, one look at their clothes, it gives people a kind of uncomplicated feeling. None of the brands up and down this body is not expensive. None of them is not luxurious luxury goods. A few people were well dressed and their temperament was also over the top. After talking for a few sentences, they all got into the sports car parked at the side. Brother Chien, then we'll leave first let's have dinner together tonight The youth inside the sports car opened the window and waved towards Chien Duo outside. No problem. Chien Duo, who was standing outside, also nodded, and then walked towards his Ferrari that was parked on the side. Buzz buzz. However, the moment he was about to open the car door, he suddenly heard a roar of an engine starting, and immediately his outstretched hand stopped as if electrocuted. This sound is. Chien Duo's face suddenly froze, carefully recalling the sound he had just heard. He was originally a car lover. Naturally, he could hear that this was not the sound of a normal sports car, and even more so, it was not the sound that those modified cars on the road could make. This sound is crisp and has sufficient power, like a beast's roar. I'll listen is the top sports car to be able to send out. Immediately, Chien Duo also came to be interested, following the source of this sound, and hurriedly looked over. Just after walking a few steps, Chien Duo saw a McLaren 720S parked not far ahead. For a moment, his whole person also froze. A look at the license plate. This is not a foreign car. This is the license plate of Jinling. Then his heart also cannot help but a burst of doubt. This Jinling when more such a supercar. This he has never seen. According to reason, Jinling if when someone drives this car, they should not be unaware of so fixed eyes. Chien Duo looked at the appearance of this car. In his heart estimate is also a new car. Without much thought, Chien Duo immediately walked forward, wanting to see which old acquaintance has changed the new car. If possible, he also wants to experience a try. Immediately after, Shander came to the car window and looked at Suwa inside, while Suwa was also looking at Shander who was looking at himself outside the car window. Now, both of them froze. Soo-hee even frowned, thinking who is this person? What is he doing lying beside my car window? Chien Duo also had a sentence of fog grass in his mind. This person I do not recognize. This ing have to be embarrassed. Between the four eyes, Chien Duo even just thought of good pleasantries are in vain. This how to open. Hello, and you are? Awkward for more than 10 seconds. Both of them are silent and speechless. This is still Sui first opened the car window. Looking at Chien Duo asked a sentence. Oh, I'm sorry brother. I see you driving this car. Just now I thought I saw an old acquaintance. Chien Duo also smiled slightly. Simply gave all the words that were just in his mind. Anyway, he didn't know, so he might as well be honest. Suha nodded. Looking at this person dressed in a dress, should also be a rich master. Recognized the wrong person. This is understandable. Ha, it's fine. You also confused me just now. I also thought if you recognize me. Chien Duo also smiled awkwardly. Looking at Su he was quite good at talking. Immediately opened his wallet, pulled out a business card and handed it to Suhee. Buddy, introduce yourself. I'm called Chien Duo. I'm also the president of the Jinling Ultra Running Association. It's nice to meet you. Thanks. My name is Suhee. Nice to meet you too. Suhee was slightly stunned. This person's origin is also not small. Actually is the president of some ultra running association. No wonder he just misrecognized himself. It's understandable. Out of politeness, Sui also smiled and followed with a self-introduction. Ha, brother Sua. It's really fate. Right. I see that brother Su is also quite fond of sports cars. If you are interested in joining us, you can usually get together and have some fun. Why don't we add a WeChat? Well, okay, I'll think about it. Suhee nodded. After finishing his words, then his foot stepped on the gas. The engine once again issued a roar and left the parking lot. Watching Su-hee drive the McLaren away, leaving behind Chien Duo also had an awkward face. Unconsciously smiled. This matter let himself get messed up. Alas, there is personality. I like it. After muttering a sentence, Chien Duo also then returned to his own Ferrari side, drove the car to leave in the dust. Outside, at this moment, Suhee was driving a McLaren, listening to the roar of the engine and the sound of the wind, enjoying the charm of this supercar. Suhee gently poked out the window with one hand, slightly holding the steering wheel with one hand. His eyes glanced at the dashboard on one side, and muttered under his breath. Well, this car speed to 20 mph. It's an A feeling. 40 mph. It's a B feeling. 60 mph. TSK, C feeling. While talking, Suhee sighed slightly, secretly saying a pity. Not being able to feel the feeling belonging to his own girlfriend in advance. D words, at least also want a 80 mph or so it, not their own car skill is not good, is in this urban area? There is no way to drive so fast. At this moment, Baijishi also finished busy with the student union. Just when she wanted to take a break, 3 girls knocked on the door and walked in. Baijishi looked up and saw that these 3 people were no one else but her 3 roommates. Lu Ziwei, Du Fei and Zhou Ningning saw Baijishi and immediately walked in, asking her some questions. Zishi, you have a boyfriend? You didn't tell us first. I heard that you went to deliver umbrellas yesterday? You went shopping again today, didn't you? Is he a schoolmate? Isn't he handsome? Is there a photo together? At once, the trio's chain of life-sapping questions made Baijishi feel like her entire head was spinning. With a wave of helplessness on her face, Baijishi looked at the trio without any goodwill and sighed slightly. Hey, why are you guys so clear? Ha ha, you big school flowers. Usually when you sneeze, there's a large number of people who come to give you clothes, and now with such a big matter, the first thing that spreads. Zhou Ningning laughed, and immediately afterward ambled over to Baijishi's ear. Okay, my big school flower, you don't have to hide it from us. Quickly say it, handsome or not? Is there a picture? Listening to the 3 people's questioning in her ear, Baijishi couldn't help but think of Suhi, recalling the things that happened in the past 2 days. Suddenly her face was slightly red. 3 roommates see her this way, but completely froze. This expression, really still they know Baijishi? After all, after recognizing this long time, have not seen this Baijishi when there has been such an expression. Ho, Jishi is this the goddess who fell in love? Well, the one who can make our Jishi look like this must be the school bully, and he's also very good to her. Jishi, congratulations, you can finally be off the hook. We cannot have to worry about you. Quickly say, what is this schoolboy like? Baijishi slightly froze. Her mind remembered Sui's face, gently biting her lips, said word by word, to say handsome, it seems okay, I think it's just more durable, and what's more, what I'm pursuing is an interesting soul. A few of you bite a handsome or not, it's really a bit too superficial. Wait until you all get old, then the handsome face will change, then only the interesting soul can exist for all eternity. These words of Baijishi could not help but make Zhou Ningning's trio froze. Good guy, sounds really quite reasonable. Could it be that this is really a few of them or too shallow? We don't care. Jishi, you must treat yourself. Anyway, no matter what you say, this meal of yours to get off the hook we are sure to eat. Yeah, this is a happy thing for everyone. Our Jishi is finally single. We must celebrate. Call your boyfriend out too. Hey, Jishi, don't worry, we won't rip you off too hard. Just have a meal. Looking at this giddy appearance of the 3, Baijishi was also helpless and had to smile and promise. Alright, where do you guys want to eat? The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then a wry smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Ha ha, we'll have to think about it. This? Baijishi spat out her tongue at the words. Hadn't she just agreed to just have a casual meal? Du Fei thought a little bit and looked at a few people, having an idea in her mind. Right, what do you guys say about us going to the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Zhou Ningning, 2 people heard this, thinking that this Purple Cloud is this Jinling ranked, more high-end restaurant. The heart is also very wanted eat to come. Alright, Zeishi, let's go to Purple Cloud Pavilion. Finally, after a while of discussion, the 3 of them set the location of the dinner invitation at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Baijishi looked at the expressions on the 3 people's faces and instantly collapsed on top of her chair, muttering her mouth and unable to stop herself from screaming in agony. You guys are ripping off a big family. It's unconscionable. Lu Ziwei covered her mouth with a smile and walked forward to rub Baijishi's cheeks. What do you mean by slaughtering big families? We agreed to be single together, but suddenly someone mutinied. Who is the one who was being godless? Du Fei and Zhou Ningning also looked at each other and smiled. They were just joking with Baijishi. How could they not let Baijishi really treat this meal? After all, when they had gone out to eat before, they had all gone AA as well, and this time was no exception. What was said was what to take off to treat. In fact, several people, for the sake of wanting to see this in the end, who actually God did not know the ghost to pick this big school flower. Chapter 7 Introducing. This is my boyfriend Suhi. Then Baijishi also sent a message to Suhi. Suhi agreed in one bite. Looking at the milk tea store next to him, thinking about it, he went in first and bought a few cups of milk tea. On the school side, Baijishi several people prepared some, then set off towards the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Purple Cloud Pavilion is located in the center of the city not far away. In the entire Jinling are ranked number of restaurants, usually more traffic, parked a lot of luxury cars, hotel decoration. Purple Cloud Pavilion is also more than live up to its name. Luxurious, brilliant, in the doorway of the stone pillars, but also above the carving of the Bohemia and Tanyun decoration. In front of a wide square, The center is also placed a large rockery fountain. After a few people got off the bus, they walked straight towards the main entrance of the Purple Cloud Pavilion Hotel, and after crossing a magnificent and atmospheric road, they arrived at the lobby of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Greetings, welcome to our Purple Cloud Pavilion Hotel. May I ask if you have a reservation? Just after walking into the lobby, a uniformed waiter warmly greeted them. Reservation? Du Fei looked at the waiter in doubt. In his heart, he didn't quite understand what this meant. Could it be that the restaurant is already full now? I'm sorry a few of you. Our Purple Cloud Pavilion restaurant is a high-class restaurant in Jinling, one of the best in the whole of Jinling, so it's also often full and hot, for the sake of the customer's experience, so it is imperative that we make a reservation here. If there is no reservation, it is not possible to dine. Bai Jishi's few people looked at each other in dismay at what she said. It seemed like this place was not going to be able to eat today. Then is it still possible to make a reservation now? Is there no room left? Du Fei looked at the waiter and asked. After all, she had come, so it was good to ask before making a decision. I'm sorry everyone. I'm really sorry, because a few of you didn't make a reservation in advance. We're already full here today. We also know the mood of you several people, but we really can't entertain several people now. I hope several people can forgive. The waiter's attitude was very good, and he hurriedly apologized politely, and the few people had no choice but to give up once they saw it was like this. Well, forget it then. Let's just eat somewhere else. Bai Jishi and Du Fei nodded and immediately decided to change the restaurant. As the few people turned to leave, the waiter politely escorted them all the way, apologizing under his breath for not being able to provide service. I'm really sorry several people. These are coupons for you several people. If you several people are still willing to visit in the future, we will definitely prioritize our hospitality. Sent to the door, the waiter was still apologizing, and incidentally took out a few coupons and gave them to Bai Jishi. A few people also smiled and took the coupons. Not to mention, the service and attitude was spot on. Du Fei, Zeishi, it's you guys? Just as a few people were about to leave, a female voice suddenly sounded behind them. With some surprise in her tone, the few people turned around at the sound of her voice, and at the first glance, they saw Lu Dan who was waving towards them. Lu Dan, it's you! Bai Jishi several people were also stunned, not expecting to meet Lu Dan here. After exchanging greetings, Lu Dan then walked towards the side, followed by a youth at his side. Lu Dan was very familiar with a few people, being a university classmate of a few people, while the youth beside Lu Dan was her boyfriend Zhou Hao. Lu Dan gave off a very comfortable feeling, looking very well behaved and clean, but somehow, Zhou Hao, the man, looked like a social youth in general. He was wearing a black leather jacket on top, a pair of shiny leather boots underneath his jeans, a thick silver chain in front of his neck, and a pair of sunglasses clasped on his head. On top of that, Zhou Hao had a cigarette clamped above his ear, giving off a gangly feeling. What's going on? Are you guys leaving? Lu Dan walked over to look at the few people and casually asked. Yeah, we didn't have a reservation, so we just have to change one. Du Fei smiled helplessly and talked about the situation just now. Ah, it's like that. Lu Dan's eyes sank, looking at the several people with some regret, suddenly remembering that the two of them, himself and Zhou Hao, had a reservation. He opened his mouth towards Zhou Hao and asked, Zhou Hao, they are all my classmates, can you treat a few of them to a meal? Zhou Hao, on the other hand, looked at Du Fei's several people who were all very beautifully born, especially Bai Jishi, who was simply as beautiful as a heavenly fairy descending from the heavens, and a flash of color flashed through his eyes. Good, no problem, since they are your friends, then of course. Quietly swallowing his saliva, Zhou Hao didn't even bring a thought to it and then agreed. Great, thank you Zhou Hao. Lu Dan was instantly delighted, and excitedly walked over to Bai Jishi and the others. Alright, we have a place, don't go out and look for a restaurant, let's eat here. That's not too good, is it? Bai Jishi several people were a little difficult. This was someone else's boyfriend and girlfriend coming out to eat. It wasn't too good for the few of them to follow along. Moreover, He was going to come over in a while, so this was even more inconvenient. Lu Dan, let's forget about it. Won't we become a light bulb if we go? Yeah Lu Dan, let's just change a dinner. It doesn't have much of an impact. Your boyfriend is there. It's not good if we still come to join in the fun. Thinking of this, several people then politely declined Lu Dan's invitation, thinking that it would be better to go out and change the restaurant. It's okay, are not outsiders, this is afraid of what? My boyfriend and I also came out to eat just. Originally 2 people are quite cold. Have you guys in how lively Seeing Bai Jishi several people refused. Lu Dan again rushed forward to persuade. In the end, the crowd really can't resist Lu Dan's hospitality, but also had to agree. When the crowd is about to go in, Lu Dan looked at Bai Jishi has not moved, thought Bai Jishi is still embarrassed, then went forward to hold her hand. Come on Jishi, let's go in. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's fine, you guys go in first, I still have to wait for my boyfriend. Bai Jishi shook her head and smiled, naturally choosing to wait until Sui came over first. However, it was this sentence that made both Zhou Hao and Lu Dan freeze, looking straight at Bai Jishi. Zhou Hao even had the corners of his mouth jerked. His heart was full of mixed feelings, full of regret. Such a level of beauty, actually already had a boyfriend. What the hell is this? Secretly cursing, Zhou Hao's heart was all envy and jealousy at this time. Lu Dan was also curious and looked at Bai Jishi with a gossipy face. Zaishi, you actually have a boyfriend? What is he? As he spoke, Lu Dan also looked at Du Fei and the others, his face simply unable to hide this deep curiosity. Ha ha, let's not talk about you. We haven't even met him yet. Du Fei and the others covered their mouths and laughed. This was no joke. A few people still didn't know who in the end had won Bai Jishi's heart. It's okay Lu Dan. Jishi she can't hide it. Later on her boyfriend will come over. By then we'll all know. Okay. Lu Dan nodded and looked at Bai Jishi with a smile. At the moment still a little surprised about this matter. After all it was just a little too sudden. She hadn't been at school for the past few days, and hadn't heard of any movement, but she didn't expect that as soon as she came out to meet her, Bai Jishi was off the hook. At the same time, Sui outside was also calling Bai Jishi, having arrived at the hotel entrance himself. Zaishi, I'm here, where are you now? Hearing Sui's voice, the corner of Bai Jishi's mouth raised a gentle smile, making Lu Dan look shocked in his heart. We're at the door. You can just come over directly. Good. After hanging up the phone, Sui then walked over carrying milk tea. Zaishi, I'm coming. Right at the moment Sui's voice rang out, everyone's gazes also looked over. At that instant moment, everyone froze, and in their hearts, they said so handsome. Although Sui was dressed in a simple manner, that handsome face and perfect body still glowed in front of everyone's eyes. Suwa, you're here. Bai Jishi smiled and waved her hand, hurriedly asking Sui to come over. A few roommates sucked in a breath of cool air, their gazes growing stranger as they looked at Bai Jishi and whispered, No, Jishi is this what you mean by feeling alright? Meow. Zaishi, I think you're in Versailles. This is simply too handsome. That's right at all. This is handsome to new heights. You're okay, how come it's not quite the same as what we understand? At this moment, Du Fei three people all exploded. The more they looked at Sui, the more handsome they felt, which is durable It can already be said that it is stunning, right? Too handsome right? Zaishi, your vision is really good now. Lu Dan was also appreciative and came over, a trace of envy hanging unconsciously in his eyes. Lu Dan, let me tell you for such a level, our big schoolgirl just thinks it's okay and durable Zhou Ningning covered her mouth and laughed. Lu Dan froze as she listened and looked at Bai Jishi with some incredulity. No way Jishi, so handsome, you actually said it's okay. You're a top-notch Versailles. Zhou Hao on the side looked at Sui, also with a gloomy face. I am so handsome? This is not even saying that it's the school grass level, even a little more than those little fresh meat on top of the TV Everyone, introduce, this is my boyfriend Sui. Chapter 8 Brother Su, you are also here Bai Jishi also introduced herself to the crowd when she saw this. Sui walked over carrying milk tea, and followed by greeting towards the crowd as well. I bought some milk tea, let's share it together. Immediately, Sui then smiled and gave the milk tea to the crowd to share, somewhat apologetically looking towards Lu Dan. Sorry I don't know here, so I bought less. It's fine, Lu Dan you drink this. Seeing this, Bai Jishi gave her own milk tea to Lu Dan, and the other few roommates also had a cup each. Zhou Hao looked at Sui's appearance, and his face eased a little. This should be a student who has been inside the ivory tower, just knowing that the usual delivery of milk tea, help order takeout that kind of thing, although this is the way to think. But Zhou Hao also cannot help but be a little unbalanced in the heart. This kind of person actually can also be able to pick up Bai Jishi this level of schoolflower. However, on second thought, this is just an ordinary student. Zhou Hao also became a face of arrogance, just looking at Bai Jishi and his intimate appearance. The heart is still a little upset. Sui sighed, at this time, is also a bit puzzled to look at Zhou Hao. Two people, just now was not said only Bai Jishi's roommate? And looking at Zhou Hao's appearance, Sui was also slightly not too fond of this person. Zhou Hao's eyes always made him feel uncomfortable. Suha, sorry we don't have a reservation here. Why don't we eat with Lu Dan and the others? Is that okay? Bai Jishi keenly saw Sui's doubt, so she talked about the situation just now and also sought Sui's opinion. It's fine, let's eat together. Anyway, we all know each other. We are all friends. The enthusiastic Lu Dan immediately also retained Sui, thinking that this is Jishi's boyfriend, or an eye-catching handsome guy. Staying together for dinner is also quite good. Okay. Suwa didn't think too much, gently nodded. All of this doesn't matter. And this instead let Zhou Hao heart is even more upset. This actually still have to consult this kid's opinion? The idea has been finalized. The crowd is also in the doorway stood for a long time. Then together from towards the inside, Zhou heart but began to play up the idea, ready to play a wave of force, to attract the attention of Bai Jishi several beautiful women. At that moment, Zhou's eyes narrowed, and he introduced the crowd to this Purple Cloud Pavilion Hotel. Ha, you guys are probably here for the first time as well, and you should also know that this restaurant is very good, and it's a very popular place in Jinling, but some of you don't know. The chefs of this Purple Cloud Pavilion are all first-class chefs, and there are quite a few big shots who come here to eat. I'm a member here, and I can get a 15% discount for eating here. This membership is to recharge $200,000 to be able to handle. But although this guy was talking like a mouthful, Suhee and Bai Jishi didn't say much. At most they perfunctorily dealt with a sentence, then followed along and walked in. Just as they went in, the crowd saw several big young ladies in unimpressive clothing waiting inside. So Zhou hurriedly went forward and respectfully greeted the several people. What a coincidence! Are you several people waiting for someone? The few people glanced at Zhou and nodded lightly. We are waiting for someone. As soon as he heard that he was waiting for someone, Zhou's eyes instantly glowed. The person that so many of Jinling's upper echelon's great young ladies were waiting for must have a not so uncommon status. So that's how it is. Then I'll be sure to chime in later, to make a proper toast. It's really a coincidence to be able to meet you few here. We also came over for dinner today. It seems that we really haven't come to the wrong place. For a while, Zhou was all kinds of respectful and fawning towards the few people, and couldn't help but say a few more words. Well, it's not the wrong place. The few people waved their hands slightly, sparing Zhou's guy's fiery enthusiasm, but they were still too lazy to bother with him. After all, with a status like theirs, they had seen a lot of people like this who were not strong enough and still presumed to enter their circle. Hello sir, may I ask what table number you have reserved? Let me take you a few over there. Originally, Zhou was still thinking of saying a few more words and pulling more strings with these few great young ladies, but at this moment, it so happened that a waiter came over and inquired about Zhou's table number. Seeing this, Zhou also knew that it wasn't good to keep standing here, so he said the table number and followed the waiter in. While walking, Zhou looked at the eyes of the few people beside him and smiled as he introduced the identities of the few great young ladies just now. Do you guys know what the identities of those few great young ladies were just now? Several of them are also the sons and daughters of the bosses of the listed companies in Jinling. All of them are top-notch upper-class people. I have some friendship with them. We have had a few meals together, and we know each other. Zhou said more and more proudly at this time. On the basis of Justin, those people said a few words. The heart of the spirit of the very high and mighty look. After taking his seat, Zhou looked at Sui's few people, and his mouth continued to not stop. By the way, several of you are still students, right? Sui nodded politely even though he didn't really want to bother with him anymore. Alas, students are good. You are all learning knowledge. If you are looking for internships in the future, you can come to my dad's company, and you will definitely be given priority for internships. Although my dad's company is not considered a top 500 company, but in this Jinling, it is also considered quite famous. If your resumes have my family's company's records on top of them, it will definitely be very appetizing. Between the silence, only Zhou was still gushing, but Suhee and Bai Jishi's few people had already gotten bored of listening to them, and didn't intend to bother with them at all. Several people, can we start ordering now? Between words, a waiter walked over, holding a menu in his hand. Yes, with that, the several people began to order, and it was during this time of ordering that Zhou still didn't miss this opportunity. Waving his hand in a grandiose manner, you guys go ahead and order. This meal it's my treat. You're all still students. All of you don't have financial resources yet, but don't be polite. We're all friends, so feel free to order whatever you want to eat. At this time at the door, the previous few figures looked towards the Ferrari that had stopped in front of the restaurant. Their bodies trembled and hurriedly went forward to greet them. Brother Qian, you are here. Quickly please come in. It's great that Brother Qian can come. The person who came was no one else but the Chen duo that Sui had seen in the parking lot earlier. Seeing those few big young ladies greeted over, Chen duo also smiled kindly and greeted them. A big young lady looked inside respectfully and said, Young Mr. Qian, we've already reserved a private room upstairs, just waiting for you, please come in. Good. Chen duo collected his car keys and followed a few people in. On the way to the upstairs private room, Chen duo and his group happened to be passing by Zhou's position. Zhou was still gushing and pretending to be broad-minded to Sui's several people. When his eyes coldly saw Chen duo for a moment, his body suddenly trembled, and his entire body stood straight up. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? This movement gave Lu Dan next to him a fright. Looking at the stunned Zhou with concern. Don't talk, you guys hurry up and stand up too. Zhou's eyes danced wildly as he hurriedly beckoned Lu Dan and the others to stand up as well. Why? Lu Dan's eyes narrowed, and his heart was even more puzzled. This sudden rise, what in the world does it mean? Alas, I forgot that you all don't know. This one coming towards us is truly a big shot. This one is called Qian Duo. In the upper circles of Jinling, that is the existence of no one knows, is a top young man. Zhou Hao became more and more excited, and at this moment, he couldn't care less. His body first trembled, and then he quickly walked towards Qian Duo. Seeing such a great young man like Qian Duo, Zhou Hao's waist was even more bent lower than just now. With a fawning smile on his face, he enthusiastically greeted towards the front. Qian Xiao, you are also here. What a coincidence. I've long heard of your great name. Young Qian is here for dinner, right? How about this? I'll be the host today. However, Qian Duo was looking at Zhou Hao with a smile on his face, and then looked at the several great young ladies around him, and coughed softly. Ahem. Thank you, brother, for your kindness. A treat is not necessary. It's just that I just don't understand one thing. Who are you? Zhou Hao was dumbfounded, and immediately felt a burst of embarrassment. He had blathered here for half a day, which made him forget that the other person, Qian Xiao, didn't recognize him at all. For a moment, Zhou Hao simply wanted to find a hole in the ground to drill down, beads of sweat hanging above his forehead, and just froze in place. Qian Duo shook his head, no longer paying attention to Zhou Hao, and looked to the side, suddenly seeing Su He sitting on a chair. Brother Su, you're here too. Seeing that it was Su He, Qian Duo was also suddenly stunned, then smiled and walked over. Chapter 9. That picture, really too romantic. At this moment, all the people also looked at Su He in unison. Zhou Hao's mind buzzed a blank inside. Looking at Su He incredulously, the whole person froze. If he didn't see this scene with his own eyes, how could he not have imagined that this Su He actually had this in addition to this ordinary student's identity? This kid actually knows Qian Xiao. Zhou Hao sucked in cool air in his mouth silkily. His heart had already been shocked to the point of overturning. He couldn't figure out how Su He, who was just a student, could recognize the top young man of Jinling, and the most terrifying thing was that just now, Qian Xiao was still referring to him as a brother. Misty grass. Then this means that this guy is still a Faya, to the level of Qian Duo, to be able to go up and take the initiative to say hello, and the person whose mouth is still called a brother. That is, the identity and strength is not as good as Qian Duo's. That's not much worse. What have I done in the end? Thinking back to the tall talk he had just had in front of Su He, Zhou Hao simply hated to slap himself. The kind of behavior he had just had was simply more clownish than a clown. No wonder Su He hadn't said anything, quasi-treating himself as a joke. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao felt his face burning, as if he had already been slapped hard a few times. He didn't even have the face to go back. It's brother Qian. Seeing Qian Duo walking towards him, Su He also politely stood up and the two exchanged pleasantries. Brother Su, we are really destined to meet each other. Why don't we go up and drink a few cups together and have a meal? How about it? The more Qian Duo said, the happier he got, so he invited Su He to go up for dinner and drinks. And this scene made by Zhishi's few people a bit dumbfounded. Just now, if they hadn't heard it wrong, Zhou Hao had said that this was the top dojo of Jinling, but this Qian Duo was too polite to Su He, right? Brother Qian, let's forget about it this time. I still have to accompany my girlfriend. Well, okay, in the future when there is a chance we must have a good drink. Qian Duo smiled and nodded, then bid farewell to Su He and the others, along with a few big young ladies leaving together. After walking over, Qian Duo didn't rush to the private room, but called the boss, pointing to Su He and others' position and said, "Boss, over there is my friend, the account is on my head, okay? Good. Don't worry, young Qian, I'll be sure to entertain you well," the boss solemnly promised, knowing very well in his heart that the identity of the person who could make Qian Duo do this was also definitely not simple. Seeing the boss's promise, Qian Duo was relieved and walked towards the upstairs private room. When the other young ladies saw this scene, their hearts were even more puzzled, and when they were about to go upstairs, their eyes were looking towards Su He's side from time to time. At this time, they were also all very puzzled in their hearts about this person's identity, that they were able to make Qian Duo Chen de Xiao call him a brother. In an instant, several people also remembered Su He in their hearts, secretly saying that this person's identity was definitely not simple. After all, the person who could make Qian Duo Chen go and treat him like this could not be a nobody. Back to this side, Zhou Hao froze for a while before returning to the seat of a few people, but his legs are still trembling. Just now he actually still and others Su He pretending. Now look, is really stupid to the home. Just before this, in his heart, he still despised Su He, thinking that this is an ordinary college student. Except for his handsome face, there is no more strengths. Back to the position, Zhou Hao is also considered completely peaceful, lowered his head, also dare not to look at Su He again. The whole person is embarrassed to the extreme. So what? Lu Dan, you guys sit down first. I I have to go to a toilet first. After half a minute of silence, Johao's face was getting more and more ashamed. Already feeling unable to stay here, he hurriedly used the excuse of urinating to leave. Watching Johao leave, several people also began to order food for dinner, while Bai Jishi looked at Su-hee with some consternation, asking about what had just happened. Su-hee, you know those people just now? They look but like they all come from famous families. It was Du Fei and Lu Dan who were also staring at Su-hee, secretly saying that someone who could chase after Bai Jishi was really not simple. No, is today just recognize, chatted a few sentences more opportune just, in here met than pleasantries. Su-hee on the other hand smiled and shook his head. This was not a lie. Qian Duo, this person was indeed someone he just met today. Zhou Ningning and the others still thought that Su-hee was also from a famous family. Only after hearing this explanation did they realize, but thinking about it is also true. Speaking of the rich second generation of Jin University, they also almost all know. After all, those people also were all rejected by Bai Jishi a pass. However, very soon, the focus of the crowd was no longer on what had just happened, but rather on Su-hee and Bai Jishi, asking questions. After all, this time when they called Su-hee to dinner, Du Fei, Zhou Ningning and the others also wanted to get to know Su-hee, to see what kind of person had picked away Bai Jishi, the school flower that had stunned the entire Jin University. Alright, let's eat first. The dishes are all served. After a while, Su-hee saw that the dishes were almost all served, and only then was he sort of relieved. Today he had sort of seen some of the gossip attributes of girls. It hadn't been a while. He was basically almost done checking his account book. Right, hurry up and eat. Bai Jishi was also flushed. These few roommates can be really immodest. They live as if they brought their boyfriends home to see the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. Okay, let you guys off the hook today. We are also hungry. Du Fei hemmed and hawed. Looking at the food in front of her, she couldn't help but rub her hands together. This purple cloud pavilion they had wanted to come and try for a long time. It's so delicious. Just after tasting a few bites, Zhou Ningning and the others let out an exclamation of surprise, thinking that this purple cloud pavilion really lived up to its reputation, and the food was too satisfying. While Bai Jishi tasted these dishes, although she also found them delicious, she didn't find them too amazing, and even felt that they weren't as good as the dishes made by Su-hee before. So, a few people ate and chatted, and the meal was quickly finished. However, just when they went to settle the bill, the boss insisted on not receiving Su-hee's money, and said to Su-hee with a respectful face, "Sir, Chen Duo has already sent word before. We naturally can't accept your money." Hearing that it was arranged by Chen Duo, Su-hee was first stunned, then he also smiled helplessly. "Come on, this time we still owe a favor. Let's go." With a wave of Su-hee's hand, the crowd left this purple cloud pavilion. After going out, Lu Dan knew that this guy had pissed himself away because he had also seen Johao saying that he had something to do and left first during dinner. Zaishi, Su-ha, I'll leave first then. You guys take your time to go back. Okay. A few people nodded and smiled as they said goodbye to Lu Dan. Should we take a taxi back? Or take a slow stroll back? Du Fei organized her clothes and asked towards Bai Jishi's few people. I have a car. I'll go with Jishi. So he just wanted to say that he would go back with Bai Jishi, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Du Fei's several people's exclamations. No way, you bought a car here. Du Fei and the others stared blankly at Su-hee, their eyes filled with astonishment. In the middle of the university, such a thing as a student buying a car, although it couldn't be said to be rare, it was definitely not a common thing either. In an instant, Du Fei and the others looked at Su-hee's eyes changed. Good guy, is this young and talented? This is their schoolmate. Su-ha, then can we rub the car back? He. Anyway, it can seat 5 people. The 3 of us can squeeze in the back. School brother Su, you definitely won't reject us. After the 3 of them came back to their senses from their surprise, they looked at Su-hee with a smile on their faces, thinking that this is still a taxi. Is it not good to rub directly? I can only sit 2 people in that car. Sorry. Su-hee smiled awkwardly, thinking about his McLaren. How can he not fit this many people? Then you guys wait first. I'll go over there first. After saying that, Su-hee turned forward to drive over. The crowd looked at Su-hee's appearance, associating it with what was said just now that it could only sit 2 people. They guessed that it should be a small electric donkey. Ha. School brother is very good at playing. This way you can be hugged by Jishi from behind. Not only is he good at it, he's an old hand at it. He's a master of the mood. Zaishi, you'll have to hold on tight later on, just in case elementary school brother suddenly breaks. The 3 of them thought about this. Their mouths said non-stop. This picture can be said to be too romantic. Bai Jishi also gave the trio a crooked lead. Thinking about that kind of scene, she hugged Su-hee, and suddenly blushed slightly. He. When the time comes, our Jishi big school flower will be blowing in the breeze like this, holding her lover. Mercedes on the road, enjoying every moment of collision. On the side, Dufay was still laughing excitedly, running around with a little train inside her mouth, starting to compose an imaginary picture. Don't guess blindly. You guys hurry up and call a car to go back. The little donkey can't take you gossiping girls. Bai Jishi's face was about to turn red. She looked at several people without any good humor and hurriedly greeted them to go back. Chapter 10, The White Schoolgirl Kills and Kills. Yo, looks like someone's in a hurry. Is this about to rush us out? Zaishi, just admit it. Your face is red like a peach. Looks like Jishi is looking forward to it too. Humph, the mouth is still saying no. A few people hemmed and hawed, snickering and looking at Bai Jishi. However, just as Bai Jishi's few people were playfully waiting for Suhi, a rich second generation in the distance drove a BMW 5 Series over this way. Just as he was about to close the window and get out of the car, he suddenly saw Bai Jishi's people standing by the roadside. In an instant, the rich young man's eyes focused on Bai Jishi, and he couldn't move away no matter what. Seeing such a beauty, even this rich second generation had to admit that whether it was from the face value or temperament, Bai Jishi had far surpassed those girls he knew before. This is the best of the best. The rich second generation let out a low cry, and immediately felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate, knowing that he had already moved towards Bai Jishi. Taking another look, there was no one else beside Bai Jishi's few people. The rich second generation gulped down his saliva, and then directly drove his car over. Beauties, are you waiting for someone? Stopping beside Bai Jishi's people, the rich dilettante poked his head out and started to chat with Bai Jishi's people. Who are you? Originally, several people were still talking, but when interrupted by this rich second generation, they looked over in unison, their eyes slightly puzzled. They didn't recognize this person, and in the end, at this moment, this second generation rich man's eyes were slightly obscene. Looking at Bai Jishi, several people were also completely uncomfortable. Of course we don't know each other, but I think I'm very lucky with you guys. How about a few beauties? Why don't we find a place to have a cup of coffee? We know a good place. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone and we don't know each other. Bai Jishi's face was averted, and she immediately opened her mouth to reject this rich second generation. As the first school flower of Jin University, Bai Jishi had already seen a lot of people like the rich second generation, and one look at his eyes, she knew exactly what this guy was thinking. Of course I know that you guys are waiting for someone. This way, you see this outside is also a little hot. Or a few beauties first on the car. I open an air conditioning, we chat together, cool off a bit. Seeing Bai Jishi coldly refused, this rich second generation's enthusiasm is still unabated. With a smile in his eyes, he continued to say to Bai Jishi, don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. Why don't we make a friend, or add a weibo? Later if there is an opportunity, we can come out to play. Hearing this, Bai Jishi even more has confirmed this person's mind, as if she did not hear the general, standing in place coldly waiting. The rich second generation a bite teeth. Secretly this chick is also quite stubborn. At that moment is also walked down the car, ready to come down to talk. At this very moment, Suhi is also driving a McLaren towards this side. The roaring sound of the engine attracted a lot of people's attention for a while. When people saw Suhi's black McLaren 720S, it immediately exploded into an ocean of shock. What kind of luxury car is this? Looking at it is also too racy. I didn't see it wrong. This is a McLaren, a top-of-the-line sports car. This should be someone's family. It's so luxurious. Looking at this car, the passers-by are all appalled. After all, compared to other vehicles, Suhi's car is really too compelling. Many people even stopped down and took out their cell phones to take pictures. As Suhi drove closer and closer towards Bai Jishi and the others, Bai Jishi and the others were also attracted by the sound and looked towards the McLaren that was coming in front of them. All of a sudden, Bai Jishi and the others' eyes widened, looking straight at the car. Even the rich young man who was ready to continue hitting on her was stunned. What a handsome supercar! What a racy curve! What a clear engine sound! Just as several people were gazing at this McLaren, Suhi also steadily parked the car beside Bai Jishi. That rich young man's body couldn't help but retreat. After all, those who can afford to drive this car, how can their status not be compared to their own? However, in the next second, as the McLaren's door opened upwards, Suhi stepped away and exited the McLaren. Suhi! All of a sudden, whether it was Bai Jishi or the three housemates beside her, they were stunned, mumbling Suhi's name under their breath. Rubbing her eyes, Bai Jishi was sure that it was exactly Suhi. The inside of her head was suddenly blank. How could she not expect that the car that Suhi was talking about was actually a McLaren? The roommate is also open-mouthed, eyes staring at Suhi with dead eyes, thinking that these two seats, the original is not a small electric donkey, is a supercar. Oh my god. College students have a car would have been very surprising. This guy directly get out of a supercar. This is the family has a minute. This is also now, Dufay and other people associated with the money just now. No wonder Johao in the mouth of the Jinling top young man will be so polite to Suhee. It turns out that people have the strength of this thinking that they had never heard of Suhee in school before. A few people even more marveled at Suhee's low profile. This turned out to be the top rich second generation of Jin Da. Zaishi, get in the car. Suhee waved his hand towards Bai Jishi, and at this moment, he also noticed the rich young man standing beside Bai Jishi, and asked suspiciously, "You are?" The rich young man saw Suhee speaking to himself and also guessed the relationship between Suhee and Bai Jishi. The whole person was almost paralyzed with fear. He looked at this McLaren and knew that this was definitely not something he could provoke. I'm afraid that even if his own old man came, he wouldn't necessarily be able to speak to others. I am running hitchhiker. Just now ready to ask a few ladies need hitchhiker. At that moment, this rich young man was covered in cold sweat. His hands and feet were slightly trembling. Even his speech was stuttering, and he hurriedly pulled a front. Driving this car to run a ride? This is more or less a waste. So he sniffed a cold smile and stared at this rich young man. The rich young man immediately winced, and did not dare to speak again, hurriedly got into the car and ran away. In a hurry, he drove away, not even daring to look in the rearview mirror again. Well, this goods is quite an eye. Suhee smiled and shook his head, then got into the car and brought Bai Jishi, and was ready to leave. Then we'll leave first. A few senior sisters hurry up and take a taxi back. It's not too early now. After saying goodbye to Dufei several people, Suhee stepped on the gas pedal. The McLaren engine burst of roar, like lightning, like a rapid start, accelerating towards the front. Dufei several people looked at the McLaren's distant taillights. Their eyes were full of shock, but also with a hint of envy. With the sound of the wind and the whistling of the engine, Suhee drove the car to the Yangtze River Bridge. Bai Jishi sat in the co-pilot, feeling the fresh wind across her face, gently resting her hand on the window, pulling back her hair that was blown around by the wind. At this moment, under the illumination of neon lights at night in the city, Bai Jishi's side face is simply beautiful to the extreme. That refreshing, star-like beautiful eyes flickering, and this night color intertwined into an absolutely beautiful picture. Suhee turned his eyes to look, and was instantly attracted by Bai Jishi, who was so beautiful that she was about to drip, and lowered his eyes, looking at Bai Jishi with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Bai Jishi blushed and glanced at Suhee. "Can you drive properly? What are you looking at me for? I don't have a road sign on my face. What's wrong? I'm looking at my absolutely beautiful girlfriend, can't I?" The corner of Suhee's mouth raised a smile, his eyes still staring at Bai Jishi's reddened face. "Humph, smooth talker, you and I give a good account of the account. Before in the end is to talk about how many girlfriends, only now have this kind of oily tongue?" Suhee instantly felt a pain in the heart. He is now considered as a maternal single. Bai Jishi looked at Suhee's bitterly smiling face and charmingly covered her mouth with a smile. "What's wrong? Don't tell me that before me. You haven't been in love, right?" Suhee didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Bai Jishi in a serious manner. "Then tell me, have you ever talked about it?" Bai Jishi was a little unsure of what to say for a moment, and then hurriedly changed the topic. "Ahem, that said, the river view tonight is really beautiful." "Well, it is indeed beautiful, just as beautiful as you." Suhee also narrowed his eyes and smiled, taking the opportunity to praise Bai Jishi. Count on you to speak." Bai Jishi guffawed, very flattered by Sua's words. Then she took out her cell phone and leaned on Sua's shoulder. "Don't move. Drive properly. Let's take a picture." "Aha, listen to you." Suha nodded, grasped the steering wheel with both hands, and also then looked at the camera side. Ka-ching! With the sound of the cell phone shutter clicking, Bai Jishi successfully recorded the sweet moment between the two in the car. Nice shot. Looking at the photo, Bai Jishi smiled with satisfaction. Then suddenly remembering her several roommates, she opened WeChat and sent the photo to the dormitory group where several people were. Dufei several people are still in the cab, heard the WeChat tone, coincidentally took out the phone, saw the photo sent by Bai Jishi. In an instant, a few of the housemates all exploded. "This is just too cruel, right? Why? Single dogs are already pathetic, but they actually have to go and kill people to kill their hearts." Chapter 11. Suwa, want to sleep together? The car sped along the road for a while, and soon arrived under Bai Jishi's house. Bai Jishi unbuckled her seatbelt, smiled sweetly at Suhee and said, "Then I'll go back first. Send me a message when you get to the dormitory." "Good." Suhee looked at Bai Jishi's back, lowered his eyes and smiled, until the lights on the upper floors lit up. Only then did he kick on the gas and drove towards the direction of the school. The off-campus house where Bai Jishi lived was not far from the school, and soon he returned to the dormitory. Lao San, are you guys lost in the canyon? Rather come over to the group. Suhee hadn't even entered the door yet, when he heard the shouts of the oldest Donghong he coming from the door and window. Obviously the three people in the house were in full swing of their game. pushing open the door and walked in. The boss Dong Hong he heard the sound, looked up and saw that it was Soo-hee who walked in, raised an eyebrow and said, "We thought you weren't coming back tonight, old four." The oldest two and the oldest three also raised their heads with an excited face, looking at Soo-woo and asking in a gossipy manner, "Right, old four? You went out to accompany schoolgirl White shopping today. How was it?" Dating is a very common thing, mainly dating the school flower. The experience should be completely different, right? Soo-hee blinked and replied, "Not bad." The few people in the dormitory looked at Soo-woo's expression as she spoke, and there was a burst of helplessness. "Crowd, you're just talking. Why are the corners of your mouth still insanely upturned? You're making it hard for us with such crazy innuendos." The three of them looked down at the group battle in their hands and instantly felt unscented. Soo-woo fiddled with her cell phone for a while before she stood up and took her clothes, dropped a sentence that "I'm going to take a shower," and turned around and walked out. The oldest looked at Soo-woo's back as she went out for a while and sighed, turning to the oldest two and the oldest three and said, "Let's turn our grief and anger into hand speed. Let them see the power of us being single for so many years." The oldest two, oldest three. "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We disagree. And we've already gotten off the hook. It seems like you're the only one who's single, ah boss." At this time, Bai Jishi is nestled in the sofa, watching Soo-woo's message sent to his cell phone. Bai Jishi thought, the bath needs a certain amount of time. Why don't you go to the internet first to take a look at those online teaching dim sum tutorials? Looking at the ingredient list typed out above the tutorial, Bai Jishi hurriedly paused the screen and began to prepare various dessert ingredients accordingly. Bai Jishi, according to the above operation, a little bit of learning to do. Western-style dessert steps are not complicated. Bai Jishi began to be a little rusty, but gradually also found a little confidence. Looking at the material in front of the model, Bai Jishi straightened her chest and said somewhat proudly, "It's not that hard." The next step in making the cake was to melt the butter. Butter is usually melted over water. Bai Jishi looked at the home of the glass bowl is no longer enough, so directly put the butter in the pot. Steamed. Bai Jishi lifted the plastic wrap, stirred the butter that had melted into oil with a small spoon, and was even more pleased in her heart. It seems that she is really a kitchen expert. This thing, it is not difficult to defeat her. While thinking about this, Bai Jishi held the spoon in one hand and used the palms of both hands to lift the butter bowl, to pour it into the noodles. Unexpectedly, the hot butter in the center of the spoon flowed out and dripped onto the back of Bai Jishi's hand. Hiss! Bai Jishi sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, but still endured the pain and poured all the butter into the noodles before running to the faucet to quickly rinse. Feeling the cold water rushing over the back of her hand, Bai Jishi could still feel the burning sensation from the hot oil. Such an unpleasant taste made Bai Jishi almost cry from the pain. However, Bai Jishi had simply rinsed it. After all, the butter had already been poured into the dough. If she didn't hurry to get it done, I'm afraid that in a while, even the previously made noodles would be wasted. After saying that, Bai Jishi turned off the water, avoided the burns and wiped off the water stains. She also couldn't care less about the pain and started to get busy. And at this time, Soo-hee, who had already finished her bath, was lying on the bed playing with her cell phone, was watching the news. Suddenly the cell phone WeChat received a message. Soo-hee opened it and found that it was from his cousin Soo-mayan. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Soo-hee looked at his cousin Soo-muyan's cute avatar. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and replied with a smile, "Just got out of the shower." "What's wrong?" Soo-mayan returned the message quickly and said, "Concerned about the living conditions of empty nesters. Brother, you're in your third year of college. Haven't you found a girlfriend yet?" Before Soo-mayan could wait for Soo-hee to reply, another message was sent over. The little girl was deliberately taking the opportunity to ask, wanting to pry into her cousin's love life, but Soo-mayan waited for half a day with her cell phone, but didn't wait for Soo-hee's reply. Cousin is ignoring me again." Soo-mayan felt a bit angry and huffed as she started the emoticon bombardment. Unfortunately, the little girl used super cute cartoon emoticons. Where is the slightest bit of shock value? When Soo-hee cut over to WeChat, he saw the cute emoticons in the message, and was also happy, and hurriedly replied, "You little girl, not a big person, but quite a lot of pipe. When are you coming to report?" After Soo-mayan received her cousin's reply, she also hurriedly replied, "It'll be a few more days. The reporting time for our freshmen will be a little bit later." Soo-hee, "Okay, when you arrive at that time, talk to me. I'll go pick you up." Looking at the dialogue box with Soo-mayan, Soo-ha also sighed in his heart, full of emotions. Thoughts accidentally jumped back to the old days. Soo-hee's life wasn't very good when he was a child. His parents died when he was a child, and most of the time when he was a child, he spent in his uncle's house. At that time when Soo-hee went out to play, his butt was always followed by a small tail. It is also this kind of feelings. Let Soo-ha and cousins feelings. Not brother and sister but better than brother and sister. This girl in Soo-hee's age is only 2 years old. She this year's college entrance examination is also competitive, got into the Jinling Academy of the Arts Performance Department. You have to know, Jinling Academy of Arts is the troika of art schools in China. The number of applicants every year is unknown, but the acceptance rate is pitifully low. Just when Suhee was thinking, his cell phone shook again. Opening it, it was Su Mayan who sent Suhee a red packet. Looking at the red-colored red packet on the screen of the cell phone, Suhee was obviously flabbergasted and asked, "Girl, what do you mean by this?" Su Mayan first sent a haha laughing emoji, then explained later, "I was a tutor's paycheck before. Brother, don't treat yourself poorly in college. Be good to yourself." Oh, after saying the words, another "please eat meat" emoticon sent over. Suhee of course can't want the little girl's hard money. He thought about it, backhanded a transfer of 888 thrown over. "Little girl, your brother doesn't need you to manage. First receive the money, and then go buy some cosmetics to go." At least Su Mayan got into the art college. The girls over there are all very good at makeup. Their own little cousin can't be any worse. Su Mayan looked at the money. Her heart was also touched for a while. How to see how to feel. This is cousin bit by bit to save private money. So precious money. Su Muyen can be embarrassed to spend. Just this intention has been enough to move her. Slipped away. Cousin, go to bed early. Sue, girl, why don't you claim the money and then slip away? Sue, stinky girl, quickly sneak back. Work, collect the money. Suhee sent half a day's message. As a result, the little girl's side didn't even return the message, and the money was even more unclaimed. In the face of such stubborn little girl, Suhee also has no way at all. This sister's temperament, he knows too well. This money, wait for tomorrow to return it. After closing the dialogue box with Su Mayan, Suhee sent a message to Bai Jishi, asking what she was doing. Bai Jishi looked at the message, pursed her lips and smiled. She turned her head and looked at the dessert she was making over here, and sent a message back to Suha. "I'll go to bed first, Suha. I'm tired today. Good night." Suha finished sending the message and lay back on the bed again. Suddenly the light screen in front of her eyes flashed. "Please host finish signing in. Sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in completion and obtaining the reward divine medical skill. As the words on the light screen flashed out, Suhee only felt that his head was swollen violently, like a sea of knowledge pouring into his brain, instantly making Suhee a little drowsy. Suhee digested for a while before he could be considered to have truly absorbed the knowledge of the divine level healing art. Looking at his own hand, Suhee also wanted to try out his own divine level medical skill. What level it was? "Boss, come over here." Suha looked at the boss who walked in outside just now and greeted him with a smile. The boss walked over with a silly smile on his face. He looked at Suha with a bad smile and said, "What's the matter, old four? Is there some kind of relationship trouble that you want to ask brother for advice?" Suha directly rolled his eyes. The boss dared to answer. He didn't dare to ask. "Stick out your tongue. I'll help you look." Saying that, Suhee had already pressed on the boss's wrist with one hand and took his pulse. The boss saw that Suhee was in a decent manner, so he subconsciously stuck out his tongue. Suhee just simply glanced at the thick tongue. Then the corner of his mouth twitched and said in a helpless tone, "Boss, recently less hand punch pointed. You this kidney is a bit weak." "Boss, old four, are you polite? Look at the tongue and see my kidney. Brother is a man with 4 kidneys. Can it be weak?" Ahem. Chapter 12, Schoolgirl burns herself making desserts. At this time, it was already late at night. Bai Jishi carefully placed a piece of dessert in the last corner of the 4-compartment dessert box. Looking at the 4 desserts beautifully arranged in front of her, Bai Jishi's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. "It's really not worthy of me." But then Bai Jishi's gaze fell on the remnants on the other side. Those were all Bai Jishi's failures, and the corners of Bai Jishi's mouth twitched as she helplessly picked one up and started stuffing it into her mouth. While eating, Bai Jishi let out a sigh. It seems that in the future, she will have to practice a bit. This pastry thing, practice makes perfect. The next moment, Bai Jishi's eyes looked towards those good desserts. Looking at those cute and rounded little desserts, with a yearning gaze in her eyes, somehow, Bai Jishi only felt a stirring in her heart, and her hand already reached towards the desserts in the box. But in the next second, Bai Jishi snapped out of it. She slapped herself heavily, and secretly thought in her heart, fortunately she didn't destroy it. This is something to bring to Suha tomorrow. Thinking on one side, Bai Jishi hurriedly put the lid on carefully. After Bai Jishi did all this, she resignedly walked to the side and proceeded to nibble on the remnants in her hands. I have to say, this remnant, really hard to eat. Bai Jishi casually ate some, then went to wash up and went to sleep. The next morning, Bai Jishi climbed up early. After she simply cleaned up, she happily took the gift box and walked towards the direction of the school. This was what Bai Jishi had worked hard all night to make. and now she couldn't wait to fly to the school right away and hand him over to Sua's hands. Today's Baijishi had deliberately dressed up before going out, changing into a white gauzy fairy dress. The whole person looked fairy-like and very eye-catching. Along the way, I don't know how many boys and girls' attention was attracted. Seeing Baijishi, who had come down to earth like a fairy, many students stopped to watch and whispered, "Bai schoolgirl is in a good mood today. It looks like she's still in a good mood. Dressed like this, it feels like even a real heavenly maiden descending to earth would be just like this. It's really pretty." So what if it's pretty? It's useless. This delicate flower of ours has already been plucked by someone. Ha, plucked? Who? Tell me his name. I'm going to fight him. You don't know? I heard it's a current junior college student. What's his name? I've forgotten. Baijishi didn't care about the chatter of the surrounding crowd. She walked straight to the floor of Sua's dormitory, took out her cell phone and started to send him a message. "Suha, are you up yet? I'm downstairs in your building. I have something to give you." Right when Baijishi was sending the message, many boys saw Baijishi's moving appearance with her white flowing skirt, and all of them were dumbfounded for a while. This was too beautiful, too eye-catching, right? Many boys let out exclamations of surprise in front of the window. "Misty grass, come and see. How did school flower Bai come to the bottom of our dormitory building?" The white school flower personally came to the bottom of the boys' dormitory building. This is simply great news. Quite a few boys who were about to go to class immediately ran over when they saw Baijishi. They surrounded Baijishi. Some looked at the goddess with an eager face and asked blearily, "President Bai, let me go and move a chair for you? How tiring for you to stand like this. It's better to sit comfortably. Is our student union having some unexpected inspection? We're inspecting the men's dormitory today, aren't we? President Bai? Mr. President, if there's anything you want to do, just give me a call. How can I ask you to make this trip in person? This sun is the most harmful to the skin." Baijishi looked at the surrounding enthusiastic boys. Just a faint smile, very polite, refused. "You guys don't have to bother. I don't need it. I'm just here to send dessert to my boyfriend." While saying this, Baijishi shook the delicate cartoon bag in her hand. In an instant, the crowd present all exploded. What? The boys' hearts were filled with jealousy and envy. Looking at the bag in Baijishi's hand, their hearts almost twisted with envy. Obviously Baijishi was everyone's goddess. How could she be cheated away by the boys in the dormitory building? The boys next to her retreated to the side, watching from afar. Everyone wanted to see the boyfriend in the mouth of the white schoolgirl. In the end, what kind of person is it? At this time, Suhi, who came back from washing up, also saw the message and hurriedly put on her clothes and ran towards the downstairs. Once out of the dormitory building, Baijishi saw Suhi at a glance. Seeing Suhi walk out, Baijishi can hardly suppress the deer in her heart, and immediately jogged to meet up. The white gauze skirt fluttered freely in the wind, giving Baijishi a touch of spirituality. Suhi looked from afar. It was like seeing a spiritual little fairy, running towards herself. "Suha, here." Just in that split second when Suhi was lost in thought, Baijishi had already arrived in front of Suhi, smilingly handing over the dessert box. Baijishi purposely used one hand to hand it over, while the other hand was behind her back. Suhi noticed Baijishi's small action. His eyebrows wrinkled. Before he could ask his doubts out, he heard Baijishi on the opposite side pouting. "What are you waiting for? Quickly open it and take a look." After all, this was Baijishi's first time making desserts, and in her heart, she was also a bit apprehensive and a bit looking forward to Suhi's performance. When Suhi heard this, he was immediately happy. He took the dessert box and gently opened it. Looking at the delicate and cute little desserts inside, the people next to him only felt an invisible attack arrive in front of them, and their hearts were all sour. "This is simply feeding dog food, ah." The boy next to him had already covered his chest and said with an incredulous face, "This scene, it is simply killing and killing, ah." The goddess was snatched away, but also have to witness the goddess to send snacks. What have I done wrong that God wants to punish me like this? Where is this feeding dog treats? It's obviously a large-scale dog killing scene. Look at my chest. It's already bloody. I can't accept this. I'm going to complain to the Animal Protection Association. If no one cares, I'll go online and post an article, seeking help from dog lovers. Ooh, this dog food, it's killing me. Just as the boys were wailing, Baijishi had already twisted up a piece of dim sum as if no one else was around, handing it over towards Suhi, saying sweetly, "Hurry up and try my handiwork." Looking at Suhi, who handed it over in front of her, she also smiled and picked it up and tasted it. Soft and sticky texture, with a hint of the sweet aroma of cream and the aroma of milk. It is not sweet and greasy. The taste is just right. Suhi threw the remaining half directly into his mouth, looking at Baijishi and praising, "It's delicious. Your craftsmanship is really good." In fact, just this token of appreciation alone already made Suhi very touched. Looking down at the 3 remaining desserts in the box, Sui looked up at Bai Jishi and opened her mouth to ask, "When did you make this?" Sui just felt it in her mouth. The taste was very fresh. It was definitely made within a few hours. Seeing that Suha liked it, Bai Jishi's eyes flashed with a trace of joy, and she replied with some happiness. I made it last night. Last night? Sui raised an eyebrow, thinking about the message Bai Jishi sent herself last night. No wonder this girl said she wanted to go to bed early. It turns out that she didn't go to bed, but went to make dessert. Suha was really touched and helpless. This girl, let herself say something good. Made it late, right? Sui asked while looking at Bai Jishi, afraid that this girl would lie and try to be brave. Bai Jishi felt Sui's concern, and instantly felt that all the effort was worth it. She smiled sweetly and replied, "It's okay." The boys next to her looked at the way the two were talking, and then looked at whether Bai Jishi was revealing her little girl's petulant demeanor. They were simply irritated and wanted to vomit blood. Sui noticed Bai Jishi's hand behind her back again at this time. He frowned and directly stretched his head towards Bai Jishi's back. Bai Jishi was startled. She vainly dodged and delicately reprimanded gently. "Aya, what are you doing?" Sui took a look at Bai Jishi's expression and knew that something must be wrong. He didn't care so much and directly grabbed Bai Jishi's arm. Without much force, he saw the burns on the back of the other party's hand, which were deliberately hidden. The wound was still red, and on the fair skin, it looked very obvious. Seeing Suha discovering the wound, Bai Jishi pursed her lips and stood there, her entire being aggrieved. She raised her head and looked at Suha pitifully. At this time, she was still more worried that Suha would get angry because of this. Looking at Bai Jishi's appearance, Suhi was angry and heartbroken, but in this situation, she couldn't say a word. Suhi heaved a sigh, helplessly looked at Bai Jishi's wound and asked, "Scalded last night? Because of doing this?" Bai Jishi didn't dare to hide it and gently nodded. Suhi glanced at Bai Jishi and didn't say anything. Pulling on her small hand, he walked towards the outside. Bai Jishi's pretty face flushed. She looked at Sui's broad shoulders and asked with some embarrassment, "Suha, where are we going?" Chapter 13, Pulling the Schoolgirl's Little Hand. Chinese medicine store, dispensing medicine. Suhi replied in a simple and concise manner. He pulled Bai Jishi's hand, as if he was protecting a rare treasure. Bai Jishi only felt a burst of sweetness in her heart, and only after a while, as if she thought of something, she raised her head and asked curiously, "Suha, you still know how to dispense medicine?" Suha just nodded faintly, thinking that Bai Jishi's wounds hadn't been properly treated, and softly urged, "Hurry up and go." The two walked directly to the outside of the school and got into the McLaren 720S. Suhi navigated to one of the largest Chinese medicine stores and sped towards their destination. Soon, the two arrived at the largest traditional Chinese medicine store in Jinling. Looking at the traditional Chinese medicine store that was the size of a small hospital, both of them were stunned. The Chinese medicine store had a very large number of customers, and in just a moment, several people were seen walking in at a fast pace. The parking lot in front of the store was also already full of vehicles. So he got out of the car and pulled Bai Jishi inside. The Chinese medicine store was completely decorated in Chinese style, looking very charming all around. The area inside was also very spacious. At first glance it was a very specification Chinese medicine store. There were also a lot of consultation rooms on both sides of the hall, and many customers were lined up in front of the consultation rooms. There were no nurses here to call out numbers, but the customers lined up very spontaneously and seemed to be well organized. There were staff members who brought hot water from time to time, which was much better than the service of a normal hospital. Because the traditional Chinese medicine store can decoct Chinese medicine, so as soon as you walk in, you can smell the smell of Chinese medicine in the air. If anything, Bai Jishi looked at the decor of the Chinese medicine store, gently pulled the corner of Suwa's coat and whispered, "This is the simplest burn I have. No need for such a big battle." To be honest, Suhi has this intention. It has already made Bai Jishi very touched. Of course, Suhi would not pay attention to Bai Jishi's plea to leave. He straightly pulled Bai Jishi and came to the front of the counter. As soon as the duo came in, the shopkeeper had already noticed them. It couldn't be helped. This pair of young couples, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Wherever they appeared, they would immediately become the center of attention. "The two of you, what's up? Are you looking for a doctor?" the shopkeeper said with a smile on his face, very gently. These two looked young at first glance, probably here to see a doctor. So they took the initiative to open their mouths and inquire. When Suhi heard the inquiry, he raised his head and looked at the shopkeeper with a kind smile in front of him. He also smiled and replied, "No, I want to buy some Chinese medicine." The shopkeeper was just about to open his mouth to ask for the prescription, when he heard Suhi start to report the name of the herbs. Hearing Suhi's words, the shopkeeper's reaction was also quick, hurriedly picking up a pen to record it. Bai Jishi stood by the side, looking at the perfect match between Suhi and the shopkeeper, completely frozen. What Suhi just said was also too fluent. Bai Jishi's gaze towards Suhi was full of probing. He himself had not said in advance to Suhi that he had been burned. On the road, Suhi was driving, and there was absolutely no chance to look up the information. Could it be that Suha really knew medical skills? Thinking of this, inside Bai Jishi's stunningly beautiful eyes, they flashed with a different color. Equally surprised, there was also the shopkeeper at the counter. The shopkeeper quickly recorded while sizing up Suhi. Such a young child, actually understanding pharmacology, really good. Right at this time, Suhi said the last herb. The shopkeeper who was making the record froze for a moment. He frowned slightly. This last medicine that Suhi said belonged to a particularly cold Chinese medicine. I'm sorry, young man, this last one. It was taken just now. The shopkeeper looked at Suhi apologetically. Even for a large traditional Chinese medicine store like them, for those particularly cold traditional Chinese medicines, they would not prepare too much. To be honest, encountering this kind of situation, the shopkeeper was also a little difficult, and could only look at Sui's own choice. Right at this time, an old man standing next to him, hearing the words of the shopkeeper, also looked over towards Suhi. The old man was wearing a grey tang suit, and his looks were also very kind, but he just looked a little pale. In spite of this, the old master's waist was very straight. At first glance, he was a very educated person. The old master good-naturedly sized up Suhi, and was also very interested in the young and handsome young man in front of him. After all, most of the customers who usually came to the Chinese medicine store were older, and there were not really any young ones like this. Nowadays, most of the young people would choose to take up simple Western medicines, and even more so, they believe in the physical condition shown by the data. Only the older people, who still remember what is the treasure of China, will not mind the trouble of choosing this kind of medical treatment that can really cure the symptoms. The old man looked at Suhi with admiration. He was right next to him just now. The conversation between Suhi and the shopkeeper. He heard it clearly. Moreover, just now, Suhi even said in detail the category and quantity of herbs he wanted. Although none of them were very expensive Chinese medicines, they made up a very good formula. Thinking of this, that old master had already walked over towards Suhi's direction. Beside the old master, there was also a little old man. The little old man's age did not look similar to the old master's, but he was even shorter, and his entire person looked dry. His body carried a very strong odor of traditional Chinese medicine, which spread in the surrounding air as he walked around. At this moment, the shopkeeper had already proposed his own solution. Your prescription is missing a medicine. Why don't you look for our Chinese medicine doctor sitting here, in order to write a new prescription for you? How about it? Chinese medicine theory is profound. Not a flavor of medicine is not available. Directly replace another flavor of medicine. Can achieve the effect. The entire prescription must reach a balanced and coordinated state before it can be considered a real prescription. Before Suhi could reply, the old man and the little old man had already walked to Sui's side. The little old man took the initiative to interject and opened his mouth to ask, "Little friend, did anyone inside your house get burned?" Suhi twisted his head around following the question, and saw the two old men, one tall and one short, standing at his side, looking at the other party with a smiling expression. Suhi also nodded his head kindly and replied with a smile, "Yes, my girlfriend burned herself." After saying that, Sui's gaze had already looked at Bai Jishi, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. However, very quickly, Suhi withdrew his gaze and said helplessly to the two old men, "But this last medicine is not available. It seems like I have to find a place to search for it." Suhi did not intend to replace the prescription. This prescription was cheap and effective. Anyway, it was only missing one flavor of medicine, so it was just a matter of searching again. The old man looked at the intensely affectionate young couple in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotions. He laughed and said in a very chatty manner, "This is quite a coincidence. This last one just happens to be here with me." As the old man spoke, he turned his head to the little old man next to him and instructed him, "You go fetch that medicine." When the little old man heard the old master's words, he instantly widened his eyes and said with some disbelief, "This, this flavor of medicine, among our prescriptions, is also very important. If they just gave it away like this, then they would also have to go through the trouble of searching for it. After all, this flavor of medicine was still very cold. If even such a large traditional Chinese medicine store didn't have much in stock, many small traditional Chinese medicine stores didn't even have it in stock." The old man looked at the little old man's displeased face and was also amused as he gently waved his hand and said, "It's fine. It's just a medicine. It's not something that is much more precious. It's always easier for us to find it than for these juniors to find it." The old man did not think that much. He just felt that, looking at Sue, he was very kind, and had some good feelings towards this child, so he had a heart and wanted to help this young man. Anyway, it was just a medicine. It wasn't that difficult. The old man's gaze, which fell on Sui's body, seemed to be looking at something distantly through this young man. With a helpless smile, he shook his head at the little old man and said, "Look at the young people nowadays, how much they hurt their daughters-in-law. I want to love that wife now, but I don't have the chance anymore." You say, at the beginning of the pursuit of fame, the pursuit of profit, in the end, and ended up what? Chased to the end to realize everything, but all is just floating clouds. If there was an opportunity now for him to use the fame and fortune he once possessed to exchange for his beloved, he would absolutely choose without hesitation. Unfortunately, in this world, the most impossible thing to have is the medicine of regret. The little old man was quite understanding of the old master's mind. He found the medicine from the medicine bag and handed it to the old master's hand. The old master looked at the medicine in his hand, and then looked at Bai Jishi who was standing opposite him, and said with great emotion, "You little guy is lucky to have a boyfriend who knows how to love you. In a person's life, it's definitely a blessing to find a loving and caring person." When Bai Jishi heard someone praising Suhi, she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Sui's hand. It was obvious to see that she was in a very good mood right now. Cocking her head and sizing up Suhi, Bai Jishi pursed her lips, but still couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. She nodded her head a little shyly and a little smugly, causing the old man across from her to burst into laughter. This sweetness, as well as the light in Bai Jishi's eyes that almost turned into substance, this was the manifestation of true love. As the old master thought of this, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped his head, laughing. "Look at this brain of mine, focusing on talking. I almost forgot the main thing. You guys take this medicine." After saying that, the old man put the herbs in his hand and handed it to Suhi. Suhi hurriedly reached out and took it, saying with great gratitude, "Thank you very much, old man." Bai Jishi was at the side, also following and thanking. "I really have to thank you, Grandpa. You're really a good person." Chapter 14, Sudden Incident. Taking hold of the school flower, Suhi also took out money at this time, wanting to pay for this medicine. Seeing this, the old master gently waved his hand and said with an indifferent face, "It's just a herb. It's not something valuable. You guys just take it." Seeing the old master's insistence, Suhi also turned around and went to pay for the other herbs. Walking back to the counter's position with the receipt, Suhi handed the ticket over, while making her request to the shopkeeper. "Trouble help me grind these herbs. I need powdered form." "Alright, you wait a moment." The shopkeeper sniffed, and hastily answered, then picked up the Chinese medicines and walked towards the back. The speed of the Chinese medicine grinding was very fast. The staff quickly ground the powder and took it out. Suhi took the Chinese medicine and was about to leave, when he suddenly turned his head to look at the old man next to him. He thought for a moment and said the name of the Chinese medicine. The few people present were stunned, and Suhi opened his mouth to explain, "Actually you can try another medicine, with which you can replace this one. I believe the effect will be better." "Better effect?" The old master raised an eyebrow, his gaze hovering over Sui's face for a good half a second before he smiled and said, "You little fellow, you really dare to speak. Do you know what disease I have and what medicine I take? Just dare to talk nonsense." The old master's tone was very gentle, and it could be heard that he didn't blame Suhi. Instead, he used a joking tone to say that paragraph. The old master was also considered to be a doctor for a long time, so naturally, he knew that inside a prescription, it was not just as simple as adjusting a flavor of medicine. However, the little old man standing next to the old master, listening to the words of the old master just now, was in deep thought, and his pair of eyebrows were tightly entwined together. Suhi faintly grinned. He didn't say too much, he just said in a peaceful manner, "If the old man trusts me, just try it. I'll leave first." After saying that, Suhi pulled up Bai Jishi's small hand and walked towards the outside of the traditional Chinese medicine department. "Let's go. Let's also go search outside and see if we can find that medicine." The old master twisted his head around, and saw the little old man beside him with a thoughtful look on his face, seemingly entangled in something. Seeing this, the old man also raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong with you?" The little old man, however, did not reply to the old master's words, but instead looked to the shopkeeper at the side and named an herb. It was exactly the same medicine that Suhi had said just now. The little old man looked at the old master at this time and opened his mouth to explain. "I carefully reasoned through the pharmacology and found that pharmacologically, such a swap is completely possible. I think we can give it a try." There were some words that the little old man didn't directly say. He carefully reasoned it out, and found that the Chinese medicine that Suhi had mentioned seemed to be, effect-wise, really a bit better. However, the specific effect would have to depend on the actual taking of it. The old man did not expect at all it would be such a result. He was also stunned, then nodded and said, "Okay, you say try, let's try it. Anyway, I am now almost tortured by this disease, and I am not afraid to try a few more times." The old man was a spontaneous nature. Although he was talking about something very painful, his face still had a smile on it. The shopkeeper also fetched the Chinese medicine at this time, and after the two of them received it, they also turned around and left the Chinese medicine store. At this time, Su-hee and Bai Jishi had already returned to the car. Su-hee pulled Bai Jishi's hand, feeling the soft and boneless touch on her hand, as if she was holding a rare treasure, carefully applying the powder on it. Suwa softened her movements as much as possible while softly soothing. If there's any discomfort, you tell me. Bai Jishi nodded numbly. Her entire heart was now melted by Suwa's careful appearance. Where would she care about that bit of discomfort? After Suwa put on the medicinal powder, she used gauze to bandage Bai Jishi's wound, and also didn't forget to tie a bow on it. Looking at her own results, Suwa looked at it again and again with satisfaction and opened her mouth to snicker. The design of such a playful bow immediately makes this wound very much match your outfit today. Design? Match? Bai Jishi couldn't help but snort out a laugh. She pouted and glanced at Suwa, and opened her mouth to ask with some curiosity. By the way, Su-hee, just now when you proposed to change the medicine for that old man, do you know what kind of disease that old man has? Bai Jishi believed that Sui's character was never the kind of person who had nothing to say. Greeting Bai Jishi's curious gaze, Sui gently nodded his head and said in a very affirmative tone, I know. Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking, sniffing and questioning. It is not necessary to cut the pulse in order to know the physical condition of a patient. What's more, Su-hee is a person with God-level medical skills, and he has his own feelings about the method of diagnosis. Speaking here, Su-hee paused for a moment and continued to speak. That old man looks healthy, but in reality, his lip color is dull, completely different from the deep red color that should be present when he is older. This is insufficient qi in blood. All the 5 organs are deficient. It's obvious that he is relying on that medicinal herbs, hanging on to his qi and blood. Bai Jishi listened to Su-hee speak with a shocked face and opened her mouth to ask, how can you be so sure? Su-hee grinned, patiently explaining to Bai Jishi, that short old man, when I opened the medicine bag, I already smelled the prescription, and there are only a few prescriptions that can use that flavor of medicine, so I naturally know it. Suwa believed that the inference of single evidence was prone to bias, but if it was the inference of multiple chains of evidence, it would bring the result closer to the truth. Bai Jishi listened to Su-hee's words, and immediately revealed an expression of adoration, especially in a pair of beautiful eyes. All that came out were pink bubbles. She felt that this boyfriend of hers was simply a treasure boy. Su-hee was clearly a student still in school like her, but had such powerful medical skills. After the feeling of envy and admiration, Bai Jishi's heart, and quietly rose a touch of complacency. Look at the boyfriend we found. How can he be so outstanding? Su-hee looked at Bai Jishi with a gentle face and said with a smile, I'll send you back now. Your hand needs to be nourished. Bai Jishi nodded, and suddenly her cell phone rang. Flipping it open, it was a cell phone message. After quickly reading it over, Bai Jishi said to Suwa, let's go back to school. It just so happens that the school student council calligraphy department is organizing a calligraphy and painting exhibition today. Why don't we go shopping together? As the president of the student council, for such an event, Bai Jishi still had to go to the scene to participate in it. Su-hee agreed without hesitation. He started the car and drove towards the direction of the school. After the two parked the car outside the school, they walked hand in hand towards the auditorium where the calligraphy and painting exhibition was held. Inside the auditorium was decorated very meticulously. The cadres of the calligraphy department had long ago, together with the members, set up some of the calligraphy club's works around the auditorium. When Su-hee and Bai Jishi arrived at the auditorium, the scene was already very lively, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a sea of people. After all, it was an activity organized by the school. Many students in the school came to the scene. Everyone chatted and strolled around. The scene was very noisy. Su-hee looked at the situation of the scene, also couldn't help but have a laugh, and opened his mouth to say, good guy, this scene is not small. Bai Jishi smiled brightly and said with a smile, it's still the students' giving face. It's small. At this time, many students noticed Su-hee and Bai Jishi. With the appearance of the two people, it immediately caused quite a stir at the scene. You guys, look, our Bai school flower is actually following a boy, coming together, and their hands are still pulling together. My God, big news. You wouldn't still not know, would you? This news has been spreading around the school for a long time. That boy is the boyfriend of White Schoolflower. This morning, Miss White even went to deliver breakfast. What did you say? The White schoolgirl herself delivered breakfast? I don't believe it. That's something only a licking dog would do. How would our high and mighty goddess do something like that? It's true. In the morning, the boys' dormitory has exploded. There are so many sad people. All of them are spreading this story. The students were talking a lot. They couldn't believe those rumors. But soon, the attention of the students on the scene shifted to Su-hee's body. It's not that I'm saying, schoolgirl Bai's boyfriend is really handsome. Look at that face of his. It's just perfect. It's not even if he's handsome. His body is also particularly good. Look at the muscles underneath the clothes. It's all about modeling. With such a good boyfriend, White School Flower's vision is too poisonous, isn't it? I'm envious. Bai Jishi also heard the crowd's murmurings beside her, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing the mood she was in at the moment. Seemingly thinking of something, Bai Jishi deliberately straightened her chest, making her figure appear a little more arrogant. At the same time, Bai Jishi's body leaned towards Suhi's direction. The two people's current posture looked intimate. Looking at Bai Jishi's bird-like appearance, those boys at the scene wailed again. It's over. Their own goddess is really being plucked away. Suhi and Bai Jishi were like no one else, strolling inside the exhibition. The two of them walked towards the location where the members of the calligraphy club had gathered. In the center of the auditorium were placed many tables with literary treasures on them. The members of the calligraphy club as well as calligraphy enthusiasts could display their ink here. Bai Jishi walked forward happily, completely not noticing when her shoelace had opened. Without a second thought, Bai Jishi stepped on the shoelace, tripping and losing her balance. Seeing that Bai Jishi was about to fall, Sui didn't hesitate to reach out and grab Bai Jishi. Chapter 15 Why he can. I can't. However, because it was an unexpected situation, Sui was also not stabilized for a moment, and his body hard knocked on the corner of the table. With this bump, the table also shook violently, and the paperweight placed on the other side was directly touched on the ground. The paperweight was made of porcelain, and when it fell from the table to the ground, it immediately shattered. Bai Jishi was the closest. Naturally she noticed that Suhi had just wasted and directly hit the corner of the table. Are you alright, Suha? As soon as Bai Jishi stabilized herself, she looked towards Suhi and inquired in a somewhat anxious tone. The Calligraphy Association wanted to ensure the normal play of the ink splashers, so the tables they moved in were all big solid wood tables that were heavy and heavy. Bai Jishi looked at the table viciously, bumping into it like this. It must have hurt a lot. Thinking of this, Bai Jishi's heart burst with guilt. It was all because of her own carelessness that she had dragged Suhi to be injured. Just when Bai Jishi was anxious, she saw Suha squatting down. The action of bending down looked like a posture of enduring pain. When Bai Jishi took a look, her heart became even more anxious. She subconsciously thought that Suhi was already in pain and couldn't stand up. Bai Jishi was about to speak, thinking about whether to find two boys to help Suhi to the infirmary. Suddenly, she realized that Suhi had squatted in front of her and was helping her tie her shoes. To be honest, this was something that Bai Jishi herself didn't expect. After all, boys nowadays are extremely facetious. How could they be willing to do such a thing? Not to mention, doing it in front of so many people. But Bai Jishi could see that when Suhi did this thing, it was very natural, as if he was doing an extremely normal thing. At this moment, all the people at the scene were dumbfounded. This picture, this is also too sweet. Years of diabetes. It felt like it was going to be a crime. Some girls looked at the sweet picture, and their hearts were also guttering. She purposely used her other foot, stepped open her shoelace, and then later stuck her foot out and waved it in front of her boyfriend's face. Look, my shoelace is also open, so I can only put it like this, and look at others. There's no need to say anything at all. Just take the initiative and go up and memorize it. The boy watched helplessly from the side, and quickly opened his mouth to pacify. Okay, I'll tie your shoes for you too. What a big deal. I just didn't notice it. The girl watched with satisfaction. Her boyfriend bent down to tie her shoes, and then nodded with satisfaction. After Sui finished tying his shoelace and stood up, Bai Jishi immediately pulled him up and down and kept looking at him, and her mouth was constantly asking questions. Suha, you just bumped into it, right? Is there anything wrong? Sui gently shook his head and said, No, really no? Bai Jishi was afraid that Suhi lied to herself and opened her mouth to confirm once again. Suhi patiently, smilingly replied again, Don't worry, I'm really fine. After pacifying Bai Jishi, Suhi walked towards the direction of the members of the calligraphy club and said with an apology, I'm sorry for breaking your paperweight. I'm willing to pay for it at the original price. The paperweight just now belonged to the vice minister of the calligraphy department, which was a very pretty girl. After hearing Sua's words, the vice minister took the initiative to walk out, waved her hand very kindly and said, No, everyone has seen it, and you didn't break it on purpose. What's there to pay for? It's just a porcelain paperweight, and we are all alumni of the same school. There's really no need to be so polite. Sui sniffed and saw that the vice minister was indeed genuine, so he didn't continue to insist. The students next to him saw Suhi being so polite, and their evaluation of him was another point better. This little episode quickly passed, and everyone continued to look around in the auditorium at the calligraphy works. After a while, A boy was so focused on looking at the calligraphy and paintings that he didn't notice the table next to him at all, and also slammed into the corner of the table with one force, similarly smashing a paperweight. Watching the paperweight fall to the ground and shatter into several pieces, the boy hurriedly opened his mouth to apologize. "I'm really sorry, I didn't see it." After apologizing, the boy wanted to turn around and leave. The vice minister took a look and quickly chased after him, calling out to stop the boy in front of him, saying, "Classmate, you can't leave now. You haven't compensated yet." Compensation? Hearing the vice minister's words, the boy was obviously stunned. He blinked, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "Wasn't it you guys who said just now that as long as you didn't break it on purpose, you don't have to compensate?" As the boy spoke, his tone began to become more and more badass, and his brows were knitted in a deadly frown. The way he was being treated now made him feel very unfair. That boy just now touched and broke the paperweight. "Why didn't you ask for money? To me you have to. Double standard, right? A paperweight is not much money, but this double standard, anyone would feel unfair. It's hurtful and insulting. It's too much." The vice minister looked at him with a sneer, his voice equally cold. "That was our president's boyfriend just now. What about you? Who are you?" That tone, that look, it was as if he was saying, "Who are you sending it?" With one sentence, it directly made that boy petrified on the spot. At this time, the other students around also opened their mouths. People just that student but took the initiative to say the compensation. You do not even have a word of apology, ready to slip away, but also want to let others for your mistakes to pay the bill. By what right? That's right, you only saw that he didn't have to pay for it, but you didn't see his attitude and behavior. And when he called out to you, he still had the nerve to make so many excuses. It's only right that you should pay for the things you broke. Could it be that people's things? Aren't they paid for? What kind of reasoning is this? What kind of people? Facing the accusations of the surrounding crowd, the boy had long since been left with no place to go. He panicked and took out his wallet, obediently compensated for the money, and hurriedly drilled into the crowd. Suhee and Baijishi were still strolling around the auditorium, the two of them holding hands, both enjoying this kind of time. The two people followed the flow of people walking and stopping, from time to time whispering exchanges, for the work of the evaluation. Such a picture fell in the eyes of the students next to them, only to feel the dog food in the sky. To the face of the people slapped hard. Obviously it is such a serious calligraphy exhibition, but it is so sweet to stroll around. Are you polite? Baijishi didn't notice the reactions of the people around her. She raised her finger and pointed to the table in front of her and said with a smile, "There's a specially set aside practice area over there. Let's go over and take a look as well." The practice area here was specially set up for some newcomers to try and experience calligraphy or dancing. On the desktop were not only the 4 treasures needed for calligraphy, as well as a series of paraphernalia, but there were even some textual explanations. Sui brought Baijishi to the table and looked at the explanation printed out on the A4 paper next to him. He looked at Baijishi and asked with a smile, "You're all college students, can you still not recognize these things? You guys get it like this, completely like elementary school students." Baijishi guffawed as she held back her laughter and explained, "It's the novice practicing area. Many places are designed like this, and we're just following suit." When Baijishi said this, she gently shook Sua's arm and asked curiously, "Suha, do you know calligraphy?" Suhi nodded and said with a smile, "I learned a little bit before." "Really? So awesome." Baijishi's eyes flashed with light. She stood there delicately, blinking towards Sua. "But I don't know, do you want to teach me?" Faced with such a cute request, of course Sua would not refuse. "Good." Sui smiled bashfully and took the initiative to pull Baijishi to the table, picking up a brush and placing it in her hand. The small hand as delicate as onion white pinched the wooden brush, which looked like it had a special kind of beauty. Baijishi allowed Suhi to teach her, dots of starlight spilling out from time to time inside her extremely beautiful eyes, shaking her hand and saying, "It's holding the pen like this, right? But you see how to write with such a strange posture?" Baijishi spoke in a kitten-like voice, as if a furry kitten had rubbed against Sui's skin, making his heart itch. Sui's gaze was full of tenderness. He stretched out his own big hand, covering Baijishi's small hand completely and said with a low smile, "Good boy. I'll teach you." Sui's one word "good boy," as if it carried a magic power, making Baijishi no longer mischievous, letting Sui's hand guide her, writing words on the rice paper, while putting pen to paper. Suhi taught Baijishi the secrets of calligraphy. Don't stiffen your hand too much. Relax your fingers a bit. Use your wrist to control the direction of the brush. Sui's teaching hand in hand like this made the surrounding students, who were practicing their penmanship, suffer a strong irritation. The students looked at the duo's backs with grudges, as if a monster was roaring in their hearts. "Are you guys walking dog food vending machines? We have come here to hide, but still want to force feed dog food." Some of the sisters looked at their mute boyfriends around them and were even more indignant. "The same are all boys. How can the gap be so big? Just as these students continued to wail, some of the new students who came in also looked dumbfounded, looking at Suhee and Baijishi like golden children. All were jealous and envious, especially those boys. Their hearts were madly dripping blood. The beloved goddess was plucked away by someone, but also have to watch the two people show their love? What a sin! Chapter 16 The Golden Banquet. Because a large number of students had stalled here, a male minister of the painting and calligraphy department had purposely squeezed over to check the situation. After all, this was an event organized by the ministry, so there couldn't be any accidents because of the crowding. Please make way. As soon as the male minister of the painting and calligraphy department squeezed in, he saw the image of Suhee teaching Baijishi to write with her hands. Such a picture directly caused the male minister to freeze at the scene. The male minister looked towards Baijishi and secretly thought in his heart, what's wrong with the president? Others might not know, but he knew clearly. President Baijishi was someone who had won the Suhang Calligraphy Award, and not just once. Almost as long as she competed, she would definitely pick up a gold medal. Such Baijishi was actually taught calligraphy by Suwa? Is there something wrong with his own head? Or is there something wrong somewhere? The male minister of the calligraphy department swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty as he looked at Baijishi, wanting to inquire, President, you are not. Before the male minister's words fell, he saw Baijishi glaring over with a beautiful glance. With such a vicious glance, the male minister's stomach of words all choked in his throat, not daring to say a word more. Suhee felt the soft little hand in his hand, completely not noticing the action between the male minister and Baijishi. How is it? A little hand feeling? Suhee brought Baijishi's hand to write while softly inquiring. Baijishi blinked her eyes and pretended to be very serious as she said to Suwa, it seems like it doesn't work yet, eh? You teach me again. Suhee of course will not be stupid to refuse. He and Baijishi two people you to and fro, obviously is a lively calligraphy exhibition, but made into two people affectionate show love scene. The students who passed by all had a pained look on their faces, and while they accelerated their steps to leave, they thought in their hearts in a very depressing manner. Is this still our student council president who is dedicated to the school's cause? This. Totally a love brain alright? Actually showing love in public. Our white school flower has changed after all. It's all because of this brat who came out of nowhere. He actually succeeded in sneaking up on her and cheating her out of her beauty. It's so unfair. No wonder in the past 2 days, the white school flower has gotten prettier and prettier. It turns out to be a spring heart. Oh, it's too hard on the heart. Suhee and Baijishi wrote enough. Suhee raised his wrist and looked at the time, suddenly said to Baijishi, the time is almost noon now, let's go have a meal. Baijishi nodded. She looked at Suwa and inquired, speaking of eating, where do you usually eat? The school cafeteria? Suhee pulled Baijishi up and walked towards the outside, saying as he walked, it doesn't matter what I used to eat. What's important is that since I have a girlfriend, I definitely want to take her to eat the best food. Baijishi's heart was bursting with sweetness, but she also didn't want Suhee to spend too much money. So she took the initiative to propose. Let's not go too far away. Why don't we just go to the Western restaurant outside the school? How about it? I sometimes eat over there. The flavor is not bad. The two of them walked towards the outside of the school while talking. From the auditorium to the entrance of the school, this short journey was filled with Suhee and Baijishi's light laughter, blown out by the wind a long way. The students who passed by saw it, and they were jealous and envious again. This is what they imagined. The real campus romance. Baijishi took Suhee to the Western restaurant, and the two of them ordered today's special set menu. Discussing that in the afternoon, they would go off campus for a stroll. At the same time, in the middle of an old mansion in Jinling, in the ancient incense burner, gusts of smoke wafted out, a pure sandalwood fragrance. Pure sandalwood had become increasingly rare over the years. Not to mention, a good wood that could be used to burn incense was definitely a good thing worth a lot of money. Between the sandalwood incense surrounding, haloed with those with a heavy classical flavor of mahogany furniture, the entire old mansion everywhere threw a magnificent atmosphere. More so, it showed that the owner of this old mansion was an extraordinary character. At this time the hall of the old mansion came a burst of Chinese medicine. Within the dense hot air, two old men's figures came through. It was the old man and the little old man who had gifted the herbs inside the pharmacy in the morning. The old man's name was Morong-yi, and he was sitting on a chair drinking tea with an old and relaxed look, looking at the little old man fanning the wind while boiling the herbs. Morong-yi spoke. Zhang Ming, I forgot to leave that little guy's contact information in the morning. That little guy is somewhat interesting. As Morong-yi thought, Sui's appearance had already flashed before his eyes. That kind of a young man with an excellent posture, all the temperament, as well as that calmness he showed, made the old man very appreciative. Next to him, when Zhang Ming heard the old master's words, he also made a movement and then spoke. I do have a love for talent, but looking at that stance, Such a person is either worshipped by a famous teacher or was born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Both Zhang Ming and Moroni could see that Suhi had a very good background in pharmacology. How many young kids nowadays were still sincerely willing to learn these good things left behind by their old ancestors? So seeing such a young man, both of them were in love with the talent. It was also because of this that the old man felt such regret about not leaving contact information with Suhi. Zhang Ming suddenly let out a long sigh. His pair of eyes, staring tightly at the Chinese medicine jar, opened his mouth very cautiously and said, "The flavor of medicine that child gave for the change is also in pharmacology, and can be justified. But how effective it is specifically, it is still not necessarily guaranteed." It wasn't that Zhang Ming wasn't skilled in medicine, but within the various prescriptions that had been passed down since ancient times, he hadn't seen such a match. To be honest, even Zhang Ming's heart was also a bit drummed. At this time, the Chinese medicine had already been boiled, so Zhang Ming got up after finishing and poured the soup into the bowl. As he did so, the aroma of the Chinese medicine inside the room became even more intense. It was Moroni who looked like he didn't really care, as he gently nodded his head and said with a smile, "No harm done. Didn't that little guy say something decisive? Besides, conventions are meant to be broken, and just because it hasn't been done before, doesn't mean it's not effective." Moroni took the bowl of medicine handed over by Zhang Ming and directly picked it up and drank it. Looking at the bowl of medicine that had already reached the bottom, Zhang Ming asked with great concern from the side, "How is it? Any uncomfortable feeling?" Moroni waved his hand with some tears and laughter and said, "I just drank this. Where will I react so fast?" "Ha!" Moroni said here and suddenly stopped. He only felt a hot current turning back in his stomach, then flowing away in the direction of his limbs and bones. As this heat flow surged, Moroni felt his body was unusually comfortable, and a thin sweat began to emerge slightly on his forehead. Such a soothing feeling, Moroni felt that he had not felt it for a long time. "What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable?" Zhang Ming was on the side, asking very eagerly. Moroni shook his head, and the expression on his face, from the initial surprise, gradually evolved into ecstasy as he said with great joy, "It's not uncomfortable, but comfortable like never before. I've been taking medicine for so long. It's the first time I've felt so comfortable. This feeling, it's amazing." Moroni was very certain that such a slight adjustment was a completely different feeling than their previous prescription. "What?" Hearing Moroni's description, a flash of shock appeared on Zhang Ming's face. It actually worked so well? Could it be that the young kid today was not just an uninformed person, but an expert who truly knew Chinese medicine? Zhang Ming was an old Chinese medicine practitioner, so naturally, he knew that many powerful Chinese medicine practitioners could see a patient's illness at a glance through other diagnostic methods, but those people must be experienced old men. How old is that young man today? Full count. I'm afraid he is also in his 20s. Moroni looked at Zhang Ming with an excited face and said in a very solemn tone, "This prescription, compared to the previous medicine, the effect is too much better." Moroni was very clear about the changes in his body, and had been just relying on the effects of the medicine to hold on strongly. The current feeling, however, made Moroni feel, for the first time, the hope of healing. The more Moroni thought about it, the more excited he became, and his breathing became 1 point rougher. It was also the first time that Zhang Ming had seen such Moroni, and a trace of a strange color similarly flashed through his eyes, which was then infiltrated by a full of joy. His heart was filled with all sorts of shock. Such a result was indeed something he had not expected. According to Zhang Ming's thoughts, the result of such a change in medicine would at best be nothing more than a flat result, but never in a million years did he expect that this result had given them a surprise. Zhang Ming exhaled heavily and said with great emotion, "It seems that sometimes it is indeed necessary to break the mold in order to receive different rewards." Elder Moroni felt the comfort his body had never felt before and also said with great regret, "If only I had contact information, I could also thank that little friend." However, Elder Moroni also knew that at that time, when Suhi said this changed program, I'm afraid that he was also looking at his own gift of medicine. This karma, in fact, had already ended. Thinking of this, Moroni also did not think too much. After all, people come and go. It is all a karmic word. When karma arrives, naturally they will still meet. Moroni picked up the tea and took a sip. He called out in the direction of the door and called in a middle-aged man. "Master, what are your orders?" The middle-aged man bowed and said very respectfully. Moroni directly opened his mouth and inquired, "How are the preparations for tomorrow's Jinling banquet?" The middle-aged man quickly replied, "Don't worry, my lord, everything for the grand banquet has already been prepared." After all, this was the big thing that they had been preparing for in the recent period of time. Moroni nodded, waved his hand at the middle-aged man and said, "Good, you go down first." Chapter 17, Brothers, I won't go back tonight. At this moment, Suhi was walking out from inside the restaurant with Bai Jishi. The two had gone out for an afternoon of fun. and had settled for dinner in the neighborhood by the way. Sui took Baijishi and sat in the McLaren 720s. Sui started the car while saying to Baijishi, "You're also tired today, right? I'll send you back." "Good." Baijishi smiled very sweetly and replied obediently. The two continued to talk in the car, and Baijishi realized that it was as if she and Sui had endless things to say. She had never been this eager to talk to someone like this, just like a little chatterbox. Sui was a good listener, driving the car on one side, while having a serious conversation with Baijishi, taking advantage of changing gears and waiting for red lights. Sui would also gently pull Baijishi's small hand. The narrow car was already full of ambiguous air. Soon, Sui drove Baijishi to the downstairs. Baijishi looked at the familiar scene of the neighborhood, or for the first time, she felt that the distance was actually so close. "I'll go back then." Baijishi was talking to Suwa, when she suddenly saw that on Suwa's shoulder, there were actually several small ink spots. "Ha, your clothes are dirty." Baijishi got closer to Sui, and it was only after a closer look that she realized that there were other places that also had quite a few small black dots. Looking at such Suha, Baijishi directly said to Suwa, "You get off with me." Sui was a bit uncertain, but still opened the car door and got out of the car. Immediately afterward, he saw Baijishi walking over and pulling herself towards the unit. Before Sui could figure out what Baijishi was going to do, she was already pulled into the house. Once inside, Baijishi said to Sui, "Take off your clothes." Baijishi said it quickly and surely, directly causing Sui to freeze there. "Suwa, is it so direct? Isn't there supposed to be a process?" Baijishi looked at Sui frozen place and also reacted, quickly opening her mouth to explain. "What I mean is, I'll help you wash your clothes." Suwa looked at Baijishi's slightly red face and said smilingly, it's okay to mean that." However, Suwa was also afraid that Baijishi's thin skin would not be able to hang onto her face. She picked up another sentence and said, "Clothes are not necessary. I'll just go back and wash them." Baijishi put down her own things, went to the bathroom to wash her hands and said to Suwa, "Don't be so polite. I'll wash it. If you don't wash it well, you'll halo the ink. When the ink fizzles out and seeps into the fibers of the clothes, it's really hard to wash." Baijishi said here, paused for a moment, and continued, "Besides, isn't washing clothes one of the responsibilities of a girlfriend?" Sui listened to Baijishi's words and was also happy, looking at Baijishi and asking, "Then what will I wear after my clothes are washed by you? Can't just go back naked, right?" Even if Suwa didn't mind, it would still be easy to be taken as a pervert, right? Baijishi froze at her words. This was something that she had never thought about. She had always lived alone by herself, and it was naturally impossible for her to have men's clothes at home. After meditating for a while, Baijishi coldly opened her mouth and said, "Since it's like this, then you'll just sleep here. It's not like there's no place." Baijishi spoke with a bit of a stutter, and her line of sight also drifted to other places long ago, simply embarrassed to meet Sui's eyes. "Seems to be worried that Sui is embarrassed," Baijishi said very forcefully. "Besides, I am your girlfriend, not an outsider. What are you afraid of being shy?" Although Baijishi was forcibly calm, the two blushes on her cheeks directly betrayed her. This was definitely saying the hardest words with the most tantalizing red face. Listening to Baijishi's words, Sui froze. "Afraid of being shy? That's not so much." Sui didn't hesitate and directly took off his shirt in a big way, revealing a body of fine muscles. Baijishi looked at Suwa's naked upper body, directly looked straight in the eyes and froze in place. This. In Baijishi's impression, Sui belonged to a man with a relatively well-proportioned body, but did not appear to be very strong. He didn't expect that after taking off his clothes, he would actually be so lean and strong. This figure, with 8-pack abs so obvious, is simply absolute awe. Baijishi, while nodding madly in her heart, a pair of eyes stared straight at Sui's pecs. Looking at Baijishi's about to drool in front of him, Sui was happy and asked with a smile, "Good looking, right? Haven't seen it before, right? Want to see more?" Hearing Suwa's words, Baijishi also stomped her foot, snorted coldly and lightly rebuked. "What's the big deal? As if who doesn't have a good body?" "Suwa, okay, if you say that, I admit that my pecs are indeed inferior to yours." Sui handed the clothes in his hand to Baijishi, while asking with concern, "Your hand, can you dip it in water now?" Baijishi shook her hand in front of Suwa and said with a smile, "It doesn't hurt anymore. After I finish washing my clothes in a while, you can help me change the medicine again." Baijishi didn't care too much. After all, not touching water at all was also more difficult to realize. Anyway, Suwa was right here, so if it didn't work, just ask him to reapply the medicine for himself, or else you can teach me how to wash it. "I'll do it," Sui tried to persuade Baijishi. Unexpectedly, Baijishi directly shook her head, and also pushed Sui towards the sofa, saying, "There's really no need, you go and rest." Seeing Baijishi's insistence, Sui stopped talking and sat down on the sofa, listening to the sound of water coming out of the bathroom. Sui took out her cell phone and watched the news. Just at this time, Sui's cell phone received a message. Opening it, it was a WeChat message from the oldest Dong Hongha. Oldest 4, are you still coming back tonight? At this moment, the oldest, Dong Hongha, was sitting on a chair while holding his cell phone, looking at the screen with an expectant face. Next to him stood the second and third, both looking at the oldest cell phone screen from time to time, with the same gossipy look on their faces. Oldest 3 stroked his chin, looked to the duo beside him, and opened his mouth to ask, I see this rhythm of oldest 4. He is definitely not coming back today. The oldest 2 listened to the oldest 3's words and also nodded with great recognition. Instead, it was the oldest, Dong Hongha, who looked at the duo with a come-hither expression and said with great disdain, don't take your dirty thoughts and measure oldest 4. If you ask me, old 4 is definitely going to come back. I'll bet 10 packs of spicy noodles, the oldest said with conviction. With Su was character. These 10 packs of chili fries definitely can't lose. The second and the third looked at each other and said almost in unison, alright, we'll bet with you, plus 3 bottles of Coke, and chicken claw chips. The oldest 2 and the oldest 3 were also full of confidence. Falling in love is falling in love. It's all about hormones. What does it matter about character? At this moment, the eyes of both sides collided together. Just at this time, the oldest cell phone ding-donged. It was a message from Suha. Boss, what are you thinking about? As soon as boss saw Suha's message, he immediately became excited and said loudly, look guys, I told you, oldest 4 and I are decent people. We won't let those ordinary women get us casually. Old 2 old 3, that's not an ordinary woman either. It's the white school flower. If they were so lucky, they would definitely have to bow and scrape their way to the bottom of the earth. However, after old 2 and old 3 lamented, they were also prepared to willingly gamble. The oldest 2 sighed, picked up the cell phone on the table, and said, buying drinks and snacks is nothing, but facing a big beauty like that, it's not easy for oldest 4 to endure. Just as the oldest 2 and the oldest 3 were preparing to leave, Suha's second message arrived. This is still going back. Is that still a man? In an instant, the crowd, misty grass, the few people in the dormitory, you look at me, I look at you, and start to fog grass one after another. Counter kill. The oldest was in tears. This oldest 4 is also really. The night does not return to the dormitory on the night. Why still go around in such a big circle? Really, almost flashed his old waist. After spitting, the 3 people in the dormitory were all jealous and envious. That was the white school flower, the goddess of all the boys in the school. And just like that, it was picked by old 4? It's really sour to death. It's progressing too fast, isn't it? Another date, again to send breakfast, followed by the night. The oldest was both sour and angry, indignantly stating, no, when oldest returns, we must make him treat us to a meal. It also has to be a big meal. Otherwise it's all sorry for the sensation of him taking down the white school flower. The oldest 2 and the oldest 3 also nodded in recognition. Oldest 4 is in love with the school beauty and has yet to treat us. This fine tradition of taking off a single meal, but it should never be lost. The oldest looked at the oldest 2 and the oldest 3, very dissatisfied with a cold snort, said, you 2 still have the nerve to say that? I haven't even gotten to eat your off-the-record meal yet either. Thinking that he could still eat 3 big meals, the oldest's mood was inexplicably much better. Although it was eaten with tears, it was at least a compensation. The second and third eyes glared almost simultaneously, looking at the boss and saying, let's not talk about those useless things first, quickly go buy drinks and snacks. Boss Dong Hong Hyuk rolled his eyes, grabbed his cell phone and headed out the door. The oldest 2 and the oldest 3 each pulled out chairs and sat down, saying with great emotion, when oldest 4 comes back, we must learn from oldest 4. This is really awesome. That was the white school flower, the goddess of the whole school, and it was taken so quietly. Maybe they could also learn from it, and from now on roam the sea of flowers without a single leaf touching them. Chapter 18 Kissing Schoolgirl. Bye. After Suha finished sending a message to her boss to blow off some steam, she saw Bai Jishi walk out with the finished laundry. The clothes had already been cleaned and hung on the hanger, and were about to be taken to the lanai to dry. As soon as Bai Jishi walked out, she saw Suha with a smile on her face. Her curiosity got the better of her and she opened her mouth to inquire, what's wrong, Suha? Happy, quite happy? Of course Suha didn't say in detail. She just laughed in a low voice. Nothing, just blew an ox. Still hiding with me, Bai Jishi said and turned around to dry her clothes. But before she turned around, she didn't forget to glance at Sui's muscles. This 8-pack abs and waistline. Looking at it was also too sexy. After Bai Jishi dried her clothes, she took the washed bath towel from the lanai by hand and handed it to Suha and said, you quickly tie it on. It's also too eye-catching. This body of muscles, too tantalizing. Suha had a helpless face, but still took it and draped it over her body. Then a hand grabbed by Jishi, who was about to leave, pulled her to sit down and prepared to change her medicine. Only after the old gauze was removed did she realize that the burns on Baijishi's hands had gotten too much better, and the redness and swelling that was so obvious before had almost disappeared to the point of invisibility. When Baijishi took a look, she also let out a gasp of surprise, and looked at Suhi with eyes full of astonishment. Suha, the medicine you prepared is really good. Look, it's all healed. Suhi didn't say anything, pulled Baijishi's hand, carefully smeared it with medicine, and bandaged it before speaking. Wait until it's completely healed before removing it. Baijishi felt Sui's real concern and love. Her heart was also a burst of sweetness, and she nodded obediently. The two people talked for a while more. Baijishi found a summer quilt, ready to fold it up and give it to Suha as a pillow. Suhi looked at Baijishi's operation and also opened his mouth to inquire, "Where will I sleep tonight? Hit the ground? Actually, I can sleep on the sofa as well." When Baijishi heard Sui's words, the movement in her hand was given a beat, and she said in a calm manner, "No, you just sleep on the bed. We both share it." As soon as Baijishi's words were finished, Suhi was directly lying on the bed. He closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth raised upwards. "That's what I think too. It's still comfortable on the bed." Baijishi, blind streamer, hogging my bed. But the words had already been said. Baijishi didn't back out and lay down on the other side of the bed. It was completely different from the usual feeling of lying on the bed, and the two people were tossing and turning a bit as if they had been lit up with a stalemate point. However, neither of the two spoke, both trying to adapt to this particular feeling. Just at this time, Sui's eyes suddenly flashed with a light screen. Popping out a light screen. Release task. Host kisses Baijishi. You can get a chance to sign in. Sui raised his eyebrows. There was this good thing? Thinking about the chance to sign in, Sui did not hesitate to turn his body, just in time to meet Baijishi, who was tossing and turning, at eye level. Looking at Suhi, who suddenly turned her head, Baijishi also froze. Her original mood, which had the general feeling of a kitten scratching, jumped violently and violently. Baijishi shyly lowered her eyes, her slender eyelashes trembling slightly. Sui looked at the gorgeous Baijishi in front of him and only felt that the angle was very unfavorable to him. Leaning over like this and kissing directly, it seems like the angle is a bit tricky. While Suhi was thinking about it, he had already gotten in front of Baijishi's body. He lowered his head and gently dropped a kiss on Baijishi's side face. Sui only felt that his lips touched an extremely soft and silky touch. That wonderful feeling, a little bit slightly cool and with a hint of warmth, especially the warm scent that rushed straight to his nose, making Sui sink, while Baijishi beside her. Her body stiffened and she couldn't help but tremble. Even her breathing began to become cautious, and in front of Sui's eyes, the light screen popped up again. It was the sign-in opportunity he got after completing the mission. Please ask the host to complete the sign-in. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and obtaining the ownership of Spirit Dragon Group. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The goddess tenfold rebate skill is promoted to tenfold rebate skill. Spirit Dragon Group? Suhi went to university in Jinling. Naturally he had heard of the name of Spirit Dragon Group. Spirit Dragon Group is a famous enterprise on the Su-Hang side, and it is a big group with $10 billion of assets. However, what made Sui feel the most happy was that it was his own goddess rebate, which was directly promoted to a tenfold rebate. That is to say, as long as Suhi is consuming, she can get 10 times rebate. In the face of such a result, Suhi was still very happy. He took out his cell phone and checked the information of Spirit Dragon Group. It was only after this check that Sui realized that the business aspects involved in the Spirit Dragon Group were still very comprehensive. As for Baijishi, who was lying next to him, her head was full of all kinds of random thoughts. Even her breathing became rapid. Suha kissed me. Then what? Will it? I heard them say that the first time hurts, and if Suha leaned over, should he push him away? Or would it be better to just go with the flow? But if he didn't do something to resist, would it seem like he wasn't very reserved? Baijishi lay there, all the time thinking wildly, and didn't know when she fell asleep. After Suhi finished checking the information of Spirit Dragon Group, he also put down his cell phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Suhi woke up early. He turned over and looked at Baijishi, who was sleeping beside him, and also the corner of his mouth rose. Baijishi was sleeping deeply. Sui also didn't bother her, got up and simply cleaned himself up, then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After eating something, Suwa put on her clothes, smelling the clothes with fragrance on her body. Suwa subconsciously looked at Baijishi, who was sleeping on the bed. After leaving a note, Suhi directly left the door. Suhi walked downstairs, and at this point, he was ready to get on the car and leave. However, on the road, there was a Ferrari traveling this way. On top of the Ferrari, a youth is driving. The youth is dressed in luxurious clothes, with a dusty temperament, with a hint of a smile in his eyes, enjoying the taste of driving a sports car in that wind sound and engine roar. Youth is not someone else, it is Chien Duo. On the side of the passenger seat, but also sits a young girl, dressed in a very cool and casual, cynical expression. Is a little girl look. However, it must be said that this young girl has a pretty face and a hot body, which is also considered to be quite beautiful. Ha, really? I was planning to accompany my sisters out today. Originally, I had an appointment. Now I can only cancel the appointment. Chien Mengmeng yawned and pouted with some pity, and was arranging her hair in the side mirror. He, do you know what kind of banquet this is today? It's a big banquet in Jinling. A banquet jointly organized by several big families in the upper echelons of the entire Jinling. Do you know how many people want to go but haven't had the chance to yet? You actually still feel sorry. Chien Duo was driving the car. When he heard Chien Mengmeng's words, he looked at her and said a few words in a good-natured manner. Alright, isn't it okay that I know I'm wrong? Chien Mengmeng was given a lecture by Chien Duo, and also seemed like she was saying the wrong thing here, puffing out her cheeks. Her small mouth muttered, then why don't I just give my chance to someone else? This is actually quite good. However, while speaking, looking at the roadside in front of him, Chien Duo first slightly froze, then he violently hit the steering wheel and accelerated towards the roadside and drove over. This huge impact made Chien Mengmeng's body lean forward, her head almost hit the top of the car window, and she immediately looked at Chien Duo, who was aggrieved. No way, old brother, I'm just casually talking for fun. You're not really going to leave me on the side of the road, are you? However, Chien Duo just looked at her, his mouth silent, then opened the car door and walked down. Su He, who was standing on the side of the road ready to get into the car, also noticed Chien Duo and waved with a smile. Brother Chien, what a coincidence. Why are you here? I am also feeling coincidental. Just now I looked familiar and looked twice more. It turns out that it's really you, Brother Su. Chien Duo smiled and walked forward. The two also exchanged pleasantries. Chien Mengmeng in the car at this time also reacted to, sort of a sigh of relief. Just thought his brother is really angry. Get half a day. The original is to meet acquaintances followed by walking out of the car. Chien Mengmeng looked at Suha. For a moment the whole person froze. A pair of beautiful eyes tightly focused on Suha. Eyelids do not blink. So handsome. What kind of breed of handsome man is this? Chien Mengmeng's heart erupted into a burst of awe, and just like that, she hid by Chien Duo's side, gently tugging at the corner of Chien Duo's coat, as if she was a little sister next door timidly looking at Suhi. Brother good. After brewing for a few moments, Chien Mengmeng called out her brother in a soft voice. Chien Duo immediately also noticed his sister, looking at her hiding behind himself, actually pulling on his own coat corner. He became somewhat impatient. Hey, Chien Mengmeng, what are you doing pulling on my clothes? What if you ruin it for me? This is very expensive. When have you ever seen a stranger stumbling like this? What's wrong with you today? Chien Mengmeng, heart that called a collapse, exasperatedly looked at Chien Duo, but could not say a word. What in the world is this? Pulling a little bit won't kill me. I'm not pretending to be an innocent sister. Chapter 19, I have a good stomach, not suitable for soft food. Brother Chien, who is this? Suhi waved towards Chien Mengmeng as well, followed by a doubtful question towards Chien Duo. I'm Chien Duo's younger sister. I'm called Chien Mengmeng. Hello brother. Oh, so it's the little sister. No wonder it looks so similar. Hello, I'm called Suhi. Suhi wiped his sweat. These two siblings' attire. They really don't look like brother and sister. Chien Duo is dressed to be much more mature and stable, while this Chien Mengmeng is more or less a bit rebellious, but thought at this age, it wouldn't be strange. Chien Mengmeng stood beside Chien Duo. The more he looked at Su He, the more handsome he felt in his heart, still considering whether to hurry to ask for a WeChat. By the way, brother Su, are you also going to attend the golden banquet here? Why don't we go together? How lively everyone is together. Looking at Su He appeared here. Chien Duo's heart has already preconceived that Su He is here to participate in the Jinling Grand Banquet, and immediately invited Su He to go together. Jinling Grand Banquet? Su He was stunned at his words, and really didn't know what this was that Chien Duo was talking about. No way, brother Su, you don't know? Witnessing Su He's dumbfounded look, Chien Duo's heart was also strange. According to reason, it was impossible for Su He to not know about this Jinling Grand Feast. I'm not hiding it from brother Chien. This I really don't know. Su He smiled awkwardly, thinking that before, he really didn't have the chance to know these things. Thinking that, he also asked one more question. Brother Chien, I have to ask for your advice. What exactly is this Jinling Grand Feast? It sounds quite something. Oh, this Jinling Grand Banquet is organized by several big families in Jinling. Those who come to attend this banquet are all upper-class people. Among them, there is no lack of businessmen and dignitaries. All of them are considered to be prominent characters in Jinling, And the significance of this Jinling Grand Banquet is to provide each other with a channel to expand their connections and resources. So generally this banquet will gather half of the upper class people in the entire Jinling. Oh, I know. Soo-hee nodded. Now he sort of roughly knew the meaning. And while Chen Duo explained, seeing that Soo-hee was really serious about listening, he thought that Soo-hee this was also really unaware of this. But although Chen Duo was puzzled in his heart, he still looked at Soo-hee with a smile and invited him to go together. Brother Soo, let's go. Go with me and take a look. This banquet, it's not something that can be portrayed in a few words. You have to go and see it for yourself. And that place isn't something that ordinary people can go and see. It's good for us to go and open our eyes. It's just that after we go, I can also introduce people from my circle to you, so we can get to know each other. How about it? Chien Duo said with passionate fire, making Soo-hee also feel hard to refuse. Alright brother Chien, let's go then. Soo-hee also didn't have much to do today. Just by taking this opportunity, he could also go and see what the upper echelons of Jinling were really like, so he agreed with a smile. Okay, let's get in the car. Just follow me. Saying that, the two of them got into their respective cars, Chien Duo in the front, Soo-hee in the back. After getting into the car, Chien Mengmeng tied her seatbelt while looking at her old brother with a smile. Brother do you see that I just looked like a lady? Ladylike? Where is it? The corner of Chien Duo's mouth turned away as he looked around in all directions, not giving Chien Mengmeng any face at all. Older brother, why didn't I realize this before? You're simply too annoying, aren't you? Chien Mengmeng pouted and gave a light humph, twisting her head to the side, not ready to bother with Kanjuo. Ha ha ha, little sister what's wrong with you? Seeing a handsome man, did you change your appearance? It's really strange. Your brother, I'm so handsome. You look at me every day. How come I haven't changed at all? Chien Duo sighed. This sentence was especially true, and could not help but make the Chien Mengmeng on the side look at it with a burst of contempt. He, you are still handsome? It's far worse than brother Sua just now. The corners of Chien Duo's mouth twitched, and in his heart, he couldn't help but say a foggy grass. Is this the storm from his own sister? But even if he is really not as handsome as Suwa, this is not that much worse. As the siblings chatted without a word, the three of them soon came to the side of the Heavenly Horse Club. After driving into a large iron gate, the crowd was considered to have entered this Pegasus Clubhouse. This Pegasus Clubhouse was a manor-style clubhouse, covering a vast area. Not to mention that everything was so splendid. The building of the clubhouse was broad and grand, and between every brick and tile, it was full of style and low luxury atmosphere. Even during this daytime, the clubhouse is also a brilliant piece of light. This Roman-style white tone decoration, reflecting this yellow light, let a person seem to enter a palace of an inch of gold. With the guidance of the waiter, Soo-hee and Chen Duo drove the car to the underground parking lot, because it is the reason of Jinling Grand Banquet. This parking lot is full of luxury cars like rain, rows and columns, neatly parked, that is, even more expansive than the car show. In the upper, those of the dignitaries dressed formally, or in each other's toast, chatting about the project want to cooperate, or in the pleasantries talking about belonging to the upper only involved in a variety of topics. Those young generation is relatively dressed more casually, at this time also in groups of 3 to 5 chatting today. After all, such a banquet was quite appropriate for expanding one's network and socializing. At this time, while the young crowd was talking, they were also looking around as if they were looking for someone. It's already this time of the day. Why do you guys think brother Chien hasn't come yet? One of the big youngsters talked about Chien Duo, and the crowd also noticed that Chien Duo hadn't come yet, and followed with a snicker. Ha ha, brother Chien is very obsessed with sports cars. Maybe he's enjoying the speed and passion right now. Without realizing it, he's gone far away. You don't say. The last time I looked for brother Chien for dinner was like this. Halfway actually went to a rally with someone else. If I hadn't called, I'm afraid I would have forgotten about me. Well, don't worry about it. Brother Chien is not a person who doesn't know what's important. Maybe he's already here now. Just when the crowd was joking, Chen Duo and Sui, 3 people also parked their cars and walked over towards the side. Seeing the crowd that is gathering in front to talk, Chen Duo slightly smiled and pointed at the crowd to introduce to Soo-hee. Brother Soo, look over there. Those are my friends. Let's go over there. Good. With that, Sui, several people walked straight towards the side where the crowd gathered. Yo, brother Chien, you're finally here. Seeing Chien Duo walking towards them, the crowd was stunned. Then they laughed and joked. Brother Chien, if you didn't come here, we thought you went racing with someone halfway and drove away from Jiling. How is it possible to go racing? You guys are too good at joking. Chien Duo also smiled awkwardly, also not expecting that he actually came the latest. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the big young ladies all saw Soo-hee. Looking at them, they all looked unfamiliar, but thinking that Chien Duo had brought them here, they also nodded their heads. Right brother Chien, this one is? Ha, just remembering to chat. I forgot to introduce you guys. This is my new good buddy, Soo-hee. So it's brother Soo. What a pleasure to meet you. The crowd was also very welcoming, since it was someone that even Shander called his brother. They didn't have much constraints and enthusiastically renewed their greetings towards Soo-hee. A big young man bitterly smiled and shook his head. Looking at Soo-hee's face value and styling, he thought that there was simply no way to compare it. Brother Chien, you brought brother Soo here. My handsome status within our people. That's lowered again. The rest of the people heard this. They all covered their mouths and laughed, but they didn't forget to squeeze him a few times. Alright Jiang Shao. I don't think this will affect you much either. Yeah, how stable is our Jiang Shao? A few more Soo brothers. It won't have much of an impact. Saying this, a well-dressed young lady with outstanding face value looked at Soo-hee, and at this time, she was also in a good mood. Smilingly walked up and took out her cell phone. Brother Soo, this is fate for us. Come all the way here. It's a pity not to add a WeChat. Seeing that this sister asked Soo-hee for WeChat, those big young men immediately began to coax, looking meaningfully at Soo-hee. Ha, brother Soo, if you really add her friend, in the future your stomach, you don't have to be too good. Anyway, this doesn't have much of an impact. I think it's quite comfortable to have a bad stomach. Brother Soo, you have to think carefully about this. Bad stomach. Soo was a bit strange at once, looking suspiciously at the few great young men who had just spoken. A big young man coughed twice, forcibly held back his laughter, and ambushed Soo's ear and said softly, Soo brother this sister is engaged in finance to say other may not have, but the money that is there. At that time brother you can comfortably eat soft rice. Spare this big young said very quietly, but that big miss but still heard, suddenly exasperated, pointing at that big young angrily shouted, what are you guys talking about? Don't I have a face? Do I have no figure? For a while, the crowd watched and also laughed. The atmosphere of the scene was very pleasant. Chapter 20, Goodbye to the Big Man. Okay, you guys don't want to joke about brother Soo. He's not short of money. He's driving a McLaren 720S, Misty Grass. Brother Soo. Other people are also surprised to hear this, thinking how handsome even if, actually so young and talented. After chatting for a while, Soo also added friends with all the other young ladies present, and soon became close. Brother Soo, I also forgot to tell you again, you drive a McLaren. You have to come to my club to support the scene. Chen Duo also laughed and once again threw out an olive branch towards Soo-hee, inviting him to join the supercar club. Since brother Qian has said so, what else can I say? Soo-hee also readily agreed. After all, there was nothing wrong with this for him. Besides, Qian Duo gave him a good feeling. This person was still worth socializing with. And then, Qian Mengmeng also added Soo-hee's friend, secretly rejoicing in her heart, quietly hiding at the side and typing notes to Soo-hee. Just at this time, from the other side came some middle-aged men, dressed very formally. As soon as the crowd saw them, they also rushed to greet them politely. After all, these people were their fathers. Coincidentally, just now, Qian Duo's father, Qian Shu, happened to hear what he had just said about inviting Soo-hee to join the club. How old is he? He still doesn't have a proper form. He just knows how to run a car day in and day out. Qian Shu frowned and looked at Qian Duo with some hatred. Xiao Duo, your father is right. It's about time you had to let go of these things and get to work on something more important. Yeah, when we were your age, we didn't have the leisure to get into all this. Listen to uncle and you. Man, it's best to focus on your career. Everything else is not that important. Seeing this, the other old bosses who followed Qian Shu also followed and advised a few words. Qian Duo they were instantly a bit sullen, silent for a few seconds. The more they thought about it, the more they suffocated in their hearts, so they began to retort. We're already taking on a not so small amount of pressure here Pops, you're throwing so many things at me, and still not letting me have some interest. Qian Shu didn't say anything, just looked at Qian Duo like this and sighed slightly. Uncle Qian, we can testify. Brother Qian, he really works hard, and his love for sports cars is just relaxing. Even though we sometimes joke about this, we all know that brother Qian has a sense of proportion. Uncle Qian, there's really no need for you to be so strict. Regarding the career brother Qian is doing a great job. We're all ashamed of ourselves. Those big young ladies also spoke in favor of Qian Duo and followed with a few rebuttals. At once, their fathers were all unhappy, and one of them, a middle-aged man with a majestic aura, stood out, his voice somewhat fuming as he scolded. You young people, how on earth do you talk to your elders? Saying you guys is for your own good. We are elders, so how could we harm you? Chastising you and motivating you. It's not because we're worried about your future. Why can't each and every one of you think straight? When it came to this stance, the great young misses along with Qian Duo were helpless. Good guy. Every time they couldn't say it anymore. they took out their status as elders and started to press people, but at this time, their hearts are again reasonable, also not good to say something, only able to hold in the heart. Otherwise, if they go back to refute, but also be continued to say, this is what they do not want to see. Qian Shu and a group of bosses looked at the crowd mute, but also did not stop. Just compared to a moment ago, the tone of voice slightly eased a lot. Alas, look at you guys, not doing your jobs day in and day out, really worrying the elders, regardless of what you guys do. Remember what things are first and what things are second. People need to prioritize. Well, we don't bother to talk about you guys anymore. Anyway, how to go about it? You guys shouldn't be unaware of it. Just watch out for yourselves. After saying a few more words, Qian Shu and the others got up and left, leaving the young ladies on this side standing in place and screaming in agony. Alas, what can we do? It's useless to reason, and it's impossible to say anything. Come on, I'm used to it anyway. Brother Qian, don't take it to heart. Every time my old man says something to me, it's much tougher than your father. That's why people say this is the generation gap. I think it's simply an ocean apart. After watching the elders leave, the crowd muttered in whispers again and spat a few words after them. Suo looked on the sidelines, was also happy, covered her mouth and smiled, but this was indeed the current situation of most young people. Subsequently, all the people chatted and walked towards the inside. The clubhouse was now overcrowded. All the first-class dignitaries and young ladies in Jinling. Sui looked at the very front where there were many seats that were still empty, so he looked at Chen Duo with some curiosity. Brother Qian, the seats over there, can we be seated? That won't do. Those are for those few big families. Our old dads aren't even qualified to sit there yet, let alone us. Chen Duo shook his head. Saying all this, he was also yearning for the seats over there. After all, if he could sit over there, it also represented that his status in this Jinling had arrived at the peak. Afterwards, Su He and the others strolled around, and also greeted the other great young ladies present. Finally, as time moved on step by step, people from several big families were also entering one after another. The first one, is that Morong Yi old man? Beside him there are several middle-aged people following. The aura immediately subdued everyone. Su He looked over, and when he saw this old master Morong Yi, he immediately brightened up. This old man's identity really is not bad. He felt that this old master's aura was extraordinary when he was at the herbal medicine store yesterday, and he didn't expect that he was actually from several big families in this Jinling. Ha ha, brother Sua, this is not an uncommon identity. This is the Morong family's old man Morong Yi. Chen Duo on the side looked at Morong Yi's old master, also sighed softly, his eyes filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart. This Morong family, but the entire Jinling leading level of family business, tens of billions of dollars of family property, that is not a joke. Whether in the business world or political circles, are also talented. Chen Duo sighed while also looking at Su He with some curiosity. Right brother Su, listening to your words, do you know this elder Morong Yi? Well, there has been a meeting. Right, Su He nodded, and continued to look at this side of elder Morong Yi. At this time, this old man's complexion, but compared to yesterday, it was too much better, thinking that this should have listened to his advice, otherwise it wouldn't have recovered so fast. In the front, Morong Yi old master is also being courted by the crowd, all the way to the seat. No one dares to go slow. Elder, your color is too good to be true. You slow down old master. We help you. Alas, worthy of being a business legend at the time. Even now, it's not losing its vigor. Morong Yi is also in a good mood at this time, which is also related to his own body. Insisted not to let others help, walked over by himself, and was about to prepare to be seated. However, at this time, the old man sight casually looked towards the front. But with a wink he saw Su He. Immediately his old body trembled, and the whole person froze. Next, under the crowd's unbelievable gazes, the old master walked quickly towards the side of Su He and the others. This movement also attracted the elders of Qian Duo and the others who were talking on the other side. Seeing this old master Morong Yi walking towards Qian Duo and the others, everyone's face sank, and their hearts screamed out a bad sound. This old man for no reason towards them, these boys to go over what? It couldn't be that these boys had done something wrong. Seeing this scene, Qian Shu and the others were also unable to sit still, and at that moment they were also prepared to go over to see the situation. Qian Duo and the others were even more directly confused, and their hearts were also secretly muttering whether this was really unintentionally causing any trouble. Elder Morong Yi at this time came face to face, but also shortness of breath, serious face. This is even more so that the hearts of the crowd tightened. For a moment, not only Qian Shu and Chen Duo and the others, everyone in the entire clubhouse hall was stunned. None of them had seen this battle before. Could it be that these juniors had really done something they shouldn't have done? But just at this time, Elder Morong Yi's footsteps stopped in front of Su He, excitedly looking at Su He in front of him. Little friend, I this yesterday haven't even said to ask for your contact information. I didn't expect to see you again today. Chapter 21 Signing in again. Right at the moment when the old master said this, Chen Duo and the others all looked at Sui's side, and everyone froze. Just now, if they heard correctly, this old master actually wanted Sui's contact information. This is the Morong family's old man. In the whole Jinling is one of the most important figures. What has Sui done? How can he be so favored by the old man? Qian Shu and a bunch of other old masters were also looking dumbfounded. None of them expected that things would actually develop like this. The old master looks much better than yesterday. Sui also pursed her lips and laughed, sighing at how good Morongyi's physical color was at this time. Alas, this is also listening to your change of flavor medicine. I didn't expect this effect to be so much better. Little friend, you are really uncomplicated. I have never seen a young man like you. I don't know how many famous doctors I visited before. The results are not that good. I didn't expect to be reminded of this by little friend. The whole effect is different. Morongyi also praised Suhi in an unending stream of praise. His old aged eyes lit up with light, full of appreciation and gratitude. And then looking at the crowd of Qiantua beside him, Elder Morongyi smiled kindly, narrowed his eyes and said, "Little friend, are these your friends? Come on, take a seat with me. Let's go to the front and talk." With that, the old man casually waved his hand and called for the crowd to go up together. But this simple sentence, but let the crowd even more shocked. Morongyi old master actually invited these juniors to go to the front. What kind of treatment is this? Sui saw Morongyi's old master warmly inviting them. He didn't refuse, nodded his head and looked to the side at the crowd who were already stunned. "Brother Qian, let's go." Hearing Sui's words, Chen Duo's crowd only sort of reacted and followed Morongyi up, leaving behind their fathers. At this time, they could only watch the next generation go to the upper seats, while they, however, could only stand over here. For a while, the words they had just accused the next generation of echoed in their ears, as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Standing in place, Chen Shu and the others watched as their next generation headed towards the seats over there, and were also beginning to doubt themselves a little. Several people's expressions were frozen, as if they were a robot looking straight ahead, not knowing how they should go about describing their feelings at this moment. But it was their juniors, a place that even they didn't have the qualifications to go over even if they wanted to. They were actually invited over by someone else. Walking to the front, this crowd of big young ladies were also with constraints. After all, what kind of people are sitting here? That can be the people of several big families. Every one of these are the most top of the Jinling officials and dignitaries, and they are in the eyes of these people, but are just small dolls. Press simply is not the place they should come. Is their fathers come here? Posture will not be more relaxed than them to wear. Probably is the same tension. After sitting down, Chen Duo several people also could no longer hold back the doubts in their hearts, carefully looking towards Su He, asking in a low voice with 7 mouths, "Brother Su, what's going on? You're also too powerful here. Quickly talk about chanting Brother Su. How did you recognize Elder Morongyi here?" Looking at the crowd's astonished expressions, Sui also talked about what happened in the medicine store yesterday. The more the crowd listened, the more they were amazed. They also came to a realization, and in their eyes, they could not help but have a trace of admiration for Sui. Chen Duo at this time excitedly looked at Sui. In his heart it was a mixture of feelings. His buddy, who he had only known for a few days, was simply a strange person. "Brother Su, I really didn't expect that you still know this way of Chinese medicine." The crowd gave a thumbs up. After all, for them, the way of Chinese medicine was obscure and difficult to understand, and for Suhi to be able to get such favor from the old master, he must have reached a deep and unknowable level of insight into Chinese medicine. What's even more terrifying is, how old is Suhi now? To be able to reach this step is really a bit astonishing. "It's alright, I only know a little bit more." Suhi humbly smiled, and didn't take this matter to heart. After all, the action at that time was only mentioned in passing. On the other hand, the little old man Zhang Ming on the other side looked at Suhi, and when he heard Suhi say this, but immediately retorted, "Little friend Su, a little too modest, right? How can you not be considered slightly knowledgeable? A person who can recite the types and quantities of medicinal prescriptions backwards and forwards, and can also create such miraculous effects in the case of on-the-spot play. This is simply a skill that amazes the 4 directions. So this is not just understand some pharmacological knowledge can do. Honestly speaking, I can't see you now for this Chinese medicine insights. To what point, really, the future can be expected?" Sui sniffed and pursed her lips. Elder Morongyi also walked over at this time, ready to pour a cup of tea for Suhi. "Elder, you sit down, I'll do it myself." Seeing this, Sui smiled and got up, pouring himself a cup of tea. By this time, Morongyi looked at Suhi, and in his heart, he also felt more and more unable to see through, as if a layer of mysterious veil was blocking his eyes. After all, this is just a young man. he is also considered to know countless people, but for the first time, he feels impervious to a junior. Could it be that this is me getting old? Morong-e murmured, then looked at the Chien duo several people, his gaze turning kind. The few of you should all be children within the upper-class families of Jinling, right? When Chien duo and the others saw Elder Morong-e talking to them, they were instantly jolted, and hurriedly began to introduce themselves. Good day Master Mu, I am the eldest son of the Jinling Chien family, Chien duo. After a few people introduced themselves, Chien duo's eyes lit up, and he even saw an opportunity to smile at Elder Morong-e. Grandpa Morong, in fact, our Chien family has always wanted to cooperate with you, and personally speaking, I also greatly admire your achievements back then. Morong-e heard this, and all of a sudden, he also heard joy. He was also considered a human being. Naturally he knew what Chien duo meant by this. However, at Chien duo's age, he was able to do a good job of judging the situation and pushing the boat with the water, which was also considered rare. Well, you this little guy is some business mind. To where also do not forget to go to expand the network, is a good seedling. At that moment, Morong-e cheerfully smiled. Not only did he not get angry at Chien duo's action, instead, he flooded with admiration, pulling out a few business cards and handing them to Chien duo and the others. Well, I also quite like you few little guys. Take it. If there are things you can come and find me. Thank you Grandpa Morong. The crowd clutched the business card in their hands tightly. Their faces could not hide a burst of excitement. This was a business card that many upper-class people in Jinling could not wait for. Alright, you are all young people here. I'm an old man who is also disturbing you a bit here. So I'll go over first. You guys do what you need to do. Just let go a little. Seeing that he was here and these children were also a bit restrained, Old Man Morong-e smiled and said a few words before heading towards the other side. After watching the old master leave, Chien duo and their hearts could be said to be excited. Their hearts were pounding, and they even had some feeling that all of this was not real. Immediately after, all the people also sat down and started chatting while eating. Only everyone's eyes were directed at Su-hee. Brother Su, I'm really convinced. If you didn't follow me here, I really didn't know that you still have this hand. Chien duo narrowed his eyes and looked at Su-hee. His heart was incomparably pained at the moment. Right now he poured the wine for the crowd and firstly raised his cup and said, without further ado, today I must properly toast Brother Su. The rest of the great young ladies saw Chien duo lifting up his glass. They also followed suit and stood up with the same glass in their hands, thanking Su-hee one after another. Brother Su, we don't know how to thank you. If it wasn't because of you, we wouldn't be able to sit here. More than that, this time our old man also surely has nothing to say. Our ears are also considered to be clean. Alas, no more words Brother Su. It's all in the wine. Su-hee smiled and waved his hand, at this time also still maintaining a modest attitude. There's no need for everyone to be like this. This acquaintance I have with Elder Morong-e is also just a coincidence. Although this is said, but Chien duo and other people are also heartily admire Su-hee. This can touch to get is one thing, to let the old master's heart to leave such a deep impression, is not ordinary people can do. Between the drinking cups, all the people are drinking very cheerfully, except that Su-hee has to drive, so he uses tea instead of wine, and the golden banquet is also carried out in an orderly manner. However, right at this moment, Su-hee suddenly got a chance to sign in. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in once. Is it signing in? Sign in. Chapter 22. Why are you still biting people? Su-hee didn't hesitate and started signing in right away. Signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of the Jade Dragon Pavilion Villa No. 1. Jade Dragon Pavilion. Su-hee was first stunned, then a burst of great joy. This is not any ordinary villa. First of all, among the countless villa areas in the whole Jinling, Jade Dragon Pavilion is the undisputed #1 villa area. In terms of the degree of luxury and the gathering of dignitaries, it is the existence of other villas that cannot be compared. And when it comes to this #1 villa, it is the existence that stands at the top of the whole Jinling. It can be said to be the king of the Jinling buildings or not too much. This time, Su-hee also felt a burst of excitement. This is a not small harvest. With a great mood, Su-hee then proceeded to eat with the crowd. During this period, Yi Xian left the table halfway and received a call from Jinling. Of course, this was the call from the property manager of Jade Dragon Pavilion. Hello Mr. Su, I am Zhou Xin, the property manager of Jade Dragon Pavilion. Thank you for choosing our Jade Dragon Pavilion. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. I'm also the housekeeper of your #1 villa. The visitor's voice was sweet, and she immediately introduced herself. Her tone was even more full of respect, and even a hint of nervousness could be faintly heard. Good, I know, Su-hee agreed. Then after a moment of hesitation, she continued, I should be going over in a while. I'll still be bothering you guys at that time. Okay Mr. Su, we are ready to welcome you at any time. property manager Joe Xin smiled and agreed, and the other end of the phone became a little tumultuous. After all, this was the buyer of the Jade Dragon Pavilion Villa No. 1. Knowing that it was coming over, the other property staff were also excited, and immediately began to prepare. After hanging up the phone, Sui went back to eat with the crowd and then took the lead to stand up and say goodbye towards the crowd. Brother Chien, everyone, there are still some things on my side. I'll leave first. Alright brother Su, I'll see you off. Chen Duo nodded and sent Sui all the way out of the clubhouse with the other big young ladies. After sending Sui away, Chen Duo several people came in again and looked at their elders, and their backs straightened up quite a bit. Chen Duo smiled and walked to his old man, Xian Shu, and patted Xian Shu's shoulder. Dad, I'm still considered to be not doing my job. This isn't exactly going to expand your network. Brother Su and I just now, we still know each other because of the supercar. The other young ladies had just been lectured by their elders, and now they even looked like they had been liberated. Before it is reasonable cannot say clearly, at this time can be considered to raise eyebrows up, smilingly looked at their fathers. How about old dad, we didn't lie to you. Now you guys can't use the previous words to say us that's right, as your children then, of course we have learned many things, but now that we have made connections and have more ways, you guys should also accept and understand. Well, that's why we didn't give up on ourselves, we just worked hard in a different way. Now you guys should have nothing to say, right? The several eldest young ladies also spoke up, but they didn't forget to respect their elders, and only refuted the reprimands of the elders just now. Xian Shu and a bunch of other fathers listened to a moment of silence. They really had nothing to say now. Their juniors were sitting with other people's Moroni senior. They even had to queue up to give the senior a toast. Witnessing the look in his old dad's eyes, Xian Duo was instantly happy, and with a pat on the head, he handed a business card to Qian Shu. That's right pops, let me show you this. Qian Shu first froze, and then took the business card to take a look, and then even the hand holding the business card was shaking, and his pupils were instantly dilated, looking at this small business card incredulously. This is the business card of Elder Moroni. In this way, Qian Shu from just a moment ago complex mood, turned to become shocked. His own son actually can get Moroni old master's business card. This is his stingy scalp cannot guess and the rest of the bosses see Qian Shu expression exaggerated. At this time is also come over to take a look, but also Silk is also inhaling cold air. All people are dumbfounded. At the same time, Sui who left the clubhouse drove his car and was driving towards Jade Dragon Pavilion. When he was about to arrive at the destination, Sui also slowed down the speed of the car and started to pay attention to the surrounding scenery. To say that this is the first villa area in Jinling, it is really good. The back can look at the mountain. The front can look at the river. It is really beautiful as a picture scroll. Back to the Jade Dragon Pavilion property side. A few female staff members are also looking to the sun stood under the Zhou not a short time, wide-eyed, who do not understand what is going on. What is Sister Zhou doing? The sun is so hot right now. I don't know. This has been standing for a few hours now, and hasn't even moved a few steps. No, even if it's an honored guest, it's not like this. Do we have this service standard above the employee manual? A few people looked confused, and at this moment, they were also talking about it, and hurriedly looked for a male staff member passing by to ask about it. Kai, do you know what Sister Zhou is doing here? Kai nodded, and then under the shocked gazes of the several female staff members, he revealed the cause of this matter. What I've heard is that this is Manager Zhou's way of greeting the guests of Villa 1. Just not long before our number 1 villa here has been bought. What? This saying that the number 1 villa had been bought. Several people exploded on the spot. This Villa 1 has actually been bought. Oh my god. What kind of person is this, who can actually afford to buy this Villa No. 1? My head is spinning just looking at the price. I think this might be the head of a family, or some other successful person. A few people were surprised, but also curious about what kind of person this is, so they put down other things, stood in place and waited. Who all wanted to see, what is this buyer in the end? After waiting for not long, the crowd saw a McLaren 720S coming towards the side. Sui slowed down the speed of the car, stopped at the door, and at the first glance, he noticed Zhou Xian waiting at the door. Zhou Xian was wearing a black uniform with a white shirt and tie, but even so, she couldn't hide her proud figure at all. Lower body under the short skirt, a pair of milk as white and translucent legs as slender and charm, giving people a kind of blowing texture. Under the sunlight, Zhou Xian's beautiful face is even more unveiled, coupled with the professional outfit. The temperament also appears to be competent. Immediately after, Sui came down from the car, and at this instant, everyone followed and looked over. Suddenly, Zhou Xian froze, together with those staff members at the back also froze. This is also too young, too handsome. The Suhi in front of them, but it was a far cry from what they expected. It could even be said that it was completely different. In their eyes, to be able to afford this villa, how can it not be a young man, not to mention also looks so handsome? Hello, you are Mr. Su, right? I am your no. One villa housekeeper, Joe Xin. After freezing for a while, Joe Xin hurriedly greeted him and got to know each other. Well, get in the car. Let's go over to villa number 1. Sui didn't delay much, called up Joe Xin, and drove towards the inside of the villa. Along the way, the other villas of this Jade Dragon Pavilion have also already brightened up Sui's eyes, and he had to say that this Jade Dragon Pavilion's reputation in Jinling is not a nonsense. However, after arriving at the innermost villa number 1, even though Sui had already made a lot of preparations, he was still stunned by this villa number 1, although the same as a detached villa. But this one villa, no matter from the scale or decoration, surpasses the other villas by many levels. After getting off the car, Joe Xin leads Sui to walk inside while introducing the specifics of this one villa. Mr. Su, our number 1 villa. Besides the main villa which covers an area of more than 1,000 square feet, we also have 3 secondary villas attached to it, followed by the garden and wine cellar and other premises, golf course, swimming pool and other sports grounds. We are also thoughtfully equipped for you. For the design of the first villa, we also hired the most top designers in the whole of Europe to participate, and every detail is to ensure flawless, just to be able to give you a comfortable experience. In terms of the selection of materials for the villa, we always consider the first-class standard on the market. All the materials used are the best, and these also include the furniture and the rest of the details. Along with Joe Xion's introduction, He walked into the main villa. As soon as the design of this story height caught his eyes, it made people feel that the space was vast, and there was naturally no need to worry about the lighting, and the rest of the description. Only luxury to the extreme can be described. Neatly and flawlessly placed furniture, both give people a graceful and luxurious experience, but also everywhere reflects the sense of design, is a more low luxury feeling, and this retro decoration style, and then equipped with modern home systems, ancient charm and the collision of the new wave of feeling, but also let the whole pattern seems to be very harmonious. Can't find any abrupt place. On the first floor, in addition to the oversized living room that covers nearly half of the area, the rest of the study, tea room and kitchen are also available. After Joe Xian brought Sui around, she also finished introducing the specifics of this villa. Mr. Su, I will leave first. If you need anything, just contact me anytime. Good. When Joe Xian left, Bai Jishi also sent a message to Suhi. Suha, I'm awake. Is it time for you to go in the end? Looking at the WeChat message, Sui pursed her lips and smiled. So Bai Jishi didn't wake up until now. When I left in the morning you hadn't woken up yet. Seeing that you were sleeping quite soundly, I didn't call you. Well, I have to rush to the school. I've been rather busy lately. Well, take your time. Call me if anything happens. After greeting, Sui also didn't bother Bai Jishi. At this time, she should be rushing towards the school. After strolling around inside the home, Xian Duo and the others also sent a message to Suhi. Brother Su, are you free tomorrow? Let's go have a meal together. Good. At this moment, Qian Mengmeng next to Qian Duo saw Sui's reply and directly jumped up in excitement. Good, yeah. Brother Su promised. I'll be able to see Brother Su again tomorrow. Qian Duo was startled, put away his cell phone, looked helplessly at Qian Mengmeng, and sighed repeatedly under his breath. Alas, what are you so happy about? Look at your little two-girl look. It's still a toss-up whether people will look at you or not. Ah, older brother. What do you mean by that? Qian Mengmeng instantly became gnashing her teeth and pouted. But the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. So she simply bit down on her arm. Ow. Chapter 23 White Schoolflower, cannot be allowed to drink too much. This bite down. Qian Mengmeng but did not have mercy, directly let Qian Duo wail in pain. Seeing this painful appearance of his old brother, Qian Mengmeng hemmed and hawed, spat out her tongue, and then quickly left the scene of the crime. Qian Mengmeng, you actually dared to bite me. Qian Duo let out a roar, but when he looked up, Qian Mengmeng, who had been beside him just a moment ago, had long since slipped away to the point where he couldn't even see a shadow. Looking at the reddish teeth marks on his arm, Qian Duo's heart was a bitter. What kind of sister is this? At night, Bai Jishi was still working overtime, so Suhi didn't bother too much. The next day, when Bai Jishi woke up, she sent a message to Suhi. Suha, are you awake? Have you eaten? Suha in the villa was eating breakfast at this time. Looking at the message coming from above WeChat, she also shook her head with a bitter smile. As far as Bai Jishi is now like this, is she still considered a high cool school flower? Maybe for others is still high cold, but for himself, this cannot help but feel a little hot. Got up. I'm eating. Okay, then what are you going to do today? After asking about other things, Baijishi then asked about Suhi's schedule today. There's not much to do. I'm going out for a meal with my friends at noon. Do you want to go together? Sui thought Baijishi didn't have anything going on, so he thought he could go out for a meal together. Alas, I still have things to do. I'll simply have a meal inside the school. You don't have to worry about me. Right, do you want to drink? Asking about this, Baijishi also sent a worried expression in a row, making Suhi not help but feel warm in his heart. Not necessarily, but it's fine. Don't worry, then I'll pick you up after I'm done. You have to wait for me. No matter how much you drink, you can't drink and drive. Oh. Seeing Suwa's recovery, Baijishi was instantly more worried, so she had to come and pick Suwa up anyways, worrying that Suwa would have an accident if she drank too much. Okay, then I will wait for you. Suhi was really unable to say anything in the end, so he had to promise Baijishi. On the other side, Qian Duo also got up early in the morning, and was eating his breakfast when he saw Qian Mengmeng walk down from upstairs. Lazy pig, why are you only getting up now? Qian Duo said while casually looking up, but almost spat out the half mouthful of kanji he was holding inside his mouth. Today's Qian Mengmeng was no longer dressed like the little sister of the past. Instead she was dressed in a rare and pure manner, giving the impression that she was like a well-behaved neighboring little sister. However, this scared Qian Duo to death. His strange eyes scanned Qian Mengmeng and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "What's wrong with you?" Looking at her oldest brother's dismayed look, Qian Mengmeng did not say anything, but instead just glared at Qian Duo. "Hurry up and finish eating and go. Don't let Brother Su wait for us for too long." When Qian Duo heard this, he realized what was going on, and his heart was instantly filled with gratitude towards Suhi. Before this, no matter what he and his father said, Qian Mengmeng, this girl was always doing her own thing, not willing to dress a little bit more ladylike. But since meeting Suhi, Qian Mengmeng had changed her nature, which was something that Qian Duo had not expected. Alas, Brother Su, I can owe you another favor. Qian Duo smiled bitterly and shook his head. After hurriedly finishing his meal, he was impatiently Qian Mengmeng pulled out. After waiting for the place, at this time, there have already come quite a few big young ladies. All of them were waiting for Suhi, idly talking about last night's matter. Brother Qian, come. I'll tell you guys. You must not be able to imagine. Last night in my house in the end what happened. Jiang Xiao saw Qian Duo coming, so he talked about what happened after he went back yesterday with a joyful smile on his face. What's going on? This fuss. Did you and your father fight? What? Brother Qian, it's my father's attitude towards me that has changed. Ha, go on. I'm not joking with you. Having joked about it, Qian Duo then quietly listened, also remembering that after he went back yesterday, his own dad's attitude towards him was also a 180-degree turnaround. Before my dad always said I was coming? Yesterday, after going back, he actually took lessons from me, asking me what young people like to do now, and also let me have time to take him to see it. Speaking of which, yesterday my old dad was also strange. Even the good wine that was treasured at home was taken out, saying that he wanted to have a good drink with me. Well, coincidentally so did I. Although my dad wasn't that obvious, but at the very least he didn't crowd me anymore, and his speech was a lot milder. Speaking of this, the other great young ladies also talked about the changes in their fathers, which made them realize that after going back, each other's elders had changed their attitudes towards them. Qian Duo was also happy to hear this, so he also shared up last night's events to the crowd. Ha, I'm here too, but you guys would never have guessed what my father has done? Brother Qian, don't hide it, just tell us and share it with us. The rest of the people were also interested, knowing that usually it was Shander's old man who loved to talk about him the most. I wonder what has become of him this time around. It's like this. After going back yesterday, my old dad actually hit up the idea of my sports car, asking me when to take him to the club to take a look. He also wants to get a drive to try it. No way, Brother Qian. Your dad is the most against you liking cars. The crowd couldn't help but stick their tongues out. What kind of attitude change is this? It's almost like he's changed into a different person. Just when the crowd was chatting, Sui also arrived here. After the crowd saw it, they also hurriedly smilingly greeted Suhi. Brother Su, we are waiting for you. Go up and order. I've booked the room on the top floor. Good. With a promise, Sui followed the crowd towards the top floor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to sign in once. Does he sign in? Just at this moment, Sui also got a sign-in opportunity, and at that moment, he didn't hesitate, so he immediately started signing in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of $100 million. 100 million. To be honest, this number appeared in the sign-in, but Sua strangely felt a bit small. But no matter what, this also gave Sua a not-so-small surprise. After all, this is at least 100 million. After arriving at the private room on the top floor, The crowd laughed and took their seats, preparing to order food for dinner. Qian Duo, on the other hand, handed the menu to Su He, generously waved his hand and patted his chest. Brother Su, just order whatever you want. I'll treat you today. Brother Qian, I'll do it today. Su He took the menu and immediately said that the meal today had to be his treat. After all, in addition to that, Su He also wanted to try out the effect of this comprehensive tenfold rebate. It just so happens that today, this is a big hotel. The grade is naturally needless to say. Simple to understand words. This is a good place to brush money. How can this be? Su brother, you have to give me a chance to treat Qian Duo but not happy. Today this meal again lets Su He to invite. This favor can be owed more and more. Brother Qian, what's wrong with this? Whoever invites is the same. You guys don't keep thinking about yesterday's things. Besides, I came so late today. What's more, I have to treat you. The big guys also just met me. You also have to give me the chance to treat everyone to dinner. Okay. Qian Duo was also momentarily at his wit's end by Su He's words, so he had to let Su He treat him to dinner. Okay, but next time it has to be me. No problem. Then I'll thank Brother Qian in advance. Yi Xian pursed his lips and smiled, then beckoned the waiter over, pointing to quite a few dishes, while the waiter recorded while his originally bland eyes became more and more grave. For wine, let's have this one. By the time Sui's finger pointed to a bottle of wine on top of the menu, this waiter's forehead had already started to sweat. How could he not sit still? Sir, are you sure you didn't order wrong? Looking at this wine, the waiter's eyes were also jumping, and he asked with a trembling voice, it's fine, just this one, and this one, all come together for one serving as well. Okay sir, you wait a moment. The waiter had shock in his eyes, but in the way of Su He asking for this, he didn't dare to say anything, so he had to take the menu and walk out, waiting until he turned back and closed the door of the private room. This waiter only gasped for breath, thinking that these Jinling's big young ladies are also really too rich. They stayed in this hotel for so long, have not seen this order. Is it too much money? Cannot find a place to spend it? After ordering, the people in the room chatted. Not long after, the waiter will come up first a fruit plate. If one pays attention, one will be able to realize that the waiter is holding the fruit plate tightly, and the whole person is walking carefully, as if he is afraid of spilling it. Wow, the fruits in here look great. It looks great. This fruit platter is really beautiful. Why haven't I seen this fruit platter look so good before? The crowd's attention also went to the fruit platter, and looking at the fruits inside the platter, Qian Mengmeng and a few young ladies immediately stared in disbelief. Qian Mengmeng, on the other hand, was even more starry-eyed as she hurriedly grabbed a grape and put it into her mouth, gently crunching it. Her expression became unusually wonderful, slightly squinting her eyes as she let out a gasp. My goodness, this grape is super sweet. How exaggerated is it? Qian Duo looked at this sister of his family, his eyes slightly dancing, already beginning to somewhat regret bringing her out. It's not like we don't have good grapes inside our home, and I don't see you eating them with much joy. Chapter 24, you guys, you're here for a bad reason. Although he said so, Qian Duo looked at Qian Mengmeng eating so intoxicated. He also intended to take out a taste, but this time when he reached out, the bite marks on the top of Qian Duo's arm also followed and revealed themselves. Brother Qian, how did you get this? It looks quite scary. Sui saw the bite marks and also inquired with concern. It was bitten by my dog yesterday. Hearing this, Qian Mengmeng still had half a grape wrapped in her mouth, and then she angrily looked at Qian Duo. On the contrary, there were many people at this time. Qian Mengmeng didn't dare to say something, so she could only retaliate and continue to eat the grapes, enjoying herself while her heart was suffocating. Don't scold, save the child. At this time, sitting aside Qian Mengmeng stared at Qian Duo. Although it was a look of gritted teeth, it was especially cute. Brother Qian, your family's dog, how did it go and bite you? What's going on here? Sui heard some doubts, looking at this bite mark, but felt more or less puzzled. Is this really a dog bite? That dog in my house just can't raise it well, that's why it bites people. Looking at Qian Duo's playful appearance, Qian Mengmeng instantly pouted in a sly manner, but there was nothing she could do about it. Sui also laughed at his words, but also reminded Qian Duo, it's like this. Then you have to remember to get a rabies vaccination. However, while saying this, one of the great young men in the table suddenly remembered something and looked at Qian Duo with dismay, asking incredulously in return, Brother Qian, aren't you allergic to dog hair? How come your family has a dog? When these words came out, in an instant, the entire room fell into silence. Qian Mengmeng's little face fluttered red and became a little anxious. Over here, Su He was also stunned, and inside his head for a moment, he was also somewhat unable to react. Now that he came, he could not help but look at Qian Duo's eyes with solemn respect. Good guy, allergies still have to go and find a sin? these grapes are really delicious. Everyone stop talking and try them, seeing that if we say more, the story will not know how to develop. Chen Mengmeng had to hurry to change the topic. In his heart that called it tearless, the crowd held back their laughter. Looking at the red and tender grapes, they also had a taste. One of the great young man just bit down. Feel the taste buds burst out that flavor. Suddenly frown tightly, then his unfolded eyebrows become enjoyable. Misty grass. This will not be ruby Roman grapes, right? Ruby what grapes? Chen Duo tasted one and was finding it quite tasty, but didn't find it much strange. But seeing this great young man's exaggerated expression, he vaguely felt that this grape was not simple. The crowd is also puzzled to look at the young man, eyeing the grapes in his hand, muttering in his heart that this is not similar. How can you tell the variety? So you all don't know? This is the turn of that big young strange. But a look at the crowd, this expression also had to continue to explain up. I'll tell you, this grape is not cheap, can be said to be a luxury, is the most expensive grape in the whole world. This thing came from the eastern country. At that time in the eastern countries Jinzai auction above the auction price is heavenly price, $40,000. But this $40,000, if I remember correctly, it's just a bunch of grapes, just 2 dozen of them. The more he said this, the more shocked that great young man was as well, picking up another one and carefully tasting it. That's right, I can guarantee that this is the ruby Roman grape. This flavor is definitely the king of grapes, sweet but not greasy, refreshing and delicious. What? After hearing this, even though these great young Mrs. families were all existences with countless assets, they could not help but feel shocked. This was too much of an exaggeration. No way, a grape is more than $1,000. My goodness, then how much do we have to spend on this one fruit plate? This is simply burning money. Do these grapes have golden grape skins or golden grape grains? Between the exclamations, Chen Duo's crowd all looked at Suhi with bated breath. Suhi he also nodded his head and admitted that it was his own order. Now, everyone's head was buzzing. Although they were rich, they were not rich to such a point. Suwa this pre-dinner fruit were able to order this heavenly price. This is really not taking them as outsiders. Quickly eat. If you guys don't eat it, it's a waste. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and eat the fruit. Suhi looked at the gazes of the crowd, and didn't be ambiguous. He picked up a grape himself first and savored it. Brother Su, this is also too bold for you. I really admire it. Chen Duo couldn't help but give a thumbs up as well. Good guy. He never thought that this would one day be able to eat out the pre-dinner fruits in such a class. After this, all of them also cherished the grapes inside the fruit plate, and all of them began to eat them as well. But now no matter who it was, they were all slowly savoring it. Not like Piggy eating ginseng fruit before. Sui looked at the crowd this way, also gave amused. This before and after gap. Not too real. However, at the same time, at the front desk side of the hotel, a front desk lady is entertaining several youths and ladies in front of her. These young ladies, just from the temperament is very outstanding. The whole body is all expensive brand, which is not lack of some handmade customized high quality. This dress up is enough to let people know their identity is not simple, and that empty eyes is full of racks, as if everything around are not enough to enter their eyes. Mr. and Miss, may I ask if you need a private room or a hall? The front desk lady had a sweet voice and respectfully went forward to ask. We want the private room on the top floor. One of the great young men stood out and directly asked for the most luxurious private room on the top floor. Sorry sir, we don't have any more private rooms on the top floor here. Look sir, can you choose another private room? The front desk lady revealed a difficult look and had to suggest this great young man to choose another private room. What? No more? A big young man next to him revealed a cold smile and casually pulled out a card, directly slapping it on the receptionist's table. There are no more private rooms on the top floor, right? Say it, how much do you want? When has this receptionist ever seen this battle? Immediately didn't know what to say, stammered, just apologized one after another. Okay, seeing as you're a receptionist, I won't make it difficult for you. Hurry up and go call your boss over to me. Okay sir, I'll go call it right now. With the front desk lady not long past, on the other side, a beautiful lobby manager hurriedly walked over. Once she arrived at the front desk side, once she saw that it was these few people, she was immediately shocked as well. These people have been here a few times before. As the lobby manager here, she also naturally knows the identity of these people. That can be the children of the upper class people in Magic City. The one at the head, Zhao Xiao, was named Zhao Yang, but he was the youngest master of the Zhao family, one of the big families in Mordor. The Zhao family was also considered to be a giant in Magic City, and the family's strength was unfathomable. It was a household name in Magic City. Even in other places, when mentioning the Zhao family in Mordor, many people are in awe, which naturally explains the popularity and depth of the Zhao family's connections. Facing such a lord, the beautiful lobby manager didn't dare to be slow. and hurriedly walked up, asking what was going on. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm the lobby manager here. Is there something you're not satisfied with?" With those words, the lobby manager also looked at the receptionist lady from earlier. "Manager, it's like this. This gentleman wanted to book our private room on the top floor, but that room has already been booked out." After listening to the receptionist's explanation, the lobby manager also had two big heads. This matter was quite tricky. It was her, the manager. There was not much she could do right now. After all, now sitting on the top floor, that is the big young ladies of Jinling. Now this is the river dragon and the snake. Who are they cannot provoke? Witness Zhao Yang's eyes. The lobby manager is even more difficult. Not to mention her. Their boss Kame is also not good. As things stood, the lobby manager could only apologize with a smile on her face, so she had no choice but to treat the dead horse as a living horse. "Zhao Yang, really sorry. We are not to give you arrangements. Just today this booking private room people." "Oh, then you have to say it clearly. Who is up here and still let you all can't give me face?" As soon as the lobby manager's words fell, Zhao Yang inquired with interest, a smirk of disdain filling his eyes. "Young Zhao, up there is young Shander Qian, as well as many of Jinling's great young ladies." Ha ha ha. As if they had heard some kind of joke, a few people let out a rampant cold laugh when they heard it. "So it's these dirtbags. I thought they were something." Zhao Yang's entire body shivered with joy and waved his hand towards the crowd behind him. "Let's go everyone. Let's go up and take a look. Young Zhao, this." The lobby manager saw this and hurriedly went up to block it, but was directly glared at by Zhao Yang with a glare. In the midst of Zhao Xiao's laughter, the lobby manager stood frozen in place and could only watch helplessly as they walked straight towards the top floor. Boom! When Qian Duo and the others were still exchanging cups, the door behind them was suddenly kicked open, and Zhao Yang and the others walked in as if they were going to stroll through their own back garden. Qian Duo and the others were also startled by the commotion and looked towards the doorway, and immediately their anger swished down the soles of their feet to the tips of their eyebrows, and all of them stood up with indignation in their eyes. The group of people just stared at Zhao Yang and the others, while Zhao Yang and the others also had an unfavorable gaze. The two sides had just met, and a situation of saber rattling was formed. Sui's eyes narrowed and he also stood up. Although he didn't know what the identity of these people were, he was able to see at a high and low level that this was a bad visitor. Chapter 25. You are playing with me, is it? Qian Duo and others are even more furious. Originally happy to eat a meal, was forced to break in is already angry enough, but did not expect to actually come to this bunch of bad luck stuff. Their father's generation in Jinling business. Inevitably in the magic city of these giants often have conflict. With the passage of time, this conflict also extends to the next generation. These big young men of the magic city, that is a one by one. In the eyes of no one, to their own identity of the magic city is proud, never to look at these outsiders, and even said that they are some of the little redneck. Before, their two sides even broke out in a small conflict. The other side even came to pick their field. Over and over again, the two sides can be said to have accumulated deep grudges, and now the enemies meet. Naturally the sword is drawn. Each other have no good face. What kind of people are these? Sui looked puzzled and asked towards Qian Duo beside him. Qian Duo at this time completely removed the playful and smiling look just now. His eyes became sharp, explaining the identity of these people to Sui. These Devil's Capital ones all look down on our people in Jinling, and they've even clashed in the past. These guys came over today. They must have come looking for trouble, and actually barged right in. It's really rampant. Sui nodded. This time it was also considered to be fully understood. Have you no manners? This is our private room. You guys don't even knock on the door. You just walk in like this? Immediately after that, Qian Duo walked up to the front with righteous words, coldly glaring at Zhao Yang who was in the lead. Yo, who did I say it was? So it's our magic city's Zhao Xiao. What's up? What do you want to come here for? Zhao Yan laughed and looked at the good wine and food that was laid out on top of the table and put on an apologetic expression. As for us, we don't have any malicious intentions. We just wanted to come over for a meal, and wanted to eat here on the top floor. But as for us, it just so happened that you guys got the jump on us. So then, out of politeness, I just came up here specifically to ask Chen Dishao. We are at least guests from Mordor. Can you local ones make room for us? Zhao Yang was cheeky and didn't speak in a proper manner, and his tone of voice still hid teasing and disdain. That's right, you Jinlings. In the end, do you know what is called hospitality? We came should obediently make room. You don't look at who's here. Do you still feel comfortable eating here when you see us coming? Come on. I don't think it's easy for these guys to come here for a meal. Maybe it's the first time they've come here to beg their parents and sue their grandmothers. A few youths and young ladies who followed Zhao Yang in, stood on the sidelines, also laughing and joking, their mouths full of cynical words. Jinling's side of the people are also angry fried. These people in the end is not lawless. This is their first, Not to mention that this is not what the Magic City this is Jinling In these few days, these guys are arrogant. Really think that the earth is revolving around themselves? Looking at Zhao Yang and the others' faces, Chen Duo and the others couldn't hold back any longer, and their mouths were not willing to give in to the soft counterattack. What's wrong with Magic City? You guys really think of yourselves as grandfathers? If you guys have this ability, why don't you just pack up this hotel? Oh, really make me laugh. Don't you think you run up like begging? Just this? If you have the ability not to come and book earlier, now that you don't have it you're asking for it with someone else. It's really pathetic. Zhao Yang's face sunk slightly, and at this time, he didn't care what the people on Jinling's side said, but looked at the plate of fruit on their table, and with disdain in his eyes, he boldly looked at Chen Duo, as if he was going to embarrass the people of Jinling anyways today. I'm sorry, I'm a person who likes to be at the top, because I'm also used to it. Let's do it this way. I'll pay 10 times the price of your order. You guys move your seats to the lobby to eat. Of course, the wine and food you also take away. Young Master Qian, what do you think of this? I'm already benevolent enough, right? Anyway, in Zhao Yang's eyes, he didn't think that these people could eat much money in one meal. At most it would be a few thousand or so. Even if it was 10 times that, it wouldn't count as much money to him. These were all small amounts of money, so he naturally didn't care. Today, no matter what, he was still on a collision course with Qian Duo and the others. As he said that, the corner of Zhao Yang's mouth rose as he pulled out a card and casually threw it on the table. Hurry up and think about it. This is also considered charity for me today. So don't you guys not give face. Between the silence, everyone on Jinling's side was completely enraged. If eyes could kill, it was estimated that Zhao Yang and the others would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. Undoubtedly, Zhao Yang's behavior like this was no longer a matter of the package room. It was provocation. Naked provocation. Su He, however, pursed her lips and smiled, looking at this card that Zhao Yang threw over. She also picked it up and compared it, nodding at Zhao Yang. Well, since you're all saying that, then no problem let the waiter do the math. Zhao Yang suddenly froze, looking at Suwa agreeing so decisively. The whole person was a little confused. This was something he hadn't thought of in any way. You're the host here today, right? After hesitating for a while, Zhao Yang looked at Su He with a smile, wanting to take a good look at who this person was, yet only then did he realize that it was a completely unfamiliar face. Yes, I'm the host today, and I promise you, just do as you say. Ha, that's great. You're a newcomer, aren't you? Haven't seen you before. Ha! Zhao Yang proudly walked up and cheerfully looked at the crowd of Chentua, slightly sighing, manifesting an appearance that he was at a great disadvantage. Okay, still count on you to understand. This new quality is not the same better than these little rednecks. Watching things develop in the direction that he and the others most wished for at this point, the Magic City crowd beside him also unconsciously put on a triumphant expression. This was a rare occurrence that went so smoothly, surpassing too many of their imaginations, when in fact it was originally just a taunt to begin with. Zhao Yang was also overjoyed, thinking that this is where a rash, actually still mixing with Qian Duo and others. Looking at Qian Duo and other people eat the appearance of defeat, Zhao Yang is fast cannot help but cheer out. Now this situation, how as a word can be described as cool. Brother Su, this. Chen Duo looked at Su He who agreed so dryly, froze and looked at Su He, his eyes full of doubts. Don't worry. Su He waved his hand with a smile and said softly, but his tone and expression looked especially confident. Chen Duo and the others were even more puzzled this time. You looked at me and I looked at you. No one could understand what Su He meant by this. After that, the crowd called the waiter and started to calculate the bill for this table. That waiter pulled out the bill. Even he himself was more and more appalled the more he looked at it, so he had to check it over and over again. Sir, the total amount of your bill is $2,980,000. At the end of the day, in the midst of the crowd's silence, the waiter also spat out a shocking figure with a face full of incredulity. The price of this meal, after counting it up, was actually close to $3 million. In an instant, the magic crowd all froze in place, just now also excited to the feverish head. In an instant as if falling into the ice cave, the body cannot help but a burst of trembling. 3 million. This, a meal nearly 3 million. This is what concept? These Jinling guys, a meal is actually able to eat a valuable supercar. Could it be that after a while of not coming to Jinling, these little rednecks have made a fortune? But even if they are rich, their grandmothers can't eat like this. Is there a mountain of gold inside their homes? How can this be? You guys are faking it, right? Are you deliberately deceiving us? I don't believe it. How can you eat so much in one meal? What? Are you trying to defraud us? Did you conspire with the hotel to bully us outsiders? These young ladies from Magic City all looked dumbfounded, and became furious, yelling that this was a fake bill, and how they couldn't believe that a meal could eat so much. But all of this, Jinling's side of the people are also completely unaware of, but also by this number to be dumbfounded. Exclaimed Su, brother, this is all ordered what ah? Zhao Yang is also angry dizzy. Simply grabbed the waiter's hands of the bill, wide-eyed scanning, and finally also sucked in a breath of cool air. In here, there were several bottles of hundreds of thousands of dollars of extremely good wine, and a variety of dishes that were also ordered towards the most expensive. Just that one fruit plate that they looked down on the most, it actually cost $50,000 to $60,000. Zhao Yang looked about to vomit blood, rushed over and pointed at the fruit plate that had already been eaten clean, and let out a furious shout. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? This one fruit plate is $50,000 to $60,000. Looking at the fruit plate that only had crumbs and shreds left on it, the eyes of the few people from Mordor were about to stare out. What kind of black store is this? You guys are a gang, right? A broken fruit plate is $50,000 to $60,000. Why don't you guys go and rob it? Cheating people is also a bit more euphemistic. This is too pompous. Amidst the angry curses of the few people behind him, Zhao Yang's face was also gloomy. This wasn't a small number anymore, ah. 3 million, after 10 times is 30 million, ah. Even if he is full of money now, he can't pull out this 30 million, ah. All of a sudden, Zhao Yang became silent, and suddenly his shoulder saw Su He, who was smiling coldly in front of him, and suddenly understood it all. You are fooling me, right? Chapter 26. It's okay, a moment, my girlfriend, to pick me up. Oh, you're the ones who came to take the spot, and now you're saying I tricked you? What's wrong? Could it be that you noble people of Mordor are now the ones who can't afford to pay? When you guys said 10 times just now, didn't you say it very easily? Sui sneered coldly, looking straight into Zhao Yang's eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting up in amplitude. The other Jinling great young man also sort of reacted, at this time pointing at the Mordor crowd, a burst of ridicule, sort of draining out all the anger that had just built up. Sui playfully picked up Zhao Yang's card on the table and gently played with it for a few times. Then with a stern gaze, he directly threw the card back. Alright, if you can't pay it, get lost, kid. What are you talking about? The magic capital crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Their faces were red, and the inside of their pupils were covered in blood. A youth with a muscular body in the back shouted angrily, his voice resounding throughout the private room as he angrily rushed towards Sui. You actually dare to talk to young Zhao like this? How unbridled. I'll teach you today what words to say and what words not to say. Just as this youth wanted to grab Sui's collar with one hand, Chen Duo and the others on the side were also enraged. Stop. If you dare to touch brother Su, I'll make you all walk out of Jinling today. However, this instantly happened too fast. As Chen Duo was speaking, the youth had already walked in front of Su He and was about to prepare to make a move. Ah! In the next second, a miserable scream was also emitted from the scene. However, this scream did not originate from Su He, but from this youth whose body was filled with muscles and a sense of power, only to see Su would directly smashed his fist on the youth's nose. Click sound. The youth's nose bone immediately came from a crack sound. However, Sui's action is not yet finished. He grabbed the youth's neck, and with a slight force, he lifted the youth up like a chicken. Immediately, because of the breathlessness, the youth's face turned red and purple in an instant, struggling painfully, his eyes almost popping out. But no matter how much he struggled, Sui's big hand was like an iron clamp, making him feel a wave of fear and helplessness originating from the bottom of his heart. Boom! In the blink of an eye, everyone was stunned, and the scene that happened in the flash of lightning made everyone's jaws drop as they watched. This strike was also too vicious. None of them had clearly seen the speed of Sui's punch just now. It was simply as fast as thunder. Even that youth didn't notice. His nose suffered a violent blow, just like a collision with a locomotive. On the spot, it made this youth lose the ability to resist. Moreover, the power shown by Suwa at this moment also left the crowd surprised, looking at Suwa effortlessly carrying the youth. Face not red, heart not jumping, just like a person who was fine. At the time when the crowd was shocked, the youth who was carried by Sui struggled more and more powerless. His mouth has spit out white foam, and he was about to pass out. Suwa is also considered to have a sense of proportion. See, this will be in the hands of this youth towards the front of a throw, as throwing a sandbag general, smashed in the feet of the magic city and other people. The people of Mordor looked at the youth who completely fainted because of this. All of them had their mouths twitching, and could not help but instinctively take a few steps backward. They know that this young man is the situation unlike those who are drunk to empty the body, this young man is usually love fitness combat. Is those veterans? There are not many can beat him because of the strong muscles. This big young man's weight also reached 180 pounds, but let Suwa pick up, but feel effortless. When he met Suwa, it can be said that this big young man who usually prided himself on his force, was like a child with no power to restrain his hands. In an inch, he let Suwa completely subdue him, and there was not even a little bit of room for struggling. Zhao Yang was scared to the point of cold sweat, once again sized up Su-hee, and thought to himself that where is this newcomer this is simply the devil now he also kind of know, this time has really encountered the iron plate. This if and the entanglement continue, himself and others can really be placed in the disadvantage. May I ask your name? Zhao Yang seriously looked at Su-hee. At this moment there was no longer the arrogance of a moment ago. There was only prudence. Su-hee. Su-hee was expressionless and spat out his name as if it was nothing. Good. If there is time to leave the magic city and break into the world, I, Zhao Yang, will definitely be a good companion. Gritting their teeth and putting down their last words, Zhao Yang and the others could only help the fallen youth up and left with no choice but to leave unhappily. As they left, the arrogant Mordor crowd from earlier even obediently brought the door with them. Jinling and others are now called an excited and these guys of the devil's fight. This is their most refreshing time. Is simply a hard slap these guys. Brother Su, this is too bullish for you. You're a practiced fighter, right? Chen Duo looked at Su-hee excitedly. He couldn't help but go forward and pinch Su-hee's arm. This is simply the legendary unicorn arm. The others were also completely convinced by Su-hee, and immediately surrounded Su-hee as if they were all stars. Brother Su, I am completely convinced. You are now us here. Not only the most handsome in face value, but also the most handsome in the hearts of the brothers. It's such a relief. If it wasn't for Brother Su's presence, these guys wouldn't have suffered so much today. Brother Su, you're my idol. TSK. You're too bossy. Brother Su, I still want to know, how did you order the food just now? How did you order this price? Su-hee smiled and looked at the crowd, gently waving his hand. It's fine. Everyone don't be so excited. Let's sit down first. Let's talk about it after dinner. Good. We all listened to Brother Su. The crowd agreed in one breath and all returned to their seats. But the focus of their gazes was still Su-hee, and that Qian Meng Meng is even more exaggerated. A pair of beautiful eyes are shining with light. Only Su-hee's shadow is left in his eyes. The scene of that set of combinations just now is still vivid in his mind at this moment. In addition to handsome, this gives people a sense of security simply called a burst By now, the atmosphere of this meal has been pushed to the peak, and the clamor has not ended until the food and drinks are finished. Starting the meal, the crowd looked at the various delicacies and good wine on the table, and raised their glasses, stood up and toasted to Su-hee one by one. This meal is nearly $3 million. Su-hee but looked at it does not hurt at all. The crowd's heart is even more admired to the extreme. Since Su-hee doesn't take them as outsiders, they are also more enthusiastic. You a cup and I a cup to push the cup. Drink a lot of fun. At this time, Qian Meng Meng is still watching Su-hee. Her eyes are full of admiration. When he was almost finished eating, Su-hee saw the message that Bai Jishi sent him, and then sent the address to Bai Jishi. After eating and getting drunk, under the crowd, Su-hee came to the bottom to settle the bill. After the payment, the 10 times rebate also arrived immediately. The crowd bid farewell to each other and also prepared to leave separately. Chen Duo looked at Su-hee, also knew that just now Su-hee drank wine, so he stopped Su-hee in advance. Brother Su, don't drive. I'll ask someone to send you back later. Send Brother Su-hee back? I'll go. Qian Meng Meng listened from the side, and hurriedly excitedly recommended herself with Mao Zhu. Looking at his sister jumping up 3 feet high, Chen Duo couldn't help but sigh. What about your brother? Your brother also drank What about me? Thank you Meng Meng. Just send your brother back. My girlfriend will come to pick me up later. Chapter 27, I lost Brother Sua. Sui listened to Qian Meng Meng's words and first smiled and thanked him before stating that Bai Jishi would come to pick him up later. Boom! But it was this casual remark that almost made Qian Meng Meng and quite a few big ladies burst into tears. At this moment, they only felt like their entire being had been struck by a lightning strike, their heads buzzing, and they were somewhat unable to accept it for a moment. Brother Suha has a girlfriend. Too bad. Right. Such a perfect man. We just don't have a chance? I don't believe it. Qian Meng Meng and those few big ladies could only look at Suwa with bated breath as well, feeling as if Suwa's distance was getting farther and farther away from them in general. At this moment, each of their expressions can be described as envy, jealousy and hatred. To be able to become Sui's girlfriend, this is just a little too happy, right? Alright Brother Su, then I am also relieved. Qian Duo helplessly glanced at Qian Meng Meng, smiled and nodded to Sui. Just as the crowd was still walking towards the front, Qian Meng Meng was still frozen in place. Qian Duo looked helpless and had no choice but to come over and pull her. Brother, I lost my love. You let me cry for a while. Qian Meng Meng pouted and shook off Qian Duo's outstretched hand, looking aggrievedly at Sui's back in front. Well, you're not in love yet? Where is the lost love coming from? Qian Duo bitterly laughed and shook his head. There was no way to do anything about this sister of his. Then sighed. Alas, don't think about it. That's someone's boyfriend. What's the use of you being sad here? Brother, will you comfort people after all? Qian Mengmeng's mouth skimmed, so she no longer cared about Qian Duo, and walked forward on her own. As things stood, Qian Mengmeng only wanted to go and see what Sua's girlfriend looked like, whether she was pretty or not. She wanted to see what kind of girl was the one who could attract Suhi, and quite a few of the big misses also had the same idea as him at this time. They all followed and walked outside. Outside, Bai Jishi was already waiting. After seeing Suha, she first waved sweetly, and then jogged all the way to Suha's side. Suha, I'm coming. When the crowd saw Bai Jishi beside Suhi in front of them, they froze in place on the spot. This is also too beautiful. They really didn't expect Suhi's girlfriend to be such a level of existence. This is simply a goddess without words. Ooh, sister-in-law is also too beautiful. Right, brother Su is really blessed with a lot of lust. Ha ha, as far as our brother Su is concerned, only a goddess like this is worthy of her. Despite that, I have to admit, I'm still sour. As the great young men gazed at Bai Jishi, the more they couldn't help but envy Suhi in their hearts. And as Qian Mengmeng looked on, she was even more completely dead. Zeishi, let me introduce you. These are my good friends. Suhi pursed her lips and smiled, and immediately introduced Qian Mengmeng and the others to Bai Jishi. Bai Jishi also smiled and greeted the crowd. Then the two of them bid farewell to the crowd and left. After getting into the car, Suhi sat in the co-pilot, while Bai Jishi sat inside the driver's seat, living up to the look of a beautiful woman in a scented car. Suha, I forgot. I haven't driven a sports car before. Bai Jishi was a bit confused, so she had to ask for help towards Suha who was at the side. Haha, it's fine. I'll just teach you. Suhi waved his hand and slowly guided up on the passenger seat, his body also leaning more and more towards Bai Jishi, and the atmosphere in the car also became a little ambiguous, because the sports car and other sedans are actually pretty much the same. With Suhi's guidance, Bai Jishi also starts the car smoothly. Just when it was about to start, Suhi had already come to Bai Jishi's eyes. The two of them were facing each other, and Bai Jishi's face instantly turned red. Suhi, are you drunk? Why are you acting strange? Bai Jishi sniffed towards Sua's mouth with concern, and unsurprisingly smelled an odor of alcohol. Little fool, I'm fastening your seatbelt. Do you want to see what you've forgotten? Suhi favored with a smile, a tug on the seatbelt on the side, carefully fastened it to Bai Jishi. Ah, the seatbelt? I forgot. Bai Jishi only then reacted to the fact that she had just focused on how to go about driving, and actually forgot about this. I see how I'm still more clear-headed than you after this drinking? It's said that wine doesn't make you drunk. Are you mesmerized and drunk because you saw me? Looking at Bai Jishi's dawning realization, Suhi couldn't help but gently ramble a few words in her ear. Nasty. Hurry up and sit down. Bai Jishi's pretty face was red hot, and she could only allow Suhi to lean on her side. Right, Suha, are we going back to school here? After smoothly driving the car out, Bai Jishi then asked where Suhi was going now. Not going back for now, just drive as I say. Good. Suhi's eyes turned. Her body sat upright and started to give Bai Jishi directions. Before long, Bai Jishi drove methodically, and soon drove the car to this side of Jade Dragon Pavilion. Bai Jishi's eyes lit up. She also knew this place. After all, this is the most luxurious villa area in Jinling. Only before this, Bai Jishi had only heard of it. This was the first time she came here. While driving the car, Bai Jishi also noticed the surrounding scenery, and her eyes became somewhat intoxicated. How is it? The scenery is not bad, right? Of course it's nice. This is the best and most expensive villa area in Jinling. Bai Jishi nodded, and then she was about to drive the car to the entrance. Suha, shouldn't we turn around? Faced with Bai Jishi's reminder, Suhi however shook his head. No, let's just drive straight in. Drive in? Bai Jishi was startled and stopped in a hurry, looking at Suha with incomparable worry. But Suha, we wouldn't be the owners of this place. We can't get in without a pass, right? It's alright, our car is a McLaren. This car can get in. Let's just look at the scenery inside here. Suhi smiled confidently, letting Bai Jishi just drive in directly. Okay. Bai Jishi was still a little hesitant, but hearing Suha say this, she had no choice but to agree to drive in. Starting the car again, just when Bai Jishi was only a few dozens of meters away from the entrance, a group of security guards at the security booth looked at the car and froze. The uniformed security chief opened his mouth wide, instantly recognizing the McLaren, and erupted in a cry of surprise. This is the owner of Villa 1. What? The owner of Villa 1? After the security chief let out a cry of surprise, all the security guards in the security booth all hooted and hollered and ran out. Just kidding, this is the owner of the No. 1 villa here. With this kind of status, who would be able to slow down? However, this also startled Bai Jishi. Witnessing the security guards rushing out from the inside like a flooding beast, she almost braked sharply. Ah, what's going on here? They won't want to come and beat us up, right? Sui looked at Bai Jishi without any good humor. flicked her and shook his head helplessly. What are you thinking about? Still beating us? How can that be? I'm driving. Suha, you're still bouncing me? Baijishi deflated her mouth and looked aggrieved. Just now these security guards were already scary, okay? But thinking back, it couldn't have come to beat people up. Baijishi was inevitably a little curious. What exactly were these security guards doing? Welcome home. As Baijishi drove the car to the entrance, a group of security guards also stood in a row, bowing and welcoming the two of them with an extremely respectful gesture. Regardless of that, just drive inside. Sui yawned and told Baijishi to continue driving inside. Baijishi nodded numbly and had no choice but to do as she was told. Next, the security guards hurriedly opened the door, and Baijishi just drove in. After driving in smoothly, Sui still looked as if nothing had happened, but Baijishi was very puzzled in her heart. They were obviously not the owners of this place. How could they just come in like that? Is the security guard here so irresponsible? How could they let us in so casually? It's fine, just keep driving inside. Muttering a sentence, Baijishi's eyes turned to the surrounding scenery, and soon drove to the vicinity of Villa 1. After getting off the car, Baijishi's first glance was attracted by this No. 1 villa, although she had just seen a lot of villas on the way here, but compared to this No. 1 villa in front of her, it was still too much worse. Oh my god, this villa is too luxurious. Baijishi stared blankly at villa number 1, which was somewhat beyond her cognitive scope, although she was no stranger to detached villas. But a villa of such a grade in front of her was hard to imagine that it was real and right in front of her eyes. Let's go over and look. Why are we looking so far away? Get closer. Sui smiled mysteriously, pulling Baijishi towards the front. This isn't good. The owner is going to see us sneaking around. Maybe he's going to notify the security. After walking a few steps, Baijishi stopped with some concern, thinking that this is someone else's place after all. Even if they are here to see the world, it's not too polite to rush in. Don't worry, Jishi. It's fine, just follow me. Sui comforted Baijishi, and the two of them continued to walk towards the inside. When they passed through the garden at the entrance and were about to arrive at the main villa, Baijishi however still shook her head and pulled Sui to stop. Alright Suha, let's not go in, just take a look here. Saying that, Baijishi looked up at this villa in front of her, and was also more and more shocked the more she looked. This place is simply too luxurious. Suha, what kind of person do you think would be able to live here? He. It's definitely a handsome guy. Suha replied playfully, but Baijishi rolled her eyes, not thinking so in her heart. No way. If you ask me, the one who lives here must be a party of huge men. At least he's already in his middle age. He must be so greasy. This isn't a youth idol drama. What makes you think that the one who lives here is a handsome man? Is there really a man who is handsome and can afford to live in a villa like this? Looking at Baijishi's analyzed and clear look, Sui's eyebrows slightly twitched. What is this saying about himself? Ahem. Jishi do you want to go in and take a look? Ignoring the topic just now, Sula looked towards the main entrance of the main villa with a bad smile. Alas, it's just that there's no way for us to go in even if we want to. This is someone else's house. Baijishi sighed, but her heart was getting stranger and stranger. She always felt that today's Suha wasn't quite right. Then let's do it this way. Let's go and ring the doorbell together. See if there is someone inside. Can you let us go in and visit? Sui suddenly brightened up. Then before Baijishi could say anything, he was about to pull her towards the front. Suha, what are you thinking? How is this possible? Baijishi skimmed her mouth and followed Suha to the door, her expression instantly becoming timid, as if she had done something wrong. Welcome home. However, just at this moment, a light from the doorway swept across Sui's pupils, transmitting an electronic synthesized voice. Chapter 28, Schoolflower's eyes wide open. Baijishi was instantly confused and took a few steps backward, looking incredulously into Sua's eyes. At this moment, Sui's eyes were also looking at Baijishi in a sneaky way, and when she saw Baijishi's overwhelmed appearance, she immediately burst out in joy. Ha ha, what are you looking at? This is your home. Baijishi froze for a while before reacting to what was going on, and her pupils even contracted violently for a while. Suha, you're bullying me. Understanding at this moment, staring at Sui's smiling face, coupled with the previous experience on the road, Baijishi let out a petulant rant, and all of a sudden, she pouted in aggravation. The next second, Baijishi waved her small fists and rushed towards Suha. Suha saw this and also spread her feet and ran inside. Just ran a few steps. Sui is wanting to turn back to see whether Baijishi has continued to chase, but this turned back, and did not break. Baijishi directly embraced a full embrace. At this moment, an unprecedented softness swept through Sui's cerebral nerves, and Baijishi's small face also turned from dismay to scarlet. Sui, you're doing this on purpose. Hastily and shyly coming out from Sui's arms, Baijishi said without any good humor, knocking lightly towards Sui's chest. Okay, Isn't this a surprise I want to give? Don't be angry. I'll take you around. Sui's mind was still reminiscing about the feeling he just had, so he pulled by Jishi and continued to walk inwards, taking a look around inside the villa. Okay. By Jishi's mood now that is indescribably complex. Always feel that all this is like a dream. Cannot tell whether it is reality or imagination. She is really unexpected. This villa is actually Suhi's. Before that McLaren already let her shocked for a whole year. Now suddenly get out a big luxury villa. Thinking back to the villas that she saw on the road, Baijishi felt more and more shocked in her heart. Thinking that this Jade Dragon Pavilion, she was afraid that there was no villa that could compare to this one. Soon, Sui took Baijishi around the first floor, and then went to the pool and garden at the back. Along the way, Baijishi's mouth didn't close much, and today this was really an eye-opener for her. After taking Baijishi for a stroll, Sui just sat on the sofa and saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. Please host complete sign in. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign in and obtaining the divine level calligraphy and painting ability. Sui raised his eyebrows, and in the next second, he felt a warmth in his mind that was extremely comfortable. The warm feeling came and went quickly, but in Sui's mind, there were already many more memories of calligraphy and painting. Just at this time, Sui's cell phone rang. Sui picked it up and glanced at it, realizing that it was a message from Yang Ji-Yuan, the general manager of Spirit Dragon Group. Su Dong, do you have time this afternoon? I would like to meet with you to report some things. After Sui thought about it, he didn't seem to have anything to do in the afternoon, so he agreed in a single breath. Taking his cell phone and searching, Sui directly selected a tea garden to meet. This tea garden was a very famous one in the neighborhood, and it was relatively easy to find if Yang Ji-Yuan came over. Just after sending a good message, Sui heard Baijishi beside him, yawning. Turning his head to look, he saw Baijishi's beautiful eyes with a watery look inside, which made people feel a trace of love and compassion. Sui looked at Baijishi's lazy and sleepy appearance, and was also happy, came over and pulled up Baijishi's small hand, walking towards the upstairs bedroom. What's wrong, Suha? Baijishi's voice was soft as she spoke, her tail tone was a little upturned. Listening to Sui's heart, it all followed and softened. Suha smiled in a low voice and said gently, Go upstairs and take a nap with me. Baijishi didn't say anything, obediently let Sui pull directly into the luxurious incomparable master bedroom. The two people slept on one side each. At noon today, Sui also drank some wine, so he quickly fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for almost an hour, Suha woke up from her slumber. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that in his arms, he was holding a warm and soft body. Sui looked at Baijishi, who was sleeping in his arms, and saw that she was shrinking in the position of his chest, as cute as a sleepy kitten. How could there be such a cute girl? The corner of Sui's mouth raised a faint smile, and on Baijishi's face, he gently planted a kiss. Carefully withdrawing his arm, Sui covered Baijishi's quilt before gently walking out of the room. Sui lifted his wrist and looked at the time. It was almost time for the appointment with Yang Ji-Yuan, so he simply packed up. Before leaving, Sui walked to the coffee table in the living room and left a note for Baijishi. I have something to go out. Send me a message when you get up, or call. Sui put down his pen and looked at the note in front of him. Truly worthy of divine calligraphy and painting ability. This word was immediately different. The dragon flew like a swimming dragon roaming the sky, giving a very deep impression. Even Suhi himself looked at it and was shocked by all the beauty brought out in the handwriting, and he also looked at the note inside. Once this calligraphy and painting ability came, it was just randomly written words that also had such a divine charm. Putting the note on the coffee table, Suhi walked out of the villa and drove his car towards Jade Forest Tea Garden. At the same time, in the Jade Forest Tea Garden, at this time, there are no guests in the tea garden. A song of high mountain flowing water resonates lazily, together with the light fragrance of tea in the garden. It is a different mood. At this time, several old men walked into the tea garden. The old man at the head wore a white tunic, and as he walked, some shadows could be seen on top of the tunic. Those shadows were as if they would flow, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Very beautiful. That was precisely the embroidery that was done with white silk threads, on white silk fabric. Such a famous skill made the entire dress even more of a level up. The owner of this piece of clothing, low-key and refined, was none other than Elder Morong-e. Behind the old man were several old men, either wearing long shirts of other colors, or wearing a straight Chinese mountain suit, looking very spiritual. They walked in talking and laughing, looking like they were all in a very pleasant mood. The boss, who was originally a bit drowsy, immediately had a jolt when he saw these old men walk in. He scrambled out from inside the counter and greeted them very warmly. Elder Morong, you few are here. The boss was very careful to serve the several people in front of him, his gaze filled with caution. These several people in front of him, they were all people of great importance, especially the old man at the head. the head is even more big to make people shocked. Is the old man of the Morong family in Jinling? Morong-e. This old man can be said to be in the Jinling stomping a foot. The entire Jinling are to tremble the existence of three. This is the person who stands at the tip of the pyramid in the entire circle of powerful and noble people in Jinling. The people who can be with such an old man are naturally not simple. Some of the people over here are heads of big families, and some are also old entrepreneurs. All in all, it was just one sentence. None of these guests, none of them were masters that he, a tea garden owner, dared to offend. Several people follow me. The boss greeted the several old men respectfully. Such honorable guests. Naturally, he had to arrange the most high-class private room for them. Unexpectedly, the head of the old man Morong waved his hand, smiled brightly and said, "No need to be so troublesome. Let's just drink tea in the lobby today. Anyway, there are no guests in the lobby right now, so it's a different kind of flavor here." The boss froze for a moment, but seeing that the other old men also looked pleased, he hurriedly agreed with a full mouth. He then led his staff to quickly clean up the table where the several guests were to sit. The boss seemed to have thought of something at this time, and hurriedly instructed the staff beside him, "Go, bring over the best tea set." This was the old master and the others personally coming to the door, so all the utensils naturally had to be the best. The staff heard the words of the boss, naturally did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly went to fetch a good purple sand tea set, placed on the tea table. Looking at the tea set has been bought on. Morong old man greeted a few old fellows and said, "Come on, everyone sit down." Everyone was seated. The most honorable Elder Morong naturally sat on the first seat. As soon as Elder Morong sat down, his gaze then swept to the crowd on the table. A burst of head shaking and sighing. "I say, you a few old guys really convinced you, as the saying goes, not afraid of thieves stealing for fear of thieves thinking. This piece of jade is being missed by you guys." These words sounded like they were full of helplessness, but how to look at Elder Morong's face, how to feel that it carried a wave of smugness. The several old men next to him also had helpless faces. One of them, an old man in a Zhongshan suit, reached out his hand and gently knocked twice on the table, saying in an urgent tone, "You quickly stop talking. Knowing that you treasure this piece of jade, isn't it okay? Hurry up and take it out." They were all aware that Elder Morong had gotten a good piece of jade, a good piece from an absolutely old pit. They are all people who like jade. As soon as they heard about this news, they immediately made an appointment with Elder Morong, intending to meet. This back and forth appointment several times. It is not easy to meet. Naturally anxious to see the legendary jade. Unexpectedly, Morong old master but take on Joe. And now still here to play dumb. Really anxious individual. Morong old master looked at a few old buddies. Are a blowing beard and eyes look. Also sigh. This is from the pocket of the clothes to pull out a piece of stuff. Chapter 29, The Most Precious Treasure. As soon as they saw the jade inside Elder Morong's palm, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. It really was something good, only to see a very lustrous piece of jade appear in front of them, and although it wasn't palm-sized enough, it could be seen that it was a flawless piece of jade. At a glance, it could be seen that this piece of jade had a full head of water and looked moist. As soon as those old men saw the jade, they subconsciously rubbed their hands together. With such a good jade, they all wanted to get their hands on it and take a closer look. Elder Morong wasn't the kind of person who was petty. Looking at them all rubbing their hands together, he carefully placed the jade on the tea table and said very helplessly, "Let's give you guys a good look." Several old men instantly delighted. The old man sitting on Elder Morong's right-hand side took the lead in picking up the jade and carefully playing with it in his hands, because he was here to see the jade. The old man also brought a small flashlight, a little bit to check out the inside of the jade, only to see that the inside of the jade was pure and flawless. Even under the beam of light, one could see that it was really a perfect piece of jade. It's really good jade, and it's still the original stone. Although it's not very large, but if it's carefully carved, it's bound to be one of the best treasures. This waterhead is sufficient. It feels like the water can flow out at any time. This is not a piece of jade, so look at it. It seems to have life. Good stuff. Gold has a price. Jade is priceless. The ancients did not deceive me. This is the real good stuff. The people present looked at the jade in front of them, revealing shocked gazes, and in the next moment, they all looked at Elder Morong at the side. Several of the old men were impatient and spoke their thoughts. "Elder Morong, I know that you like calligraphy and painting the most. I have quite a collection there. Venerable Hong Yi's true masterpiece. In exchange for this piece of jade in your hand, it's always possible, right? How can Venerable Hong Yi be enough for this flawless piece of jade? Why don't you go to my place? As long as it's a piece you can look at, how about I exchange it with you? Your favorite celebrity paintings and calligraphy, or antique treasures. As long as you can say it, I'll take all of them to you. As long as you let me have this piece of jade, how about it, Morong old brother? After all, such a grade of good jade, but really cannot be found. A few people also really like this piece of jade, so they thought to take Morong old man's favorite things, and he exchanged. Unexpectedly, a few people's lips were about to be worn out, but Elder Morong was also dead set on not letting go. Fine, fine, then you keep it for family heirlooms. Withholding and searching, an old man huffed and puffed, hurriedly picked up the tea on the table and poured it down, to suppress the depression in his heart. Such a good thing, watching, but just cannot change. This is not to be anxious to die. Elder Morong looked at them one by one, but also a joy, bluntly said, "It's not that I'm saying, I really don't look at that stuff of yours." The several old men looked at me and I looked at you, hardened and disliked without any temper. After all, this one in front of them, that was the Morong family's old man from the top family in Jinling. People's eyesight, naturally, was very high. Since it is to be exchanged, it must be a matter of your willingness. Since Elder Morong couldn't see it, they couldn't force it, could they? So the few old men present were also looking and sighing, drinking the tea in front of them with a sad face. The tea, which was always their favorite, was also tasteless at this time. On the contrary, it was an old man in a black long shirt who was more thoughtful. He started another topic. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted and they started talking and laughing again. Just at this time, Suhi stepped into the hall of the tea garden. Seeing a later entrant, a few old men immediately lowered their voices. They were all cultivated people, and would not disturb the pleasure of the latecomers drinking tea by coveting their own enjoyment. As soon as Elder Morong saw the several people, he also glanced in the direction of the doorway. As soon as he saw that it was Suhi who came in, Elder Morong's face immediately revealed a smile and greeted him with a smile. "Little friend Su, it's really fate. I didn't expect that here. We met again." Elder Morong also didn't expect that this had just been seen at the Golden Banquet, and that he would meet again here. When Suhi heard Elder Morong's words, he also walked over quickly. He nodded towards the old man and said with a smile, "It is indeed fate that you are also here to drink tea." After saying that, Suhi also nodded towards the rest of the few old men as a greeting. Elder Morong liked Suhi very much. He smiled brightly and greeted Suhi to sit down and drink tea together. "Come, accompany my old man to drink tea." Suhi raised his wrist to look at the time. It was not yet the appointed time, so he smiled and said to the old master, "Old master, I have an appointment. I may only be able to accompany you for a while." The boss was quick on his feet at this time and added chairs. Suhi sat down and casually asked, "What is the old master doing here? Specializing in tea tasting?" Elder Morong gently waved his hand. His eyes looked to several other old men and said cheerfully, "It's not because of these old men, who have to take a look at this piece of jade of mine." With one side of his mouth, the old man had already pulled out the jade, since it was taken out for the crowd to play with. It was also just right for Suhi to open his eyes. Suhi looked at the jade that the old master handed in front of him, and hurriedly took it with both hands, and carefully looked at it in his hands. Sure enough, it is a good jade, smooth and warm in the hand, very comfortable. They say that good jade nourishes people. If such a jade is played with from time to time, it surely soothes one's mood. Suhi sighed in admiration while pausing for a moment to look at the old masters and ask, "I just heard all the old masters say that they were going to take out something. What's going on here?" As soon as Su's question was uttered, Elder Morong had not yet answered. The several old men on the side happened to be full of complaints and opened their mouths. "This old man is intentionally eyeballing us. He brought out such a good jade. We wanted to exchange our own collection with him, but he has a high vision. We're not fooling him. That's all real good stuff. Celebrity paintings and calligraphy, his usual favorites. I think old brother Morong is just playing a bad game to inflate the market price. Yes, little friend Su, little friend, you don't want to think about it. This person just don't see the rabbit, don't let go of the eagle's mane. I don't know what will catch his eye. What can he see? Humph. I don't think he can be moved if he doesn't take that kind of royal utensils, or top quality porcelain. This fellow, bad as hell." Listening to the old men spouting off, Suhi was also amused and said with a smile, "These things, I really don't have them." The people present did not have any surprised expression when they heard Sui's words. After all, those collections of theirs, Elder Morong couldn't even look at them. Not to mention, Suhi, such a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. An old man smiled faintly and said kindly to Suhi, "It seems that, young man, you and this jade have no fate, good or bad, so as not to be cheated by this old man. In the future, in the Morong family's heirloom, there will be one more precious piece." The other old men also nodded in agreement. The offer they gave was higher than the value of this piece of jade, but in this case, Elder Morong was not even willing to part with it, so it could only be left at home, alone. "Right, we can't encourage the crookedness of some people. Let's just follow and take a look." Another old man squinted his eyes and nuzzled at Elder Morong, his voice faintly saying, "Being squeezed so much by a few old fellows." Elder Morong also smiled helplessly and said bluntly, I was supposed to show you guys. I candy for you. It's not that Morome old master is sitting on the ground. Really is this piece of jade. Is also his heart love. General things, naturally cannot enter his eyes. Just at this time, Soo-hee, who has not said anything, suddenly opened his mouth coldly and said, I don't have those celebrity paintings and calligraphy. However, I think my words should be able to be exchanged. A sentence that directly made the whole room was shocked. Not only Elder Morong, the crowd of elders present were all shocked. They simply couldn't believe their ears. Little friend Sue, what was said just now? The ones they took out just now. The calligraphy and paintings of the ancient celebrities are not working. You said yours? In an instant, it was as if the entire room had pressed the mute button. Even the air was permeated with a quiet flavor. The next moment, the old men could not help but laugh. The old men looked at me and I looked at you. All of them couldn't catch their breath from laughing, covering their stomachs and huffing. Young man, as a man, it's good to have pride, but you can't be too conceited. We have to be objective as human beings. Otherwise, we are going to make people look at us funny. Yes, little friend Sue, could it be that your words are not as good as those real masterpieces of celebrities we just talked about? Not to mention the question of value or not, just the word. It's not a level. It's not that I'm saying, calligraphy this one. Apart from learning hard and practicing hard, there's no second shortcut to take. Those great masters spend their whole day practicing calligraphy. You're young, naturally you can't compare. Wrist strength is the root of the way of calligraphy. Too strong in youth, too soft in old age. Only when you are 50 or 60 years old can you refine it to the true moment of initiation, coupled with the realization of life. These processes, likewise, cannot be missed. The old men present looked at Soo-hee and shook their heads for a while. They were not looking down on Soo-hee. Quite the contrary. It was precisely because they were very optimistic that they would say such words. In the view of these old men, Soo-hee was young. Indeed, he was amazingly talented. Sometimes a little bit drifting, but it was also a normal thing. As long as it was guided correctly, it would still shine in the future. An old man looked at Soo-hee and said in a very gentle tone, Little friend Sue, those ancient masters of the past had to practice calligraphy for more than 10 hours a day in order to have peak works when they were 50 or 60 years old. Nowadays, young people have too many things to learn, too many different things, and they simply can't practice without any distractions. In this case, whether it is the state of mind or the technique, it is even more impossible to compare with those greats. At this time, Elder Morome on the side also spoke. Little friend Sue, this thing is my favorite treasure. Although our friendship is not shallow, but a gentleman does not take away a person's favorite. You can't be like this. The rest of the crowd heard Elder Morome's words and also opened their mouths to discuss. Everyone didn't quite believe that the young Soo-hee, how good a piece of writing could be. Soo-hee didn't care about what the crowd said. He looked to the side of the boss and said smilingly, Please help me prepare some ink, paper and inkstones. When the boss heard Soo-hee's words, he hurriedly went to the back to prepare. His own place was the meeting place of many dignitaries. Many people who talked happily liked to splash ink on the spot, so the store was really always stocked with literary treasures. The boss quickly went to fetch the 4 treasures of literature and set them on the table, and spread his hands at Soo-hee. Go ahead. The people next to him looked at the things laid out on the table and froze. What is this, Sua? To come for real? Those old men looked at me. I looked at you. Seeing Soo-hee so insistent, they also stopped talking. Everyone sat on the chairs in a good mood, waiting for Soo-hee's work. Sua was in a good position. These old men present were all highly respected. Naturally, it was impossible for them to sharpen their own ink. The boss on the side was quite good at doing things. Immediately walked over and said very respectfully, If you don't mind, let me grind the ink. Good. The crowd was watching from the side, but in their hearts, they did not hold any hope. Soo-hee picked up a good wolf hair brush, dipped it full of ink, smiled faintly and opened his mouth. I'll simply write one word. One word? When the crowd present heard this, their eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of disdain. One word and you want to trade away such a good jade? It was simply whimsical. One must know that this piece of jade of Elder Morone, properly speaking, cost at least a few $1 million. One word to be exchanged away. This price is more expensive than even Wang Shishi. And at this moment, Soo-hee has already picked up the brush and looked at the rice paper in front of him with a straight face. As soon as the crowd saw Soo-hee's current appearance, they were all stunned. The aura on Soo-hee's body had completely changed. Chapter 30. This jade. I want to make a jewelry for my girlfriend. The current Soo-hee is a real great writer, with a poetic temperament that makes people's breath stagnate. With the fall of Soo-hee's stroke, the crowd was even as if they were under a spell of immobilization. The whole space seemed to be frozen. For a while, the tea house was silent inside. Even the boiling water in the kettle seemed to be subdued by this aura, not daring to venture out with a single sound. Those old men sitting at the table, where could they still sit? They stood up one after another. their eyes looking straight at Sui's hand, as if their heartbeats had already followed Sui's movements. Suhi had already started writing. Under Suhi's control, the thick black ink began to rapidly fuse into the rice paper. For a while, only Sui's hands could be seen floating like floating clouds and straightening like a shocking dragon. Every stroke of the brush was like a silver hook in an iron book, which was the best in the past and present. At the same time, an extremely strong aura rushed out of the rice paper, towards the crowd present, and came straight at them. The crowd present had already been shocked by this momentum. They almost forgot to breathe. Their mouths were wide open as if they could swallow a fist. After a while, Sui completed a character and gently placed the brush back on the brush holder. A character, Jade, had already jumped onto the paper. It was clearly only a moment's effort, but for the few people present, it was like a century had passed. The gazes of all the people, in unison, looked towards the word on the table. In just a moment, everyone present froze. They only felt a blur before their eyes, as if countless superb jades flashed before them. Even the legendary He Sure By was like a slideshow, flashing leisurely past their eyes. There were warm jades that carried a gentle and smooth feel just by looking at them. There were also several cold jades among them, as cold as 1,000 years of ice. Obviously just a hurried glance, but it made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The old men looked as if they were mesmerized. Obviously in front of their eyes has changed back to the appearance of the tea garden, but still intoxicated. The ancient and simple atmosphere that came to their faces was simply unheard of, and they were simply unwilling to open their eyes. It wasn't until a good half a second later that the crowd gradually came to their senses, looking at the calligraphy in front of them, completely frozen. The next moment, there was a burst of chanting voices coming from inside the room. The crowd only felt a burst of fire in their hearts, and their eyes were even more enthusiastic as if they were on fire. At this moment, when they went to look at the words written by Suhi, they only felt a burst of incredulity. At this time, the crowd could no longer hold back and opened their mouths to express their feelings. It's amazing. You guys might not believe me when I say it. It seems like I just saw Jade Mountain. All kinds of jade appeared before my eyes. It was like watching a science program. This character is simply fantastic. The power is not lost. The posture is not exaggerated. And the handwriting is like flowing water in clouds, which makes people linger and can't stop enjoying it at all. This character is written in a flowing stream, and the pen falls like clouds and smoke. This is simply a calligraphy grade that only exists in legends. Falling strokes are like entering an illusionary realm. The momentum is extraordinary, and the force is like 10,000 pounds. To be fair, those celebrity masterpieces in our hands, compared to this Jade character, it's simply a child's graffiti, simply incomparable. The gap is simply too big. Just as the crowd was bursting with emotion, Elder Morong on the side had come forward. He took the work on the table with one hand and held it tightly in his hand. Elder Morong's eyes shone brightly as he carefully observed the strokes of the character. The smile on his face, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Earned ah, really earned ah, with such a good word, is to give him Wang Shiji Ni Fu stream. He did not bring more than a glance. He is now holding in his hand, is the real miracle. Those old men beside him were also looking at that character with bated breath. The fervor inside their eyes could almost be turned into fire. They only hated now. How come they didn't have such a good jade? Otherwise, this character of Suhi would have been their own by now. Suhi looked at Elder Morong, with a look of fear that the calligraphy would be snatched away from him. He was also amused and said with a smile, "Then old master, since you are still satisfied, this jade, I will take it away." Ah, jade? Wait. The old master then remembered. Suhi wrote this word. The purpose was to exchange away his beloved jade. The moment he thought of that flawless piece of jade, in Elder Morong's eyes, a quick flash of reluctance flashed through. That piece of jade was really his favorite. To exchange it out just like that, he really didn't want to part with it. Sui raised one eyebrow, shook his head with a light smile and said, "If you don't want it, then I can't give you this character, old master." Speaking here, Sui deliberately paused for a moment and said with a helpless face, "After all, although my friendship with you is not shallow, but a gentleman doesn't take away a person's love. Well, I can't force you to trade, can I?" The old man, good lord, why does it sound so familiar? Taking a man's way, but also treating him as a man, right? This little guy, really naughty ah. When Elder Morong hesitated and reacted, he saw that Sui was going to take his words back. Seeing Sui's action, Elder Morong's eyes immediately glared and subconsciously took a step backward. Such a good character, how could he give it back? But that piece of jade, to be honest, Elder Morong was also not willing to change it out. After a moment of thinking left and right, Elder Morong said to Suhi, "Little friend, let's do it this way. I'll pay for it, and buy this piece of writing of yours, how about it?" After all, behind himself is the Morong family. Even if it is to open up a heavenly price like Wang Shiji, Morong old man can afford to pay. It was also with this backbone in place that the old master would say this. In Elder Moron's opinion, Suhee was very good, but also very young. A child like this naturally needed some boost to soar to the heavens. One word, for a startup capital, seemed like a pretty good deal. Elder Moron thought to himself, not realizing that, before Suhee made a statement, the others on the side directly became angry. This Moron old man, doing so is a bit too much. This is obviously, both of them want it. There is no such thing as doing things this way. Little friend Sue, you must not listen to him. What do you mean by paying for it? Isn't this an insult to such an excellent character? Little friend Sue, if you don't want to exchange it, there's a line of good ones on our side. That's right, little friend Sue, don't fall for his tricks. Just now it was a sitting duck, but now it has changed to a pitfall. If we were to buy it with money, we'd have to participate as well. As the saying goes, those who see it get a share. If old brother Morong is not moral, then we don't have to be polite. After all, such an excellent character. I'm afraid that if we observe it day in and day out, it will be of great benefit. The old men present were all a bit unable to sit still and spoke up, rebuking Elder Morong's behavior. Eating from the pot and still wanting to take advantage of the basin? Excessive. Too much. Even though Elder Morong was thick-skinned enough, his face was a bit red and a bit unable to hang on after being counted out by a bunch of old fellas like this. This. Wasn't he just saying a proposal? Saying this about himself is also too bashful. Well, little friend Sue, you take it. Elder Morong gave the jade to Suhee with reluctance, and himself was that character, constantly surveying it. Every stroke of this character, every time he looked at it, it was a new experience. This deal is really worth it. Elder Morong reluctantly looked at the jade in Suhee's hand, and then looked at the calligraphy in his own hand. It was a pair of characters without a stamp, not complete at all. Elder Morong was a bit sorry. He looked at Suhee and opened his mouth to ask, little friend Sue, don't you have a seal? No. Suhee shook his head. After all, he had just obtained the divine miracle calligraphy and painting skill. He hadn't even thought about it that way. Elder Morong thought about it and proposed to Suhee. You can create a seal out of this jade and stamp one for me. How about it? Build a seal? Suhee looked at the jade in his hand, gently shook his head and said, forget it, such a good jade, beating it into a seal, it's a bit of a waste. I'm going to give my girlfriend a beaten jewelry. Crowd, what kind of measurement is this? It's a waste to beat a seal, but to beat jewelry, it's not a waste? Chapter 31, Such a Young Party Giant. There were so many things that could be done with such a superb piece of jade, no matter whose hands this piece of jade fell into. I'm afraid that they would have to weigh it up and communicate with the carving master to discuss how to use it. But little friend Sue actually directly said that he wanted to make jewelry for his girlfriend. This kind of heart is simply absolute. These old men present were all in a state of shock. This was truly a waste. However, immediately afterward, the old masters were again bursting with emotion. In their hearts, they also secretly admired Suhee's heart. This is also too much pain for his girlfriend. Are all the young people nowadays so great? Quite a few people even directly thought of their own former youth. If they had this deep love back then, what goddess can't take down awe? After lamenting, these old men directly came together in front of Suhee and opened their mouths. Sue little friend you see you are not just needed jewelry? I have a piece of top quality imperial green pendant there. It's the most suitable for a girl as a gift. Would you consider it? I have a set of pink diamond jewelry there that would be great for a girl as well. That's what I received at the auction. The origin and quality is absolutely guaranteed. If little friend Sue likes it, I'll take you to take a look. I wonder if I can spend money and buy this piece of jade? The price I'll give will definitely satisfy little friend Sue. If little friend Sue is short of money, how about selling me a piece of calligraphy? I'm not asking for much, just one word. I wonder how about it? Faced with the idea of someone wanting to offer money to buy words and jade, Suhee shook his head and directly opened his mouth to politely refuse. I'm sorry several people. I don't lack money. I'm not interested in money. Not interested in money? When the others heard Suwa's words, their eyes glazed over, a bit in disbelief. How old was the Suwa and he said this? The hearts of the crowd were in waves, and for a while, they were full of spit. At such a young age, this is a very open-minded thing to say. Even if it's us, we wouldn't dare to casually say that we have no interest in money. To be able to say such words, one must not have suffered from not having any money, not having been beaten by society. Only those who have experienced it know that money is a good thing. This child is good-looking. His temperament is also good. And his handwriting is out of this world. Only, why does he have the problem of blowing up? Just when the crowd was casting aspersions, outside the tea garden, a group of people had already arrived, only to see a group of luxury cars parked at the entrance of the tea garden. The doors opened, and one by one, the business elites drilled out from the cars. Their bodies were dressed in neat suits, and each of them looked very capable. It was none other than Yang Ji-yuen, leading a group of Spirit Dragon Group's executives. As soon as Yang Ji-yuen entered with the crowd, Elder Morone and the others saw them. Spirit Dragon Group was a famous company in Suhang, and such a $10 billion group was naturally acquainted with the old men present. The people greeted Yang Ji-yuen and looked at him enthusiastically. General Manager Yang, I didn't expect to be here. And you guys met. Even Elder Morone's face was wearing a hint of a smile. Yang Ji-yuen did not see Suhi. After all, Suhi had just been talking to the old man and had been carrying his back. Seeing these respected old masters of Jinling City, Yang Ji-yuen was also stunned and hurriedly went forward to greet them one by one. An old man looked at Yang Ji-yuen and cheerfully inquired, "Why did you guys have the time to come over? And you even brought so many executives with you?" Yang Ji-yuen didn't hide anything in the face of these old men and directly opened his mouth to reply, "We came to look for our new chairman." New chairman? The old masters present looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were stunned for a moment. They were secretly thinking in their hearts, Spirit Dragon Group is a $10 billion group. How could it be so sudden, to have a new chairman? At this time, when Sui heard Yang Ji-yuen's voice, he also put away the jade and turned around. As soon as Yang Ji-yuen saw Suhi, he also froze very obviously, hurriedly walked over and said very respectfully, "Chairman, it turns out that you and the old men are drinking tea. Didn't disturb you, right? We came late." Yang Ji-yuen's face was embarrassed, and his heart was chagrined. Just now, he was so focused on greeting the old masters that he actually didn't see his own chairman. As soon as the lords heard Yang Ji-yuen's words, they were also confused for a moment. They looked at me and I looked at you, and both saw a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Who was the new chairman that Yang Ji-yuen was talking about? Just as the crowd was unsure, they saw Suhi walking towards them and replied with a faint smile, "No, you guys came quite fast." Hiss. As soon as Suhi finished his words, a sound of inverted intake of breath instantly resounded throughout the room. In an instant, the old men froze. This, so young, is the new chairman of Spirit Dragon Group? That was a $10 billion group. A young man had mastered it so simply. It was evident that he was strong. The hearts of the old masters were instantly filled with countless shocks. No wonder the youngster said that he didn't lack money. They thought that it was the young man who didn't know the benefits of money. It turned out, people were holding a $10 billion group in their hands. Such a character, naturally, would not lack money. And to be honest, Sui has such a good hand of words. Is it not easy to make money? It is they who are superficial. For a moment, the shocked ones were naturally not only the old men. Even Elder Morong was also looking at Suhi with a shocked face. He did think highly of Suhi, but how could he not expect that Suhi would actually have such an identity? This little friend is simply a dragon amongst men. He had underestimated him, thinking that he was just a medical student. Originally, Elder Morong was still thinking that there was a chance to support Suhi, but now it seems that it's more or less the same to say cooperation. Support? Such a famous enterprise in Suhang. Even Elder Morong would not dare to be too big to say that it was support. For a moment, the gazes of the people looking at Suhi were filled with shock. This young man had already given them too many shocks, just as the entire tea garden was filled with shock. The light screen in front of Sui's eyes flashed. "Please ask the host to finish signing in." Sign in. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and obtaining the divine management and investment skills. In the next moment, Sui only felt a heat in his brain, and then he regained his composure. Sui opened his eyes and looked at Elder Morong and the others, smiling lightly. "Several people. We still have some things to do, so we'll go to the private room upstairs first." Looking at Suhi in front of them, the old masters were obviously stunned. Obviously they had just been drinking tea and chatting together, but they always felt that the current Suhi seemed to be a little different, more introverted than before, a pair of eyes more like the deep sea, obviously no waves, but as if at any time can set off a big storm. "Good, you guys get busy first." In the end, it was Elder Morong who was the first to react. He patted Chen Tian's shoulder and said to him. At this time, the other old masters, too, nodded along, but all of them were regretful in their hearts. Suhi had gone to the upstairs private room just like that. Didn't it mean that they had lost the chance to get the calligraphy and painting? Such a good calligraphy. It was really a pity. Suhi took Yang Ji-yuen and a bunch of other senior people upstairs, and the other old men looked at Elder Morong in unison. One of the old men hemmed and hawed, rubbed his hands in embarrassment, and took the initiative to say, "Elder Morong, the calligraphy written by little friend Su just now, can you show us again?" Since the words could not be asked for, observing more was also considered to be more or less making up for a little loss. The other old men followed suit and nodded, their faces filled with eagerness as they opened their mouths to urge, "Give us another viewing. Don't be so stingy, old brother Morong. Hey, who in Jinling doesn't know the prestige of our Morong family? How could someone from such a family be cheap? Besides, we're just looking at it. we're not going to rob it. Is it also a form of sparring if we all look together? This kind of good stuff is to be shared together to make it more fun to collect. In order to be able to take another look at Suhi's words, these old masters were also taking great pains. They were all trying their best to tout Elder Morong's character. Elder Morong was calm and steady, sitting there in general, his face with a smile as he looked at the crowd and slowly opened his mouth to ask. Look is naturally no problem. But, what do you guys use to exchange? Crowd. Exchange? This I will see, but also exchange qualifications? This is obviously more excessive than sitting on the ground. Ah, the old men quickly reacted. They looked at Elder Morong and said in exasperation, this is too petty. Let's just take a look. Before you had your heart's desire for jade, and you didn't just show it to us? Elder Morong looked at them one by one and burst out laughing. It took him a while to stop laughing. He took out Suhi's words and placed them on the bed table, saying to the crowd, I was just joking with you guys, but this is the original work. Nothing has been done to protect it. You guys can only look at it, but you're not allowed to move it. Elder Morong said very seriously. Such a good character. He naturally wanted to take it back and frame it properly. The other old masters naturally agreed wholeheartedly, as long as it was for them to look at. Everyone knew the value of this character. Of course they wouldn't just get their hands on it. The crowd looked at the already spread out characters, carefully observing Suhi's characters, their mouths constantly emitting exclamations. This is truly a superb character. Look at the flavor brought out between the strokes, so identical to the warmth and clarity of jade. Meanwhile, Suhi brought Yang Ji-yuan and the others to the private room on the second floor. The boss was also aware of Suhi's identity just now, and naturally did not dare to relax about their hospitality. The top-class box originally intended for Elder Morong and the others, was directly open to Suhi and Yang Ji-yuan's group. Several people. Inside please. As the boss gently pushed open the doorway in front of him, a huge solid wood screen had appeared in front of him. On top of the solid wood screen were all sorts of auspicious beasts carved out. Suhi carefully looked at it, and found that those beasts were carved vividly, and an aura came out. Obviously it was from a master's handwriting. Such a solid wood screen. I'm afraid it is also worth a lot. After crossing the screen, behind it was a huge tea room, which was decorated in ancient colors, revealing a classical atmosphere everywhere. The scenery inside the room was also meticulous and extraordinary, exuding a sense of honor everywhere, especially at the large window facing the screen. Outside is the inner courtyard of the tea garden. You can see the green brick and green tile courtyard. The lush bamboo grew extremely well and had come to the window, blocking most of the sunlight. The breeze slightly floated by, and the sound of friction between the bamboo leaves could be seen. Very melodious. Like a song. Sula looked at the environment of the private room, also nodded, looked at the boss and said with a smile, this place is really good. The boss did put his heart into it. Not dare to dare. It's good that Su Dong doesn't mind. The boss replied very respectfully. After all, he often received the dignitaries of Jinling. This level of repartee, the boss was still very good at it. After He ordered 2 pots of tea, the boss hurriedly walked out of the box. Yang Ji-yuan saw the boss leave and immediately stood up. He bowed towards Suhi and said very politely, Su Dong, I brought a group of senior management over today in the hope of reporting the current situation of the Spirit Dragon Group to you. Saying that, Yang Ji-yuan made a wink towards those executives behind him, and the elites behind him immediately understood Yang Ji-yuan's meaning, and placed those materials they brought in front of Suhi. Those were all the various statements of Spirit Dragon Group for the past year, as well as the information of the ongoing projects. Since it was to be a systematic report, Yang Ji-yuan had done everything to prepare for it. The executives, under Yang Ji-yuan's thunderous leadership, naturally didn't dare to be sloppy, carefully reviewing and examining all the statements. So he directly took the financial statement at the top. He nodded towards the crowd and then opened his mouth. Good. Then from the group's financial department, let's start reporting. The finance director immediately walked out. He first glanced at Yang Ji-yuan, nodded towards the other party, and then began to report. Suhi listened while quickly flipping through the financial statements in his hand. Because it was nearly a year's worth of information, it was divided into quite a few copies, and it looked a bit thick. But Suhi looked at it very quickly, as if he just glanced at it lightly. Yang Ji-yuan and a group of executives were dumbfounded. Chairman Su looked at it so quickly. Could he see it all? And with such a hasty glance? I'm afraid that a lot of the data is nothing impressive, right? Just when everyone had their own thoughts, Suhi suddenly interrupted the financial director who was reporting and opened his mouth to inquire. The quarterly expenditure figure you just gave me is not the same as the statement you gave me. Is the data wrong? The finance director was obviously stunned at the words. He hurriedly looked through the information in his hand, and only then did he notice the figures that Suhi was talking about, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. I'm sorry, Su Dong, it was me who said it wrong just now. He looked at the wrong column. The number he reported was naturally incorrect. Soo-hee nodded. He raised his chin towards the finance director, signaling the other party to continue reporting. Obviously it was a very small episode, but the group of people present all stared with wide eyes, including General Manager Yang Ji-Yuen. He also looked at Soo-hee with a shocked face, his eyes full of unbelief. This. Su-dong just browsed so quickly. Actually even such a small number. Remember clearly? Just looking over like this, in the financial director's quick report, he already saw the problem? This is too powerful, isn't it? For a moment, the gazes of the people present looking at Soo-hee were filled with admiration and worship. The crowd present all immediately adjusted their mindset, and their attitude towards the matter of reporting became more serious all of a sudden. Almost every senior went up to make a report. The speed with which Soo-ah looked at the information was fast and accurate, and even the slightest little mistake would be corrected by Soo-ah in time. Looking at the group of executives in front of him, Soo-ah had a very calm expression on her face and said in a light tone, "We are a group company, and in the future, we are going to charge forward to the rankings of China, so we should be even more strict with our requirements." Like this completely avoidable mistake. I hope this is the first and the last time. Listening to Soo-hee's indifferent tone, but the meaning inside and outside the words was indeed full of ambition and dominance. The crowd of executives' eyes lit up when they heard Soo-hee's words. In their hearts, they were already surging like waves. As long as they followed such a chairman properly, their future was no longer a dream. After the executives finished their report, General Manager Yang Ji-Yuen also stood up and reported on some of the projects in hand, as well as the various plans for the coming period of time. Soo-hee quietly listened. In the key place, he will only interrupt Yang Ji-Yuen's words, say some more constructive words. With Soo-hee's calm and collected guidance, the crowd present were all shocked for a while. They had originally looked at Soo-hee so young and were still shocked. After all, the shopping mall is like a battlefield. It is not the case that you can do good business just because you have learned a lot of knowledge. In the real business world, there were still too many things that needed to be done. But now, in these people's hearts, there was only deep shock. This chairman in front of them looked like he was at most in his early 20s. Just this young Su-dong's mouth, those words that came out, completely not his age, should be able to say words. Those suggestions and program modification methods, quietly think about it, is simply perfect to the extreme. Even Yang Ji-Yuen himself also have to say very objectively, if it is his words, simply could not think of so detailed. Su-dong is by no means a cheap boss, but a truly powerful leader. Thinking of this, the executives present were again excited. They weren't afraid of working hard. What they were most afraid of was not having a future. Now with such a good chairman, what else do they have to fear? Just do it and be done with it. Soo-ah gave the crowd a few more words about what they needed to pay attention to. Then he looked at Yang Ji-Yuen on the side and said aloud, "Don't give up the profits that should be ours, but don't skimp on the welfare treatment of your men. Got it?" "Yes, Dong-Soo, I remember." Yang Ji-Yuen respectfully memorized it, and his admiration for Soo-hee was even more profound by one point. Soo-hee had already finished reading those materials. He poured a cup of tea and sipped it lightly, letting Yang Ji-Yuen discuss it with the executives. If there was anything he didn't understand, he could ask him in time. Soo-hee possessed divine management skills in place, and the doubts of those executives were naturally out of the question. After a burst of communication, Yang Ji-Yuen said with an excited face, "Su-dong, after communicating with you, I really benefited a lot. I've really been taught today." He is now full of inspiration. Cannot wait to immediately jump to the computer in front of, well organize the thoughts. This year can certainly do a few more large single. Yang Ji-Yuen thought of this, looked at the executives who also gained a lot, stood up and said to Soo-hee, "Su-dong, we will now first rush back to the company. You said those problems today. We want to immediately modify over the finish. The implementation." The other executives also nodded their heads. Such a good program, definitely want to complete it properly. Soo-hee looked at a face full of hope in front of him, also felt very satisfied. Such execution and fighting spirit was what he wished to see. Good, then let's leave together. Soo-hee looked at Yang Ji-Yuen and said with a smile. The people spoke on one side and walked towards the downstairs on the other. When they arrived downstairs, they realized that Elder Morong and the others had already left long ago. Soo-hee sighed and gently patted the pocket containing the jade with his right hand. Chapter 32 System's Super Godly Reward. At that time, he was so focused on exchanging the jade that he forgot to ask the old man and the others where there was a good jade carving store in Jinling. After all, it was such a superb jade. The average person and store? Soo-hee was still a bit relieved. Soo-hee looked to Yang Ji-Yuen who was on the side and opened his mouth to inquire. "Do you know, where is the old jade carving store in Jinling? The one with better craftsmanship?" Yang Ji-Yuen thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "I really know one. There is a teacher there. His craftsmanship is very good, not only in Jinling, but also in China." It is very famous. The reason why Yang Jiyuan knew about this master was that many years ago, he had the honor of looking for him to carve a jade goddess of mercy in his store. But that was many years ago, and now he didn't know the specifics. Suwa now can only be a dead horse, so he nodded and said, "Okay, send me the address. I'll go and take a look myself." After getting the address, Sui said goodbye to Yang Jiyuan and the others, and directly went to the parking lot to pick up the car and headed towards the destination. Sui drove the McLaren 720S, sped on the road for a while, with the fastest speed, rushed to the location of the store given by Yang Jiyuan. Only after arriving at the destination did Sui realize that, originally, this was an antique street. Although it was already afternoon, there were still quite a few customers strolling around here, especially some of the stores selling raw stones were crowded, and every now and then a yelling sound came out. After Sui parked his car, he followed the number on the store and looked over. It was then that he realized that this store was opened in front of many gambling stores. This was a good location. If someone opened a good stone, if they wanted to stay and make something themselves, they would be able to find a place to do it. By the way, the craftsmen who opened the store didn't worry about business, and those who came to gamble on the stones were also happy to have the convenience. Sui thought while already walking towards the inside of the store. The decoration of the store looks relatively simple. Only people who know the trade can see at a glance that the materials used inside the store are all solid and good wood. Only the modeling is relatively minimalist. It doesn't look exquisite. As soon as Sui walked in, he saw that there were quite a few finished jade products placed inside the store, and the patterns on them were all alive and very spiritual. Seeing this, a brilliant light flashed through Sui's eyes. It seemed that he had found the right place. "Hello, sir, is there anything you need?" Just as Sui was looking around, a young man raised his head from the counter and inquired with a smile. Sui looked at the young man in front of him, but he felt very good-natured, and also replied with a smile, "I have a piece of jade that I want to find someone to carve it. I heard that there is a very good skillful master teacher here. I wonder if he is in the store now." The young man grinned at Sui's words, put down the work in his hands, and was about to walk out of the counter. Sui glanced at the object on the counter. Although it was a semi-finished product, but he could also see that the vigor of the shape that was alive and well, all came from the hands of the young man in front of him. Looking at his young face, Sui was also surprised for a while. It seems that this young man's talent is amazing, to be able to practice such a craft at this age. While Sui was thinking, he saw that the young man had already walked out to the counter and explained to him in a very kind manner. "This gentleman, I have to explain to you first. My master is getting older now, and his physical strength is naturally not what it used to be. So in the past few years, he has almost stopped accepting business. If your jade is very valuable, if his old man has his eye on it, he will naturally work on it himself. But I can't make a promise with you. I can only say that it depends on the fate between you and the master." Speaking here, the young man paused for a moment before continuing to speak. "But if you trust me, I believe that I won't let you down." The young man was now the master surgeon of this store, and he was also very confident in his skills. But after all, the one who is the master is the guest. The young man can only put his words in place. As for who to choose to carve, it still depends on Sui's own decision. Sua looked at the young man. He gently waved his hand and said, "No harm done." After saying that, Sui had already pulled out the jade from his pocket and handed it over towards the young man. The young man, from the first moment he saw the jade, he already knew that this was definitely an extraordinary piece of jade. Such a good thing. The young man naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly raised his hands and carefully received it. Almost subconsciously, the young man held his breath and carefully examined the piece of jade in front of him. Even without using any aids, the young man could tell that this was a superb piece of jade, whether it was the head of water or the color, especially the clarity. Just this visible penetration of the naked eye already made people cry out for a superb piece of jade. This jade, simply too good. The young man's pair of eyes, staring straight at the jade, greedily surveyed a moment later. He took a deep breath, which opened his mouth to say, "Please wait for a moment. I'll go invite the master." To be honest, seeing this piece of superb jade, the young man was truly cowed. Such a great thing. Even if Suwa trusted him and handed over the jade to him, he was a little afraid to lay his hands on it. Such an exquisite thing. If there was a little deviation, then it would be a waste. Almost immediately, the young man and Suwa's thoughts were the same. Such a good thing. It must be a master like a teacher to really make it shine. Thinking like this, the young man's pace as he ran into the backyard couldn't help but follow a little faster. "Master, where are you?" As soon as the young man stepped into the backyard, he immediately greeted with a loud voice. With the sound of the young man's greeting, a wooden door in the backyard was gently pulled open from the inside. Immediately, a mentally fit old man walked out. The old man's face was somewhat dissatisfied. His brows gently knitted as he looked at the young man who was getting closer and closer. and opened his mouth to gently reprimand him. Look at you. What do you look like now? Didn't I tell you? To do this line of carving is to have a steady heart. How come you're learning more and more? The old man looked at the young man in front of him and let out a sigh of emotion in his heart. This was his most satisfied disciple. Whether it was his talent or his level of effort, it was the best. Today, he didn't know what was wrong, but he was actually so unsteady up. The young man did not have time to defend himself. He ran a little fast. His breath followed him, panting as he opened his mouth. Master, trouble you old man quickly with me to the front trip. There is a big job. I do not dare to take. I don't dare to take it? The old man listened to the young man's words, immediately stared wide-eyed, eyes full of surprise. In the last 1 or 2 years, all of the store's work had been given to this apprentice of his to handle. Although it couldn't be said to be 100%, there was always 90%. Under his continuous efforts, whether it was his carving skills or the store's business, it was all rocketing upwards. How could there still be jade that he wouldn't dare to carve? The young man looked at the puzzled expression on the master's face. He knew that just saying it would not explain it clearly. He simply carefully took out from his clothes the very best jade stone that Suhi had brought. Looking at the glistening and translucent jade in front of him, the master teacher also froze. Actually, is this piece? After all, he was a famous sculptor in Jinling. The teacher master naturally recognized this piece of jade. He was also fortunate enough to have seen this piece of jade. And even more so, he knew the origin of this piece of jade. What kind of person brought this? The teacher master carefully looked at the superb jade in front of him and casually opened his mouth to ask. The young man directly opened his mouth and replied, "It is a young man. He wishes to hand it over to master's hands and have you personally work on it." Young man? Master teacher's brows knitted slightly and unnoticeably. He thought for a moment and said to the young man, "Let's go. Take me out to take a look." Led by the young man, the teacher master walked to the front hall and met Suhi. Looking at Suhi's handsome yet unfamiliar face, and then looking at his mysterious aura, the teacher master didn't say much, but opened his mouth very kindly and asked, "I don't know this young gentleman. How do you want to carve this piece of jade?" Suhi didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. "I want to use this piece of jade to create a gift for my girlfriend." After saying that, Suhi exchanged some of his ideas with the teacher master in a whisper. After all, envisioning is envisioning. Whether it can be polished to the desired degree or not, it still depends on the professional judgment of the teacher master. The two of them had a word with each other, and soon determined the content of the carving. The teacher master gently nodded. He looked at Suhi and said very seriously, "Okay, after I carve it, I will inform you." Young sir, listening to the teacher master's words, Suhi also nodded and directly answered, saying, "Good." As for the price of the carving, both sides did not open their mouths to negotiate. After all, it was still too early to say. It was still necessary to look at the final product to finalize the pricing. But for such a superb jade, the general price of carving, naturally is not expensive. After all, such a good thing, the effort and dedication required, naturally incomparable. The main reason lies in the fact that being able to carve such a superb jade is also the dream of the carver. It was a two-way process of realizing a dream, and both parties would cherish it more. Suhi handed the jade over to the old gentleman, then turned around and walked towards the outside. Looking at Sui's back as he left, the teacher master took out his cell phone from his pocket and directly dialed Moroni. As soon as the phone was connected, the teacher master couldn't wait to open his mouth and asked, "Elder brother Morong, you quickly go and see your own precious jade. Is it being taken out secretly by the descendants of the family? To take it out? After all, people who are familiar with Moroni know that this piece of jade, but his heart's love, naturally it is impossible to just take it out and give it away." And the teacher master looked at Suha all over the temperament. Absolutely, as the big family can only will raise out of the child. This side, Moroni listening to each other's words, is also a blank stare. After that, he understood. The corner of his mouth twitched. His heart was helpless. This little guy, really want to take this piece of jade to his girlfriend to make a gift of? Too ruthless. Nowadays young people, really too ruthless. At this time, out of the jade store Suhi got into the car, ready to return to the Jade Dragon Pavilion No. 1 Villa. Driving the car, Suhi had music playing in the car, just walking on the road, enjoying the excitement brought by the music and speed. However, just at this moment, behind him, he suddenly rushed up. Looking at the front of the Suha not slowing down and driving, his heart suddenly felt a burst of irritation. Asterisk. Doesn't this guy just want to pretend? Driving a luxury car is still slow, but also let me meet. Really bad luck. That car owner looked at Suhi's McLaren. His heart can't help but be angry. His hand tapped the horn hard one by one. That posture is not even worse than the gong and drums before going to the battlefield. Drip. Suha ears listening to this constantly ringing ear-piercing horn sound. the first reaction is not the back of the car out of any emergency, or ambulance or so on, then look to the rearview mirror. However, this look, but found that it turned out to be a small car, at this time is pressing the horn vigorously, dead behind himself. What's the hurry? Why don't you rush to reincarnation? Sui cursed in his heart, being annoyed by this ear-piercing horn as well. In the end, this guy is nothing more than a road rage patient. Sui is not so afraid of him. Suddenly a bright light in front of his eyes. An emergency brake is stepped on. Ha! I let you follow. I let you honk your horn. Just see if I scare you to death. Suwa coldly smiled, not worried about anything at all. Since this guy wants to play, then it's a big deal to just play with him. Misty grass, with a sound of tires rubbing the ground in front of him. This driver is also clear about what this means, and immediately scared out of a cold sweat. Hurriedly also a foot breakdown. The chill in his heart has already made his back become cold. This is a McLaren. If it really hit, no matter what, this loss only their own. For one thing, it is his own behavior. Did not keep the distance, but also always honked the horn. And what kind of car they are, even if it is to compensate for a rearview mirror, but also enough to make him suffer. If accidentally really hit, that may not be the matter of how much money to pay. He himself just hard to get down a set of house is also so lost. Thinking of this, the driver's nervousness has been blocked to the eye of the throat. But fortunately, in the imminent collision, he finally sort of brake the car, trembling hands holding the steering wheel. This driver's mentality can be said to be completely collapsed. Now say anything. Also dare not just like road rage, only slow to maintain the distance between the car. Obediently follow behind. He didn't expect Sui is not ambiguous at all. Just now if he really didn't grasp it. Now it's too late to beg Grandpa and sue Grandma. Through the rearview mirror, Sui looked at the car behind him has slowed down. Also the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Now this is also considered to be relieved. Sui also no longer bother about the car behind. Just continue to drive his own car, all the way toward the front traveling. However, right at this moment, he suddenly saw a message from her cousin Sumayan calling him. Cousin, I've already arrived at the school to see. Over here. When Suwa saw this message, he immediately also froze, and with one hand, he pressed down on the cell phone next to him and sent a voice message to Sumayan. You girl, why didn't you say anything to me when you came? Didn't you say I'd pick you up before? I'm not afraid that you're busy. I'm also that old. It's not like I don't know how to get to school by myself. Sumayan hemmed and hawed and sent out a mischievous emoji, then sent out a voice. Alright cousin, I'll stop talking for now. I'm going to report first. You don't have to worry about me. Hearing Sumayan's voice, Sui was helpless and had no choice but to drive towards the Jinling Art School again. At this time, in the middle of the Jinling Art School, it was ushering in the annual orientation day. New students from all over the country are carrying big bags of luggage, one after another towards the school entrance. The entrance is full of banners, and the seniors and older sisters are busy welcoming the new students, and the crowd is very lively. Sui also drove the McLaren to the school gate at this time. Looking at this scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a burst of emotion. It is true that the words the Iron Campus, flowing water students. However, with the McLaren's engine roaring, the students who were busy with their own lives were also attracted. When they saw Sui's McLaren, all of them were shocked, and Sui became the center of attention of the whole scene. So handsome. What kind of car is this? Does our new school still have cars like this? Ooh, this is a McLaren. It's not a freshman, is it? How could it be? I've never seen such a luxurious freshman. This is probably a parent, right? Along with the crowd's chatter, Sui parked the car on one side, got off and walked towards the new student registration center. Looking at the few teachers and welcoming students in front of him, Suwa smiled politely and asked about the location of the main building. Hello, I would like to ask, where is the main building of the school? It's over there. A teacher in the lead looked at Suwa, gently wiped his sweat, before he pointed out the direction for Suwa, and couldn't help but feel a burst of surprise in his heart. This coming down from the top of the McLaren, could it really be a new student? Thanks. Suha nodded, then also did not delay, turned around and walked towards the direction indicated by the other party. On this side of the school's main building, a few schoolgirls were chatting. These were all sophomores and juniors, and on the day of orientation, they had also dressed themselves carefully. Quickly help me take a look. Has my makeup gone off? Help me take a look too. Can you guys see if I'm dressed appropriately today? Any problems with grooming? Alright, you're all pretty good. Quickly help me look. I need to look beautiful too. Several girls looked at each other, and only after they were all satisfied in the end did they feel relieved. Sisters, we have to take advantage of it today. This would be too sad if we miss out on a schoolmate with potential. A girl in the lead solemnly reminded the few people around her while looking at her face in the makeup mirror. There wasn't much that could be done about it. After all, Inside this Jinling art school, the ratio of men to women was seriously out of proportion, not to mention the fact that there were more women than men, and the ratio of this disparity was especially exaggerated. Although they are no longer freshmen, but in this school, has not met the right, or even simply cannot find a single boy. So several people today is also look at the report of the day, want to see if there is a potential stock for them to meet, want to hurry to make the first move for the strong. After all, this kind of opportunity, but only once a year, with the progress of the study, this kind of opportunity to the later, to them also has no meaning. Chapter 33, Who is Suwa here to see? Alas, I don't know if there are any really high-quality existences amongst the freshmen reporting this time. What are you thinking? I now think it's just a boy, clean and dry on the line. After all, there are many wolves and little meat here. Sisters don't ask for so much. Ha ha ha. No way, no way. Are you that horny? Is it in your eyes? These junior high school students are not little puppies anymore. Together one by one they are all little sheep, right? When one of the girls heard this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good lord, this is a suicide attack. Ah, humph, don't mention me. Aren't you all similar, thinking that I'm the only one who thinks this way? That's true. We really can't do anything about this university. I now only hope that these elementary school students aren't so scared of life. Don't all run away once they see us. Okay, don't be poor. Let's hurry up and fix our makeup again. We have to give our best to the juniors. Saying that, a few girls are not delayed at all. Have taken out the eyebrow pencil powder to the makeup mirror to make up. Although a few girls are very beautiful, but in this once-in-a-lifetime day of orientation, but still do not dare to slack off. After all, the girls in this school are too many, and the pressure of this competition can't be compared to other schools. This side, a pure girl looked at her own makeup, and then slightly straightened her chest, stood in place, looked at the students walking in front of her, toes gently a little, cute bobbed her head, smiled and waved. Classmates, you good? Ah, we are the student council. Everyone has what to consult our problems, can come to find me. Oh, the gazes of this crowd of boys in front of them suddenly looked towards this pure girl, and with her movements, their gazes were trembling. The girl next to her saw this scene, but she couldn't help but get a little anxious, and looked pitifully at this pure girl. Minister, ah, would you just quickly withdraw your divine power, and leave a mouthful of soup for the child? Yes, Minister, your killing power is too great. Who else can pay attention to us? Minister, even if it's just one little sheep, you won't be able to digest more than that? That innocent girl looked at the few people beside her and sighed helplessly. No, am I that hideous? However, just as the few people were talking, a shocked voice suddenly came from not far away. The gazes of the crowd also looked over, and soon saw a black McLaren 720S driving towards this side, and for a moment everyone looked dumbfounded, whether it was these few girls, or the students standing next to them, at this time eyeing the McLaren whizzing towards them. All of them had their pupils contracted in frozen place. My God, this is a supercar. Ah, with a shout breaking the silence of the place, the students exploded. Whose family's great young man is this? This is simply too grand. Holy, I just came here and didn't know. This can't be an aristocratic school. What the heck? I haven't really seen when there was such a luxury car inside the school. Wait, this can't be a freshman, right? The McLaren drove right in front of the crowd and skillfully parked to the side. Sui opened the car door and slowly walked down under everyone's gaze. But this time, when the crowd saw Sui's face, they were even more completely mad. No matter who it is, at this moment, they are all completely shocked by this scene. This boy who drives a McLaren is simply too handsome. Sua handsome as the ancient scrolls come out of the fluttering gentleman. Eyebrows clear and warm, eyes of sharp also makes him not lose masculinity. In terms of temperament, it is also even more unforgettable. That if anything, the smile is full of evil, but also unforgettable, as if a brand general, deeply carved in the bottom of everyone's heart. At this moment, the eyes of one girl after another lit up, having completely lost their ability to resist. Too handsome. This is my ideal type. I agree too much. Is our spring really coming? Sister, wake up. It's only one person's spring. But he's really too handsome. Just as the girls were collectively sinking into Suwa, on the other side, a gaze was also looking towards McLaren's side. This gaze was no one else but Bai Jishi's roommate, Du Fei. Biting her lips, Du Fei hesitated for a moment, looking left and right, but still decided to make a video call to Bai Jishi. Zeishi, I'm at the Jinling Art School. Do you know who I saw? After picking up the phone, Du Fei took a deep breath and looked at Bai Jishi on the cell phone screen with a slightly serious expression. Who is it? It can't be a big star, right? Bai Jishi giggled. At this moment, she didn't think that much, and thought that Du Fei was seeing some small star. Zeishi, wake up, it's your boyfriend Suwa. Ah, Bai Jishi was stunned, looking at Du Fei with some dismay, her eyes full of unbelief. No way, he left a note saying that he was going to do the right thing. Du Fei, are you looking at it wrong? There are quite a lot of handsome guys on this side of the art school. This could be a look-alike or not. Looking at Du Fei's serious expression, although Bai Jishi already believed most of it in her heart, she was still unwilling to choose to believe it and barely squeezed out a smile. Harm, I'll give you a shot, so you can see for yourself. Du Fei sighed helplessly and set the cell phone camera from front to back, then slowly walked towards the front. Bai Jishi was also staring tightly at the screen, nervously pinching her hands, and her eyes couldn't help but be a little anxious as well. She really didn't want to see Suhi appear on his cell phone screen. However, as the screen changed over, Bai Jishi saw that figure that she was incredibly familiar with, and that McLaren parked on the side. Even more makes her sure of this. This is really Suha, is her own boyfriend. Du Fei looked at Bai Jishi, although she didn't know if this should be said or not, but thinking that they are all sisters for several years, there's no point in hiding it. She took a deep breath, and looked seriously at Bai Jishi on the opposite side. Zeishi, don't blame me for saying anything more. I always feel that your boyfriend came here for the purpose, and he also hid it from you before that he was going to do something important. This Jinling Art Academy, that's the place where the entire Jinling beauty piles up. You say Suhi won't be. Chapter 34, The Joker. It's impossible. Bai Jishi didn't hesitate at all and said firmly, from the bottom of her heart, she believed in Suhi, although she didn't know why Suhi had come here. She believed that Suhi wouldn't do anything to betray her. Well, since you've said so, I don't have anything to say. Du Fei didn't say anything, but the camera was still pointed this way. She wanted to see what kind of move Suha would make. Over here, in the midst of the crowd's stupidity, the beautiful minister hurriedly took out her makeup mirror, opened her makeup bag, and took out a variety of cosmetics such as the chopper color lipstick as well as the eyeshadow and concealer from inside. With her skillful makeup craft, she quickly put on a good enough soul-stealing, beheaded makeup, and looked at the beautiful, flawless corners of her mouth inside the makeup mirror, and the corners of her mouth lifted up into a confident smile. Next, she undid the topmost button of her student union uniform shirt without leaving any traces, and stepped in a charming pace, walking towards Sui's side, with a bright smile on her face. Her eyes that were like peach blossoms, from any angle, were so imploring. This was something that how many boys would find it hard to resist. Everyone at this time also noticed that she walked forward. At that moment also stopped their footsteps, in front of the minister who had gone through the makeup enhancement at this moment. They had already lost all their competitiveness. The boys looked at the minister's actions at this moment, and instantly had understood everything. At that moment, their faces were also filled with envy. TSK, this is a woman for a woman. We still don't deserve it. Oh, yeah, don't look at what high-quality handsome guy they are. We are still too far behind. Now we've all become background plates. Obviously just now this senior sister was still smiling at us. It's really the fate of the world. Although the boys were surprised, but also all okay, just stood on the sidelines eating melons and watching the fun. Although the heart is still more or less some envy. At the moment this beautiful minister, from head to toe are capturing the hormones and heart of one of them. To say a little bit no feeling is false, but now this halfway killed out is Suhi. What can they take and others to compete? But the girl's side has completely exploded. They can only watch the beautiful minister walk towards Suhi, and their hearts are not willing to do so. My god, the minister actually went out. And also details pull full I really didn't expect The minister is actually so impatient this time. Is this ready to give away his first love? Humph, isn't this nonsense? You several nieces don't say you're not moved. Between words, this beautiful minister, surrounded by a crowd of spectators, had already walked to Sui's side, her face as warm as the spring breeze, smiling at Suhi. Hello little brother, hello. Sui bashfully glanced at this beautiful minister, and out of politeness, also greeted. Well, little brother, you're not from our school, right? The beautiful minister looked Suhi up and down, determined that it was not an old student inside the school, and to say that it was a new student, this would be too ostentatious, not very likely, and at that moment, she also guessed that Suhi was not a student here. That's right, I'm not a student council here, just came to take a look today. Suhan nodded and didn't avoid anything. After all, it's not like the school can't come in. That's good. Welcome little brother to our school. How about it? Our school is also very good, right? The beautiful minister immediately brightened up. Her body moved slightly closer. Her beautiful eyes moved to look into Sui's eyes. How about this little brother? I have a lot of time today. I'll take you for a stroll inside our school, okay? You're so handsome. It's dangerous to be here. Oh, with me protecting you, you'll definitely be safe. The beautiful minister could be said to have poured out all her passion. That delicate and moving posture, the smile that could be salty or sweet, all of them let people see that she was really moved. In an instant, This also caused the surrounding crowd heart that is called an envy and jealousy hate. This is simply to their storm regardless of boys and girls. At this moment, it was like eating lemons. It was really sour to the throat. My good minister are you really taking it down for this little brother? Come on, we're out of luck. If there's another chance afterward, I'm going to grab the front. The minister is so fast. Whoops, I'm not sour. The bread will be there, and so will the milk. Several girls or even a burst of sighing, also has completely dead heart, with their understanding of the minister. For Suha she is eaten On the other hand, by Jishi who also witnessed this scene at the same time, looking at this beautiful minister being so enthusiastic towards Suhi, her heart is also a bit sour. However, Suhi has not yet expressed her attitude. Bai Jishi also still trusts Suhi, just that her heart always feels strange. She can't wait to drill inside from the screen, so that she can stop the scene earlier. Thanks, I'm waiting for someone. But then, Suhi consciously withdrew a step towards the side, righteously rejecting this beautiful minister. No way, this didn't even take the bait. The beautiful minister was a bit stunned, thinking that he had exerted his power to the extreme. How should this not be right? Is there something wrong with this? Is there something wrong with her makeup? This can't be Well then, little brother, why don't we add a WeChat? In the future, if we have time, we can exchange progress together. Gritting her teeth, the beautiful minister, however, did not give up because of this. Her smile became even sweeter, and saccharinely pulled out her cell phone. I'm sorry, my girlfriend doesn't let me just add other people's WeChat. But in the next second, Suhi waved his hand, rejecting this beautiful minister with a straight face, taking 2 steps back towards the back and leaning on the side of the McLaren. In an instant, the crowd of onlookers beside him were stunned. Even this beautiful minister stood still for a while. This handsome man actually has a girlfriend. Too bad. Such a boy is truly a treasure. But it's a pity that it's already been unearthed by someone else. Just what kind of girl could capture his heart? She must be very pretty. It's really absolute. The look in his eyes just now when he refused the minister's addition of WeChat was really handsome. The people next to him were also shouting for pity, but they were even more shocked by Suhi's behavior with the right words. A boy who sits on his hands like this is simply too rare. The beautiful minister was also like a deflated ball at this time, obediently returned to the side of a few sisters. Her eyes were full of unwillingness and envy. She was a rare time when her heart was truly moved. She didn't think that she had actually become a clown. Chapter 35 Princess Hugging Schoolgirl. Du Fei, who was standing at the side watching this scene, was also stunned at the moment, staring wide-eyed at Bai Jishi on the screen with a smile on her face, unable to help but let out a gasp. Zeishi, what kind of divine boyfriend are you? Actually not moved by beauty at all. The heart that can be full of you. Humph. You also do not look at this in the end is whose boyfriend? I just said it is impossible. Bai Jishi tone a burst of haughty. The heart is also secretly rejoice. In the end or their own eyes on the person. Really right. Du Fei looked at Bai Jishi's godly appearance, just smiled and didn't say anything. Didn't expect this wave of dog food for himself. Actually ate so hastily. Suha also didn't speak again. After locking the car, she walked towards the front. And after walking for some time, she came to the front of the main building. Well, since there's nothing wrong with your family's boyfriend, I'll hang up first. Du Fei looked at the still smug Bai Jishi in no good humor and was about to hang up the video call. Don't Du Fei. I want to see it again. But Bai Jishi disagreed, wanting to continue to see it again. And in her heart, she was also curious about why Suhi actually came to this Jinling Art Academy. Alright, really can't do anything about you. Du Fei nodded helplessly and could only continue to follow towards the front. Just at this moment, a girl was walking out from inside the main building. The girl was wearing a fresh dress, carrying a small canvas bag, looking pretty and innocent, white apple skin white and red, giving people a feeling of a little sister next door. Just walked out. The girl looked at this side surrounded by a lot of people, also followed the glance towards this side, but with a glance, the girl saw Suhi who had walked out of the crowd, and immediately froze. Cousin, why is cousin here? The girl could be described as shocked and delighted, and at that moment, she ran all the way towards Sui's side. Sui also saw his cousin running towards him. He also smiled and opened his arms, and the two of them instantly hugged each other. In this instant, everyone looked dumbfounded, and the girl headed by the beautiful minister experienced a 10,000 point blitz in her heart all of a sudden. His girlfriend is actually from our school. In the future, it seems that this dog food will be unavoidable. What is this? The original love enemy is right beside me. In the end, who is she? Actually can pick up this big handsome guy. Alas, now this is kind of reasonable. Otherwise there is no need for people to suddenly come here, right? The girl's heart seemed like a bowl of overturned old vinegar. They simply didn't know how to describe it, as if even their breath was a strong sour flavor. Du Fei was even shaking her hand with her cell phone, almost dropping it on the ground. She didn't expect that Suwa would actually hug with that girl over there. Could it be that Suwa came here because he still has a girlfriend here? Good guy, then isn't this a foot in two boats? Bai Jishi looked at the somewhat shaky cell phone screen, but still captured that moment just now, and at this time also froze. What's going on here? Du Fei murmured to herself, and when she took a look at the screen, Bai Jishi's face was beaming into a bun face. Tears were rolling inside her eyes, and the whole person looked like she had lost her mind as she stared incredulously at the screen. Cousin, why did you come to find me here? Boom! As Su Mayan's words came out, the people present were like a blow to the head, and only then did it sort of dawn on them. It turned out that people just weren't any kind of couple. This was cousins. So it's Suhi who came to look for his cousin. Scared me to death. Du Fei wiped her sweat and followed with a sigh of relief. Looking at Su Mayan's innocent and lovely appearance, Du Fei pursed her lips and also felt emotional. Alas, this family's genes are really good, and this little sister looks pretty too. Bai Jishi at this moment also understood in a flash, wiped the teardrops above her eyes, slightly feeling a little embarrassed for her actions just now. Cousin, why did you come without giving me a word? Su Mayan hemmed and hawed, still feeling a little surprised that Suhi came over. Nonsense, I'm your brother. On such an important day for you, I definitely have to come over. Suhi pursed his lips and smiled, gently rubbing Su Muyan's head. Right, have you packed your things? I've just reported today. The things I should buy should also be bought in a hurry. It's all good, cousin. I'm not a kid anymore. I can take care of myself. Su Mayan spat out her tongue, looking especially playful. Well, that's good. If there's anything, just give it to brother. Anyway, it's not far away, and I'm just able to take care of you a little bit. Thank you, cousin. Bouncing along the way, Su Mayan was obviously very happy, but not knowing what came to mind, she suddenly looked a bit forlorn. Cousin, although I've packed everything, but I still have to attend several meetings tonight, so I won't be able to eat with you. Cousin, looking at Su Mayan's somewhat regretful little expression, Suhi pursed her lips and comforted a few words. I thought it was something. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Aha! Su Mayan nodded, pulled out her cell phone and glanced at the time, suddenly became hurried and hastily put away her phone. Cousin, I have to go. The great assembly will start soon. Okay, you go. Suhi agreed, but he saw Su Mayan already walking towards a teaching building on the other side in a hurry. Alas, this girl, she's still windy now. Looking at Su Mayan's fading back disappearing into the campus, Suhi shook his head with a smile and also walked towards the place where he parked his car just now. After getting into the car, Suhi left the Jinling Art Academy and drove towards home. Just after arriving home, Suhi smelled an aroma of rice. Only then did he see Bai Jishi was wearing an apron and serving food out, having already made the meal. Suha, you're back. Bai Jishi smiled and looked towards Suhi, hurriedly took off her apron and pulled Suhi to sit down. Zeishi, you seem to be in a good mood today. Suhi curiously looked at Bai Jishi's beaming face and casually picked up chopsticks to taste the dishes on the table. It had to be said that although Bai Jishi's cooking was a bit sloppy, it was still good in general. It's alright, but my cooking isn't as good as yours. Don't mind. After serving Suhi a good meal, Bai Jishi sat beside Suhi and pinched up the dishes for him. How can I possibly dislike it? My family Jishi's cooking is the most delicious. Other people can't eat it even if they want to. The desire for survival is quite strong now. Bai Jishi was also amused by Suwa's words. You and me, even if it was a simple meal, it was especially sweet to eat. Chapter 36 Go to Hell, Dead Licking Dog. Suhi also quite give face. Plus today is also hungry. This table food but eat a lot. As for Bai Jishi, who was previously impressed by Suhi's strict rejection of the beautiful minister, her heart was more indescribably beautiful, her appetite was wide open. She also followed and ate a lot. Let's go out for a night run for a while to digest. After eating, Suhi felt that he had eaten quite a lot today, so he simply pulled Bai Jishi to go out for a run together. Okay, you wait for me to change my clothes. Bai Jishi immediately agreed with a smile, and after going back to her room and changing her clothes, she went to a nearby riverside to run. Both of them changed into loose sportswear, and as soon as they arrived at the place, they started jogging. Bathed in the evening breeze, there were quite a few people gathered here, and seeing the two jogging side by side, they attracted quite a few gazes at once. Wow! These two people's bodies are too good. They look really good together. Not only that, their face value is also very high. They are simply a divine couple. Alas, we can't envy them. Even if they have face value, their body is still so great. Under people's attention, the two of them first jogged in silence for a while. Bai Jishi glanced at Suwa's well-proportioned and powerful body, and suddenly brightened up. Suha, how about we have a race? I want to see if I can catch up with you. Race? Suha slowed down, looking at Baijishi's serious expression. She was obviously a bit stunned. That's not a problem, but if you lose, don't blame me for not letting you go? Humph, don't look down on me. I've won prizes in the school athletic meet before. Baijishi snorted lightly and waved her small fists, looking very confident. Ha ha, well then, I'll count to 1, 2, 3, and we'll begin. Suhi agreed with a smile, so the two of them stopped first, and after counting down to 3, they both charged forward like an arrow. Although at the front, the distance gap between the two was not too big, but the more they got to the back, Suhi also got more and more ahead. Baijishi drummed her mouth and tried hard to catch up with Suhi in front, but unluckily, Baijishi only paid attention to the distance between her and Suhi, and ignored the puddle of rainwater in front of her that had not completely dried up. Ah! With a scream ringing out, Baijishi's feet slipped and suddenly she fell to the ground, her knees instantly being rubbed red. Although the injury wasn't big, Baijishi still felt a bit of pain and her expression was a bit agonized. What's wrong? When Suhi heard this voice, his heart was also instantly seized, and hurriedly rushed towards the back. Zeishi, are you alright? Gently pulling up Baijishi, Suhi looked at her knee with concern. Seeing that it was already a large area of red, he thought nothing of putting Baijishi in a princess hug in his arms. Let's go back first. This injury of yours needs a little treatment, Suhi said seriously, hurrying towards the back. Suha, quickly put me down. This action is too shameful. But Baijishi had already blushed with shame, swinging her legs. How she wanted Suhi to put her down. Alright, then I'll carry you on my back. That's more like it. Suhi had no choice but to put Baijishi down, and then carrying Baijishi on his back, he continued to walk forward. Zeishi, you have to be more careful in the future. Just now it was a knee. This is a very dangerous place. Do you still hurt now? While walking, Suhi was also still concerned about Baijishi's injury. No need for that. I feel like I'll be fine if I go back and rest. It's just a graze. It doesn't hurt that much now. Baijishi's heart was warm, lying on Sua's back. She also felt an unprecedented sense of security. That's good. You don't know. You just scared me a lot. After hearing that Baijishi was quite a bit better, Sua was also much more relieved and started to tease. Right, Jishi, I've been carrying you for so long today. You have to return it later. Humph, how could I possibly carry you? Baijishi pouted and gently pinched Sui's shoulder. Anyway, I don't care. You just don't carry me. How can you say you have to give me a warm hug? Suwa, you just know how to take advantage of me. As she said that, Baijishi's face also became more and more flushed. The two of them frolicked while they quickly arrived home. After going back, Sui simply gave Baijishi a treatment on the bruised place. Fortunately it's not too serious. Resting for a few days probably won't be a big deal. Because of the sweat from night running, both of them slept very deeply this night. When they opened their eyes, the sky had already become bright. After simply eating something, Sui sent Baijishi all the way downstairs to the student union office. Zeishi, pay attention when you're walking. If there's a problem, feel free to give me a word. Before leaving, Sui urged Baijishi a few more times, still slightly worried about her knees. Well, don't worry, the abrasions are much better. It doesn't affect normal walking. I'll just slow down. Baijishi rubbed her knee. Now it wasn't as red as it was last night. Good, then you go up first. Aha! Baijishi nodded, then slowly walked towards the top, turning her head and waving towards Sui. This scene, however, was captured by quite a few people around. For a moment, quite a few boys froze, and after a moment of silence, they all instantly looked at Sui angrily, their resentful light itching to penetrate Sui's head. It's too much. It's really too much. They had seen that schoolgirl Bai's leg was limping just now, and the originally white knee was filled with a red mark, and this was sent back in the morning. This was something that could explain too much. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a beast. My white moonlight is gone like this. One of the boys had lost his eyes at the moment, and the original hot glow towards Baijishi could no longer be seen in his eyes. The moment he thought of Suhi and Baijishi walking together, he hated his teeth, not to mention the fact that things had already come to this. I must kill this kid. I won't let him go. Another boy was squeezing his fists at this moment, clicking and clacking for a while, itching to turn Suwa over on the ground right now. The others beside him, seeing this, were also filled with righteous indignation. Everyone was on the same page with Suhi. This kid is not good to the schoolgirl at all. He won't have any compassion for her at all. I'm going to give her trauma medicine. The boy who had just threatened to destroy Suwa, but at this moment, he suddenly had 2 tears in his eyes, yelling that he was going to go give trauma medicine to Baijishi. The others instantly fell into silence, as if they were looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him, they couldn't help but break into a yell. Go to hell, dead-licking dog. Chapter 37. Because of the schoolflower, become all the boys' public enemy. After sending off Baijishi, Sui didn't stay long and went straight back to the dormitory. The moment he pushed the door in, the oldest Dong Hong-hee and the second and third were both still doing their own things, but they poked their heads out of the bed almost instantly, glaring straight at Soo-hee. The gazes of the several people were as if they were hungry wolves. From the inside out, they were almost looking Soo-hee through, and there was a smile on their faces, but this smile had some other meaning. Misty grass, what are you guys doing? Scared me a lot. Soo-hee just came in and was confused by these people, secretly saying that his face is growing flowers. However, in the next second, a smile that all men understand surfaced on the boss's face and said in a serious tone, "Ahem, old fourth, brother advises you, although young people have vigor, they still need to pay attention to their bodies as well." That's right. There's no problem with that, boss. The brothers can be a bit worried about you. Don't get yourself wasted. Oldest four, you're in the heat of the moment. It's understandable, but we also need to have moderation. The oldest two and the oldest three are also nodding madly. Looking at Soo-hee's eyes are not quite right. This time Soo-hee was completely speechless. He didn't just not come back for a few days. In the end, what kind of obscene thoughts are in the hearts of these kids? Could it be that, as those paragraphs say, boys are like mangoes, inside and outside are all one color? Alas, I'm really convinced, you guys. Could it be that in your hearts, I, Soo-ha, am such a person? Soo-ha sighed, pulled over a stool and sat on it, looking at the boss three with contempt. Yes, without hesitation, the three nodded in unison. Misty grass, I'm really convinced of you guys. Soo-ha's heart was so full of words. When he met these three lords, he couldn't even wash himself by jumping into the Yellow River. Alright, old four, we won't joke with you anymore. Come, let's give you the main thing. The oldest two and the oldest three rolled down from the bed, smiled and came to sit beside Soo-hee. Say it, what is it? Oldest four, this is an urgent matter. The reason why we are looking forward to you coming back also has a certain relationship with this matter. Even as a brother begged you, you can quickly help big brother ask if there are any single girls. Help him find a girlfriend. You don't know, the day we came back, we all felt like the boss was going to have cobwebs. The oldest two and the oldest three, a sentence, will be the oldest Dong Hong, he said, are a little anxious. At this moment cannot help but old face a red. No good looking at the oldest two, oldest three. What? I'm not asking you guys to help me find a girlfriend. Just beg you guys to stop calling your girlfriends inside the dormitory. Okay? You guys are comfortable, but you have to think about me too. You're just opening my mouth and stuffing dog food into my stomach. Cruel. Too cruel. Simply not human. Okay, but you three girls are off the hook. The boss said, more and more excited. The heart that called a complaint. To this dormitory inside are difficult, brother, okay, but only their own or a single. This one by one single on the single, but also who are engaged in underground work, which somehow only left himself. Ha. Looking at the boss like this, the crowd is also a burst of joy. Soo-hee is even laughing and can't help but go forward and pat the boss's shoulder. Boss, if you want to say that, then it's not our fault. It's you who didn't look up to your brothers. Alas. Stop it. Then you'd better hurry up and open up for me. I also want to taste the bitterness of love. Boss Dong Hong-ha looked at Soo-hee pitifully. That teary-eyed look made Soo-hee somewhat unable to bear to look at him. Well, don't worry, boss. If there's a suitable one, I'll definitely be the first to tell you. Good brother. With your words, I'm relieved. Just when the crowd side was still bragging and farting, a call came from Soo-hee's cell phone. Pulling it out, it was from the jade store. Hello, is that Mr. Soo? The jade you wanted has been carved. We carved 2 jade medals according to your previous request. Do you see yourself coming over to pick them up, or should we deliver them to you? Then it's better for me to go myself. Soo-hee hesitated for a while, and finally decided that it would be better for him to make the trip himself. On the juncture when Soo-hee was on the phone, Lao Air was looking at the school's exchange group, but when he saw a topic that had already been topped as a favorite, it instantly froze his entire being. It's okay, Lao C. There are people above this forum who are starting to crusade against you. What? What's the point of crusading against me? Soo-hee came over with a face full of strangeness, and also saw this post above Lao Air's cell phone. Of course, it was nothing more than talking about Bai Jishi's knee. All sorts of claims had popped up, and the words were all filled with anger towards Soo-hee. Some said that Soo-hee is a beast. Others said that Soo-hee was the ultimate sea king, doing the same to his previous girlfriend. Not a good thing at all. Of course, many boys also expressed under the post, threatening to regard Soo-hee as a lifelong enemy. At this time, Soo-hee looked at all this and was also helpless. Sure enough, the schoolgirl was the girlfriend, and he followed suit and became the center of attention. It's not that it's against him, no matter who he touches. It's the same. I'm afraid it's the proverb, if you want to wear a crown, You have to bear the weight of it. After thinking about it, Sui came back to his senses, but he saw that his several roommates had already given themselves a thumbs up, and each one of them had an expression that was nothing but respectful. Suha, we can't expect you kid actually so fierce. TSK, you have to be careful when you go out now. The male students here are afraid that they will regard you as public enemy. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. I'm really convinced. It turns out that you are the role model of the new generation. Suha, looking at the lewd smiles of the three people, Sui just wanted to explain, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them. As far as the pissiness of these few people are concerned, it's not like they don't know. Can they still explain with them? Thinking of this, Suha simply didn't say anything, straightened her back, straightened her clothes, and looked at the trio with a proud expression. Alas, it seems like we need to change a few moves next time. The oldest, the second and the third, however, did not expect Suhi to actually admit it just like that, and for a while, they did not know what to say, and the main thing is, this kid actually even gave a load in front of them. For a while, the crowd did not know how many sentences of fog grass stuck in their throats, and their hearts ran wildly past 10,000 grass mud horses, but the three of them are also helpless. They have nothing to say. The only thing left in their hearts is to get sour and envious. It seems that this time, Sui has not only got the heart of Baidu schoolgirl, but also to let don't know how many boys completely dead heart. P.S. Just looked at the book. Shocked. From the previous daily 200 catalytic more skyrocketed to more than 5,000 catalytic more. Scared me to hurry up to add more. After the catalytic more than 2,000 will add more. Or more than 55-star positive reviews of the book will add more. Thank you, everyone. Just now someone in the authors group saw my book. Said that is lucky. Even a reward list or not. Cannot keep people? Not to mention the Big Brother. Please Big Brother, if you have the balance of the reward it. Do not have also do not charge. Hold a personal scene on it. The reward value of the top 100 of the big by the time to build a group to pull you into the group. You can give you a burst of photographs. Yo, chapter 38 gifts for girlfriends. Ahem. Let's not talk about this. What's the point? Let's discuss where to eat at noon. Boss Dong Hong Hyuk couldn't hold back any longer and coughed softly, skillfully changing the topic and talking about eating. Well, why don't we go outside to eat? How about that barbecue we went to last time? I think it's good. Affordable, not to mention the meat is quite fresh. The oldest three covered his chin. His mind quickly thought of barbecue meat, and immediately suggested not to go to the cafeteria. Why not go out to eat? What do you think, Lao Air? No problem. I want to eat roast pork too. After a few words, several people reached an agreement, and then they all looked at Suhi. Old four, what do you say? What do you want to eat? Ah, is this still mine? Suha looked at the three people. This sentence then came out at once. The expression of the oldest three people immediately became a little strange. No way, Lao Si. You've chased after the school beauty. You're going to break away from the organization with us? The boss blankly glanced at Suhi, and holding Sui's arm, he wanted to walk outside. Wait, didn't I answer the phone just now? I still have to go out for a while. I shouldn't be able to join you guys at noon. Suha hurriedly opened her mouth to explain, talking about the phone call just now. The three of them looked at each other face to face, and thought to themselves, good guy, damn, this is a joyful one. Well, then you kid can have a little moderation. Do not overdo it. Rolling Cathit. After bantering for a while, Suhi left the dormitory and prepared to find Bai Jishi first, so he came directly to the student union office. Suha, you're here. Bai Jishi was still busy in front of the computer. Looking at Suhi coming, she stood up in surprise and greeted him. Zeishi, are you still busy? Wait for me for a while. I'll be done in a while. Okay. Suhi agreed and turned around inside the office, looking at everything familiar. And now this revisiting of the old place is also considered to be a lot of emotions. After a while, Bai Jishi also finished her work, put a small bag on her back, and obediently walked to Suhi's side. Zeishi, where are we going to eat at noon? After receiving Bai Jishi's bag, Suhi attentively supported Bai Jishi, and the two of them walked towards the outside together. Suha, I forgot to tell you, today my parents are coming to Jinling. They are going to eat together at noon. Speaking, Bai Jishi quaintly came to Suhi's ear and quietly whispered, how about it? Do you want to come along? Is this good? Suhi frowned with some consternation. Looking at Bai Jishi with the smile on her face, she couldn't help but gulp. Isn't this a bit too fast for us? This is about to meet the future in-laws? Idiot. Bai Jishi exasperatedly blanked Suhi and gently pinched Suhi at his waist. You think beautiful? Wait, I haven't even told my parents that I'm in love. I was planning to meet up to talk about this, so while my parents are over today, I'll tell them. Although her face was smiling, Bai Jishi's heart was also a little apprehensive. She didn't know what her parents' attitude towards this matter would be. However, She had also secretly made up her mind in her mind that no matter what her mom and dad's attitude was, her attitude would never change. Okay, I'll do it. Suwa smiled and nodded. Since she had come all the way here, it was nothing to go and meet them. Taking a look at the current time, there was still a while before noon. Then let's do this, Jishi. We still have some time. You go somewhere with me first. I'll give you a gift. After saying his words, before Bai Jishi could say anything, Sui pulled Bai Jishi towards the parking lot. What kind of gift? After getting into the car, Bai Jishi tied her seatbelt while looking at Suhi with a smiling face. Humph. You'll know when we get there. It's no fun to say it in advance. Suhi waved his hand, then kicked the gas and drove straight towards the jade store. At the same time, in the jade store side, that teacher is looking at the two pieces of jade placed in front of him out of his mind. This is a pair of jade plaques, just like the Taiji Bagua diagram, divided into two halves. On top of the auspicious cloud pattern, there is also a small and delicate dragon and phoenix pattern. One of the jade tags had the character Shi engraved on it, while the other had the character Wei engraved on it, and the carvings were also meticulous, although it is only a simple 2 words, but the brush's sharp hair rhyme flow, like swimming clouds and dragons. Every stroke of every painting gives people an ineffable sense of beauty. Master hand holding a small magnifying glass, even now has been carved, is also meticulous. Check again and again, for fear that there will be any problem. This even the slightest problem, if it has appeared in this pair of jade plate above, is also will be infinitely magnified. Thinking about this, the teacher master was even more careful. Each pattern and details were repeatedly looked at several times, and finally determined that there was no problem before nodding his head in satisfaction. And on the side, the teacher's apprentice is also watching, thinking that such a good jade, and then after the master's hands, it is even more so that this jade to another level. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. The teacher breathed a sigh of relief, and then put the pair of jade medallions into the box, sweeping the dust from it. After doing all this, the teacher master was already waiting at the door, just like this, slightly bowing his waist and standing at the door, with a solemn and dignified look. The other shopkeepers inside saw this scene, and were also aware that the one the teacher master was waiting for was definitely not an ordinary person. To actually be able to make the old master stand by like this, it seems like it really isn't an ordinary guest, that's for sure. I've personally seen that piece of jade. The quality can really be said to be superb. Gosh, a jade that can let the old master personally work on it. It has to be of the finest quality. One of the female sales clerks took a deep breath, her gaze becoming more and more shocked. Wait, I seem to have also heard the store manager say that the value of this jade is at least $10 million or more. My God, a $10 million piece of jade. What kind of person can afford this? When hearing all this, several shopkeepers were all dumbfounded, and at that moment, they didn't dare to be slow, and followed the teacher to stand outside and wait up. For a while, the originally empty doorway, because of the master and a few shopkeepers, also became lively. Just a few people are not smiling, but patiently waiting for their valued customers. In and out of the many customers are noticed this scene. The heart also cannot help but be a little appalled. This scene they really have never seen. My goodness, this old man how also personally came out. This is waiting for what guests? This battle is too formal. Chapter 39, Spreading Dog Food. Definitely not simple. I think this one must be a lord of great importance. The shopkeeper is not even a problem, but he actually managed to make even this old man stand out. The customers were talking, frightened by the scene in front of them, and their hearts were even more curious, wondering what kind of person they were waiting for here. On the other side, Sui also arrived at the place with Baijishi. After getting off the car, he walked towards the jade store. Suha, what exactly is the gift? Can't you tell me about it? This is too appetizing. Baijishi couldn't help but ask Suha again. She asked Suha a few times on the way before, but Suha didn't say anything, which also made her become even more itchy. Well, don't ask, you'll know later. Sui shook his head helplessly and gently pinched Baijishi's face. Tell you what, you close your eyes. After you open them, you'll know what I'm talking about. Now the gift is. Okay. Baijishi nodded, still trusting Suhi in her heart, and let Sui lead herself forward. The two of them walked all the way to the entrance of the jade store, and walked in accompanied by that teacher and a few sales clerks. Right after Sui's crowd walked in, a rich young man with extraordinary clothes also walked to the entrance of the jade store. Jade store, sister, let's go in and take a look. The rich young man was dressed in a famous brand. His shoes were polished, and he had a foreign accent. He was accompanied by a girl with a hot body and a high face value. Good. The girl nodded, and the two of them walked in together. What is it? What the hell are so many people doing? After walking into the store, Fu Xiao looked at the people who were clustering Suhi and Baijishi to go in, and was instantly curious, pulling the sister next to him to follow and look over. Mr. Su, this is your jade tablet. Please take a look. The teacher master held up the jade tablet with a kind face and walked over to Suhee. It's really good. It's very pretty. Looking at the delicate and subtle jade plaque, Suhee couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that this teacher master's craftsmanship was really exquisite. The rich young man and his girlfriend behind him were also stunned when they saw the jade plaque, and their gazes did not leave the jade plaque for a moment. Zeishi, you can open your eyes now. Suhee gently poked Bai Jishi. Bai Jishi couldn't wait to open her eyes when she heard that. The first thing she saw was this pair of jade medals in front of her. She couldn't help but cover her mouth. Suha, this jade plaque is also too good looking. At this moment, Bai Jishi's heart was both surprised and delighted, her eyes not revealing her love for this jade medallion at all times. How about Jishi? Do you like it? Aha! I like it too much. Bai Jishi nodded heavily. Suhee also pursed her lips and picked up the piece that belonged to Bai Jishi and gently put it on Bai Jishi's neck. This jade tablet is very compatible with you. Suhee spoke in a gentle tone, and while organizing the jade medallion that she put on, she whispered softly in Bai Jishi's ear. Aha! Because of Suhee's intimate movements, coupled with the fact that there were still quite a few people around, Bai Jishi instantly blushed from her cheeks to her ears. However, it had to be said that this jade tablet worn on Bai Jishi's body, it was simply a match made in heaven. With Bai Jishi's fair skin, the jade plate hangs under Bai Jishi's swan neck. The beautiful person and the beautiful jade reflect each other. For a while one doesn't know whether that person is more beautiful or that jade is more moist. Suha, I'll put it on for you too. Bai Jishi smiled sweetly and also picked up Suhee's piece of jade, playfully putting it on Suhee. Awesome. Suha, you look even more handsome when you wear it. Looking at her girlfriend and her own pair of jade tags, Bai Jishi nodded in satisfaction, her heart simply bursting with joy. How could she not expect that this was the surprise that Suha had said? At this moment, no matter how this jade was, it had also tied the two of them tightly together. This child of yours is truly blessed. The teacher on the side looked at Bai Jishi's delicate and light appearance, and Suhee's sunshine and handsome, also impressed by this match made in heaven, immediately couldn't help but praise. Thank you, Grandpa. I know. Bai Jishi pursed her lips and gently nodded, gazing imploringly into Suhee's eyes. Alas, this pair simply can't be said. Too suitable, comparable to the cowherd and the weaving maiden. Too romantic. This boy also really loves his girlfriend. I can't help but be envious. There's no way not to envy. This jade is a real superb. And then after the old man's hand, TSK, I dare not even think about it. The shopkeepers and customers beside them also gathered around and watched, with envy in their hearts, not only envious of the jade that Suha bought with $1,000, but also envious of this pair that was like gods and goddesses. Master, I am very satisfied. Then I will take this jade. Suhee didn't have anything to say about this pair of jade tiles. This jade had already exceeded his expectations. Well, as long as Mr. Su is satisfied. The teacher waved his hand slightly. He himself was able to sleep peacefully. Mr. Su, please follow me. Immediately, Suhee brought Bai Jishi, along with the teacher master to another side store, to settle the money for the carving. Wow, this jade tablet is really nice. I'm so envious. That rich young man's girlfriend looked at that jade plate is also envious to the extreme. Feel their look empty neck. At the moment also cannot help but feel some silence. What the hell is not just a jade plate. That rich young man disdainfully skimmed his mouth, pulling his girlfriend, then walked to the counter. A slap on the table, said to the young shopkeeper in front of him. Hello, we also want to create a pair of jade tiles, the same kind as those two just now. The young shopkeeper raised his head at these words, looking at this rich young man with some consternation, thinking to himself, are there so many rich young men these days? Of course this is no problem. Just do you have any jade? No jade. Isn't this a jade store? Do you still need me to bring my own? Fu Xiao waved his hand and looked towards the direction where Suhee and Bai Jishi left just now. How simple is this? You guys just follow the quality of that person just now and just give me one directly. The young store manager sized up this rich young man, and for a moment, he didn't know if this rich young man was really rich, or just a dilettante. Boss, why are you stammering? Isn't this okay? The rich young man got a little anxious, just busy chasing after the young store manager, and asked again. Yes, of course it can, but we need to check the capital. The young store manager wiped his sweat and gently nodded. What? There's also a capital inspection. However, it was fine if this was not said. Once it was said, this rich young man was not happy. What do you guys mean by this? Do you feel like looking at me poor? Isn't it just a small piece of jade? It's too small for me to buy 10 or 8 pieces to play with. Do you really think I can't afford it? I think you're a small store. Why do you still follow the example of others who bully their customers? You're still checking the capital. Who are you looking down on? I'm sorry, sir, that kind of jade just now. It's a real gem. It's not easy to find. The young store manager looked at the other party's agitated expression and also rushed to pacify him. We don't have any opinion about you. It's just that this piece of jade, at the very least, needs tens of millions of dollars, and it's still priced out of the market. Money can't even necessarily be found. The reason why we want to check the capital, but also just in order not to delay each other's time. We can also rest assured boldly, to help you, sir, to find the jade. What the hell? How much did you just say this jade? Fu Xiao couldn't believe his ears. His head was buzzing inside. He couldn't help but make sure once again. Yes sir, you heard correctly. This kind of jade needs at least tens of millions of dollars. That's why we need to check the capital. Listening to these words, the rich young man's entire body was completely stunned at this moment. Tens of millions of dollars for a single piece of jade. This was far beyond what he could accept. Originally thought that this was something that could be fixed with a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars, but didn't realize that this actually required that much money. This is not a small amount of money. This is tens of millions of It's tens of millions of dollars, not to mention the possibility of not being able to buy it. Good guy, a piece of jade is not equivalent to a set of villas, which he cannot afford to accompany and people this or what, but also just to the girlfriend's gift. This is not less to the daughter-in-law's gift. What kind of money is this? In the end, the family has a gold mountain in the family. Even to the girlfriend's gift to such a level, that cannot be their own can be compared to it? Instantly, the rich young man back and forehead full body cold sweat, the heart also suddenly no bottom. The heart has already had the intention to retreat. How is it? Do you still need to carve? Looking at the rich young man in front of him, the young store manager smiled and inquired. Thanks, I don't need it. The rich young man hurriedly waved his hand repeatedly, pulled his girlfriend and walked outside, not daring to have a moment's stay at all. Chapter 40. Old husband's mother-in-law is here. Thinking about Sui's eyes that didn't care in the slightest just now, the rich young man's heart was so shocked. Originally he was naive to think that this is not a big deal, but now the cruel reality has told him that this is not something he can consume. What is called rich people? This is called rich people. This time, the rich young man is also sort of wake up. Since this jade are tens of millions of dollars, then this carving fee is certainly not low. There is even the possibility that just this carving fee is enough to let himself drink a pot. If then count the jade, even if their own father came, that can only dry eyes. Walking out of the jade store, rich young man looked at this strange city. Just now when he stepped into the jade store, that arrogant and domineering look has disappeared, turned into a moment to become a lot of convergence. After settling the bill, He went out with Bai Jishi. Walking on the street, Bai Jishi looked at this jade plaque and liked it more and more. Her heart was beautiful, but she was still a little worried about the price of this thing. This jade plaque is so good looking, it should be especially expensive, right? However, Suha didn't directly answer whether it was expensive or not. She just took a deep breath and pursed her lips and said, "These are all secondary. You deserve all the beauty in this world." Bai Jishi looked at Suha with some surprise, and suddenly her face was a blush. You're so oily." Although she said this on her lips, Bai Jishi's heart was sweet. Looking at the jade plaque on her chest, she came into Sui's arms and matched it with the one of Suhi. Her face was filled with a happy smile. It's really beautiful. Under the sunlight, the jade plate was even more crystal clear. Bai Jishi looked a little misty-eyed for a while, and her heart was even more fond of this jade plate. "Right, Jishi, do you want me to accompany you at noon?" Suhi remembered the thing at noon, smiled and asked. "It's nothing to go on a trip by yourself. This still depends on Bai Jishi's meaning." "Well, let's forget about it this time. It's not good to go too fast." Bai Jishi pondered for a while, thinking that this time Suha still don't go first. After all, he hasn't even said anything about having a boyfriend. It's better to have a soft landing. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Suha nodded. The time now was also almost noon. "Zeishi, the time is almost here. Do you want me to drive you there?" "No need." Gripping the jade token with both hands babyishly, Bai Jishi shook her head with a smile. "I'll just go by myself. You go back and rest." "No problem." After discussing, Suhi accompanied Bai Jishi to the curb to take a taxi, and only after seeing Bai Jishi leave in the car did he pull out his cell phone and call a few people in the dormitory. "Hey, where are you guys eating?" "Yo ho." Suhi had just asked about the place when Dong Honghe, the boss on the other end of the phone, let out an exclamation of surprise and asked incredulously, "What's wrong with this? How come the date still remembers the brothers?" "Lao si I really didn't look at you wrong Even though you have the schoolgirl as your girlfriend, you still have love and justice." "It's not." Suhi sighed and shook his head. "It's because my girlfriend went to have dinner with her parents, and I don't have much of a place to go alone right now." The boss trio listened with black lines all over their heads, thinking that they still overestimated this kid. "Then you'd better not come." "Don't. Why are you guys isolating me too?" "Then it's okay for you to come. You have to treat yourself. Otherwise this can't be justified." "Ha ha, no problem." After hearing Suwa's one-bite promise, the three of them then nodded in satisfaction and sent Suwa their location. Hanging up the phone, after Suhi drove to a parking lot around the university and parked his car, he prepared to walk to eat with his brothers. Before Suhi arrived, the three of them were not in a hurry to eat, but instead discussed it thievishly. The eldest Dong Hongha coughed lightly a few times and looked at the second and third, his eyes insanely bright. Oldest two and oldest three, you guys have to be a little more cooperative later. Let's get this kid drunk and ask this kid what method he used to soak kernel flour. The oldest two and the oldest three looked at each other and immediately nodded in favor. Boss, you don't say we still forgot. It's long overdue to dig into this kid's little scheme. Right, I just feel there's something left to do. This time it's time for us to catch it. A few people agreed in 3 words, with that wave of smiles that all men understand in their eyes. Now I'm going to have to get the trick out of this kid and see just how this kid did it. The oldest's face was complacent, as if he had already grasped the true meaning of picking up a girl at the moment, his eyes reverying, causing the second and third to look at it, and in their hearts, they all called out a lewd cry. After discussing some details, Suhi also happened to arrive inside the restaurant. The three saw Suhi come over, immediately and enthusiastically stood up and welcomed Suhi over. Lao see you finally came. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Old four, come quickly. After you made the school's girlfriend, our brothers haven't had a drink together for a long time. Come on, I'll pour it for you. Let's get drunk today. Suhi looked at the 3 people with a smile on their faces. His eyes danced madly for a while, secretly saying that these few guys, this look must not be right. Good, although the heart is strange. But Suhi also did not say anything. Along with a few people together into the seat, began to drink up. Half an hour later, the somewhat slightly intoxicated Suwa looked at the 3 people in front of him who had collapsed on the table and were almost about to burrow under the table and smiled without saying a word. Thinking back to just now when he entered the door, he had already noticed the face of several of them, a bad smile and frequent eye contact. At that time, he had already realized it in his heart, but with a strengthened body's mouth, would he still be afraid of them? Gently patting a few people's backs, Suhi's eyes narrowed, smilingly said, Just this? I thought how ruthless you guys are. On the other side, Bai Jishi also arrived at her destination and saw her dad and mom standing by the side of the road waiting. Bai Jishi's father is a serious intellectual appearance, although people to middle age, but still looks gentle and elegant, very kind, at this time dressed in formal attire, wearing black-rimmed glasses. Through the mirror to see the past, is a pair of wise eyes. Bai Jishi mother is also charming, skin maintenance is very good, slender figure full of mature intellectual temperament. The face value of both belonged to quite high, able to see the handsome and charismatic when they were young, and now after the rubbing of time, although the face faded a little, but the temperament was more condensed. Mom and dad, after paying off the car, Bai Jishi jogged over and jumped into the arms of her father and mother. This girl of yours? How long have we not seen each other? And you miss us so much? Bai Jishi's mom dotingly looked at Bai Jishi in her arms, although she said so on her lips, but in reality, she was also very excited, holding Bai Jishi's hand tightly. Zeishi, how have you been lately? All pretty good, right? Bai Jishi's father smiled cheerfully, his eyes deeply reflecting his concern for his daughter. Don't worry mom and dad, I've been doing quite well lately. The two of them nodded, and only then did they put their hearts down, and also followed and noticed the jade plate on Bai Jishi's neck. Zeishi, this jade medal is really nice. When did you buy it? Bai Jishi's mom's eyes lit up. This jade plaque looked outstanding. Whether it was the quality or the carving, it was unforgettable. It's a gift from my boyfriend. Bai Jishi pursed her lips and looked at her parents with some uneasiness, then gathered her courage before speaking about Suhi. Oh, a friend gave it to me. Bai Jishi's mom nodded, but Bai Yu reacted violently, her entire body confused, gazing incredulously at her daughter. What did you say? Boyfriend? Chapter 41. What? You have a boyfriend? Jishi has a boyfriend. Bai Jishi's mother also reacted at once, pulling Bai Jishi. Both of them were looking at Bai Jishi with a face of astonishment. Their expressions were complicated and worried, and all sorts of questions poured over like a raging wind and rain. Is he your classmate? What's the name? How did you guys meet? Did you take the initiative or did he? Is he in your grade? Is he from one department or another? Looking at her parents' gossipy eyes and endless questions, Bai Jishi sighed helplessly. Sure enough, this is still the same as she expected. Dad and Mom, you guys are asking me so many questions at once. How can I answer them? Well, we'll wait for you to say it, so don't hide it from Dad. Hurry up and tell me which kid it is. Bai Yu forced himself to calm down and also pulled in Bai Jishi's mom, who was so excited that she couldn't wait to ask Sui out. Well, he's called Suhi, he's my schoolmate. After a while of silence, Bai Jishi blushed slightly and whispered her head down. Ah, it's a schoolmate, ah? Bai Jishi's parents were immediately startled again and looked at their daughter in surprise. witnessing her parents' astonished expressions. Bai Jishi was even more helpless inside. Alas, Mom and Dad, can you not look at me with such an expression? Make it seem like I'm an old cow eating words to half. Bai Jishi also was himself to a jump. Hurry to the second half of the sentence to swallow, so that their own dad and mom cannot help but cover the mouth of a smile. The atmosphere is also followed by a lot of light-hearted. Ahem. Well, when did you guys meet? Bayu coughed and held back his laughter, asking about other things between the two. We only started talking a few days ago, and it wasn't for long, so I didn't hide it from you guys. Well, then what does he do inside his family? What's he like? Is he good to you? Bayu nodded, then asked a few more questions. He's particularly good to me, but I'm not sure about his family. Harm, you're really something. Where do you fall in love and ask about other people's homes first? This is not a direct blind date. People are young people. You more or less give some space. Bai Jishi's mom gave Bayu a glance, but from the smile on her face, she didn't object to this matter. Alas, great. I finally don't have to worry too much about this. However, out of the expectations of both mother and daughter, Bayu just sighed softly and made an expression of relief. Dad, can I still not get married? See how worried you are. Bai Jishi exasperatedly pouted, pouting in front of her dad as usual. That's right, look at what you're saying. Our daughter is a natural beauty, beautiful and kind-hearted. What else are you worried about? Bai Jishi's mom laughed and pulled over her daughter, whispering at the side, asking about some details between Bai Jishi and Suhee. After a while, the topic gradually returned to the right track. Bai Jishi looked to her mom and dad and asked about this time the two came to Jinling. Right, Mom and Dad, what are we doing here today? Bayu smiled cheerfully and took a deep breath and said, what else can we do? Treating your Uncle Zhang's family to a meal. Your Uncle Zhang, they are also in Jinling some connections. We are ready to let him give us a line today. Our business, also ready to Jinling this side of the expansion of A. Oh, so that's it. Bai Jishi nodded, playfully took the arm of her father and mother. Then it's great that you guys can come to Jinling, so I can go help out too. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, feeling a warmth in their hearts, and both knew of Bai Jishi's filial piety, but they still shook their heads. Jishi, you will graduate now before you say anything, and then you will be good and favorable with the other young man. Got it? Bayu urged Bai Jishi in a serious manner, thinking of Suhee who might be his future son-in-law. He couldn't help but say a few more words. Right, you're bigger than others. Didn't go to bully others, right? What the heck? You don't know your daughter's temperament. It's good. Bai Jishi looked at her dad helplessly, wondering how her dad's imagination was getting richer and richer. It's hard to say. Bayu hesitated for a while, and then revealed a worried expression, as if he was afraid that Bai Jishi would scare his future son-in-law away. Bai Jishi. After waiting for a while, Zhang Lin's family also rushed over. Besides Zhang Lin and his wife, there was also their daughter Zhang Huan and his boyfriend Lu Hao. Uncle Zhang, you guys are here? Bai Jishi saw Zhang Lin's family approaching and went forward to wave her hand enthusiastically. Zishi, it's been a long time. You're still so understanding. Zhang Lin smiled as he walked over, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he walked over to Bayu. Brother Bai, are you looking for me for something here? Ha ha, old Zhang. I do have some things here that I need your help with. Bayu laughed and the two of them then walked aside to talk. White buddy, there is something you just go ahead and say. You helped me so much in the beginning. Now as long as it is something that I can help with, I absolutely guarantee that I will get it done for you. Chapter 42. Thank you auntie for your kindness. I already have a boyfriend. With an expression of conviction, Zhang Lin patted his chest, giving off a look of unparalleled reassurance, but within his eyes, he still flawlessly carried a kind of disdain. This is like a poor relative inside the village looking for you to do the same. No matter what, words must be said to be very beautiful. As for in the end to do not do it, that will have to say too. Although before the white feather is to help him a lot, but this friend, who cannot see who is better than their own life. Zhang Lin heart also very understand this point. On the other hand, Zhang Huan is also looking at the white Jishi, face is sinking, and then recalled before in a school inside the things. At that time, Bai Jishi was a deservedly popular person in the school, a proper school flower, good learning not to mention. There are all kinds of people to pursue, all the resources also logically to her body. At the beginning of their own for all this that is envious and jealous to the extreme, but now witnessed all this, the heart but feel comfortable a lot. Their family is not now still asking for their own father? Thinking of these, Zhang Huan's face unconsciously hung a smug smile. At the moment the mood is much happier. Intentionally or unintentionally look at Bai Jishi, the boyfriend next to Zhang Huan. Lu Hao, however, was deeply attracted by Bai Jishi, and his face also wore a different color, thinking that this was too beautiful. Buddy Bai, let's not stand around and talk about it. Let's hurry inside and talk about it. Ha ha ha, good. Zhang Lin and Bayu talked and laughed, waved their hands towards the crowd, and then walked together towards the inside of the restaurant. However, just as the crowd walked in, the owner of the restaurant was accompanying a youth towards the top. The youth noticed the sound of talking behind him and looked through the gap in the stairs towards the bottom, but his expression suddenly froze. "Young Zhao, what's going on?" the boss asked with concern with a fawning smile on his face. The youth's gaze landed on Bai Jishi, and the entire person suddenly froze. Isn't this the sister-in-law who came to pick up Brother Su that day? It's sister-in-law. After murmuring, the youth hurriedly pulled his boss over and whispered a few words in his ear. "Don't worry, young Zhao. I know." The boss nodded solemnly, keeping the youth's words just now firmly in mind. Only then did the youth feel relieved, and he continued walking towards the top. Yet in his heart, he was also searching for whether or not he should go and harangue them. At this time, Bai Jishi and the others had already walked into the private room and started ordering. Zhang Lin waved his hand boldly and looked at Bai Jishi's people with a smile. "You guys can order whatever you want. I'll treat you to this meal. Don't steal it from me." "How can this be? It was agreed that I would treat you." Bai Yu firmly shook his head, thinking that he was asking for something, but he couldn't let others pay for this meal. Lu Hao watched from the side as the two men scrambled, and hurriedly came over with a smile and said warmly to the two men, "Two uncles, I'll do it. Our group in this hotel but has cooperation. This can be discounted." "Oops, how did I forget about this?" Zhang Lin slapped his head with a look of hindsight and said to Bai Yu, "White buddy, I just forgot to introduce. This daughter of mine's boyfriend is now the manager of Ziyuan Group, and not to mention the cooperation with this hotel. A year is also able to have more than $1 million of annual salary." Upon hearing this, Zheng Huan on the side followed suit and straightened her body, beaming in triumph. "Dad, how could you forget this? Lu Hao will be promoted in a few days. Look at this head of mine, it's really getting confused now." Zhang Lin laughed awkwardly, but his eyes were particularly pleased with himself, and he looked at Lu Hao, who was sitting on the side. "Lu Hao, you are going to be in a few days here?" "Uncle, it's like this. In a few days our group is going to cooperate with Zhao Group. I'm going to go over and take charge of a part of it," Lu Hao said with a smile. The whole person was like a spring breeze, as if all the spotlights were shining on his body. "Zhao Group?" When the crowd heard this, they were all slightly puzzled and all looked at Lu Hao. "You guys don't know. This Zhao's group is also a big enterprise. It can be considered a top-tier existence in this Jinling. Several billions of market capitalization. Our group can cooperate with others. Zhao's group, honestly speaking, this is really considered as climbing the high branch. Although our Ziyuan group is also considered good, but compared to others, the gap is still not small." Hearing Lu Hao's words, everyone was a bit shocked. Bai Yu swallowed his saliva and also gave Lu Hao a thumbs up. "Really young and promising, we old guys still just can't compare to the young people nowadays." Words rushed to this point. Bai Yu also didn't forget his purpose of coming here to eat, and also followed to talk about his own things. "Old Zhang, I actually invited you to come here today. In addition to wanting to catch up with you and drink a few cups, there are really some things that need your help. The business under my hand. Now I also want to expand a bit. It just so happens that our family Jishi is studying at the university here, so we also want to expand to Jinling. I heard that you have connections here." "Old Zhang? I was just thinking if you could help me get a connection. If I just rely on myself, it's really a bit difficult right now." Zhang Lin listened attentively at the side, nodding his head from time to time, and when Bai Yu finished speaking, he answered with his mouth full without hesitation. "Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but then, it's not easy for us to be together. Let's eat first. We'll talk about future things later. Let's get together today." "Great, then I'll have to toast you a few cups in advance." Old Zhang. Seeing Zhang Lin agree so quickly, Bai Yu's heart was also overjoyed, and after a few polite words, the topic gradually shifted to other places. After a while, Zhang Lin's wife's gaze shifted to Bai Jishi, so she opened her mouth to ask about Bai Jishi's personal matters. "Jishi, do you have a boyfriend now? If you ask me, you're not too young now, and you're about to graduate from college, so it's time to think about these things. Otherwise, if you don't have one, I'll let Lu Hao introduce you to the youngsters in the group, who have an annual salary of $340,000. Bai Jishi listening to this, the heart cannot help but some strange, always feel that this is not just these meanings. At the moment also did not say, "What's wrong Jishi? You're not still shy, are you?" Zhang Lin's wife covered her mouth and laughed, so she snickered and continued, "Zaishi, I think you can really think about it. You don't think about others, you have to think about yourself, right? After you graduate, how hard it is to come out alone. Wouldn't it be much better to have an object to help out?" Hearing this, Bai Jishi couldn't listen to it some more and immediately interrupted Zhang Lin's wife. "Thank you auntie, I have a boyfriend now." Chapter 43, My boyfriend is good to me. A boyfriend? Is it a classmate? Aha! Bai Jishi nodded and didn't say much. Alas, you youngsters, Auntie really doesn't know what to say. Zhang Lin's wife sighed at his words and looked at her daughter, Zhang Huan, and said somewhat smugly, Jishi, you have to know nowadays university love is the most unreliable. Especially these students pressurized to have no financial ability. After graduation, most of them go their own ways. You cannot say that Auntie is alarmist. This is 9 times out of 10 things. At this point in the conversation, Bai Jishi's heart was already a little less happy, but out of politeness, she still smiled and thanked Zhang Lin's wife. Thank you, Auntie, you don't have to worry, we won't, wait until you know later. A disdainful smile appeared on the woman's face as she looked at Bai Jishi and gently waved her hand. Auntie, this is to remind you look for a boyfriend just like your Huan sister. Isn't it good to look for a young and promising one? You now this condition is also not bad, looks also quite beautiful, why still want to be unable to do it? If you just went to college, Auntie will not say, but now you are almost graduated. This thought is a little immature. Bai Jishi at this time is even more blood pressure is a little high, the heart that is quite unpleasant, just so listen, also do not want to speak. Just at this moment, the private room door gently opened. A beautiful lobby manager wearing a uniform walked in and stood in front of the crowd. Hello guests, I'm the lobby manager of the hotel. I'm happy to serve you all. I don't know how you all feel about our family's dishes, is it still to your taste? The crowd then looked over, and hearing this, most of them nodded in satisfaction. It's not bad, quite tasty, that's good. Everyone liking it is our restaurant's greatest honor. With those words, the lobby manager hurriedly took out a bottle of good wine from the tray of the waiter behind him and respectfully placed it in front of the crowd. The crowd was stunned. Lu Hao scratched his head. How could he not think of ordering this? And looked at this lobby manager doubtfully. Wait, we did not order this wine. You guys, this is not remembered wrong. This account. It's like this. A few people tonight's bill. No need to pay. The beautiful lobby manager hurriedly interrupted Lu Hao's words and directly told the crowd that these are all free today. For a while, the crowd looked at each other, all stunned. What kind of thing is this? Originally, it was just to have a meal casually, but actually it can be free of charge. Is there really such a good thing under the sky? Everyone, this wine is our good wine here. Our boss personally ordered me to send some for you to taste. The lobby manager waved his hand with a smile, and the waiters behind him hurriedly walked up and placed the remaining bottles of wine on the crowd's table as well. This time, the crowd was even more puzzled in their minds. A few people looked confused, not to mention the free bill. They actually had to deliver the wine, and it was also ordered by the boss himself? Xiao Hao, this should be the boss looking at your face, right? Zhang Lin reacted and thought of Lu Hao at the first moment. Yeah, this is definitely the case. Is there any other possibility for this? Zhang Huan's face, on the other hand, was even more complacent, frantically nodding his head towards Zhang Lin, during which he didn't forget to look at Bai Jishi divinely for a few moments. This means as if saying, the gap between us is that big. How can a boyfriend like me be comparable to that little boy you have inside the school? Lu Hao is really great. This is not blowing so big a hotel boss have to give you face. Let us enjoy it too. Zhang Lin's wife's face was all happy, and all of a sudden she felt like her poker face had risen quite a bit. Yes, we are indeed no match for the youngsters now. It does seem like we are getting old. Ha, Dad, look, this boyfriend of mine is good, right? For a while, Zhang Lin's family was frantically chasing after Lu Hao, causing Lu Hao to be a bit frozen as well. He was just a manager. Was he really so bad as to let the boss here treat him like this? Is he qualified for this? However, since it was all said and done at this point, Lu Hao also had to play hard to get, standing up with a smile and looking politely at that lobby manager. This boss is really polite. When you guys see the boss, you have to help me thank him properly. However, to everyone's surprise, this lobby manager didn't pay any attention to Lu Hao at all. Although there was some contempt in his heart, that professional smile was always on his face. No. Our boss said that this was personally arranged by Zhao Group's Xiao Xiao. Zhao's group? Zhao Xiao. In an instant, Lu Hao was also frozen, murmuring softly under his breath, not knowing what he was muttering. However, from his contracted pupils and surprised expression, he was also able to tell that Lu Hao was more or less feeling a little caught off guard by this matter. This is Zhao Xiao. What is the identity of Zhao Xiao? That was the heir of the Zhao group. How could he be qualified to let Zhao arrange for his boss to come over to give him a drink? How can he do that? Thinking of this, Lu Hao couldn't help but remember that when he and his boss went to a banquet organized by Zhao Xiao, his boss wanted to toast Zhao Xiao, but Zhao Xiao didn't even bother with his boss, let alone him. But this time, why would Zhao Xiao come to give himself a toast? This didn't make sense no matter how one thought about it. However, couldn't it be because of the later cooperation? Lu Hao only felt that this was the only possibility at this time. but it was only a possibility and it wasn't logical If it was his own boss who came over, this would be more reasonable, but the one standing here now is just a manager. Head inside more and more chaotic. At the moment Lu Hao is also completely frozen. How can not understand this? Oh my god. Actually even the Zhao group's Xiao Xiao wants to give Lu Hao a drink. This face is really big. I told you, Lu Hao has this ability. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten to this position today. Ha ha ha, Lu Hao. I was right about you. You're a good young man. Uncle supports you. However, Zhang Huan and the others beside him didn't think about that much. At this time, when they heard that this was arranged by Zhao Xiao of Zhao Group, their hearts were even more ecstatic, and they couldn't help but brag about it again. Lu Hao by a few people this burst of praise, is also some floating, just now those ideas have drifted to the clouds. At this time, his heart is even more determined that this is because of the cooperation of the group, coupled with their own to go over to take charge of some matters. So people Zhao Xiao let people come over to send wine. The more he thought about it, the more sure he was. Lu Hao straightened his chest, his body stood up straighter, and his face was filled with arrogance. On the other side, Zhao Group's Zhao Jr. Zhao Ting was also finishing his meal upstairs, looking at his own grandfather Zhao Mai and the other old man Zhou Feng, and at that moment, he also stood up and politely said, "Grandpa, I'm full, so I'm going to go meet my friend first just now I happened to see. You just continue eating with Grandpa Zhou Feng first Chapter 44, This is Xiao Su's friend. After saying that, Zhao Ting ran away in a puff of smoke, leaving Zhao Mei and Zhou Feng looking at each other. Zhao Mei looked at his grandson, and for a moment, he was also angry and laughed, looking at Zhou Feng beside him. Alas, these juniors what's wrong? You remembered little friend Su? Zhou Feng pursed his lips and continued to say to Zhao Mei, this grandson of yours is already good. Think about it, little friend Su is so young, he has these many achievements, and has deep attainments in so many aspects. This Su Xiaoyu, and that Morong old man's relationship is so good, has long exceeded the scope of the current younger generation should have. And if you think about it, since your grandson is able to stand together with little friend Su, doesn't this also show that people gather in groups, and things are divided by groups? Zhao Mei also laughed at his words, his pair of old eyes looking in the direction of the doorway. That makes me believe it. If this grandson of my family can be the same as little friend Su, what else am I worried about? Zhou Feng also nodded as he listened to these words, his expression slightly grave. Speaking of which, this little friend Su, it's not necessarily what identity is behind it. The two of them looked at each other, and from within each other's eyes, they could also see this trace of doubt. After all, amongst the younger generation, Su he indeed appeared to be too outstanding. Zhao Mei nodded in silence, and then lifted his wine cup, also preparing to collect the bottom. Elder, who is this little friend Su that you are talking about? It sounds like it's very powerful. Can you tell us about it? Old master, this little friend Su, is he a friend of young Zhao? Hearing the conversation between the two old masters, the other people in the private room also became interested in Su He, and they all started to look at Zhao Mei and ask. However, Zhao Mei didn't say anything, but instead glared at the several people without any good reason and lightly bellowed, "Just eat, don't pry into what you shouldn't." At this time outside, Zhao Ting had already walked down, and happened to see the boss below, rushing forward to ask how this matter was going. How is it? Did you do everything I said? Don't worry, young Zhao, I've done everything as you said. Well, that's good. Zhao Ting nodded and looked in the direction of the private room and said softly, good then, take me there. Yes, young Zhao, you follow me. The boss nodded respectfully and led Zhao Ting towards the private room where Bai Jishi and the others were. Inside the private room, Lu Hao was still enjoying the crowd's boasting, and looking at the good wine on top of the table. He didn't hold back, and immediately unwrapped a bottle and proudly poured it for Zhang Lin and the others. Two uncles, come and taste. This is good wine. Zhang Lin's eyes looking at Lu Hao at this moment was already like looking at his future son-in-law. It was called an affectionate alas, it's still you juniors who are capable. I've never enjoyed such a good wine in my life. Our Zhang Lin is really capable. This is a down-to-earth way to get to this point, and it's allowed us all to enjoy the blessings along with him. Bai Jishi's mom and dad looked at Zhang Lin's smug look and didn't say anything. Just at this time, Zhao Ting pushed the door and walked in, accompanied by his boss behind him, and walked in front of the crowd. In an instant, Lu Hao recognized Zhao Ting and was also suddenly stunned. Then he stood up excitedly. Young Zhao, you're simply too polite. Even if you deliver the wine, this is still a special trip. I'm really a bit flattered. Zhang Huan, Zhang Lin and the others also looked at Zhao Ting with them. Seeing Lu Hao's attitude like this, they also knew the identity of this person, so they all nodded their heads in a gesture. Immediately afterward, Lu Hao picked up his wine glass, then got up and walked towards Zhao Ting, with a fawning smile on his face. He raised his wine glass and said, Young Zhao, I toast you. I believe that our future cooperation will be very pleasant, and we will definitely achieve success and create splendor. At this moment, Zhao Ting looked at this enthusiastic appearance of Lu Hao, and at that moment, he was also stunned, sizing up Lu Hao's face. But how could he not recall any impression he had in his mind about this person? Who are you? As Zhao Ting's sentence exited, all the people were stunned, and the expressions on their faces were all stagnant. On who didn't know what was going on at this moment. Zhao Lin and the others were even more dumbfounded. Wasn't this Xiao Xiao arranging for someone to deliver the wine? How now personally over? Actually cannot recognize Lu Hao? What's going on here? Inside this private room, besides Lu Hao, who else deserves a special trip from him? It's not Mr. Zhao. I'm Lu Hao, the manager of Ziyuan Group. Young Zhao, you're waiving the bill and giving away wine. Isn't it because of the cooperation between our two groups? Hearing this, Zhao Ting, who was originally puzzled, but directly gave an exasperated laugh, disdainfully glancing at Lu Hao, his tone filled with contempt. Ha! Ziyuan Group? With a cold snort, Zhao Ting didn't bother about Lu Hao, who had already stayed in place. His eyes looked towards the inside, and then he saw Bai Jishi standing inside. At that moment, Zhao Ting instantly changed his expression on his face, smilingly walked forward and warmly greeted Bai Jishi. Sister-in-law, hello, how's it going? How's your meal? Is this place still satisfactory? Boom! Zhao Ting's cry of sister-in-law was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that struck everyone at this moment. Suddenly, everyone's gazes focused on Bai Jishi, the corners of their mouths twitching violently, their hearts shaken beyond belief, and even their faces froze, and not to mention the others. Right now it was Bai Jishi herself who was confused. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar Zhao Ting in front of her, she couldn't tell what was going on at once. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Bai Jishi looked at Zhao Ting, but she didn't have this impression in her mind and asked in confusion. Did you recognize the wrong person? Have we met before? Zhao Ting was also a little embarrassed when he saw this confused look on Bai Jishi's face. Then he hurriedly smiled and explained to Bai Jishi. Aya sister-in-law, you're forgetting. I was there when you went to pick up Brother Su that day, only I was in the back, so you probably don't remember me, but I definitely remember sister-in-law. At that time, when sister-in-law came over, she was the center of attention of our entire audience. That's right. Only after hearing Zhao Ting explain in this way did Bai Jishi sort of understand and let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, so you're Sua's friend. Zaishi, this one is little Su's friend? Bai Yu behind her also wiped her sweat and asked with some shock. Right, Dad. Bai Jishi nodded and talked about what happened that day. Hearing Bai Jishi's name, Zhao Ting looked at Bai Yu with wide pupils, and at that moment, he also let out an ouch. Ouch. So it's Uncle Ah. It's me who didn't recognize it. I'm really sorry. Chapter 45. This jade is so precious. At this time, Zhao Ting is very enthusiastic to come to the side of Bai Yu. Uncle Long, Uncle Short, greetings up. After all, this one may be Su's old man in the future. Things had developed to this point. The Zhang Lin and Lu Hao on the side of the several people also understood that the Su brother in Zhao Xiao's mouth should be Bai Jishi's boyfriend. For a while, the faces of several people were a little embarrassed, and the arrogant look they had just had suddenly disappeared. Zhang Huan also lowered his head, feeling ashamed of himself. His heart was shocked to the core, numbing from his heels all the way to the top of his head. At this moment, Zhao Xiao was enthusiastically talking to Bai Jishi's family, and outside at the lobby, Elder Zhao Mei, who had already finished his meal, was waiting for the left and not coming, waiting for the right and not coming, and his heart was feeling a little unpleasant. What did I say? This kid is not a little bit of spectrum. I now go to this kid to pull back. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Zhao Mei directly stood up and angrily walked towards the front. Aya, people are just going to meet their friends. Why do you have to do this? Zhou Feng watched helplessly from the side, but seeing that Zhao Mei had already walked towards the front, he sighed and could only follow. As soon as he entered the private room, Zhao Ting was still over here exchanging pleasantries with Bai Yu, and after some conversation, he was feeling even more happy with each other and directly raised his wine glass. Uncle, we hate to see each other. Come on, I'll toast you. Zhao Mei snorted coldly when he saw this, then as soon as he rushed behind Zhao Ting, he patted Zhang Ting's shoulder. Who is it? Can't you see I'm drinking with Uncle Bai? What? Zhang Ting's mouth was still yelling, but when he turned around and saw that the person coming was Zhao Mei, his entire body was stunned, and he immediately swallowed his unfinished words into his stomach, revealing a smile on his face. Grandpa, why did you come over? When the crowd heard this, they couldn't calm down at the moment. This one was the Zhao family's old man. To this point now, the hearts of the crowd are more and more surprised. Today this in the end, what is going on? How come all the big shots identity that is more than a frightening Just now came a manager has let the crowd puzzled, and then Zhao Ting came in, but also let the crowd surprised. and now well, even more directly came a Zhao family old man. This is the existence of the whole Jinling shocked Grandpa, why don't you say anything? At this time, Zhao Ting also noticed that his grandfather's face wasn't quite right, and hurriedly looked at Bai Jishi beside him and opened his mouth to explain. Grandpa, it's like this. I just saw Brother Su's girlfriend. That's why I came over thinking of having a drink together. Have you forgotten? It's the one who brought us along to the upper seats on that day. You should know that too, right? Elder Zhao Mei instantly froze, his face slightly easing up. Then he looked at Bai Jishi where Zhao Ting's gaze had reached. Are you saying that this one is little friend Su's girlfriend? Looking at Bai Jishi, Zhao Mei also remembered what Sui had said that day about using that piece of jade to create jewelry for his girlfriend. Thinking of this, Zhao Mei then glanced at the jade plaque hanging around Bai Jishi's neck, and froze in an instant, a pair of aged eyes flashing with essence. Looking straight at the jade plaque, little friend Su, he, actually really built that piece of jade. Zhao Mei was stuttering a bit at this moment, breathing heavily as he looked at the jade tablet incredulously. To be honest, he was originally a Suhi which was just talking casually at that time, but how could he not expect that it was actually true? Suhi actually really built that piece of jade out, and looking at the carving, this is also a master craftsman. Bai Jishi noticed Zhao Mei's eyes as she looked at the jade tablet, and knew that Zhao Mei should have known about this matter. Grandpa, this jade? You recognize it? Aha! Yes. Zhao Mei nodded and took a deep breath before he spoke about what happened that day. Recalling the experience of that day, Zhao Mei's face was also filled with surprise. The more he spoke, the more shocked he felt. This was really a bit unexpected. What? After hearing this, the crowd all froze. That piece of jade was actually that precious. For a while, the crowd's hearts and minds were buzzing, not knowing how to describe their feelings. None of them had expected that this jade actually had such an origin. In the end, what kind of strength is it to be able to take this piece of jade, and then create this piece of jade in front of their eyes? Everyone present had their mouths wide open, their eyes staring straight at the jade pendant hanging around Bai Jishi's neck. The shock in their hearts was already as great as the waves in the heavens, lapping at their fragile hearts at all times. Even Bai Jishi herself is stunned. Of course she will not be unaware of the preciousness of this jade plate, but even so, also really did not guess actually will be expensive to such a point. Bai Jishi's parents took a deep breath, both wide-eyed, want to say something, but a word cannot pop up, as if the throat was strangled in general. Originally thought that their daughter just in the school to find a talk to the object, also should be just an ordinary college students. However, now look again, this has far beyond the scope of college students. Simply outrageous to outrageous open the door, outrageous to the home. Compared to the reaction of Bai Jishi's family, Zhang Lin and the others were even more frightened. Their faces were slightly pale, trembling uncontrollably, and they thought, what the hell is this? They should have been the protagonist of this meal. Is shining, is the existence of the spotlight, but in front of all the facts, their own perceived pride, but has become dull. The Zhang Lin couple, who were just now touting the perfect future son-in-law in their hearts, were now completely stunned, as if the whole person had been stripped of their souls by some strange force all at once, and no longer had any energy left. While opening his lips up and down, Zhang Lin was as dumb as a mute, his pupils contracting at a terrifying level, and his frozen expression looking very limp. Zheng Huan's face was bitter at the moment, his gaze flickering and evasive, only feeling that he had completely become groundless, and if he had the chance at the moment, he would not want to stay any longer for a second. Even standing here breathing, Zheng Huan feel head numb, how all uncomfortable, as if the heart was gnawed by 10,000 ants in general, only feel pain and helpless. Originally, she thought that the pastime of being illuminated by Bai Jishi's light was gone, and that she could finally raise her eyebrows and stand in a higher position. But often the story is so dramatic. At this time Bai Jishi, but still overshadowed her not just ahead. Lu Hao, on the other hand, was regretful and couldn't help but tremble all over, thinking to himself what kind of character the other party was. He's such a small stinker, just now dared to pretend in front of others. This does not affect their work, okay? If it really affects their work, they cannot find a place to cry. Now this private room inside, everyone's heart is unspeakably complex. Even Zhang Ting is also frozen in place, exclaimed this Su brother, the original than their own imagination more bold. Chapter 46, A flower plunged in cow dung. After a while, the crowd also left the private room. Before leaving, Zhao Ting handed Bai Yu a business card and said with a smile, Uncle Bai, take this business card. In the future, as long as there is something on your side that I can help with, just call me. Don't be polite. Although I'm still young now, I also have a slight say in Jinling. Okay, thanks. Bai Yu didn't refuse, and after thanking Zhao Ting, he accepted the business card. As for Zhang Lin and the others, they had already slipped away quietly without knowing when. After all, this place, now is for them to continue to stay. there is no face left. After everyone had left, Baijishi's parents let out a long sigh of relief and turned to stare at Baijishi, their expressions looking somewhat serious. Mom and Dad, what are you staring at me like that for? Baijishi sighed helplessly. This good meal. There are too many things that happened. Make their own parents are a little nervous? You also say, you this child really do not know the importance of how you can receive people so expensive things and you're just in love now. This is really a bit too much. Baijishi's mom watched the people all go away, then hurriedly came over, tightly grasped Baijishi's hand, and earnestly instructed, in the future you get along. Mom and Dad have no problem, but don't accept such expensive gifts from others. Got it? Baijishi was silent for a moment, her expression aggrieved, her heart muttering this I really don't know She really didn't know that the jade plaque Sui gave herself was actually this valuable, and at that time, she was also deeply attracted by the delicacy of this jade plaque, and didn't think about it at all. Okay, this is also a piece of heart of others Xiao Su. Besides, Shishi should not know at that time. As the saying goes, the children and grandchildren will always have their own blessings. This is a young man's matter. We two old guys don't care so much. Bai Yu, on the other hand, pulled Baijishi's mom aside and comforted her for a few moments, also winking towards Baijishi. When Baijishi saw her dad giving himself a talking to, she also nodded frantically at this time and followed by taking her mom's wrist. Mom, I know, I'll pay attention in the future. Baijishi's mom looked at these two at this time. Her heart was also helpless, and she could only promise. Okay, then you have to be nice to people's Xiao Su in the future. If you have time, bring Xiao Su over and we'll have a meal together. Really bring back Baijishi had just breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment, her expression was a little difficult again. My dear old mom, we've only been talking for a few days. Is this going to be a meeting? You also know that you guys are just talking for a few days, so you're just accepting such an expensive gift from someone? Baijishi's mom looked at Baijishi without a good look, but her tone was a lot more moderate than just now. Baijishi this also completely have nothing to say, only had to smile awkwardly, thinking that this is considered to be a roundabout way to go. Okay mom, I know, there's a time I brought Sua. You just don't say it. Grabbing her mom's arm and shaking it, Baijishi pouted and pouted, and then while chatting, she sent the two of them out to stop a car. Before the two got into the car, Baijishi's mom was still in the thousands of instructions said. Baijishi also had to smile and nod, which sent the two into the car. After that, Baijishi herself stopped a car, took out her cell phone, and sent a message to Suhi. Suha, why didn't you tell me that this jade tablet is so expensive? Suha, who had just seen the message, was also a bit confused when she heard Baijishi's words, and was silent for 2 seconds before sending a message and asking, Jishi, how did you know? Ugh, don't mention it, you don't know how much has just happened. Baijishi sighed, before giving Suha a rough account of what just happened. That's how it is, I just happened to know about it. Suha, your gift is really too expensive, you can't hide it from me anymore. Such a good jade, just keep it for yourself and build yourself a jade artifact. Suha saw that Baijishi had sent a cute little emoji at the end. She also pursed her lips and quickly replied to the message. I told you, you deserve all the goodness. Ugh, when will you be able to change this oily tongue? Baijishi looked at the message and while her heart warmed, she pouted and sent over a vicious emoji. Afterwards, the two of them slowly chatted, but Baijishi felt that Sui always replied to messages with a hitch, so she asked about what Sui was doing right now. Suhi, what are you doing right now? Seeing the message, Suhi smiled bitterly, then looked around the three people. He himself was holding one to the front, and the boss was hugging the tree crying and howling. His voice was as hard to hear as a wolf howling and ghosts screaming. God, why am I the only one who is still single? I also want to eat the pain of love. Why are all three of their sons of dogs off the hook and I'm the only one left alone? At this moment, the boss drank his face red, hugged a big tree aside and started to complain about his misery. In the middle of it, he also didn't forget to squeeze a few sentences from the three of them, saying that what these three dog sons fell in love and didn't say a word about it, making him not have any defense at all. As for the oldest three who staggered along, although not as exaggerated as the oldest, but at this moment, he was also magnificent, puffing out his chest, striding with a pace that belonged to his own rhythm, and from time to time, he also waved his hand, impassionedly talking to the air. Humph, don't pull me, I can still drink. If you want to ask me about my drinking capacity, I just want to tell you, the sea can't be bucket. Told you not to drag me. I can still drink and flip another piece. I'm not drunk. Suha saw Lao San this way. Holding back laughter is also hard to hold back. Thinking about this broad daylight, which ghost pulls you? Compared to that, the oldest two who was walking with his own support was much more normal. Just kept talking to himself. The words were nothing but about himself and Baijishi. Lao Si ah. Buddy really envy you too much. Easily hold a beauty. This is a big school flower. High cool president. Iceberg beauty. Sui smiled smugly at the words and listened to them, which was why he had to hold up his second brother. Other than that, not only is Lao Er much more normal than those two calves, the key is that he speaks well ah. Alas, Lao Si ah. This white school flower is also considered to be inserted in you this piece of cow dung, but didn't wait for Suha to think more. Lao Er let out a lament, gently patted Sua's shoulder. His expression was actually serious with some regret. Chapter 47 I am a person who keeps his mouth shut. Suhi was speechless. Who the hell is a cow dung? These guys, are they all thinking like this? Forget it. I won't drink with you guys in the future. Each and every one of you. Your alcohol taste is really too bad. Sighing, Sui also had no choice but to lead the three of them back while and reply to Bai Jishi's message. Zeishi, I'm outside right now. I drank a little bit of wine during dinner with my roommates just now. I'm leading them back to the dormitory right now. At the same time, Zhao Ting was in the car and was also looking curiously at his grandfather who was sitting beside him. Grandpa, how did you guys meet Brother Su that day? And what happened afterward? Alas, it's a long story. Zhang Mei's eyes were heavy and he took a deep breath before he slowly told Zhang Ting what happened that day. After hearing this, Zhang Ting's face could be described as incomparably wonderful. His jaw dropped as he looked at his grandfather and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. What? Brother Su this is still the chairman of the Spirit Dragon Group. You guys don't know? Zhang Mei noticed his grandson's astonished expression and also asked back in disbelief. Of course I don't know about this. Zhang Ting was considered unable to sit still at this moment. His expression was incomparably exaggerated and written with shock. This how he would not have thought that Sui actually still had such an identity. If he didn't hear his grandfather talking about this matter, he didn't know when he would know this. Su this identity is really too big. Murmuring in a low voice in his heart, Zhang Ting's expression was wide open. Still immersed in deep shock, Zhao Mei looked at Zhao Ting's behavior at this moment, which convinced him that he really didn't know about this. This one is most likely a descendant of a truly great family, with a great probability that he only came to Jinling to practice. The cloudy old eyes suddenly stagnated as Zhao Mei looked out the car window at the bustling Jinling, and also fell into deep thought. After all, before this, none of them knew that there was such a number one character in Jinling. Everything came too suddenly. Saying that Suhi was a big family coming over to practice was also one of the most reasonable explanations. As Zhao Mei's serious voice echoed in his ears, Zhao Ting's heart tightened even more. His pupils violently shrunk tighter, and he followed suit and nodded. Alas, this is just a guess on my part. Don't go out and talk nonsense. Zhao Mei glanced at Zhao Ting and hurriedly waved his hand. There was no actual evidence for any of this, so he couldn't be allowed to go out and talk nonsense. Grandpa, don't you know me? I'm old and tight-lipped. My mouth is very tight. Even a jackhammer can't pry it open. Patting his chest, Zhang Ting immediately said that he wouldn't run out and talk nonsense no matter what. Well, that's good. Zhao Mei stared at Zhao Ting's expression of conviction and didn't say anything more, slightly squinting his eyes as he prepared to take a nap. However, Zhao Ting, who had just firmly promised not to say anything out, directly took out his cell phone in the next second, and straight away, he tapped on the WeChat group of the Golden Young Miss. Misty Grass. Big news Brother Su is actually the chairman of Spirit Dragon Group. Excited heart, trembling hands, Zhang Ting was so impatient that after editing it, he sent this message out at once. Put. Over here. Chen Duo was looking at this message while drinking water, and the moment he saw Zhang Ting's message box, he directly sprayed out the water inside his mouth. Brother, what are you doing? Isn't it disgusting? Qian Meng Meng, who was sitting on the side, had to follow suit and was startled, looking at Qian Duo without any good humor, inquiring as to what exactly had happened. This, Zhang Ting just sent a message saying that Sui is actually the chairman of Spirit Dragon Group. What? You said that Su is the chairman of Spirit Dragon Group. Qian Mengmeng was also confused at this moment. She might believe that Sui had some unknown identity, but such an identity was really a bit hard to accept. This man who was both young and handsome, and talented, actually had such an identity background, and the most crucial thing was that he already had a girlfriend. While Chen Mengmeng was shocked in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a burst of envy and jealousy. Qian Duo was also looking at the messages in the group at this time, and then he remembered that he hadn't pulled Sui in, so he hurriedly sent Sui an invitation to join the group. Alas, Su brother what kind of god are you in the end? Looking out of the window, Qian Duo's eyes became more and more confused, secretly thinking in his heart, no wonder he had been in Jinling for so long, but he didn't even know that there was Sui. Now after knowing all this, Qian Duo also sort of understood something, but was always a little puzzled. After all, in his opinion, Sui is really a little too mysterious. Before may not have noticed these, but at this time back to see, but had to be shocked by it. After waiting for a while, Chen Duo also never waited for Suhee to enter the group, simply left his cell phone behind, ready to go to the bathroom to take a cool shower, so that he can calm down properly. After all, today he can be considered to be completely shocked to the head. Now a mess inside the head should also go to sober up a bit. On the other hand, Suhee, who put down his cell phone, finally brought the boss 3 back to the dormitory and sat on the bed, took out his cell phone and looked at it. Suha also saw Chen Duo's invitation, and immediately did not think too much about it, and then agreed to it, and then threw the cell phone aside, and then collapsed on the bed, and slept. To know, just drinking is not tired, doing nothing is not tired. Send this brother 3 back, but it is to their own exhaustion is not light. While Chen Duo was taking a shower and Suhee was huffing and puffing, the big young ladies inside the group noticed a new person who joined in, only that none of them had added Suhee's WeChat, and at this time, they naturally didn't recognize who this was. People's first feeling that this should be the big young man that Qian pulled in from the field. At that moment, they didn't bother. After seeing that he didn't say anything, they were even too lazy to bother, and focused their attention on Zhang Ting's body. Zhang Ting, where do you know this from? How do we not know? Yes, in the end is not really So this identity is really too scary, right? Zhang Ting, you don't talk nonsense. This is true or false you have seen? People see this Zhang Ting the heart are very surprised. Also some question the authenticity of this news. After all, Suhee and their age is similar. If they can have such strength, how can they still mix? What? I didn't lie to you guys. This is what my grandfather himself told me. And my grandfather also said that brother Su might even be the son of a big family, and is coming to our side of Jinling to practice. There's even a possibility that he's a descendant of the Qing dynasty. Chapter 48, White Schoolgirl comes to the men's dormitory. In the midst of the crowd's doubts, Zhang Ting however broke out another piece of major news, as this was learned from Zhao Ting's grandfather's mouth, and the crowd couldn't help but deepen the authenticity of this matter in their hearts. What? A Qing descendant? Misty grass. This word really, if it really came from Grandpa Zhang Ting, this weight is not the same. My goodness, Brother Su is actually really the chairman of the Spirit Dragon Group. For a while, the people inside the group were confused. This was even if Zhang Ting was joking. The problem is had already said that this was what his grandfather had told him. Could it be that Suhee really have such an identity? People's hearts began to gradually guess up, since Suhee at such an age, so young to achieve such achievements, and for many things know a lot, that may. Thinking of this, the people inside the group exploded. The surprise in their hearts was simply hard to describe in words. Brother Su, this is also too bullish. I told you, obviously the same age. How can it exceed us by so much? Yes, just after emerging in Jinling, he was able to gain the favor of so many people, even Elder Morong. This must not be an ordinary person. I seriously doubt that Su was no longer just a Qing descendant, but a royal lineage within. As the topic deepened, the crowd's speculation on Suhee's identity became more and more bold, and the content behind it was also more and more outrageous. They had those who said that Suwa was a descendant of the Qing dynasty, and also those who said that Suwa was a royal blood relative. It was simply a wide range of opinions, almost to the point of saying that Suwa was an alien. Soon, after Suhee took a nap for a while, he also slowly opened his eyes, and when he heard the message tone inside his cell phone as if it was machine gun fire, he was curious and took out his cell phone. But looking at the message above, Suwa was also dumbfounded at that moment, froze and looked at the remarks inside the group. Her eyes popped out. This. When did he become a descendant of the Qing dynasty, and what is called the royal family lineage? This hidden family heir, and what is a thing? This. What's going on here? One's own, this is just asleep, but also not to this point, right? Hey, will you guys stop bull asterisk ting? Why is it so outrageous? So he also wiped his sweat and hurriedly sent a message inside the group in an attempt to stop this topic. However, these big young ladies who were chatting happily, after seeing this message sent by Suhee, they also froze. For a while, the hearts of all of them were a little contemptuous thinking, who is this person? A newcomer dares to be so wild. Does he know who Su is? What the heck? You're a newcomer. You don't know anything. Is there a point for you to talk here? Hey, I advise you not to mind your own business. If you don't know, don't talk. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Kid, don't think you have status after entering this group. Not to mention Su. Many of us here are not comparable to you. These big young ladies in Jinling could be described as a group, and began to crusade against Suwa one after another. And then, Chen Duo also finished taking a shower, and also sort of calmed down, but the moment he picked up his cell phone, his blood pressure spiked again. At all members, all bosses, this is Brother Su. Who are you crusading against? After seeing Chen Duo et al.'s message, the hands of the people pressing the keyboard could be said to be completely frozen. It's Brother Su. I'm so sorry, we didn't know. Brother Sue. We were wrong. Don't be angry. Brother Sue. Brother Sue. What kind of person are you in the end? We won't guess blindly. Just tell us. Looking at the crowd's barrage of apologies and inquiries, Soo-hee was also helpless, picking up his phone and casually replying, I'm just an ordinary person. As Soo-ha said this, the crowd were all completely speechless. An ordinary person? You just call this an ordinary person? For a while, the people inside the group began to doubt themselves. If Soo-hee is considered an ordinary person, what are they considered? After replying a sentence, Soo-ha also didn't look at these messages anymore. Feeling that he hadn't slept enough, he simply set up a no disturb, and then collapsed on the bed, ready to continue to sleep for a while longer. However, at this moment, the boss 3 people in the dormitory started to snore one after another. Good guy, this is like a mammoth in general. Those who don't know still think that this is some kind of ancient beast. In this kind of environment, Soo-hee is sleepy again, also feel can't sleep, is to cover the ears, also can't stand a few people snoring, simply jump out of bed, ready to go outside to sneak around. On the other hand, Baijishi and mom and dad after the separation is not idle. The heart of the thought just now Soo-hee also drink, then return to their own rental house. Hand to Soo-hee made a bowl of sober soup. After packing, Baijishi carried the sobering soup and walked towards the boys' dormitory. All the way to the boys' dormitory downstairs, Baijishi is not ambiguous, then directly toward the upstairs. This scene was also seen by many boys. Ah, isn't this schoolgirl Bai? What is she doing in the boys' dormitory? Nonsense, carrying something in her hand. This must be to see her boyfriend. Ah, can she still see us? Wow, brothers, you say this. I really want to break the defense. Ah. The boys stopped and watched Baijishi coming up the stairs. In their hearts, they were envious and jealous. This was a scene that appeared in their dreams, although it happened in reality, but they were just a passerby. Since Baijishi and Soo-ha are together, these boys who regard Baijishi as the white moonlight in their hearts are simply ushering in the end of the world. At this time, Baijishi came to the boys' dormitory to visit her boyfriend, which is simply rubbing salt into their wounds. When Baijishi passed by them, the boys' mouths, which were still buzzing just now, suddenly stopped. But if you listen carefully, you can vaguely hear the sound of a broken heart. Then, Baijishi came all the way to Soo-hee's dormitory, gritted her teeth and stood on tiptoe, gently knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, Baijishi saw that there was no movement inside, so she continued to knock for a while. Who is it? After this burst of movement, the few people inside also woke up and asked sleepily, is Soo-ha in? This is Schoolgirl White's voice. Misty grass. This is Schoolgirl White. Upon hearing this, the boss trio's eyes widened in an instant, instantly coming to their senses and jumping up from the bed all at once. Ah, White School Flower. Wait. The 3 of them hurriedly agreed, and began to hurriedly organize themselves, packing up their things and organizing. Chapter 49, Kissing On. Is this to kill the dog? Can I come in now? Don't be in a hurry. Schoolmarm, by you wait a little longer. Huh? A little while. Just when this side is still speeding up to clean up, Soo-hee also turned around from outside and slipped back to the dormitory. Just went up to his own dormitory on this floor. Soo-hee saw Baijishi standing in front of the dormitory, and then looked at her hand carrying something, thinking that it should be to send something. A smile. Soo-hee also did not make a sound, quietly walked behind Baijishi. Coming. We'll open the door right here. At this time, inside just came out the boss's silly voice. They finished cleaning up and were about to prepare to open the door. At the same time, Soo-hee also had a bad smile on his face and suddenly hugged Baijishi from behind, preparing to kiss Baijishi's face. Ah, who is it? But this sudden attack also let Baijishi was scared not light. At that moment, she was ready to turn back to see who it was, and then the angle was impartial. Let Soo-ha directly kissed Baijishi's cherry mouth. This time, both of them were frozen. Just as the door was also opened by the 3 people inside, the 3 were just about to welcome Baijishi to come in first and have a seat. When they all saw the scene, heaven and earth, as if it had fallen silent. At this moment, everyone was silent. Which play is it? After a long time, the boss stammered out a question. The corners of his mouth jerked violently, and in his heart, he madly and furiously roared out a foggrass. What is this? This is the opening of the door to kill. Ah, it's to kill a dog. It's not that cruel. This is really a bit inappropriate, right? What is called forced to kill? This is forced to kill. Simply a bit of humanity is not. Now, even if he said that these 2 people are accidents, he does not believe. This is clearly intentional. At the time when the boss's heart was raging, although the second and third had girlfriends, their hearts were also 10,000 mmps. After, the 3 gently look at each other, directly bang sound, the door closed. Feeling the softness of the lips, Soo-hee is also a moment of silence. Heart this eye but not on purpose. Baijishi's face now that is hot and spicy, red a little hot up, After returning to her senses, she also hurriedly let go. Zeishi, what are you doing here? I see that you also drank some wine, so I came to send you some sobering soup. Bai Jishi lowered her head, her voice soft, her heart still recalling the little bit of what she had just seen. Suhi nodded, helplessly looking at the dormitory door, also sighed, alas, this dormitory can't go back. Zeishi, let's go out for a stroll. Good. Bai Jishi softly agreed, and the two of them walked all the way to the garden, and after finding a place to sit down, Bai Jishi handed the prepared sobering soup to Suhi, but even now, Bai Jishi's face was still red. Inside her head she was still thinking about her first kiss just now. It was really too hasty, and she was so nervous just now that she didn't feel it properly. It was just gone. Delicious. Zeishi, your craftsmanship is really good. Suha didn't think about that much. Gulping down the sobering soup, her lungs were warmed up between them. While drinking, Suhi looked at Bai Jishi's appearance. He also smiled and hooked Bai Jishi's chin and said softly, Zeishi, just now it was too fast. Can we do it again? You still want to? Just now it came as a surprise attack. Scared me to death. I won't give it to you now. Bai Jishi huffed and twisted her head away. Then her voice softened and she said in a resigned manner, besides, that was my first time. Looking at Bai Jishi's face of defeat, Suhi was a little defeated for a moment, thinking that this was said as if it wasn't my first time. The two of them were playing around while sitting like this for a while, but Suha squinted her eyes from time to time and dozed off a bit. Suha, are you too tired now? Why don't you go back to the dormitory first and sleep for a while? Bai Jishi noticed Sui's poor state, so she wanted to send Sui back to rest first. That's not necessary. Sui shook his head helplessly, thinking about the scene that happened just now. He also couldn't help but laugh bitterly. After all, just now we all gave their brothers and sisters an open door kill. Now the dormitory definitely can't go back. Seems like it too. Bai Jishi pouted and gently nodded, thinking about the kiss just now, but her face was red again. Sui saw Bai Jishi's red face and followed with a sneaky smile. Jishi, this dormitory, where am I comfortable sleeping now? I just drank wine and it's not convenient for me to drive. What can I do about it? Bai Jishi rolled her eyes, listening to Sua's words. She was also a bit helpless. This might as well just directly say go sleep at my place. Where does it come to so many twists and turns? Alright, you go sleep at my place. Let's go then. Suhan nodded frantically, instantly energized, and stood up from her chair. The two of them then left the school, and they arrived at Bai Jishi's rental house outside. Alright, I've packed up. You go to bed first. After entering the house, Bai Jishi tidied up the room a little bit and then told Suhi to go to bed quickly. However, just as she came out, she saw Suha with her eyes wide open, sitting on the sofa and fiddling with her cell phone. Suha, aren't you sleepy? Bai Jishi hugged her hands and looked at Suha helplessly. Alas, after walking for a while just now, I'm much more refreshed. I'll brew for a while longer and look at my cell phone before going to sleep. Suhi smiled awkwardly. However, just after the words fell, the cell phone vibrated gently, and then it automatically shut off. Bai Jishi sighed, pulled out her own cell phone and handed it to Suha. Alright, then you play with mine first. I'll go wash some more fruits for you, so you can eat more or less, so it won't be too hard. Zeishi, aren't you afraid that I'll see any of your secrets? Suha shook her cell phone and pursed her lips at Bai Jishi. Your girlfriend, I'm not afraid of a crooked shadow. What secrets can I have? With a light hum, Bai Jishi went into the kitchen and washed the fruits for Suhi. Opened the cell phone. Suhi also did not flip what, just casually look at. Heart, this girl is quite confident. However, according to Bai Jishi's character, so many college boys were crazy about it before and didn't react to it, so it's true that she couldn't find any secret. But just as Suha was playing the minigame in boredom, a pop-up window suddenly appeared at the top. Hello customer, before we received your message, according to your reaction to the D model is a little small. We have returned the store for you, and now ready to resend. For your inconvenience, the store deeply apologize. Chapter 50, Schoolgirl's Big Secret. Recently we also shelved some new models, compared to before, can do more powerful support and wrapping, breathable and soft also to bring you a better experience. We sincerely recommend for you. I believe this may be more suitable for you. Looking at this message, Suha at this time is confused. What is this? What does it mean? Zeishi, you have a message coming. Do you need me to help you back? Not being able to read what it was either, Suhi then shouted at the inside of the kitchen. What message? Seems like it's saying that the thing you bought before was exchanged. Saying something about the D model being a bit small. Hearing Bai Jishi's inquiry, Suha didn't think much of anything and said it as it was. Inside the kitchen, Bai Jishi froze when she heard it. Her face turned red in a flash, and she hurriedly walked out, snatching the cell phone from Suha's hand. Suhi was even more confused at this time, thinking that this could end. what is the operation of grabbing a cell phone? However, when he saw Bai Jishi's reddened little face, he suddenly understood everything. Zaishi, you. Just when Sui looked at Bai Jishi, he was hurriedly fed a grape by Bai Jishi. Alright, stop talking. Can't the fruit plug your mouth? With a pout, Bai Jishi put down the fruit plate, and without replying to the message, she hurriedly put away her cell phone. Suwa suddenly fell silent, thinking that this I didn't intend to say anything. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to sign in once. Is it signing in? Then, a light screen popped up in front of Suwa, and the system prompted that it had obtained a sign-in opportunity. Sign in. Sui didn't even think about it, and with a murmur in his heart, he started signing in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the shares of Volkswagen Group. This. Looking at the shares he got from signing in, Sui suddenly froze. This system, how to play bigger and bigger. After a while, Sua's cell phone was also charged with some electricity, and after it was rebooted, he received a phone call. Suwa, who was sitting on the sofa eating fruits, heard the voice and walked to the other side to answer the phone. The other party was a young female voice. Hello Mr. Su, I'm Zhou Qingcheng, the president of Volkswagen Group's Huaxia region. The headquarters side will customize a few cars to send to you. They will be sent to Huaxia one after another. One will be delivered tomorrow. Where do you think it will be delivered? Well, then send it to Jinling Jade Dragon Pavilion No. 1 Villa. Su he nodded, then informed the other party of the address of the villa. The opposite party gulped, and immediately froze, as if they were also shocked by the name. Good. Then Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. After hesitating for a while, the other party agreed, then politely hung up the phone. Putting down his cell phone to continue charging, Sui returned to this side of the sofa and continued to sit down. What's the matter? Do you still have to avoid me when you make a phone call? Bai Jishi looked at Sui coming over. Her eyebrows frowned slightly, and she looked at Sui seriously. Don't misunderstand Jishi. This is to come and deliver something to me tomorrow. Ha ha ha. I know. Just teasing you la. Looking at Sua's somewhat panicked appearance, Bai Jishi guffawed and gently covered her chin. The next day, after Sui woke up, he looked at Bai Jishi, who had not yet woken up, so he branded a kiss on Bai Jishi's face. After the kiss, Sui was afraid of waking up Bai Jishi, tiptoed out of bed, put on his clothes, and then left towards the outside. Boom! Inside the room, Bai Jishi had already opened her eyes and heard the sound of the door closing outside. Knowing that Sui had already left, flattening her mouth, Bai Jishi let out a grumble in her heart, thinking that this knows how to kiss. What a log! At this time, Sui walked out of the rental house, then drove towards the No. 1 Villa. After arriving, Sui first took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and only then re-pulled out his cell phone and opened WeChat. Looking at the content of the WeChat group that was blocked by herself yesterday, the corner of her mouth could not help but raise a smile. They people, but they can really guess. Really dare to guess. Looking at the topic that is more and more outrageous as it scrolls down, but still continues, Suwa is also completely convinced, and hurriedly sends a message. Line. I am convinced. How about I treat you guys to dinner today? With Suhi's message sent out, inside the group was first silent for a while, and then it completely exploded. That scene can be said to be a call. Good Su, we won't be polite. Brothers and sisters, quickly come out. We go to eat a big family. Ha ha ha, looks like I'm right not to eat breakfast. Just waiting for this meal from Brother Su. Suwa's eyes jumped, thinking that these people are really the big young ladies of the upper class of Jinling. How come they don't feel any image to speak of? Right, Brother Su, our speculation yesterday, it can't be true, right? Although he promised to come for dinner, but this was not able to suppress the curiosity of the crowd in any way. Then he asked the question about Suwa again. Brother Su, are you actually a descendant of the Qing dynasty? Or royal blood relatives? Brother Su, you wouldn't really be the heir of some hermit family, engaged in downward adventures. Honestly explain, Brother Su, what else are you hiding from us? Looking at the crowd's outrageous questions again, Sui simply didn't know what to say in his heart, so he could only reply again with a hard head. Is it possible? I've said it all. I'm just an ordinary person. However, even after saying this, the people inside the group still didn't believe it, and Suwa had no choice but to change the topic. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's talk about where to eat first. Brother Su, you decide this, we all listen to you. Well, then you guys come to my house. Looking at the crowd to give the right to decide to themselves, but Sui also can't think of any good place for the time being, so he simply let the crowd come to his side on the line. No problem, Brother Su, you give us a word. Where is your house? Do you guys know Jade Dragon Pavilion? Jade Dragon Pavilion? Speaking of the Jade Dragon Pavilion, the group once again boiled up. The crowd also realized that Sui actually lived here. Brother Su, Can we not know this? Most of us live here. Ha ha ha. After all this, we are neighbors with Brother Sue. Brother Sue, just tell us directly, which district is your house in? Brother Sue, just tell us directly, which district is your house in? When Sui saw this question, he was a bit puzzled. This place, it's actually still divided into districts? This is still zoned? The big young ladies inside the group looked at the question mark issued by Soo-hee, but they were a bit puzzled. Together with Sue, he actually didn't know these? No way, Sue. You actually don't know. We all have to partition here. Chapter 51, this is too rich. Yeah, most of us are in the Hua-ting district, or this side of the Jinhai district. Suwa sniffed and froze, thinking left and right. She didn't know exactly what kind of place she was in right now. I also don't know where I am anymore. Let's put it this way, Brother Sue. Just say directly that you're in a few villas. We'll just come over and look for you. The crowd had no choice but to let Sui say what number villa. Although this Jade Dragon Pavilion is a few areas, but the villa's row number is not repeated. 1. Suwa nodded and then sent a number 1. However, this made the crowd all look confused, and they asked at the bottom, Brother Sue, what are you doing sending a 1 for this inexplicable? Is this a sign that you have received it? Brother Sue, don't scare us. What does this really mean? Skimming the crowd's puzzled replies, Soo-hee then directly replied, did I send it wrong? This is the number of the villa that I'm in right now. What? This time, as this paragraph was sent out by Suwa, the crowd's cell phones almost fell to the ground. The crowd was all startled for a moment, their little hearts thumping, and for a moment they were somewhat unable to accept this fact. Misty grasped Brother Sue, you're not kidding, you're actually in Villa 1? Brother Sue, you're a real big brother. I'm completely convinced. Oh my god, Brother Sue, my cell phone almost flew out. You're trying to scare us to death. At this moment, Jinling, this gang of young ladies, all of them looked dumbfounded. Who can think of this? This is called an ordinary person? Who has ever seen an ordinary person living in Villa 1? Their fathers and mothers have been busy all their lives. In the end, they can only buy the villas that are numbered around 20 or 30 here. Good guy. Suwa came up with the no. 1 villa. It's simply a descending blow. One of the big young man was lying on the bed looking at the cell phone. When he saw this message from Soo-hee, then his hand was soft, then the cell phone directly smashed on his head. After a scream, an urgent voice rang out from the door. It was from the housekeeper, young master. Are you alright? What happened? The young master's head was still in a daze, and only after hearing the voice outside the door did he come back to his senses, stuttering as he rushed outside the door. No, nothing, I was just smashed by my cell phone. And inside the group, after a period of silence, this is considered a complete explosion. Underneath, like a brush screen replying to Soo-hee's message, Brother Sue, you wait. I will run over right away. I am also very fast. I have already gone out now. And me, I've already gotten on the car now. All of them said that they would be here in a while. Then they put down their cell phones and rushed all the way to Villa 1. However, there are still a few young ladies who are still sending messages inside the group. They don't live in the Jade Dragon Pavilion. And at this time, they said that they might arrive a little later. Brother Sue, I live a bit far away here. I may have to arrive a bit later. Our side too. Brother Sue, we'll have to be late too. Why don't I join you? I've already left the house. Wait for me. Sui looked at these messages inside the group. He also cried and laughed a little. This reaction is also too big. Not far away inside a villa, the door suddenly opens, and then they see Chen Duo and Chen Mengmeng flying out, trotting all the way towards the no. 1 villa side. Heavens, Brother Sue actually lives in Villa 1. While gasping for air, Chen Duo exclaimed incredulously. This was really a bit beyond his imagination. Brother, stop talking. Let's hurry and go. Chen Mengming's small face was also a little white, urging Chen Duo to hurry up and set off. At the same time, Soo-hee was already waiting at the entrance. It didn't take long for people to arrive one after another. Chen Duo and Chen Mengmeng came earlier because they lived closer. Jogging all the way, they arrived in front of Soo-hee, bending over, panting violently, already sweating profusely. You two siblings, are you running here? Soo-hee helplessly looked at the two people in front of him, and also couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Phew, I say, Brother Sua, you're going to scare my brother to death alive. Chen Duo was gasping for air while resting on Soo-hee's shoulder, and at this moment, his eyes were wide open and he was carefully sizing up Soo-hee. Brother Chen, what are you doing? There's nothing on my face, right? No, I have to take a good look at your face. You guy, hiding too many things from us. Chen Duo looked at Soo-hee seriously, his mouth chattering as he gazed at Soo-hee. Wow, this villa is too grand. Brother Sue, is this really yours? Chen Mengmeng took a glance, although she had seen this one villa before, but at this time when she saw it again, she still couldn't hide the surprise in her heart. Well, it's mine. but I didn't buy it for long. Suwa smiled awkwardly, and didn't hide it from them. This villa came to his hands, and it really didn't take long. I told you, the day you were able to order out several $1,000,000 for a meal, it was only you, Brother Su. Duo shook his head with a bitter smile. Originally thought that everyone was more or less the same, but now look. This gap can be too big. The three chatted for a while. Other people also soon arrived one after another. The entrance soon gathered a gang of people, either looking at Su-hee, or looking at the villa exclaiming in amazement, Brother Su, you are really rich and generous. No, one villa you can actually get it. Fog grass, really grand. Compared to my home that villa is simply nothing bright. And cottage a kind of all. Alas, I usually is dreaming also dare not do this. I originally thought we have been born in Rome. Did not expect Brother Su you were born in the sky. Is the gods. Listening to the crowd's exclamations, Sui also just compensated with a smile. It seems that this time he can't explain clearly that he is an ordinary person. Let's go everyone. Let's go in first and have a seat. Looking at the doorway with more and more people is not a solution. Sui then waved his hand, inviting the crowd towards the house. Good Brother Su, I've long wanted to go in and take a look. Alas, today is sort of okay, being able to satiate the mouth and also the eyes. Let's go, Brother Su, you first. The crowd immediately agreed to Sui's proposal, and the vast group of people followed Sui into the know. One villa, of course, in here, no matter who can't sit still. Sui also had to lead the crowd to visit a little bit. This group of young ladies had already seen a lot of world, but at this moment, they were still stunned. Good guy, this is also too exaggerated. In addition to this wide and luxurious main villa, the other several secondary villas are also not inferior in other places besides mentioned. Behind the villa, gardens, sports fields, small bridges and rivers, and so on were all available. At the end of the day, when the crowd saw this wide golf course at their feet, many of them were close to crying out, "Good fellow, this is unavoidably too rich." Chapter 52, Such an expensive car. After watching for a while, Shen Duo looked at the crowd beside him and suddenly realized that there were some people missing, and asked suspiciously at the crowd, "Right, why haven't Chao Yang and the others come yet?" The others were also stunned. Just now they were still caught up in the luxury of this one villa. At this moment they were all a little hard to react. Chao Yang, right, Chao Yang and the others don't live in the Jade Dragon Pavilion, so naturally they have to come slower. People then remembered that they didn't live in Jade Dragon Pavilion, so they thought that it was just as fast as they were, and it wouldn't be easy to rush over it this time. Then let's go back and sit for a while. Wait slowly, there's no hurry. Sui smiled and looked at the crowd, then proposed that they go in and sit for a while. Good, we listen to Brother Su. The crowd agreed in one mouthful and was led by Su-hee to the living room. After sitting down, while the crowd chatted about the topic just now, Sui also brewed a pot of tea for the crowd. At this moment, outside the villa area, a few security guards looked at an oncoming car carrier truck and blinked with some incredulity. What is this situation? Soon, the truck stopped at the entrance of the villa. Zhou Qingcheng got down from the vehicle and walked over to the security booth. Hello, we are from the Volkswagen Group. We need to deliver a car to a very important collaborator of ours. Is it convenient for you to let us in? The security chief did not say anything, but instead sized up Zhou Qingcheng. Zhou Qingcheng was dressed formally at this time, and exuded a stunning aura. At a glance, she was no ordinary person, but even so, the Jade Dragon Pavilion side also had its own rules, which didn't dare to easily just let go like that. I'm sorry ma'am, this is the Jade Dragon Pavilion villa area. Except for the owner, it's not possible to casually enter. And even if you want to enter, you need to register. Let's put it this way, it's fine if you guys want to go in, but you have to open the box for us to take a look and make sure that it's not dangerous before we are able to release it. Please understand, this is our job after all. If you guys are not able to open the box and check it, there is nothing we can do. The security chief smiled with some difficulty. After all, if this is casually put in, his own job may be gone. Well, this is certainly understandable. Zhou Qingcheng was also aware of this. This Jade Dragon Pavilion was at least the most luxurious villa area in Jinling, so naturally security should be the main focus. At this moment, there was nothing she could do, so she could only agree and prepare to arrange for someone to open the box. Alright then, we'll open the box and check it here. You guys hurry up. Okay ma'am, thank you for your understanding. The security chief also smiled and nodded, responding politely, and then led a few security guards to walk out, ready to see what exactly was inside this truck. Not far behind, two youths were also walking towards this side, their footsteps slightly hurried. Chao Yang, this Jinling traffic is really getting more and more crowded. I guess we're all the last to come. One of them had a sweaty head, and was still chattering and complaining inside his mouth. Chao Yang was also panting at this time, and glanced at the person beside him without any good humor. Alright, what else are you talking about? Brother Su and Brother Qian, they're all still waiting for us. Alas, there's nothing we can do about it. It's really too far. Besides, we're already considered fast. Chao Yang nodded. At this moment, seeing that the destination was getting closer and closer, his heart couldn't help but think of this no. One villa. He took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. This is the no. One villa, such a good villa, but I haven't seen it yet. The other person also nodded and continued afterward. To be honest, Brother Su is also too strong, actually able to live in Villa No. 1. The two people's hearts were marveling at Sui's strength at this time. It was said to be the same age as them, but this gap was simply, the whole thing was a descending blow. Alright, we must hurry up, don't let them wait too long. Both of them nodded, knowing that there was no time for delay now, and their footsteps quickened considerably. Soon, the two of them walked over to this side of the doorway, and with that, they also saw the van at the doorway. Chao Yang's heart was also filled with curiosity, and followed them over. Next to a person is immediately full of questions. Good guy, this are to the door, what is this for? Hey, Chao Yang, what the hell are you doing? This person was also anxious and quickly pulled Chao Yang. No, I look at we are at the door anyway, what's the hurry? Chao Yang waved his hand, and walked over with a great deal of vigor. Ugh, I really can't do anything about you. The other person also sighed, and could only follow and walk over. Looking at this one in front of him, actually a Volkswagen van, Chao Yang couldn't help but see a bright light. This is able to send to this inside. It must be a luxury car. It can't be sent to the villa area to send the rags inside, right? Look, this is a Volkswagen van. What kind of luxury car do you think will be transported inside? Chao Yang immediately became excited and pulled the man beside him to look at it together. That youth was also silent at this time, looking at Chao Yang with contempt. Who just said that Brother Su and Brother Qian are still waiting for us? At this time, in addition to the two people, many people are also stationed at the door, waiting for the van to unveil, want to see what kind of car. Soon, the van lifted off the outer coat, and with a flash of light, the crowd saw the car inside. In the sunshine, inside the car in front of the crowd at a glance, black body, is reflecting the sun, Kodwa baking paint texture amazing, as if this is not a car, but a work of art. The shape of the body tends to streamline, every place is brand new, not stained with a little dust. Even for those who don't know much about cars, when they see this car, they will all light up, because whether it is the overall sense of design, as well as through the windows of the vaguely visible interior, all give people a sense of unattainable. The crowd in the moment they saw this car, suddenly from the clamor turned into a silence. Everyone's face expression is very exaggerated, open mouth, wide eyes, all froze in place. Holy, this car is too grand. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. Is there really such a car? I've never seen one before. TSK, I can't afford it. Many of the onlookers could not help but TSK at this moment. This car looked too stunning, so stunning that the crowd's hearts forgot to beat, and their attention was all focused on the car. In a flash, Chao Yang, who had already froze until his jaws couldn't even close, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Misty grass, this is the Bugatti customized edition. The price of this car, I'm afraid it's going to be close to $200 million. Chapter 53. This is too scary, right? What's even more terrifying is that this thing is afraid to be the only one in the world, which actually, I've stumbled upon it. Chao Yang could no longer hold back the surprise in his heart, and at that moment, he directly exclaimed, the sound of his scream directly overshadowing the noisy crowd around him. When the people next to him heard Chao Yang's words, their entire body was dumbfounded, and they just stared blankly, not knowing what to say. How much is this? $200 million. Bugatti. That's right. This is Bugatti. Original. How not seen Bugatti have this car? Didn't you hear what the others said? This car is a customized version, the kind of one in the world you think you can see everywhere? At one time, people are completely exploded. Good guy. This in the end is that family big business master actually able to get such a car. A group of security guards who were checking around the van also heard this, and immediately their bodies were also shivering. How much is it? 200 million. Just such a car. Actually want so much money? This is what concept. If you don't say that all the people living inside are rich, this play is also too flowery. Misty grass. This trip today is not a loss. It really opened my eyes. Chao Yang took a deep breath and froze for a while before saying at length, my God, what kind of immortals are living inside this villa area of Brother Su and the others? The other youth next to him was also dumbfounded, and now also forgot to rush in, standing dumbfounded, as if he had lost his soul. Chao Yang, two people just like this in the doorway, shocked for quite a while. If not, a sudden attack of gust of wind will wake up the two people. I'm afraid that they will have to forget that they still have to go in to find Suwo and other people's things. Chao Yang, let's get going. Later on, Brother Su and Brother Qian and the others will be waiting anxiously. The young man next to him reacted and hurriedly dragged Chao Yang to go inside. Don't! Wait a little longer. I'll take a picture and leave. Chao Yang slapped his head and was about to follow him in, but when he was about to leave, he couldn't help but take out his cell phone and shoot around. After all, when you encounter such a car, the probability of winning the lottery is almost the same. So of course you have to take a good picture to remember it. After taking pictures, the two of them registered at the door, and then entered the Jade Dragon Pavilion. After arriving here, there is no need for them to run all the way in. There will be a special car to send them to the villa. Soon, the two were sent to the door of the first villa, but also by the size of the first villa to stunned eyes constantly looking at the villa all corners of the survey, and walked for a while, which arrived at the door of the villa. The door was not closed, so the two walked straight in, and at a glance, they saw the other young ladies sitting in the living room drinking tea and chatting. Seeing Chao Yang and the two of them, a few big young ladies also hurriedly got up and walked over with smiles. I say Chao Yang, you guys just came here. What's wrong? Were you abducted by someone else on the way? Ha ha, I see his two big smarts shouldn't be running to the wrong place. After all, this Jade Dragon Pavilion is not just a district. I say that even though you guys are far away, it's not as if you're able to come so slowly. Chao Yang and the two of them also smiled helplessly and rolled their eyes at the few great young ladies who spoke. Humph, you guys are really standing around. Why don't you guys give it a try? It's not easy for us to make this trip. Alright, you two are just bull ting. Tell us, why in the world did you come so slowly? After some joking around, a few people asked about the reason why Chao Yang and the two of them came so late. Speaking of this, Chao Yang didn't even wait for the other youth to react, so he came on strong and chattered to the crowd. It's not because there are so many people and cars in this Jinling right now. The traffic is really giving me a headache. And you do not know we just really saw the world that is Bugatti Bugatti you know? Looking at Chao Yang gesticulating, several people were skimming their eyes, with a look of looking at a little cutie. Eyes at Chao Yang. I say Chao Yang this Bugatti is a cow. But you're not so bad. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Is it so bad? Bull ********. It's not the same. Chao Yang gave a blank look at a few people, and then continued. Come on, this is definitely not a normal Bugatti This is a Bugatti customized version of a car I have previously seen in a magazine Bugatti company on the introduction of this car. This is their company's best customized version. The world only this one only. Cannot find the second one. The price is up to a horror of 200 million. Chao Yang recalled at this time. His heart is also still surprised. After all, such a car can appear in their side. Is already a very rare thing. That expensive? The crowd was also taken aback after hearing Chao Yang's introduction. This car is $200 million. What kind of person can afford to drive it? Originally this Bugatti belongs to the ranks of the top luxury cars, and this one is Bugatti Global Limited Edition of a customized version. The price is not the same, and this is still the official conservative price. Like this top luxury car, if put out to auction, in the end can reach what kind of high price? No one can imagine. Right, I also took some photos here. I'll show you. Chao Yang slapped his head. Only then did he remember that he had taken photos before, and hurriedly took out his cell phone, flipped open the album, and handed it to the crowd. What kind of person does it take to drive a car like this? Handsome me. If I can drive it, how good it should be. The two of you are really lucky to be able to see such a top-of-the-line luxury car. Looking over these photos, the crowd was envious and jealous. Originally many of them were avid car fans. Seeing such a class of luxury cars, they were even more unable to take a step. What are you guys talking about? A few people were still looking at the photos and talking. Suwa just happened to go and get them food and come back. Looking at a few people gathered around and discussing intensely, she also came over. Alright, let's stop chatting for now. You guys quickly say what you want to eat for lunch, so I can make it for you. Brother Su, you can still cook? The crowd turned back and looked at Sui's smiling face. All of their faces changed. Between the silence, all the people were blushing. Originally thought that Brother Su had let them come over to be able to rub a good meal together, but now well, it turns out that they are here to try out the dishes. Good guy. If this is Su's personal dish, compared to it won't be that tasty, right? A few people thought about it in their hearts. More than anything else, they felt that Suwa was trying to cook for his girlfriend, not knowing if he could do it well. And their role, completely disposable guinea pigs. Brother Su, we'll just make it up as we go along. Chapter 54, is there anything Su won't do? Yes, Brother Su, we can eat anything, just watch and come. Ha ha ha, we'll eat whatever Brother Su makes. Gulping down their saliva, the few people just had to let Suwa play as he pleased, with an extra dash of determination to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire already in their hearts. Well, okay then. Sui nodded and asked about the topic of Chao Yang and the others just now. Right, what were you guys talking about just now? I see you guys talking about a set of things. Chao Yang and the others had just opened their mouths, preparing to talk about what had just happened, but before they could finish their words, they heard a sound of a large truck parking outside. In an instant, several people simultaneously swallowed the words they wanted to say, looking at each other with blank stares, and the crowd of great young ladies froze, a wave of shock simultaneously flowing from their eyes. This can't be that one, right? Well, it should be that my stuff has arrived. You guys wait, I'll go out and get it. He was also agitated. When he heard this voice, he also quickly reacted. After giving a greeting to the crowd, he walked towards the outside. After coming out, in front of the No.1 villa, that big truck has started to unload the car. He looked at the Bugatti customized version placed on the side. The whole person was also stunned. What's wrong with being a bit handsome? You are Mr. Su, right? Zhou Qingcheng noticed Suhi walking out from the middle of the villa, and immediately greeted him respectfully and greeted him with a smile. Well, I am Suhi. Great Mr. Su, well, you come and sign first. Zhou Qingcheng nodded, and then let Suhi sign the words, and his own task of sending the car over was successfully completed. Thank you Mr. Su for your cooperation. Now this car is yours. After that, when there are cars sent over, we will notify you again. Good, then we'll trouble you guys. Sui smiled faintly and handed the signed folder and pen back to Zhou Qingcheng. Mr. Su, was not expecting that you were actually so young, really young and talented. Zhou Qingcheng sighed in amazement. She originally thought that Suhi should be a middle-aged man anymore, but she didn't expect that he was actually so young. Ha ha, this is nothing. Ms. Zhou, you are also very young and beautiful. At such an age is really not easy. Sui pursed his lips and immediately praised Zhou Qingcheng for a few words. Mr. Su, thank you for your kind words, but compared to you, I'm not that far behind. After the two had completed the handover, they casually chatted. However, right at this moment, the young ladies inside the villa also reacted, and hurriedly followed them out in their heads. This is true. Just walked out. The crowd saw the Bugatti customized version placed not far away at a glance, and immediately froze. How could they not expect that this car was actually really Su's? Good guy. To be able to simultaneously own the top villa of the Jade Dragon Pavilion in Jinling, and also to be able to own the only one Bugatti customized sports car in the world. However, this is such a number one person. Actually also swore to tell them that he is just an ordinary person. What kind of reasoning is this? If Suwa this is still an ordinary person, what are they? My mom. What the hell is this coming from Su? Anyway, absolutely not simple. Too deep, hidden too deep. I'm stupid. After half a day, Su's previous McLaren was just driven out to buy groceries. These big young ladies just stood frozen in the doorway. The breeze blew. All of them were messed up. Mr. Su, then I won't bother you anymore. If there's anything you need, you can call me anytime. After chatting for a while, Zhou Qingcheng guffawed, and no longer bothering Suhi more, she politely bid farewell and left. Suhi took the key, then drove the car to the garage and parked it. While playing with the key, he returned to the villa side. Just arrived at the door, Suhi saw the big young ladies who froze at the door, motionless like wooden people in general, puzzled and scratched his head. You guys, what's going on here? Standing here blowing in the wind? In the next second, everyone's gazes were like hungry wolves staring at Suhi. Their eyes were glowing with green light, and they immediately surrounded Suhi. Brother Su, you honestly explain, are you a descendant of the Qing dynasty or not? Misty grass. Brother Su, this car is actually really yours. I'm really stupid. Brother Su, it's useless for you to say anything now. Your identity is either a royal blood relative or a descendant of the Qing dynasty. Looking at the crowd in this manner, Sui slightly narrowed his mesmerized eyes and helplessly spread his hands. Come on, you guys just take your time to guess. I can go cook first. After saying that, Suwa went into the house, went to the kitchen and started to get busy. The crowd was sitting on the sofa like this at this moment. No one speaking, still trying to digest everything they had just seen. After a while of silence, the sound of lighting a fire and stirring also came from within the kitchen. The crowd didn't know why. Their hearts were always vaguely a little uneasy. Us here, should we go help Brother Su? I don't know how long. One of them was really a bit unable to sit still, looked at the crowd and said, it seems like we have to go. Letting Brother Su cook alone, I don't always feel too assured. Right, we can't just keep sitting here waiting. This little white mouse isn't that bad to move. Come on, then you guys see who goes. I don't know how to cook anyway. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and it was only at this time that they awkwardly realized that there really didn't seem to be many people sitting here who knew how to cook. I'll go then. I'll go help Brother Su. Qian Mengmeng saw that there was really no one standing up, so she simply stood up and walked towards the inside of the kitchen. I'll go too. And me, I can cook too. Subsequently, the other few young ladies also followed suit and stood up, walking towards the kitchen with Qian Mengmeng. However, only a few steps later, Qian Mengmeng saw Suhi walk out from inside the kitchen, with a plate of pagoda meat in her hands. How do you guys know that I've made a few dishes? Just in time. Come and help me carry it. Suha saw a few people come in, and immediately was also overjoyed, so she led the crowd in. Good. When Qian Mengmeng several people saw the pagoda meat that Suhi was carrying in his hands, they were first stunned, then they also followed and walked in. After they entered inside the kitchen, they realized that several dishes had already been prepared on the side. Each one was exquisite, and a tantalizing aroma came to their noses, regardless of the smell that made people's appetite open up, and they couldn't help but eat large pieces. Just by looking at the plating, it was no worse than what they had eaten in the high-class restaurant before. Chapter 55. In this life, getting one person is enough. For a time, several of them were shocked numb. In this world, is there really Su will not? After freezing for a few seconds, Qian Mengmeng several people reacted. One person carrying a dish, carefully walking towards the outside. Ah, this is what Brother Su made. The people sitting outside saw the dishes that the several people brought out, and at this moment, their eyes were all looking straight. Qian Mengmeng, is this really made by Brother Su? Chen Duo rushed up as soon as he looked at a dish of iron tree silver flour that Qian Mengmeng was carrying in her hands. Her expression became a little twisted. Older brother. Anyway, there's no one else inside the kitchen besides Brother Su. Qian Mengmeng spat out her tongue. Her heart was equally shocked. Originally thought that her cooking skills should be above Suhi anyways. Now it looks like, this is really no comparison. What in the world is Brother Su's origin? Chen Duo completely ran out of words. Now only feel for Suhi more and more cannot see clearly. In the end, why a person of the same age, actually able to exceed them so much? And then, after Suhi made a few more dishes, everyone sat down together and started eating. Alright, eat quickly everyone. We are all brothers and sisters. Don't be polite in my place. Suhi finally brought up a bowl of simmered bamboo shoot stewed chicken soup and placed it in the center of the table. Then he yelled at the crowd to eat and drink. Feel free to be a little more casual at home. Looking at the various kinds of dishes on the table, the crowd didn't know how much they had swallowed, and nodded numbly, so they picked up their chopsticks and took a taste. It's perfect. Just after taking a bite, the crowd let out an exclamation of surprise, and all of them gave Suwa a thumbs up. Brother Su, you're too good. This is too delicious. What earthly delicacy. This is the most delicious dish I've ever eaten. Brother Su, if I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you. This flavor, it really can't be beat. Every bite makes you can't help but close your eyes and slowly chew and savor. By the way, it seems like recently, Ms. Morong seems to be coming back, right? The crowd ate while chatting. At first the topic couldn't get away from Suhi, until Chen Duo talked about a woman. Who is this? Suhi froze and looked at Chen Duo suspiciously. Oh, Brother Su, you don't know? Chen Duo pursed his lips and then spoke in detail. This Morong Ling is Elder Morong's granddaughter. She is a person as her name suggests, born with a watery face, a living beauty, and now she is also in charge of taking care of the Morong family's business. Although she is about the same age as us, but it's a shame to say that she is now an existence that we need to look up to. When Chen Duo talked about this Morong Ling, it was as if his words had been opened up, chattering endlessly. His expression was also full of admiration, which made Suhi more or less a little surprised. Of course, this kind of expression is not only Chen Duo, other people are also the same. Can see, this Morong Ling in their eyes, can be said to be the same goddess as the Heaven's daughter. However, listening to these, Suhi just smiled and brought it over. This life, get one person will be enough. At the same time, in the Morong family, Morong old man is sitting in the hall drinking tea. This period of time to insist on medication and conditioning, the body has been harder than before. The color is also more and more rosy. Subsequently, in front of him, a man who was probably around 30 years old walked in, and delicately walked in front of the old master. The man was wearing a suit. His body was strong and sturdy, walking with the wind. His robust physique held the suit up very handsomely, even though he wasn't too old. But if you looked carefully, you were still able to find the calluses on the man's hands of amazing thickness. Slim and angular face, revealing a surging masculine energy, eyes dry and sharp. The man's body, if nothing else, exudes an aura. A look is the military origin of the people. How's it going? Guanjian Villa has been vacated, right? Elder Moroni lightly sips a mouthful of tea, faintly looking towards the man who walked towards him. Elder, it has been set up according to your instructions. That's good. Nodding his head, a smile appeared at the corner of Morongyi's mouth, as if he had remembered someone, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Ming-pu, you take a trip. Go and give the key of this Riverview villa to that little guy. It's also a gift from me to him. Ming-pu looked at the old master. His eyes were a bit fluttering, and after a slight silence, he continued, Old master, this villa is packed. Only now then, maybe people, press simply can't use it. What's wrong with this? Morongyi is also stunned. Rare to see Ming-pu has a grave expression. At that moment is also hurried to ask, Alas, my side also just got the news. The place where Suhi is living now, is the famous Jinling King of House, Jade Dragon Pavilion Villa No. 1. What? Morongyi's expression that was still considered calm instantly changed, looking incredulously at Ming-pu. For a time, the Morong family lobby was silent, and Elder Morongyi's heart thumped and froze at these words. Alas, that is indeed a bit out of hand. After a long time, Elder Morongyi sighed and helplessly waved his hand, muttering to himself, What exactly is this little guy's origin? To be able to take down this Jade Dragon Pavilion No. 1 villa. It seems that I still underestimated this little guy too much. At this age, TSK. Morongyi's heart at this time mixed feelings. All of a sudden broke the previous definition of Suhi. To be able to own the Jade Dragon Pavilion's No. 1 villa at such an early 20s age. Such a young man, he has never seen the second one in his life. And alone, Suhi himself, the knowledge and experience he grasped, is also deep and scary. At that time it just made him feel a little bit unable to see clearly. As for now, right, this is even more needless to say. Master, do you know the origin of this Suhi? Ming-pu was equally appalled in his heart at the moment and couldn't help but ask one more question. Alas, I don't know. Originally in Jinling, I didn't know that there was such a person. Now it's as if he mysteriously appeared for no reason at all. It's really a bit thought-provoking. Morongyi shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed deeply. This little guy, anyway, the origin is definitely not small. We need to pay more attention to it and make some appropriate friendships. This is also good. Yes, I know, old master. Not long afterward, the two were talking when a female voice suddenly came from outside. Chapter 56, Coming Back. Grandpa, I'm back. Little Spirit is back. Morongyi was slightly stunned when he heard this voice, and a touch of kindness then hung on his face. And then, a girl dressed in a simple model black dress walked in, an exquisite small bag hanging on her fragrant shoulder, walking in a dignified manner, with a iffy, yet charming smile on her face. The girl's face was pretty, her temperament was amazing, and her figure was even more flawless. No matter what angle she looked from, she was a complete beauty. Her delicate and classical bone appearance, paired with his delicate and fair skin, between her knitted brows and smile, she could also make people feel a classical beauty's dignity and elegance. Little Spirit, you're back. Morongyi excitedly walked over and looked his granddaughter up and down, asking with concern under his breath, Look at you, did you not eat properly during this period of time? Looking so thin again? Grandpa, I have eaten properly. You old man, don't worry about me. Morongyi pouted her little mouth and smiled guffawingly. Even though she was a capable and cold woman in front of outsiders, she was still a little girl in front of her grandfather. Alright, in the future, you have to take care of yourself outside, otherwise Grandpa won't let you go out. I know, Grandpa, just rest assured. Morongyi pulled Morongyi to sit beside him, and after exchanging pleasantries for a while, the topic gradually returned to Suhi. You guys don't say. This little guy is not simple. I don't know why. The first time I saw him, I really liked him. Taking a deep breath, Morongyi and Ming-pu talked about Suhi. The corner of his mouth could not help but hang a smile once again. From the first time he saw Suhi, he could always feel something different from his peers from Suhi. What the old master said is true. This young friend, Su, is indeed very talented. At least his previous insights at the medicine store already showed how uncomplicated he is in his own right. A trace of appreciation also hung in Ming-pu's eyes as he nodded towards Morongyi. However, when he said this, a trace of worry was revealed in the old man's eyes. Alas, but with this little guy barging in like this, there's no guarantee that something will happen. After all, the hearts of the people are treacherous right now, and even more so if any interests are touched. Ming-pu, go take a look at this little guy. Good. Ming-pu nodded heavily, and immediately wanted to get up and leave. Grandpa, who are you guys talking about? Morongyi, who was sitting on the side, listened for a long time and looked at Morongyi with some doubts. Ha ha, it's normal that you don't know. This is a little guy that has just recently risen up in Jinling. It's quite extraordinary. Although he's the same age as you guys, he's already surpassed too much in every aspect. Is it really that powerful? Morongyi looked at her grandfather with some skepticism. Her heart couldn't help but set off some waves. This time she came back. How did such a person come out of Jinling? She hadn't heard her grandfather ever go on to praise someone like this before, and it seemed that the topic had been talked about for some time before she came. What kind of young man was this, and what kind of skills did he have to be able to win such praise from his grandfather? When Moronling thought of this, she suddenly subconsciously remembered the previous events, and her expression suddenly became somewhat resistant. After all, before, Grandpa also gave himself a mess of lovebirds. Is this time also? Looking at Moronling like this, Morongi knew that this girl grew up with smooth sailing, so he opened his mouth to propose that Moronling also follow Yu Mingpu to go over and take a look. Little spirit, do you want to follow over to take a look as well? Upon hearing this, although Moronling didn't agree or object, she obviously still had a look of resistance. Morongi pursed his lips and smiled, naturally knowing what his granddaughter had in mind at the moment. He looked at her and said faintly, "Well, wasn't I just saying a joke to you before? Why do you still remember it until now? If there was really this opportunity, Grandpa would have wanted you to fight for it, but now people have girlfriends now." Speaking of Suhi's girlfriend, Morongi couldn't help but think of his own piece of jade from before. Now he was afraid that it had been carved into an object between people's young lovers. "Mingpu, if you get ready, just hurry over there." "Yes." Yu Mingpu nodded. In his heart, he naturally knew that this matter could not be slowed down. He had not seen the old master evaluating a young man who had actually reached such a high level. Moreover, during this period of time, the old master had also mentioned Suhi more than once at home, which was also able to see the old master's importance for Suhi. "Little spirit, be obedient. You also go along to take a look. I believe that this will do you no harm." After instructing Yu Mingpu, Elder Morongi then looked at Moronling again, although he also knew that Moronling had only just come back, and shouldn't be too willing to go on a trip, but having this opportunity to get acquainted with Suhi wasn't a bad thing either. "Alright Grandpa, I'll follow Brother Mingpu." In her heart, she kept recalling her grandfather's previous comments about Suhi. Moronling couldn't help but be more and more curious about this person. Seeing that her grandfather still wanted to go and have a look by himself, she didn't refuse and simply agreed. "That's right, then you guys prepare and get ready. Just hurry over there." Morongi nodded with satisfaction, and when he was about to leave, he pulled Yu Mingpu down to his side once again. "Mingpu, when you guys go on this trip, your attitude must be polite in all aspects. Remember to bring gifts to show our sincerity. When the time comes, you also pay more attention to this little friend Su for me. This little guy's city looks like it should not be shallow." "Well, I know, don't worry, old master." Listening attentively to Morongi's instructions, Yu Mingpu nodded deeply. Subsequently, after the two of them made some preparations, they brought along their gifts and set off to Villano, one of the Jade Dragon Pavilion. Meanwhile, on this side of Villano, the crowd could be said to be full of food and drink, and they were full of praise for Suhi's craftsmanship. "Brother Su, your craftsmanship is unrivaled. In the future we will have to come and dine often. It's really reminiscent of what exactly did you do in the past? Brother Su, you are simply my idol. Must come again, otherwise I'll miss Brother Su's meals even in my sleep." After eating their fill, the crowd was still feeling unfulfilled, and they all said that they would come often to dine afterward. "Ha, there's no problem as long as you guys are willing to come, I'm definitely welcome." Suha also waved her hand generously, although she knew that she had surpassed these big young ladies in certain things by quite a bit, but she had no intention of distancing herself from them. Chapter 57 Control. After this, the crowd went to take pictures with the Bugatti limited edition customized edition outside, and only after this was done did they all go back to their homes. Today this meal, they can be digested. Of course, this refers to not only this meal, and their little heart today by the continuous bombardment. This is the Jade Dragon Pavilion No. 1 Villa, and Bugatti limited edition customized version. Even if it is singled out one, already is not who are difficult to accept, but this bias also let them all encountered. After sending the crowd to leave, Suha returned to the villa, and cleaned up the leftovers on the dining table before sitting on the sofa. Congratulations to the host for getting the opportunity to sign in once. Is it signing in? But just after sitting down, a light screen popped up in front of Sua's eyes, and the system prompted that it had obtained a sign-in opportunity. Sign in. Suha pursed her lips and with a deep thought in her heart, she started signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining proficiency in the 8 Extreme Fist. Good guy? This is 8 Extreme Fist? After signing in, Sui felt a seemingly innate power that surged into his mind and limbs, and froze at that moment. What was the 8 Extreme Fist? This was the one amongst all the thousands of boxing styles that people enjoyed, and it was definitely a powerful combat art that was specifically used for actual combat. As the saying goes, one have Taiji piece in the world. Martial arts have 8 levels to determine the world. Can be seen for this 8 Extremes Fist evaluation of the high It is the martial arts practitioners for this 8 extremes fist are also revered. Every move, every trend is cohesion of the essence of Chinese martial arts. And this 8 extremes fist is definitely not for health and fitness exist. Such moves are hurtful kung fu. From the beginning of its introduction, is for the actual combat and born good guy. Actually it's 8 extremes fist. This is earned After freezing for a while, Sui's heart was immediately bursting with joy. Although he hadn't specialized in learning it before, he had also heard about the domineering nature of this 8 extremes fist. Looking at everyone left, Sui rested for a while. Looking at this empty villa, the heart still fought to move a little bit to be good. Also just finished eating not long ago, have to go to digest a little. Well, just in time to try the 8 extremes fist that I just signed up for. Stretching his waist, Sui sat up from the sofa, then walked inside the courtyard, ready to rehearse the 8 extremes fist mastery that he just arrived at, to properly appreciate this domineering and rigid kung fu. On the other side, Morong Ling and Yu Mingpu had also reached the villa and were walking towards Villa 1. Brother Mingpu, who exactly is the person Grandpa is talking about? Tell me about it. Morong Ling felt more and more curious about Suhi in her heart, and after thinking about it in her heart, she was still prepared to ask Yu Mingpu, hoping to know something more. Miss, this gentleman is called Suhi. He's not an ordinary person Before it was him who helped the old master change a medicine inside the prescription. Only then did the old master's body slowly get better. And the side we came to today is where he lives, but he lives in Villa number 1. What? Villa 1? Morong Ling listened to Yu Mingpu speak slightly. Her heart also could not hide a burst of surprise. This Jinling in the end, when did such a young man appear? And she actually did not know. Subsequently, the two did not walk for long. The distance from the No. 1 villa is also getting closer and closer. The two saw the outline of the No. 1 villa from afar, so they were ready to walk towards this side. After walking for a while, the two of them smoothly arrived at this side of Villa No. 1. And the first thing they noticed was Suhi, who was practicing the 8 extremes fist inside the courtyard. At that moment, no matter whether it was Yu Mingpu or Morong Ling, when they saw this sight in front of them, they also froze. Suwa was at this moment practicing the 8 positions of Vajra amongst the 8 extremes fist, palms, elbows, shoulders, fists, and knees firing at each other, transferring all the strength of his entire body to a single point, and was sweating profusely as he practiced. At this moment, Suwa's teeth were closed tightly, his tongue against his palate, not moving like a mountain, moving like a thunderous tremor, while his whole body's strength exploded along with those rigid and powerful strokes. A humming sound also broke out from time to time in his mouth. 8 Extreme Fist has always emphasized on strong power and stable lower body, but Suhi, who had gained proficiency in 8 Extreme Fist, had mastered this perfectly. The whole stance was flowing between the clouds and the water, and the pace of the feet between them was calm and steady, as if that power was able to stomp a deep pit into the ground, erupting that sound like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. The more the two people open, the more they are shocked. Suwa this set of fight down. That is called a force up to 1,000 pounds. The momentum like a dragon and tiger. The fist wind whistling, as if even the air the more was Suwa to explode the general. This burst of air-breaking sound so lingering in the ears of the two people. Even Yu Mingpu at this time watching Suhi this move and style are also shocked. Lips silk sucking in cool air. The body actually some can't help but trembling. Although he also boasts that he is considered an expert. But one look at Sui's punch strength. He himself does not dare to say that he is able to catch a few moves of Sui. This is still a little optimistic situation. If he really let himself face to face to receive Suhi this punch, he does not dare to imagine what will happen. Since there is a saying that Chinese martial arts is profound. Each kind of path has its own characteristics and unique features. That was why there was no absolutely powerful stance paths. Only when the person using them was powerful could the essence of the stance be revealed. Of course, he also knows the dominance of the 8 Extreme Fist. Before, he has seen a lot of martial arts practitioners practicing the 8 Extreme Fist, although the boxing method is also not to be underestimated. But in front of Suwa, this is going to look inferior. The most crucial thing is that this 8 Extreme Fist is not something easy to learn. But Suhi this is only how old actually able to make this 8 Extreme Fist hit the stove fire. Super God into the realization. This is simply martial arts wizard. Morong Ling on the side is the whole person is looking silly. Yu Mingpu at least still know these things, but she has not been exposed to these, but also more surprised. Just from seeing Suhi practice these moves, Morong Ling can feel this horrible killing power. This is not a so-and-so master hands what the health Tai Chi. This is a real killing technique. At this moment, both of them are completely looking frozen, already forgetting their purpose of this trip to come here, just looking at Sui's every action with dead eyes, exaggeratedly open mouth, not knowing how to describe their own mind. In the next second, only to see Sui's body shaking, as if all the body's power had reached between opening and closing, able to retract and release freely. completely under the control of the self in general. Chapter 58, frightened to the point of losing color. Immediately afterward, Sui's body took on a horse stance shape, his lower body tightly rooted on the ground, and then he slammed his fist on top of this thick tree trunk in the courtyard in front of him. Dang! With a sound, even though the tree looked incredibly thick, it suddenly trembled, and even the two men's bodies followed suit, as if they had similarly felt this appalling force. In the blink of an eye, the leaves on top of this tree rustled down with the waves of force, falling down around Sui. What kind of force is this? Yumingpu immediately dropped his jaw in shock, staring blankly at the leaves that were still falling, thinking that this force, in the end, was it still a human? A fist can cause such an impact, although he also has a lot of insights and has seen a lot of capable people, but the same scene with Sui has never been seen. This power, I'm afraid to look at this whole China, can't find a few simply some beyond his cognition. Wow, what is this Moron Ling at this time is more directly a cry of surprise. No matter what in the heart can no longer suppress this shock. Grandpa said this person in the end is what kind of devil to be able to live in such a place even so, such an age, can have such a martial arts background. With Moron Ling's exclamation of surprise, Su He, who was immersed in the subtleties of the 8 extreme fist, also noticed Yumingpu and Moron Ling standing at the doorway, and stopped the stances in his hands and walked over towards the two of them. After all, he was the only villa in this neighborhood. All the others were still some distance away. This was also definitely coming to him. It was impossible to go to someone else. Hello guys, come in when you're here. Walking to the door, Sui smiled and opened the door, inviting the two in. Hello, my name is Moron Ling. His name is Yumingpu. I'm sorry to come and disturb you, Mr. Su. Moron Ling took a deep breath and tried to ease her inner surprise, but her speech was still a bit stuttered. So it's Miss Moron Ling. I've heard of you before, but you're a role model for quite a few big young ladies over here in Jinling. Right, is there something that you guys are doing here today for this special trip? Sui pursed his lips and smiled. He also carefully sized up Moron Ling. He didn't expect that he had only heard Qian Duo and the others talk about her not long ago, and this was at his own doorstep. You're overstating things, Mr. Su. Today we just came to see you. My grandfather also let me give you by the way. Moron Ling smiled politely and handed the gift prepared in advance to Su He with both hands. Then thank Elder Moron Yi for me. If I have time some other day, I will definitely pay a visit. Su He received the things, knowing that this was sent by Elder Moron Yi. He also thanked him. Moron Ling nodded. At this time she was also looking at Su He. She really hadn't thought about it. Su He turned out to be so handsome. Just now she was far away and didn't see clearly. Plus her attention was only focused on Su He's 8 extremes. She didn't pay attention to that much. Thinking about these many achievements on Su He, plus the boxing just now, the same young man, Moron Ling actually felt a taste of self-shame for the first time. Please come in quickly. Let's go inside and talk. Sui then smiled and invited Moron Ling to go inside the house, while Yumingpu looked at the ground, the fallen leaves, and the deep marks above the thick tree trunk. He himself also pushed the tree trunk with force, but it didn't move at all. At that moment, his eyes were also trembling violently, and his heart was surprised to the extreme. Mr. You should also come in quickly. Sui saw that Yumingpu did not move much. Then he invited Yumingpu to come in together as well. Little friend Su, this 8 extremes fist of yours is exquisite. Yumingpu turned around to look at Su He and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Sui also didn't expect that the other party would recognize this 8 extremes fist at a glance. His eyes narrowed slightly and casually laughed. It's alright, this is just practicing casually with nothing to do. Just exercise at that time. Yumingpu looked at Sui's casual look, but in his heart, he was quite clear. This can be quite a lot of casual practicing so simple. On this side, Su He invited the two to sit down, brewed a pot of tea, and followed Moron Ling and Yumingpu to drink the tea, and also talked for a while. After that, it wasn't long before Moron Ling took the initiative to stand up and bid farewell to Yi Xian and left. After all, today this was just a visit. Delaying others too much time was not something too polite. As for the things they sent were left behind, Sui didn't bother about what exactly they were and sent the two away from the villa. Mr. Su, sorry for the disturbance. We'll take our leave first. Moron Ling smiled and bid farewell to Yi Xian, then left the villa with Yumingpu. Looking at the back of the two people leaving, Sui scratched his head, somewhat not quite sure what this meant. It just felt strange, not knowing how to describe it. Forget it, don't want to think that much. Thinking for a while, Sui was also lazy to care so much, then prepared to go and see what movies there are recently. And at night, prepared to bring by Jishi to go see a movie together. Sitting on the sofa, Sui took his cell phone and flipped through the recent list of theaters, and at the first glance, he saw one of the horror movies, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. After all, in this world, Where would any couple reject a horror movie? Well, this is it. Nodding, Suhee immediately ordered 2 tickets and sent by Jishi a message to watch the movie. After leaving Villa No. 1, Morong-ling remembered the scene of Suhee's boxing just now. Even now, she still couldn't help but gasp for air. After all, just now, Suhee's that punching technique. It was really a little too scary. That amazing power and destructive force. It was all unheard of and unseen by her brother Ming-pu. Just now, what kind of punching technique was Suhee's? That was just too scary. That was level 8. Ming-pu took a deep breath, his eyes still carrying a deep gravity in them. Subsequently, he was also silent, although he himself had practiced the 8 extreme fist, but regardless of the familiarity or force of Suhee's 8 extreme fist, it had already reached a height that he could not hope to reach. Morong-ling looked at Ming-pu's silence for a while, sighed, and likewise fell silent. Thinking back to his grandfather's comments about Suhee earlier, at the very beginning he had thought that it was a bit exaggerated and fallacious, but at this moment, it seemed that it was not excessive at all. Grandfather's words are really not wrong. In today's young generation, the height that Suhee has reached is not something that they can catch up with. Without words, the two of them went straight back home. Chapter 59, Suhee is too powerful. At this time, Elder Morong-yi was drinking tea with a man in his 50s. Although the man was already over half 100 years old, the aura on his body was still amazing. Sitting in an upright posture, displaying a strong masculine aura, at a glance, he was a person from the military department. Sun Lin, why aren't you busy lately? You still have the heart to come to my place. Morong-yi pursed his lips and the two of them then drank tea while chatting idly. Ha ha, recently, the military department is still relatively peaceful. I also have the time to come over and sit. Why, are you still not welcome? Sun Lin laughed and joked, but his eyes also then became a bit complicated and became mesmerized as he looked at Morong-yi and said, but right, I also came by the way to see my old subordinate. Back then if he didn't resolve to quit and follow your side, I wouldn't be so busy. Speaking of this, Sun Lin's eyes were still slightly sultry, his heart still somewhat thinking of this old subordinate. Come on, this is also not something I forced. He said it was to repay the favor. I also advised several times. Morong-yi laughed and helplessly spread his hands. Well, I know. Sun Lin nodded. As for these, how could he not understand what kind of nature Ming-pu had? He could know better than anyone. But speaking of which, I am also heartbroken. According to Ming-pu's potential at that time, if he could have stayed in the military department, the heights he would have been able to reach would have been incalculable. Alas, indeed it is also true. I do feel that it is more or less a bit of a condescension for him to come to me. The two of them sighed for a while and were continuing to chat when the two outside returned to the lobby. General Sun Long, you've come. Morong-ling just walked in and saw Sun Lin, who was drinking tea with his grandfather in front of him, and hurriedly walked forward respectfully. To say that this Sun Lin's identity was quite uncomplicated. In the Chinese military department, there are 2 sections, the military department and the Tianlong military department. And the Tianlong military department's general rank is also matched with the military department's general rank. And because the Tianlong military department is full of elites, the weight of the general's rank is also relatively heavier. It could be said that in the military department, being able to join the Heavenly Dragon military department was the ultimate ideal of all members. But often those who were able to go in smoothly were few and far between. And from this, one could see the likeness and weight of the Heavenly Dragon military department. Little spirit has come. It's been a while since I've seen you. You're really getting prettier and prettier. When Sun Lin saw Morong-ling come in, he also greeted her with a smile, and also then saw Ming-pu, who walked in together. Dragon General Sun. Ming-pu's eyes flinched, and likewise seeing his old leader, he hurriedly walked forward in a proper step, stood in front of Sun Lin, and with a snap, he gave a standard military salute. Alright, this isn't in the military department anymore. Just be casual. Sun Lin gently waved his hand, sizing up Ming-pu, still feeling some regret in his heart. Such a good seedling. How nice it would be if he could always be by his side. Old leader, this is what I should do. Ming-pu's eyes were respectful, full of admiration for this Sun Lin. After all, when he was in the military department, he had not been less cultivated by him. Alright, just don't be so fleshy. How have you been lately? Thank you, old leader, for your concern. Everything is quite good lately. Well, that's good. If you have time, remember to come back to visit. Okay. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Elder Moroni also looked at Ming-pu and asked about today's events. Ming-pu, how about going on this trip? What's going on? What did you ask them to go and do? Seeing Morong-yi's rare, somewhat serious expression, Sun Lin also looked at Morong-yi curiously and asked about the things he had instructed Ming-pu and Morong-ling to go and do. Alas, it's not much of a matter. It's just that recently this Jinling a scion has risen up. I'm afraid that he's going to mess around and go and mess with someone. That's why I've asked Mingpu and the others to go and take a look at it first, and to prepare to send a few people to him. So that's how it is. You're still quite sparing of talent. Sun Lin nodded, but was also unimpressed. After all, this was nothing more than a junior, and still didn't care. Grandpa, you can't say it. Have you ever seen someone who can punch out the momentum of dragon and tiger? Morong Ling stood by the side, but sighed deeply and spoke in surprise about what he had seen and heard today. I saw with my own eyes today. This suwa is nothing but a punch that sent a huge tree that was hugged by several people into a chaotic tremor. In an instant, Morong Yi and Sun Lin, who heard these words, couldn't help but narrow their eyes. What did you say? After a cry of shock, the two of them looked at Morong Ling in unison, their expressions equally filled with shock. They had not expected that this so-called back would actually be able to bring them such a surprise. Elder Morong Yi's entire body was dumbfounded. Originally his original intention was to send someone over to protect Su He, but after hearing Morong Ling say this, he also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Mingpu, is this true? Staring blankly, both of them turned their gazes to Yu Mingpu. Well, Miss is right. This suwa also always gives me a strange feeling, Yu Mingpu said seriously, and there was actually a hint of scorn in his eyes as well. Old master, old leader, you should also know that I have practiced Baji Quan before, but my skills were not refined and I never gained much, but this suwa is different. Just talking about that fist technique we just saw him practicing, his mastery of the 8 levels and the force, has already reached a level of pure fire and ascension. I also don't know, at his age, why he was able to realize the 8 extremes fist to such a high level. I've seen countless experts who are proficient in the 8 extremes before, but I dare to say responsibly that they are all a little bit inferior in front of Suwa. Hearing Yu Mingpu's words, the two were considered completely dumbfounded. If this was said by Morong Ling, then they might still be able to accept it in their hearts. But at this moment, even Yu Mingpu is saying this. Even the words are not stingy at all for Su He to exaggerate. This is already enough to explain a lot of things. Mingpu, if you were to spar with him, what do you feel your chances of winning? Sun Lin's pupils tightened. He also did not think that this Jinling actually appeared such a junior nowadays, and hurriedly then asked towards Yu Mingpu. However, Yu Mingpu fell into silence. His heart is very clear. If he and Su He fight against each other, according to Su He's just like fierce boxing in force. He simply can't walk a few moves. Seeing as tough as Yu Mingpu can't say anything at this moment, Sun Lin's eyes are filled with deep shock. Others may not understand Yu Mingpu's strength, but he is quite clear. Chapter 60, watching a horror movie with schoolgirl White. Now he could conclude that Su He's strength had reached a terrifying level, and then a hint of anticipatory joy couldn't help but appear on his face. Such a junior, not to mention Morong Yi's interest, is his own, now also similarly come to the interest. On the other hand, Bai Jishi's parents in Jinling temporary residence place, Bai Jishi sitting in front of the makeup mirror, is dressing up themselves. The body has also changed into a plain shirt and skirt. Shoulders sat on the small bag, a look ready to go. After finishing her makeup, Bai Jishi bounced out of the living room. Bai Dad and Bai Mom saw that Bai Jishi was about to go out and asked with concern, Zaishi, where are you going? Dad and Mom, I'm going to the movies. The two nodded, and Bai Dad took off his eyes that were reading the newspaper and smiled as he asked one more question. So are you still eating at home? Look at you. It's not a question multiple times. Bai Mom glared at Bai Dad without a good mood, then waved her hand towards Bai Jishi. Bai Dad, Bai Jishi, then Dad and Mom all go first off. Well, hurry up and go. Good. Bai Jishi rushed to the Dad and Mom playful smile, and then sat on their own small bag. Footsteps light humming song happy to go out and go. Two people in the back just look at Bai Jishi. Expression do not know whether to cry or laugh. Perhaps the whole world parents see their own daughter fell in love? Are also this look. Alas, look at your daughter. The person has not yet arrived. The heart has already flown to the other side. Bai Ma sighed and helplessly watched Bai Jishi slowly leave. Her heart was like an overturned bottle of 5 flavors. She didn't know what it was like. Come on, say it like it's not your daughter. Isn't this something we both have a part in? Bai Dad pursed his lips and pulled Bai Mom into the house. Well, let's not look at it. The youngsters have their youngsters' space. Let's not disturb it. On this side, Sui also went to the place sponsored by Bai Jishi's parents to receive Bai Jishi. The two of them intimate a bit, then prepared to hurry to the movie theater. Now this movie is also about to open. After buying some popcorn and milk tea, the two of them entered the screening hall and waited for the movie to start. Suha, I heard that this movie is particularly scary. I'm a bit scared. At this time, the movie has not yet started. People are entering the venue one after another, but Bai Jishi looked at Suha with some concern. Just now when she saw the publicity poster of this movie outside, her heart felt a little creepy. It's okay, I'm here. Besides, this movie is the top 1 horror movie of this year. We can't miss it. Sui favored a smile and comforted towards Bai Jishi. Besides, You've been busy with school lately quite a lot. Watching horror movies is conducive to relaxation. Fine. Baijishi pouted and gently nodded. So the two of them chatted while waiting for the movie to start. Boom! With a bang, the entrance of the screening hall closed. All the lights turned off in a flash, which left this big screen in front of the crowd. Baijishi's body tightened, subconsciously grabbed Suhi's hand, afraid that a ghostly figure would jump out from the screen now. Suhi felt Baijishi's slightly sweaty palms, knowing that she was a bit scared, and thoughtfully stroked the back of Baijishi's hand, trying to lower the panic in her heart. As a piece of weird music began to play, a deserted old castle appeared above the screen. Everything looked very dilapidated, dim perspective as if at any time some panic things may appear. The plot of the movie officially unfolded when a woman's scream came from the middle of the screen, and a pale face was frantically chasing after a man in the dilapidated corridor. Listening to the music of the opening credits, the perspective slowly shifting along with the picture, Baijishi was very mesmerized by what she was watching, so she was also startled by the pale face, and her face turned slightly white. Suha, I'm scared. Turning her head to look at Suha, Baijishi already didn't dare to look at the screen anymore, whispering in Suha's ear. Her voice actually trembled a little. It's alright, I'm here. Seeing this, Suhi took hold of Baijishi, leaning Baijishi's head on her shoulder. A pair of warm hands gently placed on her small arms. Baijishi's body, which was originally a bit tense, slowly became relaxed after feeling Sui's move, and a touch of scarlet was also hung on her face at the same time. She was able to clearly feel the warmth of Suhi's embrace at this moment, and immediately felt less afraid in her heart. And the plot of the movie is still continuing. The atmosphere of horror in this dim filter is highlighted very well. Baijishi just like this rely on Suhi's embrace. Thoughts are also slowly from the perception of the limbs transferred to the plot of the movie above, with the movie slowly stepping into the tight and white-hot plot. The scary music and footage also gradually increased. Baijishi's adrenaline also spiked dramatically. Her legs began to tremble slightly. Even when she was relying on Suhi's embrace, her eyes were still a bit fearful. Because of her fear, Baijishi immediately pinched Suhi's hand. It was a subconscious move. She herself didn't know what she was doing. Her thoughts were still stuck in the middle of this tense and rushed episode. Are you scared? Suha pursed her lips, feeling the trembling of Baijishi's body, and asked gently in her ear. Not at all. Baijishi stubbornly beamed, still arrogantly answered. Then look, you've pinched my hand blue. Suhi helplessly lifted up one of his arms that was held by Baijishi, and whispered in a tone that somewhat pretended to be aggrieved. When did I pinch you? Baijishi only then realized what she had just done. Her originally stubborn little face reddened with embarrassment, and she rubbed Suha's arm in a fidgety manner. Okay, my hand is being held by you. That means it's also for you to pinch. Suhi faintly smiled. His voice was low and magnetic as he said to Baijishi. If you're scared, just keep pinching me. Let's keep watching now. The plot is almost at its best now. Aha! Baijishi's heart warmed up and smiled charmingly, so she continued to find a slightly more comfortable position and continued to watch the movie in Suhi's arms. The subsequent movie plot, although more and more people adrenaline rush, but with the role of Suhi's companion, Baijishi also only occasionally hand-tight, gently pinched Suhi's arm. After the movie was finished, holding Baijishi slowly walked out of the screening hall, seeing the light outside again, also let the two people again a feeling like a world apart. How about it? This movie is not bad, right? Chapter 61 White Dad, White Mom, Auntie laughing. Suha laughed cheerfully and talked about the plot of the movie just now. Well, it's too scary, but the plot is also very good. Baijishi nodded her head pertinently, but at this moment, she was also suddenly sobered up, which realized that she and Suha were extraordinarily close today, and almost the whole movie she had watched by leaning on the inside of Suha's arms. I found out. Suhi, you just want to take advantage of me. With a pout, Baijishi blankly glanced at Suhi without any good reason, but she also still didn't let go of her hand that was holding Suhi's hand. Ha ha ha, okay, I admit it, but you also pinched me today. Suhi sniffed and laughed, lifting up his arm that was still a little red from Baijishi's pinch. I don't know who it was that just said they weren't scared, yet they pinched my hand like this. Shouldn't they make it up to me? Baijishi's cheeks reddened, looked at Suhi with a grudge, and said with a puff, Humph, I don't care. Who asked you to take me to watch a horror movie? This is at most considered even. Even no. The two of them joked and laughed all the way, and just like this, they walked out of the movie theater under the envy of the bystanders in a mushy manner. Suhi then directly led Baijishi towards the parking lot and came to the corner where the McLaren 720S was parked. Baijishi was about to get into the car, but Suhi gently stopped her and shoved the keys of the McLaren 720S into her hand. Suha, what are you doing? Do you want me to drive it? Baijishi froze a bit, obviously not having reacted yet. No, what I mean is, don't you have a driver's license? it just so happens that I also have a new car. This car will be for you to drive from now on. For me to drive. Baijishi was somewhat caught off guard as she looked at the car keys in her hand, and immediately shook her head in refusal. I don't want it. It's too expensive. I'm going to take it. My mom will talk about me. Well, it's just a transportation tool. It's nothing. Suhi smiled, then pulled open the door of the car, and gently pushed Baijishi into the driver's side. Before Baijishi could react, Suhi closed the door, and then sat on the passenger seat in a puff of smoke. But before you drive this car, I still have to give you a good talk about what to pay attention to in this car. You drive to listen carefully. Without waiting for Baijishi to open her mouth to speak, Sui slightly leaned towards the main driver's seat and began to teach Baijishi more carefully how this car should be driven. Aha! Baijishi had no choice but to gently nod. Knowing in her heart that this was something she couldn't refuse, she had no choice but to listen carefully. In fact, this car drive up an ordinary car difference is not very big, can be said to be much the same. Only then, because the chassis of the sports car is relatively low, some sedans do not need to pay much attention to the small pits. You may have to be more careful a little bit. In the drive into the underground garage time also need to be careful. And because this car starts faster, and the pushback you can feel is stronger, you must be careful to control it in the middle of side parking or cornering. Sui seriously gave Baijishi some details and operations that she should pay attention to, and Baijishi listened carefully. But in the midst of this process, Baijishi did not notice that Sua's body was also gradually approaching slowly towards her, and a hint of a bad smile flowed from the corner of her mouth. How is it? Is it all clear? Sui's magnetic voice rang in Baijishi's ears. Baijishi didn't pay attention and just gently nodded her head. However, in the very next second, Sui then saw the right moment and once again kissed Baijishi on the mouth. See, you listen very carefully. Reward you with a kiss. Oh. Sua, why are you so bad? The inside of Baijishi's head buzzed, caught a little off guard by this sudden onslaught of kisses. Her face turned red all of a sudden, and was also vaguely a little hot. Well, I also gave you what I should say. You digest it. If you don't understand, ask me. Suha this was hurriedly pulling away from the topic. Baijishi also just blankly glanced at Suha and gently nodded. Right Jishi, I forgot to tell you. You accompany me to buy some things tomorrow. I'll go see my cousin. Well, I'll listen to you. Baijishi nodded, then slowly sent Suha back home under the operation of Sua's instructions. Zeishi, are you sleeping here at night? Suha hemmed and hawed, and when he was about to get out of the car, he inquired with a smile. Nice try. I'm with my parents now. Why don't you go to my place? Baijishi gently patted Sui's head, and said in a good-natured manner. Forget it then. I'm fine here. Hearing Baijishi's mom and dad, Sui just snorted and dismissed the idea in his heart. Then you also hurry back. Remember to drive slower on the road. Good. After exhorting Baijishi for a few sentences, Sui watched Baijishi drive away before turning around and walking into the villa. The next morning, Sui drove his Bugatti limited edition to pick up Baijishi. Baijishi also received the news, and thoughtfully packed a breakfast for Sui, before she went downstairs with her bag, and was looking around for Sui's car. Sui beckoned and honked the horn at Baijishi's side. Baijishi also noticed the sound and looked over this way. Because he was worried that Baijishi couldn't see it, Sui simply stretched his hand out and gently beckoned, signaling Baijishi to hurry up and get into the car. However, when Baijishi saw Sua's Bugatti limited edition at this time, the whole person also froze at the sight. This car? She originally thought that Sua change a car and before the gap will not be too big, but at this time this look, but how to feel that this a car than that McLaren high not just a grade, just this shape and color. It is enough to see this car's expensive, and this slightly ahead of the design sense. More let Baijishi whole person are looking silly. Little silly girl, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Sui helplessly rolled his eyes and directly opened the window completely, then poked his head out. The corner of Baijishi's mouth twitched slightly before she reacted, and then she got into the car. Suha, who are you calling a little fool? Baijishi rolled her eyes, holding the breakfast that was still warm in her hands, and said without a trace of anger, thanks to the fact that I even prepared breakfast for you, you actually called me a little fool. Who let you never get on the car? If I don't remind you of this, you still don't know when you'll come up. Baijishi was at a disadvantage for a moment, so she could only open her breakfast while drumming her lips. Well, I just didn't pay attention to it. You hurry up and eat. After eating don't we still have things to do? Sua pursed her lips and looked at the buns and porridge that Baijishi had prepared, but made an expression of being paralyzed with exhaustion. Chapter 62 Letting cousin meet her sister-in-law. Zeishi, I'm so tired from driving here. Even my hands are sore. Will you feed me? Baijishi instantly fell into silence and just looked at Yi Xian with contempt, but she had no choice but to feed Suwa one bite at a time. It's so delicious. Jishi, you're so good to me. Alright, hurry up and eat. We still have things to do after eating. How can you eat and not be able to plug your mouth? I think your mouth can plug mine. While eating breakfast, the two of them bantered for a while before driving directly to the nearby mall to buy something. An hour or so later, on the playground of the Jinling Academy of Arts, Su Mayan was currently participating in the military training in the team, which was a test that every new student had to go through. All give me some spirit. This is just an insignificant part amongst the military department. I don't want my students to be so cowardly that they can't even overcome such a test. At the front of the team, an instructor wearing a combat uniform with slightly tanned skin was pacing back and forth, while the team that Su Mayan was in, at this time, was going through 20 minutes of military posture. Everyone's expression was not very good. Under the scorching sun, standing in the standard military posture, everyone was covered in sweat, but even so, they were only able to keep their posture motionless, and although their looks were very tired, their attitude was very positive and serious. Between a group of girls, because this is military training, everyone is also face, but despite this, to say and next to the people compared to, Su Muyan's face value is still showing very obvious. At a glance, in the crowd of plain faces, Su Mayan can be said to be one of the most beautiful landscapes, letting many people passing by give them a sideways glance. On the side of the playground, there are a few seniors standing at this time, a few people wearing clothes that seem to be the second generation of the rich, hands also carrying a few cups of milk tea, but the eyes are looking straight at Su Muyan. TSK TSK TSK, this is worthy of being the school flower amongst the freshmen. It's really beautiful. Pretty to look at is pretty to look at, but a beauty like this, isn't it still our brother Lee sooner or later? Don't you guys think so? That's right, how charming is our brother Lee. Such a little sister is still a handful. A few people talked about Su Mayan, looking at a boy at the head of the group. The words were full of respect and flattery, and Li Yang, who was held up by several of them, was also looking at the milk tea in his hands, and was very flattered by the words of the several people beside him, and said with a smile, "Well, that can't be said like that. We have to progress step by step." Looking at Su Mayan, who was in the middle of her military training, a greedy smile appeared at the corner of Li Yang's mouth. Today, he bought milk tea. He was first planning to deliver the milk tea, and then slowly build a good relationship, before he could go further. For all these, his heart was already in advance. He felt that he had already steadily held Su Mayan, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Ah, so handsome. But just as he was still laying out his blueprints in his mind, he was interrupted by a sudden cacophony of sound coming from the side. Following the sound and looking over there, Li Yang then saw a youth walking towards the playground. The young man is tall, dressed in casual and comfortable, but also give people some formal feeling. Temperament in the surrounding students appear particularly outstanding, and his handsome face, which seemed to be slowly carved by a sculptor, was overflowing with a trace of a smile. This smile was as warm as the sun, and as warm as the spring breeze, causing many girls to look at him. Coincidentally, the youth was carrying several cups of milk tea in his hands and walked over step by step. So handsome. How come I haven't seen this handsome guy in school before? This temperament is also absolute to poke me. Ugh, my sister's heart is practically a deer in the headlights. This is just too handsome. Quite a few girls on the road saw this scene, as well as that amongst the freshmen who were in military training, were also eyeing Su He. It happens to be break time now. Who is this handsome guy here to deliver milk tea to? It just so happened that the military training team was at break time. The girls couldn't help but start guessing, and even more so, they were expecting the youth to walk in front of them. So he carried the milk tea and looked around for a while, but how could he not find Su Mayan? So he walked towards the girl next to him and asked with a smile, "Classmate, do you know where Su Mayan is?" Su Mayan, she went over there. I'll go and call it for you." Seeing Sua walk up to her, the girl was first stunned, then she smiled and pointed to the other side and said, "Okay, thank you." Hearing Sua's thanks, the girl couldn't help but bemoan in her heart. Sure enough, this handsome guy still came to find someone else. But although it was like this, but after all, it was promised to Suha, the girl still walked towards the other side. Li Yang and other people also heard Suhi is going to find Su Muyan. At this moment the heart is immediately like an enemy. Also as hurried towards Suhi walked over. "Brother, are you here to deliver milk tea to schoolmate Su Mayan?" Li Yang smilingly looked at Suhi, also carefully sized up Suhi, and found that Suhi, whether in terms of figure or face value, far exceeded himself, and was also secretly a little upset. Right. Sua didn't pay much attention to Li Yang, just nodded lightly. "That's a real coincidence. I'm also here to deliver milk tea to Su Mayan." Looking at the milk tea in Li Yang's hand, coupled with the somewhat unpleasant smile on his face, Su He was first stunned, and then realized what was going on. "Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Then what is the meaning of you looking for me?" "It doesn't mean anything, I just want to tell you, no matter what you do, There should be a first come first served. After all, they are all adults. This point should be understood, right? Li Yang looked around, came closer towards Suwa and whispered beside Suwa, "Do you still want to control me? Who are you?" Sui didn't give him any face, simply put down a sentence, and then walked towards the other side. Li Yang watched Sui coldly walk away. His heart instantly burned with anger, hatefully staring at Sui, thinking that this kid is so unorthodox. After this school, Li Yang has not seen a few people dare to talk to himself like this. His body is trembling a bit because of his anger. A few boys around him are also looking at Sui with the same disdain. "Brotherly, let's leave this kid alone. What winds and waves can he stir up? Yes, brotherly, this guy doesn't have the ability to compete with you. In front of you, at most he is just a clown." Chapter 63, Sister-in-law is so beautiful. What arrogance, doesn't he know who our brotherly is? A few people whispered in defense of Li Yang, and it just so happened that at this time, after Su Mayan learned of the news, she also ran to this side, and at a glance, she saw Sui. "Humph, I want to see who you really are." Li Yang looked at Sui and said in a cold voice, then he was ready to go up and serve Su Mayan her own milk tea. "Cousin," but Su Mayan shouted out affectionately at Sui, playfully waving at him, "Cousin?" It didn't matter when this was said. Li Yang and the few others froze, and for a moment, they felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped hard by someone. "Cousin, why are you here?" Su Mayan's face was blossoming with smiles as she trotted all the way to Sui's side, then directly embraced into Sui's arms. "Ha ha, cousin has nothing to do. Thought of coming to see you." Sui favored a smile, and then his eyes sank, looking towards the Li Yang several people who stood at the side somewhat at a loss for words. "I'm her cousin. Who are you?" Li Yang was instantly helpless. The few boys standing next to him were also embarrassed. The inside of their heads followed the buzzing, still surprised at Sui's identity. Originally today are ready for everything. They on who did not expect this halfway actually killed out a Sui. At the moment face to face, some do not know what to do. Sorry, we got it wrong. Ha ha, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Excuse me, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. A few people forced themselves to endure the embarrassment and finish their words. They also felt that they couldn't stay any longer, and after they finished their words, they left this side in a hurry, slipping into the crowd with their ashes. "Cousin, who are they?" Su Mayan looked at the departing Li Yang several people with some doubt. Just now was seeing that these several people were always looking at themselves, but they didn't recognize them either. "It's okay, don't mind them. This is milk tea for you." Sui shook his head, didn't mention these few guys just now, handed the milk tea in his hand to Su Mayan. "These extra cups you bring to your roommate." "Thank you, cousin. I'll send it over here." "You wait for me over here." "Good, you hurry up and go." Su Mayan guffawed and happily carried the milk tea to her roommates who were cooling off in the shade on the other side and gave it to them. "Alright cousin, I'm fine." After delivering the stuff, Su Mayan came over with a smile and said with a relaxed face, "Oh, have you all finished training? It's like this, just now I happened to meet the instructor. After learning about yourself you came over, straight to give me a small vacation. Wait a while to come back before the training starts on the line. That would be great. It just so happens that I also bought you something. Outside the training ground, your sister-in-law is guarding it." Hearing that Su Mayan had the time, Sui also nodded, just so this could bring Su Mayan over to get the things. Sister-in-law? However, Su Mayan's attention was all attracted by the sister-in-law and Sui's words, looking at Sui in surprise, excitedly asking, "Cousin, you're in love? Well, let me take you to see it." Suwa smiled and nodded, so the two of them walked together towards the outside of the training ground. "Yeah, let's go then." Along the way, Su Mayan was excited beyond belief, pulling Sui along at a fast pace, and her mouth was filled with all kinds of topics, full of curiosity about her unseen sister-in-law. "Cousin, is sister-in-law pretty? Did you chase her or did she chase you? How long have you been dating? Why didn't you tell me before?" In the end Sui's mind can't handle that much information. Looking at Su Mayan's bright eyes, also just sighed. "Well, you girl and it's not like your brother is hiding. You'll just go and take a look later." "Alright then." Su Mayan beamed. Her footsteps quickened a few more points, and the two of them walked straight towards the outside of the training ground. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Jishi was still waiting quietly, and when she saw Suhi walking over, she smiled and waved. "Suha, you guys are here? This is sister-in-law?" Hearing the voice and looking over, Su Mayan's entire body froze the moment she saw Bai Jishi, and took a deep breath, thinking that this was too beautiful. "Aha, yes, let's go over." "Good." After agreeing, Sui brought Su Mayan over to Bai Jishi's side, smilingly introducing to the two. "Zeishi, this is the cousin I told you about. Su Mayan. Mayan, this is my girlfriend Bai Jishi, your Su Mayan's younger sister." "Nice to meet you." Bai Jishi cordially took Su Mayan's hand, and the two of them began to exchange pleasantries. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Su Mayan smiled heatedly and said enthusiastically, not feeling that there was anything wrong with that, and Bai Jishi also smiled and nodded, but the remainder of her perspective also glanced at Suwa. Z knew that it must be Suwa who had asked Su Mayan to call her that. Sister, you are also very beautiful. How is it? Are you still adapting to the military training? Aha, thank you sister-in-law for caring. My side is quite good, quite used to it. While the two of them were chatting, Suwa then carried out the things she had bought in advance and handed them to Su Mayan. Mayan, these are the things we bought for you. There are snacks and daily necessities and all these. 7 and 8 of them. You take them back first. Just give us a word if you need anything else. Okay, thank you cousin and sister-in-law. Carrying a few big bags of things in her hands, Su Mayan's heart warmed up and thanked Su He and Bai Jishi. Taking a look at the time, it wasn't too early now. Su Mayan instantly got a little tired and guiltily looked towards Su He and Bai Jishi. Cousin and sister-in-law, if I send things back now, I might have to train when I come back. I won't be able to accompany you. It's fine, I thought it was something. Mu Yan, hurry up and send it back. Sui smiled and shook his head, gently rubbing Su Mayan's head. Mayan, go back, we'll see you next time, okay? Bai Jishi, while helping to organize the bags in her hand for Su Mayan, thinking that it would be convenient for her to carry some, hearing that there was not much time left now, she also gently comforted Su Mayan. Okay, thank you sister-in-law, cousin sister-in-law goodbye. Carrying a large bag of things, Su Mayan foolishly smiles and bids farewell to the two men, and then runs all the way behind her, her movements looking a bit funny. Zeishi, then let's go too. Aha! After watching Su Mayan leave, Sui also walked with Bai Jishi towards the parking place outside. On the other side, Li Yang and the others were finally drilling out of this training ground, and everyone's face could not help but feel a little embarrassed.